There exists a group of distinguished individuals, each with their unique identities, who engage in the same apocalyptic nurturing game, raising a singular daughter within its confines. Ness, unbeknownst to one another, these magnates lavishly invest in their beloved child daily, striving to provide her with the utmost quality of life amidst the desolation of the world. Bianbian was born into this bleak existence, discovered by an elderly man. Tragically, at the tender age of 5, her grandfather succumbed to a viral infection, transforming into a zombie, leaving her orphaned and ensnared in a wretched life. One fateful day, an ability wielder stumbled upon a little girl clad in a beautiful princess dress, joyfully savoring a spicy hot pot atop a rooftop. Behind her, 2 zombies held ice blocks to cool her down. The ability wielder was left speechless. In due course, Bianbian's biological parents arrived at her doorstep. The affluent gamers were taken aback. Did they intend to snatch their precious daughter away? Not a chance. Soon after, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a true dragon soared through the sky. The remaining humans trembled in fear, while Bianbian exuberantly exclaimed, "Daddy is here to take me." The onlookers were bewildered. Did she just pluralize Daddy? Chapter 1. What remarkable luck. The supermarket still has so much food left, astonishingly untouched. Be cautious. Check for zombies. There are none. Splendid. Inside a modest supermarket, 2 ability wielders were overtaken with excitement at the discovery of supplies. 5 years ago, the apocalypse erupted as an unknown virus swept across the globe, transforming countless humans into mindless, bloodthirsty creatures devoid of consciousness. Ultim. Aptly termed zombies by experts after careful observation. In the wake of this catastrophe, some individuals, driven by the instinct for survival, evolved special abilities, thus seeking opportunities for life amidst the harshness of the apocalypse. Chun Jiahe and Zhao Ju are among these gifted beings. Chun Jiahe possesses a Grade Water ability, while Zhao Ju wields a Grade Earth ability. The 2 encountered each other not long ago and decided to join forces. With 5 years of the apocalypse behind them, powerful ability users have established bases, and their journey leads them to the largest safe haven in the northern city, Presidio. By a formidable leader endowed with inscribed lightning ability. Zhao Ju, however, is reluctant to go, having experienced life in other bases where low-tier ability users like themselves receive little recognition and often face exclusion and discrimination. He believes that survival outside, with caution, poses no insurmountable challenge. Yet, Chun Jiahe insists on reaching the base, arguing that the abundance of strong individuals and resources there would alleviate their hardships. Having remained single for many years, Zhao Ju finds himself drawn to Chun Jiahe, whose strengths, though not formidable, align with his ideals. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he acquiesces to her wishes. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ju, Chun Jiahe harbors no feelings for him. Her desire to reach the base is fueled by her profound understanding of the future. A few days ago, Chun Jiahe awoke to find herself transported into a post-apocalyptic novel featuring a male protagonist who embarks on a journey of growth. With little time to lament her misfortune, she must leverage her knowledge of the plot to seek out the strongest ally for survival. The most powerful lightning ability wielder at the North City base is not the male lead. Rather, he is merely an ordinary individual enduring an unsatisfactory existence. However, the male protagonist possesses a unique spatial ability, which he acquires unexpectedly, propelling him into a state of extraordinary prominence destined to bring an end to this apocalyptic era. Thus, she realizes the necessity of reaching the base and locating the male protagonist, aiming to become acquainted with him before the female lead does, thereby ensuring her own safety throughout the cataclysm. Along her journey, she encounters Zhao Ju. Despite Zhao Ju currently being a crank Earth ability user, he is destined to join the protagonist team, evolving his abilities to a rank through the resources found in the male lead's spatial realm, thus ascending into the ranks of the powerful. Chun Jiahe considers herself fortunate to have met the relatively weak Zhao Ju, believing that fostering a good relationship with him would yield only benefits without any detriment. With no zombies in sight and an abundance of food in the supermarket, Chun Jiahe began to hum softly. Spotting a box containing rolls of toilet paper on the lower shelf, she bent down to retrieve some. "Ah, A shrill scream escaped Chun Jiahe's throat as she startled, prompting Zhao Ju to rush over with his gun, ready to fire at the box. Wait, Chun Jiahe exclaimed anxiously. It seems to be a child. Under their vigilant gaze, the box stirred momentarily, and soon a small head emerged. The little girl had soft hair, styled asymmetrically into two tiny pigtails. Her attire was disheveled yet not dirty, and she clutched a teddy bear with a severed arm, its stuffing. Eking out, her strikingly dark eyes remained wide open, unblinking as they gazed at them. Disregarding her inappropriate hairstyle and untidy clothing, she sat in the cardboard box like a delicate and exquisite doll. There was no transformation. She was not a zombie, merely a little girl. Zhao Ju lowered his gun, exhaling in relief, yet he did not let his guard down. In this apocalyptic world, one must never underestimate anyone, particularly a little girl who appears. Read alone. Could this place have an owner? Little sister, are you here by yourself? The girl nodded gently. Were your parents? Her long eyelashes hung down like brushes, and she remained silent, clutching her bear. Chun Jiahe scrutinized the little girl before inquiring, What is your name, little sister? I am called Bianbian, the girl replied in a soft, delicate voice. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chun Jiahe's eyes. She remembered a formidable, shrank, spatial girl from a book, who later became the goddaughter of the male protagonist. However, this girl was not named Bianbian. Judging by her appearance, she was likely an ordinary child. Perhaps her parents had met with danger and hid her away beforehand. Chun Jiahe shared her conjectures with Zhao Ju, who found it plausible, then turned to the girl and gently asked Bianbian, Do you have any other relatives? Bianbian remained silent, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhao Ju thought to himself that Jiahua was indeed correct. Then, Zhuge, Zhao Jiahua anticipated Zhao Ju's intention. He undoubtedly wished to take the girl along. Yet, setting aside their differing abilities, one a grade and the other a grade, which together amounted to inadequate strength, the journey to the base would require several days. Bringing along a young girl would be perilous and overly conspicuous. Such a beautiful young girl, if spotted by unscrupulous practitioners of supernatural abilities, could bring about catastrophic consequences. Numerous practitioners roamed the desolate world, and those with formidable powers were countless. After 5 years of apocalypse, the weak had nearly all been eliminated. Those who survived were hardly easy to deal with. Most significantly, Chun Jiahua understood the brutal nature of this narrative. Excessive kindness could only hasten one's demise. Carrying an unhelpful little girl would be a substantial hindrance. She has been safe here all this time. It seems she is far more secure than if she were to accompany us. Chun Jiahua interjected, cutting off Zhao Ju's impending words. Zhao Ju instinctively furrowed his brow, glancing at the sorrowful, weeping girl, his heart aching. But if we don't take her with us? Zhuge, think for a moment. Chun Jiahua interrupted him once more. We have just offended that group from Phylon. They are still searching for us. If we take her along and encounter them, do you believe it will be beneficial for her? She adjusted her approach. Zhao Ju possesses many admirable qualities, yet his heart is overly tender in a world ravaged by calamity. Those with soft hearts often meet the direst. Atesh, that we shall take what we need and depart. Chun Jiahe swiftly declared, filling her pockets with supplies and pulling Zhao Ju away from the supermarket. As they approached the entrance, Bianbian silently observed them board a vehicle and drive away. Zhao Ju gazed into the rearview mirror, watching the figure of the young girl recede into the distance, his heart laden with guilt. Jiahe, I feel that. Chun Jiahe caught sight of this as well and offered him solace. Zhuge, it's not that we are unwilling to take her along. This is for her own good. There will be more formidable supernatural beings who will discover her and escort her to the base. With Chun Jiahe's gentle reassurances, Zhao Ju steeled himself as the car pulled away from the street, leaving behind a profound silence. Bianbian raised her small hand to wipe away the tears clinging to her eyelashes and gently tugged at the arm of her teddy bear. It's all right, she murmured. In her innocent understanding, she recognized that the reluctance of others to take her with them stemmed from the belief that she was a burden. Just as her grandfather had always been transparent with her, she was a child he had rescued from a garbage bin. Thus, he saved her and named her Bianbian, after finding her by the roadside. Together, she and her grandfather had ventured to various places, where they encountered uncles and aunties. On one occasion, Bianbian overheard an uncle referring to her as a burden. Curious, She asked her grandfather what a burden was, which displeased him greatly, prompting him to lead her away from those uncles and aunties. Hui Hui, I miss Grandpa, Bianbian confided her teddy bear. Aside from Hui Hui, no one spoke to her. Shall we take some food to Grandpa? A sudden thought illuminated Bianbian's eyes. Grandpa had once said that if one could not ascertain whether the unfamiliar adults were benevolent, one should always conceal oneself. Yet, she was still discovered. Next time, we can hide even better, Bianbian joyfully shared with her little bear. Her bag was filled with bread, water, and instant noodles, burdensome to carry. In this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, malnutrition had become the norm for many. Bianbian was quite slender at 5 years old. She had yet to reach the height of an adult's waist. The bag was heavy, prompting Bianbian to drag it along the ground. She knew where Grandpa was. Today, their home had run out of food, and summoning her courage, she ventured out to seek provisions. Having gathered so much, she was certain Grandpa must be hungry too. Bianbian approached a five-story apartment building, an old structure long abandoned by its residents. Grandpa had discovered this place and deemed it satisfactory, choosing to reside on the 5th floor with Bianbian. At the entrance stood a sturdy metal gate, reinforced by Grandpa. Bianbian removed the key from around her neck, unlocked the gate, and carefully secured it behind her. Grandpa had assured her that once the door was locked, no monsters could intrude. Bianbian first ascended to the 3rd floor, placing the food in the room there. Originally, she and Grandpa had lived on the 5th floor, but one day, Grandpa prepared the 3rd floor room for her to inhabit alone. He then sealed off the floors above, leaving only a small opening. She could not enter, nor could Grandpa descend. Initially, Grandfather would converse with her at the cave entrance, but eventually, he forbade her from going there. Bianbian was an obedient child, always adhering to her grandfather's instructions. However, given that he had not eaten for an extended period, he must surely be hungry. She carefully arranged the food she had gathered: 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 packets of instant noodles, 5 bags of bread, and a selection of candies. Bianbian stuffed 5 bottles of water, 3 packets of noodles, and 3 bags of bread in her bag, omitting the candy since her grandfather had poor dental health and could not consume them. With only half the original weight, her bag felt significantly lighter, allowing her to lift it with both hands. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was completely encased in a thick layer of metal, leaving no gaps whatsoever. In the middle, towards the bottom, there was an opening approximately 10 centimeters wide. The interior of the staircase was shrouded in darkness, and Bianbian hesitated as she gazed at the metal walls. Her grandfather had warned her that regardless of the circumstances or sound she might hear, she was not to ascend the stairs. Yet as she glanced at the food within her bag, the heavy bag had left deep, purplish imprints on her small hands. In silence, she quietly began to pass the food through the opening, convinced that her grandfather would not blame her. One step at a time, Bianbian ascended. At her height, she could just see through the opening, allowing her a glimpse of the interior. Though she could discern nothing visually, she heard the sound of heavy footsteps and an odd scraping noise, reminiscent of the monstrous sound she had encountered numerous times before. Tears cascaded down Bianbian's cheeks, yet she remained silent, resolutely stuffing water bottles into the opening, followed by crushed flour and then bread. She heard the sounds of impact. Bianbian's petite frame trembled slightly. She wiped away her tears, retrieved the little bear that had fallen beside her, and, with a quavering voice, declared, "I'm not afraid, Jar. Ampa will be able to eat." As she descended the stairs, Bianbian slipped, her body pitching forward, but in that instant, she found herself inexplicably suspended in midair, then oddly transported to the dew. Way of the 3rd floor. Bianbian stood at the threshold, utterly bewildered, lifting her small face to watch the bear tumble down the staircase, then glancing at herself. Why had she not fallen? "Your Highness, you appear quite anxious. Is something amiss?" In the opulent bathroom, the amiable, intelligent butler inquired of the young man, reclining in the bathtub. Xiaojin waved his hand dismissively. "My daughter nearly fell. Just now, fortunately, I managed to catch her." The intelligent butler responded with confusion. Xiaojin retorted, "You wouldn't understand, leave." The intelligent butler, ever dutiful, pressed on, "Your Highness, when did you have a daughter?" Xiaojin remained fixated on the gaming screen. "Just now." The intelligent butler replied, "Please input your bloodline heritage. I will promptly incorporate it into the system." Xiao snapped, "Get lost." The intelligent butler replied, "Understood." It then transformed into an egg and rolled out of the bathroom. Chapter 2. While enjoying a bath, Xiao indulged in playing with his holographic computer, a habitual pastime of his. Today, upon activating the device, he noticed an unfamiliar icon on the screen, a charming visage of a little girl. Men often find themselves irresistibly drawn to such endearing images, and Xiao, the wealthiest seventh prince of the interstellar empire, was no exception. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the icon, revealing a game wherein the little girl, known as Bianbian, serves as the central character. Bianbian, born into a post-apocalyptic world, was abandoned by her biological parents immediately after birth and left to perish amidst refuse. Fortunately, an elderly man named Lu Yu discovered her and took her under his wing, nurturing her with care. Lu Yu, a class metal ability user, possessed formidable strength, yet his advanced age over 70 diminished his capabilities due to physical limitations. His initial intention was to find a suitable family for Bianbian, someone to entrust her to when his time came to an end. However, in a world ravaged by chaos, who would unconditionally take in a helpless little girl? After much contemplation, Lu Yu found himself at a loss for solutions. Should he take her to a base? He feared that without him, others might mistreat Bianbian, leaving him uneasy. Ultimately, Lu Yu resolved to find a safe haven for them, believing that as long as they avoided particularly perilous situations, he could survive for another decade or more with his class abilities. During this time, he could impart essential survival skills to Bianbian. Previously, he had refrained from instructing her, hoping to allow her to experience a carefree childhood, even amidst the desolation of the world. The dividing line is 5 years. After reaching this age, he must teach Bianbian how to survive in the apocalyptic world. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. While out scavenging for supplies, Lu Yu, due to a physical mishap, accidentally fell and cut his hand on a sharp piece of meat. Tao. Initially, Lu Yu paid little heed to the injury. 5 years into the apocalypse, the virus had predominantly remained with the zombies and the remnants of the virus clinging to Oth. Her objects had diminished in their terrifying potency over time. Nevertheless, he promptly disinfected the wound with alcohol and observed it for 2 days without any signs of infection, which brought him some relief. Once infected, the virus would lead to mutation within 24 hours. However, by the 3rd day, the wound had become infected. Lu Yu was not afraid of death. He had lived for over 70 years and felt he had exhausted his share of life. Yet he could not shake off his concern for Bianbian, who was merely 5 years old and still so vulnerable. Without his protection, how could she possibly endure in this harsh world? He had not yet had the opportunity to teach her survival in this unforgiving reality. The virus' grotesque rate of deterioration left Lu Yu with little choice but to hastily relocate Bianbian to the 3rd floor, sealing off the upper levels. If a supernatural being were to succumb to the infection and transform into a zombie, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary zombies. He could not afford to risk his own transformation into a mindless creature that could potentially harm Bianbian. Thus, Bianbian became an orphan. Unburdened by the need to inherit a throne, he developed a keen interest in commerce. With an astute business acumen akin to genius, he forcefully inserted himself into the economic lifeblood of the empire, rising to become one of the wealthiest high nobles in the interstellar empire. Such a narrative left Xiao feeling rather uncomfortable, a sense of oppression weighing heavily upon him. Once the introductory scenes faded away, he was greeted by the sight of a young girl delivering food to her grandfather. The imagery was remarkably vivid, capturing the sorrow etched upon the child's face and the large tears cascading from her eyes. The strong man's heart ached. Such an adorable little one ought to be cherished and pampered by her parents, cradled in their loving embrace. Suddenly, when the child stumbled, Xiao was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to prevent her fall. To his surprise, he discovered that his fingers could grasp the little girl, thereby averting her mishap. Upon seeing the confusion on her face, Xiao couldn't help but smile, playfully tapping the child's cheek through the screen. Absolutely delightful. The current generation of mini-games has become increasingly lifelike, rivaling even that of holographic virtual reality games. At present, holographic games have swept across the interstellar empire, leaving little room for such leisurely mini-games. Xiaojin launched the game, pondering which company had developed it. He considered acquiring or investing in the company directly, yet he found no information pertaining to the game's creator. He felt a twinge of confusion, but dismissed it, contemplating that perhaps the company was too small, and this game had launched anonymously. He could always investigate further. Examining the screen closely, Xiaojin began to explore the features the game had to offer. As he delved into the study of the game, Bianbian raised her hand to touch her face, her large eyes, tinged with red from recent tears, filled with perplexity. She cautiously picked up her teddy bear, brushing off the dust that clung to it, and murmured softly, "Gray, it felt like something just poked my face." Bang! Her grandfather had always told her that she must be strong, even when alone, and not to cry frivolously. She had already wept several times today. She could not afford to cry again. Sniffling, Bianbian turned and entered the room, closing the door and securely locking it. Every door and window in the house had been reinforced with metal. Her stomach rumbled. Bianbian was hungry. Concerned about her nutritional health, Lu Yu always selected supplies with care, ensuring that the crucial milk powder was rarely in short supply. However, finding milk powder was challenging. It had run out even before Lu Yu was infected. It was during his quest for milk powder for Bianbian that he accidentally fell and cut his hand. Of course, he would never reveal this to Bianbian. Bianbian was never picky about food. She ate whatever was provided. Nonetheless, there was a complication. Lu Yu had pampered her excessively, caring for her in the apocalypse also. Any would in a normal world, which had rendered her stomach quite delicate. Even when it came to instant noodles, Lu Yu would find ways to make them delicious and nutritious for Bianbian. After Lu Yu became infected, Bianbian could no longer enjoy hot meals. At home, there's a gas cylinder brought by Lu Yu. Bianbian can use it, but Lu Yu, fearing potential explosions at the stove, has specially modified it to suit his height, making it inaccessible for Bianbian. Even if she stands on a chair, it is all too easy for her to spill the soup. The first time she attempted to cook noodles, Bianbian fell while climbing onto the chair with the pot. Fortunately, the water was cold, and she sustained only minor injuries. Thus, Bianbian grew apprehensive about entering the kitchen. When hunger struck, she resorted to instant noodles or bread, and when thirsty, she simply drank water. Her delicate stomach could not endure this at first, leading to a cycle of eating and vomiting. Eventually, she learned to be more cautious, eating slowly, and the vomiting ceased. However, her body visibly shrank over time. When Lu Yu was around, she had been pampered, her skin fair and tender, resembling a snowball. Now, the contrast was stark. Her grandfather had once told her that regardless of the sound she might hear, she must not open the door. Bianbian obediently stayed indoors. Today, however, having exhausted her food supply, she finally gathered the courage to venture out of her room in search of sustenance, emulating her grandfather's previous actions. Bianbian took out a cute, cartoon-embellished cup that she had cleaned thoroughly and reached for a bottle of mineral water. With her small hands resting on the bottle cap, she twisted it for an extended period until her palms flushed red, ultimately managing to unscrew the cap. Upon opening the bottle, a smile blossomed on the little girl's face. She blew gently on her reddened palms until the pain subsided, then gently poured the water into her cup, filling it 2/3 full. She intended to savor the water gradually. She sipped delicately, then began to deliberate between instant noodles and bread. She had a penchant for bread, soft and fragrant, yet it failed to satiate her hunger. After consuming a single loaf, she would find herself ravenous again before long. Instant noodles, on the other hand, could stave off hunger for a considerable time, albeit lacking in flavor. "Gray, should I eat noodles or bread first?" Each time she felt the pangs of hunger, the little girl conversed with her bear, seeking its counsel. She lifted the bear's arm, subtly directing it towards the bread. "All right then, Gray also chooses bread, just as I thought." She cheerfully acquiesced to Gray's suggestion, reaching for the bread and tearing open the packaging, savoring it alongside sips of water, taking small, measure bites. Her eyes curved into crescents of joy. The sight of the little one cherishing the bread, reluctant to finish it, pierced Xiaojin's heart. In the Galactic Empire, instant noodles were a punishment reserved for the most heinous criminals. As for the visibly hard and nutritionally void bread, it was something no impoverished soul would consume. How could the esteemed seventh prince permit his daughter to partake in such substandard fare, even within the confines of a game? Xiaojin had recently explored the game and discovered a marketplace where he could make purchases. Without hesitation, he accessed the marketplace, where a section labeled food caught his eye. Upon entering, his finger hovered in hesitation. Except for the first icon, a red apple, which gleamed with vibrancy. All others appeared grayed out, unresponsive to his touch. Xiaojin, what a baffling game. Is it truly impossible for him to buy food for the little one? Fuming, Xiaojin nearly smashed the newly purchased bathtub, but ultimately settled for clicking on the red apple, reasoning that it was better than nothing. Surely, purchasing a large basket for the little one would suffice. However, the quantity indicator beneath the red apple remained unresponsive, no matter how persistently Xiaojin pressed it. It dawned on him that he could only acquire one. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojin calmly spent 5-star coins to procure a single red apple. Accustomed to expenditures of no less than 10,000 star coins, he stared at the 5-star coin for quite some time. Was this an affront to his dignity? Upon successful purchase, the red apple icon faded to gray. Very well, you are quite something. Xiaojin hastily placed the apple on the table. At that moment, a round egg rolled in, revealing the intelligent butler. Your Highness, you have been soaking for 27 minutes and 34 seconds. Continuing any longer will lead to wrinkling of your skin. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin quickly raised his hand to check, and indeed, his skin had turned pale from the prolonged soak. He promptly shut off the light brain and swiftly rose from the bathtub. Are there wrinkles on my back? The egg on the floor stirred slightly. I apologize, Your Highness, but I currently lack eyes and cannot see. Xiaojin. Bianbian was munching on a piece of bread when she suddenly heard a soft thud. Looking up, she was astonished to find a large red apple before her, nearly the size of her own head. Bianbian was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 3. Bianbian was startled. Her hand trembled, causing the bread to tumble to the floor. She quickly leaped from her chair to retrieve it, clutching the bread tightly while feeling a blend of fear, anxiety, and curiosity as she gazed at the large apple on the table. Having previously tasted an apple, which her grandfather had exchanged for other goods, she knew what they looked like. However, in her memory, apples were small, speckled, and wrinkled, far from appealing. She had never encountered an apple of such grandeur or beauty. Hui remained on the table. Bianbian glanced around before fixating on the magnificent apple for several seconds, ensuring it would not suddenly come to life. Only then did she muster the courage to rescue the teddy bear from the table. Holding the bear tightly, she retreated 2 meters, continuing to stare at the large apple. Despite her tender age, Bianbian was quite astute. The doors and windows were securely closed, and only she and Hui were present in the house. She had just been quietly enjoying her bread, doing nothing else. Yet how could such a large apple have appeared so suddenly? Her little mind could not fathom it. Then she recalled her movements on the staircase, her small face etched with confusion. Hui, I am a bit scared. The young girl clutched her teddy bear tightly, trying to divert her gaze from the apple. But her eyes were irresistibly drawn back to its beauty. Moreover, she could smell a delightful sweetness emanating from the magnificent apple. She had originally escaped 2 meters away from the large apple, but upon realizing that it remained stationary on the table and that no other peculiar occurrences had transpired in the house, her feet instinctively moved forward. As she approached the edge of the table, the apple still showed no signs of movement. It only rose half a head above the table's surface, prompting her to tiptoe and extend her little hand to poke the apple. After a brief poke, she quickly withdrew her hand, reassured that it would not bite. Leaning down, she remarked to her teddy bear, "It seems to be real." Although the 5-year-old did not comprehend how the apple had materialized, the confirmation of its authenticity filled her with genuine joy. In the past, when she accompanied her grandfather on outings, they would occasionally find treasures along the way, with her grandfather declaring that anything found was theirs to keep. Thus, the sudden appearance of a large apple on the table translated to it being hers. "Can I eat it?" she inquired of her bear, Gray. After a few moments, she pressed her finger gently on the bear's head, and it nodded in agreement. With the bear's affirmation, she placed it atop the table, climbed back onto the chair, and with both hands managed to lift the apple. The apple's distinctive sweet fragrance tempted her, igniting cravings within a little girl who could only indulge in instant noodles for an entire month. Rather than devouring it immediately, she cradled the apple and carried it to the bathroom, standing on a small stool to set it in the sink. She turned on the faucet. The reason Lu Yu had settled in this area was that the tap water remained uninterrupted, for reasons unknown. Tests indicated that the water contained no viruses and was safe for use. From the moment her memory began, her grandfather had instilled in her the importance of cleanliness, urging her to avoid illness stemming from unclean consumption. Thus, she believed the apple should be washed before being eaten. The large apple proved somewhat arduous to wash. Yet through her diligent efforts, every inch was cleansed. With a sense of accomplishment, she cradled the freshly washed apple and returned to the dining table, subsequently fetching a fruit knife from the kitchen. Mimicking her grandfather's method of slicing, she carefully cut a piece away. Tentatively, the little girl took a bite, and her grape-like eyes sparkled with delight. She exclaimed, "Gray, this is delicious. It's even better than any apple I've ever tasted." Children possess remarkably vivid memories, and she believed this was the most scrumptious apple she had ever encountered. She devoured 3 slices before exercising restraint. Her grandfather had taught her that whether enjoying food or engaging in other activities, one must learn the art of moderation. Though she did not fully grasp the concept of moderation, she heeded her grandfather's wisdom and refrained from overindulgence. She recalled how her grandfather would peel apples with a knife, leaving her to savor the flesh while he relished the skin. Inquisitive, she once asked him why he preferred the skin, to which he replied that he found it more delectable. With such a sizable apple, there would be ample skin for him to enjoy. Moreover, this apple surpassed all others she had tasted, so surely the skin would be equally delightful. Her eyes gleamed with newfound inspiration. Grasping the fruit knife once more, she began to peel the apple slowly. The knife felt somewhat unwieldy in her small hands, resulting in a rough and uneven peel. Nevertheless, she felt assured that her grandfather would appreciate her effort. With meticulous care, Bianbian began to pare the apple. It was her maiden attempt at such a task, and both the fruit and the knife seemed oversized for her small hands. In a moment of inattention, the blade grazed her skin, causing her to recoil in pain. The knife clattering to the floor. Blood welled from the incision, and tears quickly surfaced in her eyes. The sharp sting reminded her of a previous fall from a chair. The sudden injury left Bianbian feeling helpless for a few moments, until she recalled how her grandfather would tend to her scrapes. She first wrapped the wound with a tissue, during which droplets of blood stained the discarded apple peel. Then, she remembered adhesive bandages. Her grandfather had used them on her before, assuring her that they would alleviate the pain. With renewed resolve, Bianbian hurried to the bedroom and opened the bottom drawer. Retrieving a small first-aid kit, one of her playthings that Lu Yu had provided, she located a bandage, peeled back the blood-soaked tissue, and clumsily applied the adhesive strip. Her long lashes, adorned with glistening tears, framed her face as she blew on her finger, as if to magically soothe the throbbing pain. Oui, I'm all right," she announced. Returning to the dining area, she proudly waved her finger at the teddy bear, her voice carrying a nasal tone from her recent tears, yet still endearingly childlike. "See, it doesn't hurt at all." Having been wounded, she hesitated to continue peeling the apple. Instead, she gathered the discarded peels into a bag, unaware that one piece was tainted with her blood. "Oui, let's take these apple peels to Grandpa," Bianbian declared, picking up the bear and heading towards the 4th floor once more. The sounds of the impact had ceased. Despite her cognizance of her grandfather's transformation into a dreadful creature, Bianbian remained unfazed, for he was, in essence, her grandfather, inspiring no fear within her. With a mere 3 flights of stairs remaining, Bianbian's spirits soared. She had partaken of bread and an apple that day, and had quenched her thirst with pure water. Her grandfather, too, would partake of bread and pure water. And there remained his cherished apple peel. In times past, her grandfather had sought sustenance for her. Now, with her maturation, Bianbian could reciprocate. Bianbian was suffused with elation. Yet, her joy was soon eclipsed by perplexity. For, in that very moment, her corporeal form was abruptly transported to the threshold of the 3rd floor. Akin to her previous tumble down the stairs, which had deposited her at the same locale. Meanwhile, Shoujin meticulously applied body lotion to his entire being, ensuring that every inch of his skin was saturated, before donning his sleepwear and emerging from the lavatory, relishing the rare opportunity for repose at home. He languidly reclined upon the sofa, instructing the intelligent steward to prepare supper. "No meat," he declared. "I seem to have gained a bit of weight of late. I must embark on a regimen of weight loss. Prepare a few slimming meals, something light," he added. The intelligent steward acknowledged the command. Shoujin then interjected, "Though I abstain from meat, it would be preferable if the vegetarian fare could emulate the essence of meat." "As you wish, Your Highness," the intelligent steward responded, unflinchingly accepting such an idiosyncratic request. Having concluded these arrangements, the seventh prince bethought himself of his newly fostered daughter and promptly activated his optical brain. What he beheld filled him with heartache. The little girl had lacerated her hand while paring an apple. The sight evoked in him the sensation of his own hand being wounded. Observing the little girl enduring the pain, yet weeping as she tended to her wound, Xiaojin was consumed with compassion and frantically sought remedial measures. However, the entire screen displayed only a single option for the marketplace, all rendered in shades of gray, leaving him powerless to take any meaningful action, forced to watch helplessly. At that moment, a voiceover emerged. Bianbian believed that Lu Yu had a fondness for apple peels, so she proceeded to peel an apple and intended to deliver the peel to him. Xiaojin. He then watched as the young girl placed the bloodied apple peel into a bag, preparing to present it to her grandfather. Given the gruesome nature of zombie attacks, one could easily surmise the dire consequences of delivering that bag of apple peels. Desperate to intervene, Xiaojin attempted every possible means to stop her, but to no avail. The screen remained unresponsive. As he witnessed the little girl ascend the stairs, his heart sank. She was his cherished daughter, and he could not bear the thought of losing her so carelessly. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to his previous method, placing the child at the doorway. Bianbian, with her small head swiveling in confusion, gazed toward the staircase leading to the third floor for a considerable time, yet remained oblivious to the danger. After a brief moment of hesitation, she tightened her grip on her tattered teddy bear and once again ascended the stairs with the apple peel in hand. Then, she was once more transported to the threshold of the third floor. After 3 attempts, Bianbian could no longer contain herself and burst into silent tears from fright. Chapter 4. The most immediate reaction of a child to fear is to cry, yet in her distress, Bianbian thought of her grandfather upstairs and wished to spare him the sound of her sobs. Thus, even as tears streamed down her cheeks like beads, she stifled her cries, standing at the doorway, clutching her worn teddy bear. Xiaojin felt a pang in his heart at the sight. In the next moment, he sighed in relief. The little one, likely too frightened to venture further upstairs, returned to her room, firmly locking the door behind her. Then he hurried into the bedroom, burrowing himself under the covers, clutching his teddy bear and closing his eyes. At that moment, a small horn-shaped icon appeared beside his head, and with a swift tap, he activated it. A quivering, frightened child's voice filled his ears. Bianbian is very brave. Bianbian is not afraid. It took a moment for him to realize it was Bianbian's voice. As his heart ached, he marveled at the game's authenticity, wondering if it was designed to immerse him even deeper into the experience. It was crafted with such realism. Yet the options in the menu were all grayed out. What a frustrating predicament. He thought about how his earlier movement had startled Bianbian, and now he hesitated even to tuck the little one in. She was already scared. If he made another move, wouldn't she be even more frightened? He had to restrain himself. In the store, aside from the food section, there were options for clothing, accessories, shoes, and weapons, all of which he had explored, only to find them all grayed out, none illuminating. How was he supposed to care for his little one? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system prompt suddenly appeared, seemingly sensing his frustration, due to your intimacy level with Bianbian not reaching the threshold. The store's food section only offers your apples, limited to 1 purchase per day. To provide Bianbian with more substantial food supplies, please increase your intimacy level with her. Current Inti Xiaojin began to feel displeased, sensing that the game was somehow targeting him, and in an instant, he entertained the notion of uninstalling it. The system then prompted again. Please be aware, a daughter is to be cherished, not to be bullied. Bianbian was frightened, resulting in a decrease of intimacy by 10. How dare you? Which of your eyes witnessed me bullying the little one? Xiaojin fumed, ready to retort, but then he suddenly realized something amiss. Firstly, he recalled the sight of the little creature crying in fear, and it indeed seemed to be because of him. Secondly, he was addressing the game screen. Could it truly hear him and respond? A sense of suspicion stirred within Xiaojin as he exited the game to examine the icon, and he found no recollection of downloading this game whatsoever. Something was not right. A flash of memory crossed his mind regarding his meeting with Kolf earlier that day. Kolf belonged to a low-ranking bloodline. In the Galactic Empire, aside from the human race which held the highest status, there were 4 noble races: the dragon, the shark, the feathered, and the blood. In terms of hierarchy, the bloodline ranked the lowest among the 4 noble races, and the low-ranking bloodlines were even inferior to common human civilians. Nevertheless, Xiaojin was indifferent to races when making friends. He was quite casual, associating with those who appealed to him and dismissing those who did not. He and Kolf were university classmates. Kolf's family was impoverished, unable to afford even the suppressants. Bloodlines were vampiric, averse to sunlight, active at night and resting during the day. Eventually, the humans developed a serum that allowed the bloodlines to function during the day. In exchange for this serum, a treaty was established, rendering the bloodlines subordinate nobles to the human race. Not every vampire can afford the elixir, as it is crafted from rare herbs, rendering it exorbitantly priced. Moreover, it necessitates a vial every 3 months. While an ordinary vampire may manage to purchase a single dose, the cumulative cost becomes insurmountable. Observing Kolf's pitiful state, Shoujin generously bestowed upon him several vials to help him navigate the initial hardships. Consequently, Kolf became Shoujin's loyal aide. After Shoujin ventured into commerce, Kolf naturally assumed the role of his subordinate, providing invaluable assistance. Recently, Shoujin found himself vexed by various business matters. Today, Kolf mentioned he had discovered an amusing diversion that could serve as an outlet for Shoujin's frustrations, but Shoujin dismissed it without much thought. In hindsight, could this be the very game in question? Shoujin promptly contacted Kolf to inquire about the situation. Shortly, Kolf's holographic image materialized in the living room. He was a remarkably handsome man, clad in a crisp suit devoid of any wrinkles, with deep-set eyes and eerily dark ice cream pupils. His complexion was pale, and his slightly lengthy hair was slicked back, secured with gel, a quintessential vampiric appearance. Your Highness, he bowed respectfully to Shoujin. Without preamble, Shoujin asked, "Is this game on my neural interface you're doing?" Kolf's face broke into a mysterious and ambiguous smile. "Is your Highness satisfied with it? I meticulously selected this one, allowing you to customize it to your liking." Shoujin rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you talking about? What customization?" Kolf was momentarily taken aback, then explained, "The game I found for you allows you to freely combine elements from your imagination to create a female form. You can enter the game and enjoy a delightful date with her. You may engage in any activities you desire." Shoujin responded with confusion. "Your Highness, is there a problem during the game?" Observing the changes in Shoujin's expression, Kolf inquired, "Shall I check for any potential issues?" "No need," Shoujin firmly declined. "There is no problem. Goodbye." He abruptly ended the communication, fixating on the charming little face displayed on the icon. The game Kolf provided was intended to alleviate his boredom by conjuring a woman from his imagination, yet what appeared was a little girl. If Kolf were to discover this, he would likely label him a pervert in his mind. Shoujin would not permit his image to be distorted in the eyes of his subordinates. Thus, was the little one generated automatically through his imagination? But he had never envisioned a child. Could it be that deep down, he yearned for a daughter? Hence the creation of this little one? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, prompting him to swiftly enter the game. On the screen, the little creature remained curled up beneath the blankets, a tiny bundle, with the system notification stating, "Bianbian is sound asleep." At that moment, Shoujin felt an even deeper sense of paternal affection for Bianbian. She was the daughter of his own imagination, and he was determined to provide her with a good life. Since the game could perceive his thoughts, Shoujin directly asked, "How can I increase the intimacy level with my beloved daughter?" The system replied, "The decision lies with Bianbian." "Shoujin, can I communicate directly with my darling?" "No." "Can she see me?" "No." "What can I do now?" "In 24 hours. You may purchase a red apple again." "So, he can do nothing at all? Damn it." The seventh prince, infuriated by the limitations of the game that prevents him from showering his beloved daughter with gifts, expressed his frustration. Meanwhile, the intelligent steward transformed back into human form, wheeling over a cart laden with the vegetarian weight loss meal that Shoujin had requested, crafted to mimic the essence of meat. "Your Highness, please enjoy your dinner." The table was adorned with 6 exquisite dishes and a soup, each a masterpiece that tantalized the senses, worthy of admiration from any onlooker. The intelligent steward, displaying a hint of pride, remarked, "Your Highness, all of these are vegetarian. Please taste and see if they possess any meat flavor. If not, I shall update the system memory and recreate them for you." Upon noticing the peculiar expression on his master's face as he gazed at the food, the intelligent steward conducted a search and concluded that the most fitting idiom to describe the expression was deep-seated hatred. Bewildered, the steward pondered why his carefully prepared weight-loss vegetarian dishes elicited such animosity from the prince. "My poor daughter can only eat apples while I indulge in delicacies from land and sea. Is there truly such a father?" lamented the seventh prince, feeling both heartbroken and sorrowful. "Remove the food," From now on, if I cannot buy delicious treats for Bianbian in a day, then I shall accompany her for that entire day. Intelligent steward? He wished to inquire if His Highness had lost his mind. Yet an innate program restrained him from uttering such treasonous words. Xiaojin had resolutely decided to share both joys and sorrows with his beloved daughter. Dismissing the lifeless expression of the intelligent steward, he retreated to his expansive and opulent bedroom, intent on observing his daughter's chamber to see if there was any way he could assist her. After searching for quite some time, he ultimately discovered that his dear daughter was snuggled under the covers, sound asleep, which must have been quite stifling. Previously hesitant to disturb her for fear of frightening her again, he now saw the opportunity to fulfill his role as a father. Xiaojin swiftly and delicately tugged at the blanket, and after a moment, the soft visage of the little girl emerged, revealing traces of tears on her cheeks. She clutched her teddy bear tightly in her arms, noticing that the bear's arm was nearly torn off. Xiaojin felt a pang of sympathy and recalled seeing a spool of thread in the drawer when the little one had previously taken out a band-aid. Uncertain, he prepared to pull open the drawer. However, the drawer displayed on the holographic screen was too diminutive for his fingers to manipulate. It required magnification. Without delay, Xiaojin summoned the intelligent steward, go to third brother's house and retrieve his virtual projection equipment. The intelligent steward replied, Your Highness, I am unable to do that. Xiaojin retorted, Do not presume I am unaware. You have already established a rapport with third brother's steward. Hurry, or I shall have third brother replace you. Who says robots are devoid of emotions? The intelligent steward silently acquiesced. As for the third prince discovering the absence of his cherished projection equipment upon his return, that was a matter to be addressed later, as robots do not bear the blame. The intelligent assistant exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly retrieving the projector. Xiaojin adeptly set it up, successfully projecting the game screen, and promptly dismissed the inquisitive assistant. Through virtual projection, the room appeared almost in perfect scale within Xiaojin's bedroom. It was as if he stood within the room itself, albeit as a giant. Bending slightly to avoid brushing against the ceiling, crouching beside the bed, he observed his precious daughter up close. How adorable she was. He playfully poked her soft little face with his finger, yet the lack of tangible sensation left him with a profound sense of regret. Xiaojin then opened a nearby drawer, retrieving fine needle and thread. The seventh prince, having never threaded a needle before, fumbled for quite some time before finally managing to pass the thread through. He then took the teddy bear from his daughter's grasp and, seeking a more comfortable position, sat on the floor, clumsily attempting to sew the bear's arm back on. Upon awakening, Bianbian rubbed her eyes and sat up. The outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Just as she prepared to rise, the teddy bear tumbled from her grasp, prompting her to reach out with her tiny hand. However, her hand hesitated in midair before slowly retracting. The bear's dismembered arm had been haphazardly sewn back on with red thread, the stitches crooked and cotton spilling out. Resembling a grotesque red centipede, utterly marring the bear's anger, serves as a prompt within the game, as he remains convinced that it is subtly targeting him. The sense of grievance arises when a caring father lovingly repairs his precious daughter's beloved toy bear, only to be met with indifference from her. Why the score of -50? Sujin erupts in complaints about the game. Of course he cannot blame the child. He demands an explanation. How could it plummet to -50 in an instant? And yet the system feigns silence. After a prolonged wait, the system finally outputs, why -50? You have no points? Sujin. Is the system mocking him? Is it truly mocking him? The most favored seventh prince of the imperial family, of noble lineage, has grown up immersed in luxury, with no one daring to chastise him, not even the emperor himself. And now, he finds himself scolded by a mere game system. Sujin contemplates further debate with the system, but his peripheral vision catches a notification above his daughter's head. Dismissing the system, he hastily clicks to open it. And his daughter's soft, sweet voice resonates. Gray, I feel like there's someone in the house that I can't see. Sujin is taken aback, then elated, proclaiming with immense pride, Indeed, my precious daughter, you are astute. You've discerned the existence of another. Now that she recognizes the presence of an unseen entity, whatever he does next, the little one will surely feel unafraid. Perfect. In his buoyant mood, the seventh prince loses interest in further arguing with the game system. He is determined to raise their intimacy level. Once it reaches a satisfactory threshold, he can treat his little one to all manner of delicious delights. My dear, wait for your father to buy you something delicious, nurturing you to be plump and fair, transforming you into the most beautiful little princess. In the next moment, he heard the anxious and trembling voice of his beloved daughter. Will he eat me? Xiao, am I truly that terrifying? Yet the little one uttered only this phrase, falling silent thereafter, sitting dazedly on the bed with her head lowered, preventing Xiao from glimpsing her delicate features, leaving him in the dark about her thoughts at this moment. What to do? How can he alleviate his precious daughter's immense misunderstanding of him? The system, perhaps fearing Xiao might act recklessly again, re-emerged with a warning. Bianbian is currently in a state of extreme fright. For her well-being, please refrain from any actions. The word do not was notably emphasized in bold red, strikingly conspicuous. Xiao, Bianbian, fidgeting with her small hands, endeavored to calm her fear. After much contemplation, she concluded that there existed an invisible person within the house. Bianbian was no mere infant. At 5 years old, she possessed a unique way of thinking, particularly as she had always been perceptive. This unseen individual had caught her when she fell, gifted her a large apple, prevented her from visiting her grandfather, and even mended her dirty little hands. Bianbian felt immense trepidation, convinced that this person was watching her from within the home. She recalled an incident when she and her grandfather encountered a peculiar, plump uncle on the road, who offered her delightful candies and attempted to embrace her, only to be chased away by her grandfather. Grandfather warned that the individual in question was not of good character. Some nefarious individuals delight in capturing children to devour them, and that rotund uncle was particularly notorious for preying on the innocent. Bestowing sweets upon her was merely a ruse to gain her trust. Thus, Bianbian resolutely remembered that no stranger would shower kindness upon another without ulterior motives. Should someone unexpectedly show her kindness, it surely concealed a hidden agenda. Consequently, Bianbian deduced within her mind that the unseen figure harbored intentions to consume her. Paralyzed by fear, she dared not lift her gaze or utter a word. Silently observing her hands while contemplating the dire consequences of her potential fate, if she were to be devoured, no one would deliver sustenance to grandfather, who would then face hunger. She pondered how she might thwart this malevolent intent. Cautiously, she pinched her own hand, suddenly grasping the reason behind the stranger's offer of a large apple and his insistence that she refrain from sharing the apple's skin with grandfather. Realizing her own frailness, she understood that he intended to fatten her, enhancing her edibility, much like a chick she had once cared for. Fortuitously, last year, when the weather turned frigid, Lu Yu guided Bianbian southward, and as they passed a chaotic farm, they encountered remnants of white bones, indicative of past skirmishes. Initially, she thought nothing of value could be discovered, but driven by curiosity, she squeezed through a dog hole, prompting a wave of cold sweat to drench Lu Yu's back, fearing for Bianbian's safety. Ultimately, when Bianbian emerged from the dog hole, her cherubic face was smeared with dirt, resembling a little calico cat. As she proudly presented an egg from her small pouch, exclaiming in a sweet voice, "Grandfather, I found an egg." Lu Yu detected traces of life from the egg, and later, he meticulously cared for Bianbian. In truth, Li discreetly used his extraordinary abilities to sustain the egg until a chick hatched. He cherished his granddaughter's innocence and endeavored to provide her with a complete childhood, while gradually imparting essential survival knowledge to her. For instance, he explained that chickens are domesticated fowl and a source of sustenance for humanity, hence raising a chick means it could ultimately be consumed. Once the chick matured, Liu prepared it by making half into soup and the other half braised, much to the delight of both grandfather and granddaughter. He remarked that the chicken tasted exquisite because it had been well fed and had grown plump. After Liu left, Bianbian grasped her teddy bear tightly. Gray was her sole companion, despite its poorly sewn hands. Clutching Gray, Bianbian felt less afraid. In the days following her grandfather's absence, she initially experienced fear, but gradually adapted. Her young mind quickly reasoned that the person would fatten her up before consuming her, meaning she was not in immediate danger. She could devise an escape plan. Having followed her grandfather through numerous escapades, Bianbian learned that fleeing was not a disgrace but a means of taking responsibility for one's life. Although these concepts were too profound for her to fully grasp at her age, she instinctively understood the essence of escape. In the early days of the apocalypse, B-level ability users were considered powerful, but as more such individuals emerged later, the appeal of B-level status diminished. Moreover, Lu Yu, being an elderly ability user, faced limitations in his power due to his age. With Bianbian by his side, he often opted for discretion rather than confrontation, making their escape a frequent occurrence. As the final sliver of twilight faded below the horizon, the room was plunged into sudden darkness. Xiao, who had been observing with quiet attentiveness, was still pondering why his precious daughter hadn't switched on a light when the little girl, seated on the bed, stirred. She swung her legs over the side and walked to the bedside table, picking up a small, lotus-shaped bowl with a slender needle protruding from its center. Xiaojin couldn't immediately discern the object's purpose. It wasn't until Bianbian pulled a cardboard box from under the bed, filled to the brim with candles, that he realized the lotus bowl was a candlestick. Bianbian firmly inserted a candle onto the needle's tip, lit it with a lighter, and placed it on the bedside table. Her movements so practiced that Xiaojin's eyes began to sting with emotion. There wasn't even electricity. This wretched game, mistreating my daughter. Next, Bianbian proceeded to draw all the curtains shut. The curtains had been specially replaced by Luyu with metal sheeting. Once the switch was activated, they could be drawn down, blocking any trace of light from escaping the room. The switch mechanism was somewhat stiff, requiring several attempts to engage. Liu hadn't had sufficient time to refine it, so Bianbian had to tug repeatedly to get it to move. Xiaojin's hands itched to assist his darling daughter, but the system's warning, along with the glaring -50 in the upper right corner, served as a reminder that remaining still was the best course of action. Night had fallen, and he mustn't frighten his precious daughter any further. He must endure. Finally, Bianbian closed all the curtains, leaving the room illuminated only by the faint glow of the burning candle, casting the space in a dim, subdued light. Silence enveloped the room. Bianbian had grown accustomed to this dim quietude, save for the unseen presence. As she performed these actions, she clutched her teddy bear, never letting it go. Ash had given her courage. It matters not. She encourages herself. With Hui Hui by her side, she feels unafraid. Bianbian carefully carries the candlestick to the bathroom, placing it gently on the right shelf before setting her teddy bear atop it. Standing on a small stool, she begins to wash her face and brush her teeth by the flickering candlelight. Even if an unseen villain lurks, intent on devouring her, she cannot forgo her hygiene. Bianbian has unconsciously transformed the invisible presence into a malevolent entity. As she washes, she suddenly halts, her youthful face clouded in contemplation. If she were to become filthy and odorous, would the villain reject her out of disdain? Yet, the little girl, who has been taught by Luyu to cherish cleanliness, nervously bites her finger before ultimately succumbing to her true instincts, resolving to keep herself immaculate. For she recalls that if the villain truly intended to consume her, he would hardly care about her cleanliness. After all, the little chicks after he departed, she returned home, this time determined to securely lock the door, ensuring no villain could intrude. Bianbian had been pondering that the troublemaker must have stealthily followed her while she was out searching for food. As her thoughts spiraled into a tangled web of anxiety, worry, and fear, the innate drowsiness of a child ultimately prevailed, and Bianbian drifted uneasily into slumber. Observing his precious daughter asleep, Xiaojin began to reflect. Bianbian was still but a child, and children differ fundamentally from adults. Adults can swiftly discern good from evil, whereas children cannot. Thus, his actions would not only fail to bring joy to Bianbian, but would also instill in her a sense of insecurity, leading to fear and misunderstanding of his intentions. He realized he needed to adopt a different approach, first assuring his beloved daughter that he meant her no harm. Xiaojin pondered deeply, and a spark of inspiration struck him as he began to search Bianbian's room for paper and a writing instrument. In a corner, he discovered a paintbrush, yet alas, no paper could be found. Xiaojin contemplated making his way to the living room, but upon reaching the doorway, he was halted by an unseen barrier. He could only interact with the space occupied by Bianbian. If she was in the bedroom, he could only manipulate objects within that room, unable to venture into the living room. Conversely, if she was in the living room, he could only engage with that area, barred from the bedroom or other spaces. Even when able to touch, it felt as though he were encased in thick gloves, devoid of any genuine sensation. This was why he had sewn the teddy bear so clumsily. The seventh prince adamantly refused to acknowledge his lack of skill. This is largely thanks to His Highness's virtual projection device, which allows anything to be rendered through projection, not merely a standard display, but an immersive experience. With this device, he is able to search in his precious daughter's room. Otherwise, relying solely on the light brain would permit only simple gestures. Well, lacking paper is unfortunate. Xiaojin glanced at the white wall, thinking it would suffice to write upon it. Just as he was about to inscribe "I am Daddy" on the wall, he hesitated. Realizing this might not be prudent, the little one could very well be frightened upon awakening. He wished to avoid seeing yet another notification of point deductions. Bianbian, my dear, I am Xiaojin, and I shall not harm you. This beside me is I. I wish to be your friend. Is that agreeable? After carefully considering the tone suitable for a child, Xiaojin completed this message. He then proceeded to draw his own likeness on the adjacent wall, spending over 10 minutes in dissatisfaction, making revisions for another 10 minutes, until, after half an hour, he finally finished. He scrutinized it closely, only to disdainfully glance at the pen, which was woefully inadequate, barely capturing 5% of his own handsomeness, but he settled for it. With an introduction and a self-portrait, surely his darling daughter would not be frightened upon awakening. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system promptly chimed in. Bianbian cannot read. Xiaojin. 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 Chapter 6. Xiaojin's enthusiasm for fatherhood, repeatedly thwarted, felt somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the intelligent steward outside reminded him, Your Highness, you are to enter the palace to meet the Emperor tomorrow. It is time to rest. After the interruption caused by the intelligent assistant, Xiaojin glanced at the time and realized he had been engrossed in the game for several hours. He understood the importance of raising his daughter, yet meeting his father the following day was equally significant. Moreover, a trace of coldness flickered in Xiaojin's eyes. He needed to present himself in the best possible condition at the palace. Raising his hand to touch his face, he felt a bit parched and simultaneously instructed the intelligent assistant to prepare a nourishing facial mask. He then shifted the wardrobe in his precious daughter's room to conceal his writings and drawings. His beloved daughter could not read, and when she awoke to find a series of symbols and pictures adorning the wall, he shuddered at the thought of his intimacy value plummeting to -50. Xiaojin dared not take such a risk. Concerning whether Bianbian would notice the wardrobe's displacement, he carefully observed that his writings were situated right beside it. The wardrobe had only been moved a few dozen centimeters. Such a minor shift would likely escape the notice of a child, and he believed his precious daughter would remain oblivious. After completing these tasks, Xiaojin closed the game and commenced his nighttime skincare routine. As dawn broke, Bianbian awoke to the familiar vibrations, signaling the arrival of morning. For the past few days, this morning tremor had become a routine occurrence. Uncertain of the cause, she hesitated to draw back the curtains during the vibrations, waiting until they subsided to welcome the new day. Gray, good morning, she greeted. The little girl first replaced the bandage on her finger, which had suffered a cut the previous day, and then cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Soon, Bianbian discovered something delightful. It seemed the bad guy had left. If the villain were present, it was certain that the belongings in the house would have been tampered with. Bianbian cleverly examined the food, water, instant noodles, bread, and candy that had been retrieved the previous day, all of which remained untouched. Based on these observations, she concluded that the villain had departed. While the reason for the villain's departure remained a mystery, Bianbian felt a surge of joy, for it meant she would not be devoured. Could it be due to the dream she had? Bianbian pondered, nibbling on her pinky finger. She recalled a dream in which she encountered the villain, alongside her grandfather. They managed to drive the villain away, but beyond that, her memory was a blur. Thinking of her grandfather, the little girl hurried to the living room, only to find that the apple peels she had placed in a bag had dried out and were no longer suitable for him to eat. A pang of sadness washed over her. Next, she glanced at the apples on the table, their once creamy flesh now marred by oxidation, turning a dull gray-black. They were no longer edible. Bianbian swallowed hard, her mind wandering back to the delightful taste of the apple she had consumed the day before. Then, she recalled that it was the villain who had given it to her, intending to fatten her up for consumption. She had never intended to eat it in the first place. With this thought, Bianbian no longer felt regret. The water she had poured yesterday remained unfinished, and there was still some bread left. She picked up the remaining bread and, accompanied by the cold mineral water, gradually consumed it. With the villain gone, she no longer needed to hide in the supermarket. The outside world was perilous, and food had to be rationed. After finishing the bread, Bianbian patted her little, flat belly, casting a longing glance at the leftover bread, yet ultimately, she restrained herself. However, she unwrapped a piece of fruit candy. The confectionery within the wrapper had already begun to soften. She meticulously licked every bit of it clean, smoothing out the wrapper and setting it aside. The whimsical cartoon designs on the paper delighted her, and she resolved to tuck it away in her little bag for safekeeping. The sweet, citrusy flavor of the orange candy made her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Disposing of the discarded apple skin and the spoiled portion of the fruit into the trash bin, she then pushed a chair against the front door. In the innocent reasoning of a child, she believed that using objects to secure the door would provide an added sense of safety. Not only did she barricade the door with a chair, but she also ventured into the kitchen, where she discovered an empty can that she had thoroughly cleaned. Filling it with water, she placed it into a bag and hung it on the doorknob. Should anyone outside twist the knob, the bag would fall and the can would clatter against the floor, alerting her to their presence. This was a sudden idea that had just occurred to her. Once Bianbian settled into silence, the room followed suit, though she was not particularly fond of such stillness. Thus, she began to tidy up, finding this a suitable distraction. Confined within the house, even a child could discover myriad ways to pass the time. During this period, Bianbian, through her own initiative, learned to clean and wash clothes, tasks that Lu Yu had initially intended to teach her only after she turned 5. Alas, before he could impart these lessons, unforeseen circumstances arose. In the 2 years preceding the apocalypse, when abilities were still scarce, Lu Yu, possessing B-level strength, commanded respect wherever he went. Despite his age and the presence of a young child by his side, during that period, Lu Yu and Bianbian lived a life that could even be described as affluent. Subsequently, Lu Yu chose to lead Bianbian to remote areas, where human presence was scarce. The sparsity of people signified a reduction in danger, yet it also brought about a decline in the quality of life. In the course of daily existence, Bianbian observed and learned from Lu Yu, which elucidates why, after Lu Yu's misfortune, she managed to maintain a semblance of order in her life despite the adversities she faced alone at home. She engaged in introspection, recalling the intangible lessons gleaned from her time with Lu Yu, gradually experimenting and applying them in practice. After tidying up her room, Bianbian glanced at her attire, counting on her little fingers, and inquired of her plush bear, "Hui, how many days have I worn this outfit?" Then, puffing her cheeks, she adopted a peculiar tone. "It's been 3 days. Bianbian, you should change into something clean." Bianbian chuckled. "All right, thank you, Hui." Once settled in this apartment complex, Lu Yu had procured numerous articles of children's clothing for Bianbian. Although he delighted in adorning his granddaughter beautifully, he recognized that such ostentation was ill-suited for the apocalyptic world they inhabited. Thus, the garments he collected for her were devoid of vivid colors, yet ample enough for Bianbian to alternate through. Her wardrobe brimmed with the clothing Lu Yu had gathered. She selected a gray-blue dress and twirled in front of the mirror, holding the hem of her skirt. Wearing new clothes is a joyous occasion. The desire for beauty is an innate trait in every girl, regardless of age. Throughout it all, the young girl remained oblivious to the fact that the wardrobe had been shifted slightly from its original position. Bianbian was diligently washing dirty clothes in the bathroom, taking great care to avoid getting her own attire wet. It was her first experience with laundry, and not only did she fail to clean them properly, but she also slipped and fell, scraping her right calf, which left an unsightly scar after it healed. Fortunately, as practice breeds proficiency, she has since become quite adept at the task. The little girl, with her modest strength, would wring out the garments slowly, section by section, and then, emulating her grandfather, would shake them out before hanging them on the balcony to dry. The balcony, an open-air space, stood independently and could be accessed through a door from the kitchen. This particular room was chosen by Lu Yu specifically for Bianbian after the infection outbreak. The door from the kitchen to the balcony provided an additional escape route in the event of an emergency. Concerned about the potential intrusion of zombies or other dangers through the Zhu Yuan cleared his throat, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. He was a C-class wind ability user, while Du Mingyu was a C-class fire ability user. The two were once university friends and had fortuitously encountered each other a while ago. After a brief exchange, they discovered they were both headed to the northern base and decided to travel together. Recently, they had encountered an injured level 3 zombie, which was comparable to a B-class ability user. Fortunately, due to its injuries, they managed to join forces and vanquish it, luck granting them a level 3 wood crystal. This crystal had the potential to enhance an ability user's strength, but neither of them possessed wood abilities, and using it for healing would only squander its energy. Zhu Yuan proposed that they exchange the crystal for supplies upon reaching the base, a suggestion Du Mingyu readily agreed to. He believed it to be an excellent idea. As companions, they would share the acquired resources, and he never once considered the possibility of hoarding them for himself. However, just moments ago, they had encountered 3 level 1 zombies, and Du Mingyu deliberately aimed his bullet away from the zombie, striking Zhu Yuan in the unguarded chest. In that instant, Zhu Yuan understood everything. With anger boiling within him and the searing pain in his chest, Zhu Yuan raised his hand to slay the approaching zombie. This strike drained him of all his strength, and the gun slipped from his grasp as his body teetered on the edge of collapse. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. The unmistakable scent of laundry detergent wafted down from above. He abruptly looked up to see. On the balcony of a building ahead, a dress fluttering in the wind. A dress on a balcony? Was there someone living on the third floor? The essence of survival momentarily revived Zhu Yuan's dulled mind. He concentrated all his remaining abilities, summoning a fierce wind that enveloped him, leveraging the buoyancy it provided to propel himself towards the third-floor balcony. Zhu Yuan soared upward but fell short, just at the critical moment. He grasped the edge of the balcony with all his might and, fueled by sheer determination, pulled himself over the railing. To his astonishment, he found himself staring into a pair of eyes larger than grapes. To his surprise, it was a little girl. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter a word, a searing pain pierced his chest, and he fell into unconsciousness. Bianbian, who had been following Lu Yu, had witnessed countless dead bodies. Her grandfather had said that the most fearsome beings were humans, followed by monsters, while the dead were not to be feared at all. Thus, when Zhu Yuan lay motionless, Bianbian felt an unexpected sense of calm. The dead were not terrifying. After observing the bloodstained figure of Zhu Yuan for some time and confirming that the man was indeed deceased, she returned indoors and rummaged through the wardrobe for a blanket. The little girl half-dragged, half-carried the blanket back to the balcony, spreading it over Zhu Yuan from head to toe, ensuring he was thoroughly covered, and even tenderly tucked in the corners. This uncle could rest in peace meanwhile, on the way to the palace. Xiao Jin could not resist the urge to discreetly open his light brain, eager to check if his precious daughter had awakened. What was that thing covering his little darling? After a prolonged gaze, Chapter 7, Xiao Jin finally discerned that beneath the blanket lay a human form, which meant someone was lying next to his beloved daughter. As Bianbian finished covering Zhu Yuan, the sky grew increasingly overcast. The little girl removed her dress and returned indoors, at which point Xiao Jin realized that his precious daughter had just been on the balcony outside. What puzzled Xiao Jin was how the person on the balcony had appeared. Or rather, how they had come to be there. Had they perished? They must have, otherwise, the child would not have draped a blanket over them. Xiao Jin began to feel a headache from not witnessing what had transpired earlier. The game lacked a rewind function, leaving him in the dark. Fortunately, his beloved daughter was unharmed, and upon seeing her carefully close the balcony door, his heart as a father began to ease slightly. At that moment, a speaker icon appeared above Bianbian's head, indicating that his darling daughter was speaking, sitting in the carriage en route to the palace. Xiao Jin wished to shield her words from the ears of the unrelated driver who had come to fetch him. Thus, the system, perhaps unable to tolerate his various nonsensical conjectures, or perhaps out of pity for his paternal heart, benevolently issued a reminder. Zhu Yuan was ambushed and injured by a friend. In his moment of despair, he discovered Bianbian and, utilizing his wind-based abilities, soared to the balcony, hoping to seek her assistance. Alas, due to his grave injuries, he fainted, leading Bianbian to mistakenly believe he was dead and to take on the task of gathering his remains. Xiao Jin, should he commend his precious daughter for her kindness? So, the person on the balcony is not dead? Still alive? Upon awakening, will this pose a threat to his beloved daughter? Your Highness, we have arrived. Yet, regardless of how deeply Xiao Dad worried for his precious daughter, the driver's announcement compelled him to detach his thoughts from the game. My darling, wait for your father to finish his matters before I come to see you. The seventh prince had resided in the palace until his coming of age, after which he moved out, proudly purchasing his first home with his own earnings. Rather than relying on the royal family, he was, of course, quite familiar with the palace. While making his way to the main hall, Xiao Jin encountered a young man who was also on his way to pay respects to the emperor. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jin could only roll his eyes in exasperation. The man was adorned in extremely lavish attire, a feather perched atop his head, signifying his noble lineage, the Feather Clan. His features were strikingly beautiful, akin to the most exquisite craftsmanship, devoid of any flaw. A shimmering feather diamond adorned his forehead, enhancing his unparalleled allure without a trace of femininity. He was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of noble grandeur. The feather diamond on his brow was a symbol of status. This young, handsome man was the new leader of the Feather Clan, Feather Emperor Huan Tianjue. Good morning, Your Highness. Huan Tianjue's smile was enchanting, rendering everything around it utterly insignificant. The flower peacock and his ostentatious demeanor were mere trifles. Xiao Jin observed Huan Tianjue's visage with a composed demeanor, reflecting on his own appearance, which, after last night's meticulous skincare regimen, was undoubtedly comparable. The enmity between the seventh prince and the Feather Emperor could be traced back over a decade, marking them as perennial adversaries. The former Feather Emperor and the reigning emperor were close allies. However, during a campaign to unify the empire, the former Feather Emperor sustained grievous injuries, ultimately leaving behind the young Huan Tianjue upon his demise. The emperor then took Huan Tianjue into the palace, nurturing him until he reached adulthood, at which point he conferred upon him the title of Feather Emperor. Consequently, Shou Jin and Huan Tianjue had nearly grown up together. Logically, peers of similar age should foster friendship, yet in reality, their relationship was fraught with animosity, as Shou Jin harbored a profound disdain for Huan Tianjue. He perceived Huan Tianjue as insincere and eccentric, a man whose beauty rivaled that of women and who adorned himself in a garish manner, a sight most unbecoming. Other beings, such as the Jiao tribe, were equally attractive, yet did not resort to such flamboyant displays. Certainly, if it were merely a matter of differing styles, their relationship would not be so fraught. The crux of the tension lay in Huan Tianjue's remark. "Seventh Prince, your skin appears exceptionally radiant today. I recently traversed a rather inhospitable planet, which has caused my face to become somewhat sensitive. Might you kindly recommend the skincare products you use?" Huan Tianjue inquired earnestly, as if he and Shou Jin were the closest of friends. Shou Jin harbored a profound disdain for Huan Tianjue, as the latter's very existence incessantly reminded him of his own lack of physical appeal. This incessant comparison, rooted in his childhood, had led him further away from his aspirations of becoming a refined gentleman, ensnaring him in a web of self-doubt. After all, he was a man. With a sardonic smile that belied his true feelings, Shou Jin retorted, "What skincare products would a man like me use? Unlike you, who treats your skin like a precious treasure. However, if you're experiencing an allergic reaction, perhaps you should consult a physician." On that remarkably smooth and beautiful visage, there were no signs of any allergic distress. Damn it, this flamboyant peacock deliberately pointed out in front of so many that he indulged in skincare. Huan Tianjue offered a wistful smile, then walked alongside Shou Jin, seamlessly shifting the subject. "Do you happen to know why the Emperor summoned us today, Your Highness?" Shou Jin thought to himself, "How would I know? Even if I did, I wouldn't share it with you. I'll find out when I see Father." "I do possess a hint of knowledge," Huan Tianjue declared, his tone devoid of any boastfulness. Yet Shou Jin could perceive the subtle pride in his words. "You see, I am aware of what the Emperor desires from us, while you, the son, remain oblivious." Shou Jin felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Curiously, after making that remark, Huan Tianjue fell silent, seemingly waiting for Shou Jin to inquire further. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead, followed by the appearance of the fifth prince, Xiu Yan. "Tianjue, Shao Jin." Upon seeing the two, Xiu Yan's face brightened. "Father has been waiting for you. Hurry up." Only upon meeting the emperor did Shou Jin comprehend the reason for his summons alongside Huan Tianju to the palace. The emperor wished for them to engage in charitable endeavors, establishing a foundation to assist the impoverished inhabitants of desolate planets in securing their most basic survival needs. While Shou Jin had no qualms about founding a charity, having frequently made donations, he questioned the necessity of collaborating with Huan Tianju. This proposal had originated from Tianju himself, as the emperor gently elucidated. Shou Jin, perplexed, responded with a furrowed brow. The emperor continued, "Little Jin, Tianju possesses the heart, and you have the resources. Together, your combined efforts will surely yield splendid results." Demonstrating to the refugees of other planets that the imperial family stands ready to assist them, but the empire cherishes every one of its citizens. As Shou Jin departed the palace, he could no longer contain his frustration, glancing at the flamboyant man beside him. In a restrained yet furious tone, he muttered, "You did this on purpose. You're robbing me of my money." Huan Tianju, bewildered, gazed at Shou Jin with his deep, beautiful eyes. Before a realization dawned upon him, he replied, "Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. Did you not express a desire to engage in charity? It just so happens I share that sentiment. Furthermore, recent reports have highlighted the royal families in action, inciting several planets to unite in opposition against the emperor. Now, if we take the lead in collaborating, would it not be fortuitous?" Shou Jin gritted his teeth. "Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Had you mentioned this beforehand, we could have negotiated, and I would not be in such a rage." Huan Tianjue sighed softly and suddenly activated his holographic device, transmitting an image to Shou Jin. "I am aware of the misunderstandings that His Highness the Seventh harbors towards me. If I were to bring this matter up with you impulsively, you would undoubtedly suspect my intentions. Thus, I have chosen to address it directly with His Majesty the Emperor. I hope His Highness will not take offense." Xiaojin lowered his gaze to the image, which depicted the plight of refugees struggling for survival on a barren planet. After observing it, he cast a blank glance at Huan Tianjue and said nothing further, opting instead to enter his vehicle. Sir, Huan Tianjue's close aide stepped forward. Sensing the reluctance from the seventh prince, surely he would not obstruct our efforts? Huan Tianjue's smile waned slightly, and he nonchalantly shook his head. The aide, puzzled, inquired. I fail to comprehend. You could choose to collaborate with the other princes, particularly the first prince. Why opt for the seventh prince, with whom you share such discord? Although the emperor is in his prime, he will eventually abdicate. The throne will be determined by strength. The most capable prince shall ascend as the next emperor. The first prince excels in all aspects among his siblings and is in dire need of achievements to validate his position. Engaging in charitable endeavors would undoubtedly appeal to him, particularly since Xiaojin possesses considerable wealth. Huan Tianjue replied, the rationale is quite straightforward. The other princes lack the financial resources. Charity is not a simple endeavor. It requires a continuous influx of significant funds. Only the naive yet affluent Xiaojin can afford such commitments. However, today, Xiaojin appeared rather agreeable, especially after I shared that footage with him. To my surprise, he said nothing and tacitly accepted the collaboration. This truly exceeded Huan Tianjue's expectations. His intention in showing the footage to Xiaojin was to evoke sympathy for the refugees. However, based on his understanding of Xiaojin, even if the images might touch this pampered prince, he would not be quick to embrace it. Yet, it seemed that Xiaojin's heart had softened considerably. Huan Tianjue raised an elegant eyebrow, astutely sensing something unusual. Seated in the carriage, Xiaojin found it impossible to shake off the images that lingered in his mind. The squalid environment, the emaciated refugees, and among them, the sight of children. In that instant, the small figure of Bianbian emerged in his thoughts. He had yet to spend money in the game to improve the life of his precious daughter, and the notion of assisting the destitute refugees on a barren planet through charity provided him with a measure of solace. This comfort dissipated Xiaojin's anger towards the peacock. After all, he was never short of wealth. With this thought, Xiaojin eagerly opened the game. His foremost desire for charity was, of course, to nurture his own little one. The mere consideration that his beloved daughter lived a life worse than that of the refugees, who at least had parents to care for them and were free from monstrous threats, while his daughter was all alone, filled him with an overwhelming sense of compassion for her. He pondered how he might swiftly and amicably establish intimacy with Bianbian. On the screen, the little one had laid out a soft mat in the living room, upon which rested a set of Lego toys. The young girl was assembling the Lego pieces with remarkable speed, for these were familiar to her from past experiences. Bianbian's collection of toys was modest, and this particular Lego set had been fortuitously discovered by Lu Yu in a shop, which the little girl had cherished as her treasure. Outside the window, a torrential downpour fell, accompanied by intermittent rumbles of thunder. Each time a thunderclap resonated from the distant sky, the small figure of Bianbian involuntarily trembled. The icy rainwater quickly soaked the blanket on the balcony, rendering it heavy and pressing against Zhu Yuan's face, suffocating him. Perhaps the overwhelming will to survive of this critically injured Class C ability user stirred him from his slumber, and he gradually regained consciousness, narrowly escaping a perpetual state of unconsciousness. With great effort, Zhu Yuan cast aside the weighty blanket and, amidst the relentless rain, glimpsed the door. He turned over and crawled towards it, fist clenched as he began to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bianbian's hand trembled, causing the blocks she held to tumble down. The sound emanated from the kitchen. The little girl listened intently, confirming that it was indeed the sound of someone banging on the door, rather than the thunder. Fear gripped her as she hugged her teddy bear tightly, feigning ignorance. Yet the knocking persisted. It was the deceased uncle, transformed into a monster. Bianbian felt both fear and confusion. Her grandfather had said that the dead do not become monsters, only those bitten by monsters do. Little sister, help me. Zhu Yuan recalled the little girl he had seen before losing consciousness, certain that she was inside the house. He did not wish to perish. He must call for help. Monsters do not speak. That uncle was alive. Bianbian exchanged silent glances with her teddy bear, whispering, "Should we go take a look?" The bear instilled courage within her, and holding it tightly, she tiptoed toward the kitchen. The banging continued, though it had weakened considerably. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl summoned her courage and called out, "Uncle, are you alive?" "I am." Zhu Yuan. Each word he uttered felt like a struggle for breath. The excruciating pain in his chest had become numb, and he could scarcely perceive the wound. Driven solely by instinct, he was determined to survive, to seek vengeance against Du Mingyu. His uncle was still alive, albeit injured. She ought to let him in. Assisting her wounded uncle occupied the fear within Bianbian's heart. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately pressed down on the doorknob. The young girl remained oblivious to the knife that hovered silently behind her. Father Xiao pinched the knife between his fingers, ready to strike should anyone outside attempt to harm his precious daughter. The moment she opened the door. As the door swung open, rainwater poured in, instantly soaking the majority of Bianbian's dress. Upon seeing the little girl before him, Zhu Yuan's dazed eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as he fixated on the gleaming knife behind the girl, his nerves taut to their breaking point. The little girl before him was not only a superpowered individual, but also possessed the rarest and most enigmatic psychic abilities. Chapter 8. 5 years into the apocalypse. Superpowered beings now had a strict hierarchy. The most common abilities were derived from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there were some mutated elemental powers, which were notably formidable. Examples of these mutated abilities included space, lightning, psychic, and ice powers. Due to their mutations, once awakened, they were at least classified as B-grade, making them highly sought after by major bases. Among these, psychic abilities were the most mysterious and scarce. Until now, I have only heard of a psychic adept at a certain base in the south, whose precise level remains unknown, yet this individual possesses formidable strength. So formidable, in fact, that they can single-handedly confront 2 5th-level zombies without faltering. Zombies are classified by levels, with 5th-level zombies being equivalent to Class A psychics. This adept, self-styled as the Super King, has chosen a rather simplistic moniker that belies their terrifying capabilities. The foundational trait of a psychic adept is the ability to manipulate objects with mere thought, summoning weapons from thin air. Should their powers be sufficiently potent, they can directly control the minds of their adversaries, compelling them to turn against themselves. This is the true horror of a psychic adept. Zhu Yuan never anticipated encountering a psychic adept in such a setting, especially one as young as a little girl. Had he not been fortunate enough to witness footage of the Super King battling 5th-level zombies, he might have doubted the girl's psychic nature. The knife that hovered silently behind her served as the most compelling evidence. An odd sensation of having stumbled upon extraordinary luck surged within Zhu Yuan, as he forced a friendly smile onto his pale face. "Little sister, my name is Zhu Yuan. I've sustained severe injuries. Might you assist me?" The girl nodded and reached out her small hand to support him. "Thank you," he thought. Gritting his teeth as he strode, Zhu Yuan did not perceive the young girl's demeanor as unfriendly. Rather, it indicated that despite her tender age, she possessed a remarkable sense of vigilance. It was no wonder she could survive alone in this place. Since his awakening, he had encountered no one else aside from Bianbian, leading him to conclude that the girl resided here by herself. Had there been other adults, they would have made their presence known by now. As Bianbian approached the living room, Sujin hastily set down the kitchen knife before the screen transitioned to the new setting. With the threat of the knife no longer looming, Zhu Yuan exhaled quietly in relief. "Uncle, please take a seat," Bianbian offered. Rarely did she have the opportunity to interact with strangers, for Lu Yu was adamant about keeping her away from unfamiliar company. In the past, when she followed her grandfather, all she needed to do was to obediently call out to people, but now was different. This uncle was gravely injured and was seeking her assistance. She recalled her grandfather's words. If someone reached out for help and she had the capability to assist, she ought to do so. Even in this harsh apocalyptic era, Liu did not wish for his precious granddaughter to develop a cold-hearted nature. Bianbian pulled a chair for Zhu Yuan to sit in and then ventured into another room where her grandfather's clothes were stored. She rummaged through and found a clean set, clutching it as she hurriedly returned. In her haste, the pant legs trailed on the ground, and she inadvertently stepped on them, losing her balance momentarily. This time, Su Jin was particularly cautious. He did not lift his precious daughter, but gently supported Bianbian's small frame with his fingers, thereby preventing her from falling. She stumbled slightly, unaware that her perceived adversary had lent her a hand in her moment of imbalance. After steadying herself, the little girl busily rolled up the pant legs dragging on the ground and handed them to Zhu Yuan. "Uncle, your clothes are wet. This is Grandpa's outfit. You should change into it." Zhu Yuan, feeling slightly dazed, became more alert upon hearing the mention of Grandpa. He accepted the garment, his voice weak. "Where's Grandpa?" Why is this child inquiring about her grandfather? Does he intend to harm the precious girl, thinking there are no adults around? Even in pain, he could not remain still. Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes, reaching for a bottle of water from the table behind him. The little girl lowered her head, falling silent. I'm sorry, Such a response made Zhu Yuan realize that something might have happened to the girl's grandfather. He immediately apologized, but as the words escaped his lips, he noticed the quietly floating bottle of mineral water behind the girl, and the words were abruptly swallowed back. Uncle? She looked up at Zhu Yuan, her expression puzzled. Zhu Yuan swallowed hard, sincerely addressing the little girl. Thank you. You're welcome. The girl, whose name was Bianbian, smiled, her eyes curving delightfully in response to his formal gratitude. My name is Zhu Yuan. What about you? He introduced himself once more, striving to disregard the threat posed by the mineral water and convey his harmless intentions to the girl. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, a reaction to excessive blood loss compounded by his soaked clothes. He was entirely reliant on sheer willpower to hold himself together. Even though he had entered the house, it was only the young girl who remained. She was far too small to assist him with his wounds, and he realized he must rely on himself. A primal instinct urged him not to lose consciousness, for if he did, he might never awaken again. My name is Bianbian, the little girl replied softly. Zhu Yuan unconsciously softened his voice, fearing he might startle her. He began to endure the pain while changing his clothes, noticing the little girl with her big, round eyes fixed intently upon him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Bianbian, Uncle needs to change his clothes. Would you kindly turn around? Bianbian obediently nodded and turned away. Xiao Jin hastily moved the bottle of water to shield Bianbian's view, but in his haste, he miscalculated and bumped it against Zhu Yuan's head. Zhu Yuan let out a soft grunt. Uncle? I'm fine, he replied, dismissing the pain in his forehead as trivial compared to the ache in his chest. He glanced at the bottle of water still suspended in midair, surmising that although the little girl had awakened her psychic abilities, her tender age made it difficult for her to fully control them. In this momentary distraction, Zhu Yuan noticed that the girl's dress had become damp, clinging to her small form, reminding him of his little niece before the apocalypse, a child of similar age. Bright and endearing, beloved by all. When the world fell apart, she was lost to him. He had witnessed his precious niece's transformation, her once sweet voice forever silenced. No longer able to call him uncle. The world had undergone cataclysmic changes. Zhu Yuan painfully shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the warmth he felt while gazing at the small figure before him was palpable. The little girl was alone at home, yet had chosen to save him, despite the menacing presence of a kitchen knife and the water bottle. This act kindled a flicker of warmth in his heart, which had just been shattered by betrayal. Bianbian, your dress is wet. Please go change into something dry, lest you catch a chill. He coughed, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away with his hand. Bianbian, feeling uncomfortable, tugged at her damp clothing, her newly changed dress. With a sigh reminiscent of a miniature adult, she obediently retreated to the bedroom to select another dress. Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth and hastily stripped off his wet garments, donning a clean outfit that Lu Yu had previously worn. Without a shirt, he lowered his gaze to inspect the wound on his chest, where the skin around it had turned pale and the bleeding had subsided significantly. The pendant that his mother had gifted him before the apocalypse was no longer around his neck. Zhu Yuan paused in shock, only to be replaced by a flicker of joy in his eyes as he realized that the bullet had not pierced his heart, but had lodged itself within layers of muscle. This fortunate circumstance was a direct result of 5 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, which had instilled in him a relentless vigilance. He dedicated extensive time to physical training, ensuring that in moments of peril, he could outpace others. Most crucially, the pendant he wore had mitigated the bullet's impact, sparing his life. However, the bullet remained embedded in his wound, and he faced the daunting task of extracting it. But how could he do so? With a soft click, the bedroom door swung open, and Bianbian emerged in her new dress, only to find her vision obscured. It was as if an invisible wall had materialized before her, blocking her sight of the living room. Believing her eyes were playing tricks on her, she raised her small hand to rub her eyes. In truth, a certain father, peering from the shadows, was glaring at the bare-chested Zhu Yuan with clenched teeth. How could he share a room with the child and remain shirtless? What were his intentions? Did he not understand the propriety between the sexes? In a moment of anxiety, Xiao Jin extended a finger to shield her precious daughter's delicate face, while her other hand swiftly tossed a garment onto Zhu Yuan. As the clothing landed atop him, Zhu Yuan noticed the little girl rubbing her eyes, and a sudden realization struck him regarding his own impropriety. He promptly donned the attire. Only then did Xiao Jin lower her finger from her daughter's face. Coinciding with the instant the little girl finished rubbing her eyes and reopened them, her vision restored. The child's long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans as she pointed at Zhu Yuan's chest, exclaiming, "Uncle, there is blood flowing there." The hasty motion of putting on the clothes inadvertently reopened the wound, causing blood to seep through the freshly donned fabric. The pain kept Zhu Yuan alert. And in an effort not to frighten the little girl, he raised a hand to cover his chest and asked, "Bianbian, do you have a sharp little knife?" The girl responded, "I have a fruit knife. May I borrow it?" Zhu Yuan inquired. The little girl scampered to the kitchen and returned shortly with the fruit knife she had used to peel an apple the day before. However, Zhu Yuan refrained from taking it, having overestimated his physical condition. Gazing into the child's eyes, he pressed his chapped, pale lips together and whispered faintly, "Bianbian. There is a bullet lodged in my wound that must be extracted. I lack the strength to do it myself. Could you assist me in removing it?" He initially intended to suggest using her extraordinary ability, but reconsidered, knowing that the young girl had yet to fully control her powers. The thought of her inadvertently plunging the knife into his heart, resulting in his untimely demise without a place to mourn, compelled him to swallow the words back. Bianbian comprehended Zhu Yuan's meaning. Her uncle had a bullet wound and requested her to extract it with a knife. However, she timidly replied, "But I cannot." Her small hands fidgeted helplessly. Zhu Yuan managed a bitter smile. Had there been anyone else present, he would never have asked a little girl for assistance. Yet, he was utterly drained, all his strength devoted to remaining conscious. The extraction of the bullet necessitated assistance, and the only candidate was this enigmatic young girl before him. Endowed with mysterious psychic abilities, he believed that she would not inflict any fatal harm upon him. However, witnessing her on the verge of tears, Zhu Yuan sighed. Reluctant to pressure her further, especially as this was indeed not a task meant for her, he bit down hard on his tongue, the pain igniting a flicker of strength within him. "Bianbian, do you have any gauze?" Bianbian obediently rushed to the bedroom and retrieved her small first aid kit filled with band-aids. Presenting it to Zhu Yuan, she generously declared, "Everything is here, uncle. Please use it." Inside, there was indeed a small roll of medical gauze and even a tiny bottle of antiseptic, precious supplies that were difficult to come by outside. Zhu Yuan's heart soared with joy. Without hesitation, he disinfected the fruit knife with the alcohol and lifted his shirt. However, after several attempts, his hand trembled violently, lacking the strength to securely pierce the wound. Bianbian, having followed Zhu Yuan's instructions, turned around, hugging her teddy bear, believing that her uncle Zhu Yuan must be in great pain. "Later, we will give Uncle Zhu Yuan a piece of candy, something sweet. Once he eats it, the pain will go away," she whispered to her bear. The darling daughter surprisingly harbored thoughts of a stranger, even contemplating offering him sweets. Reflecting on his own intimacy score of -50, Xiao's heart ached as he gazed at the screen. Observing Zhu Yuan, who had yet to pierce the wound but instead lingered at the edge, he appeared anything but manly. Xiao Jin's obsessive-compulsive tendencies flared, and he seized the fruit knife from Zhu Yuan's grasp, simultaneously pulling down his shirt and thrusting the blade toward the wound with precision and decisiveness. Guided solely by his fingers on the screen, the system urgently prompted, "Your actions may harm Zhu Yuan. Xiao Jin, so quickly inform me whether to continue thrusting forward, retract, or shift left or right." The system, "Xiao Jin, hurry, or I may inadvertently end his life." The system methodically responded. Word by word, shift slightly left, angle the tip upward. The bullet was dislodged. Zhu Yuan watched in horror as the fruit knife was wrenched from his hand by an unseen force and plunged into his chest. In that instant, he felt certain of his demise. A tempest of agony erupted in his mind, unleashing a storm that compelled him to cry out in pain. Moments later, the bullet was extracted. Zhu Yuan. Startled by Zhu Yuan's anguished cries, the petite figure beside him trembled, hesitating before slowly turning around. Noticing this, Xiao Jin deftly returned the knife to Zhu Yuan's hand. Perfect. Clutching the bloodied fruit knife, Zhu Yuan slumped into he understood that it was Bianbian who had used her extraordinary abilities to extract the bullet from him. Although she was terrified, she still lent him her assistance. Zhu Yuan's eyes brimmed with moisture as he offered a feeble smile to the young girl. "Thank you, Bianbian." Indeed, the reputation of a mental ability user was well-deserved. Bianbian, bewildered by Zhu Yuan's gratitude, was left with a myriad of questions in her large eyes. What was Zhu Yuan uncle thanking her for? Chapter 9. For Bianbian. One of the benefits of saving Zhu Yuan was that once he awakened, she would finally be able to enjoy cooked meals and sip on warm water. In the initial days following the incident involving Lu Yu, Bianbian was consumed by fear. She would stand at the entrance daily, pressing her small face against the door to listen for sounds from outside. Yet, silence enveloped her. Heeding her grandfather's admonitions, she refrained from opening the door, regardless of what she heard. Thus, even though she yearned for her grandfather to come through the door, she never took the initiative to open it herself. Desiring warm water, she fell and injured herself. Becoming too frightened to enter the kitchen and use the utensils, she could only drink cold mineral water alongside hard instant noodles. With a fragile stomach, she had endured days of vomiting everything she consumed, realizing it was wasteful, which led her to gradually refrain from eating, opting instead for small sips of cool water, only to find her stomach aching afterward. During those few days, she visibly lost weight at an alarming rate. After enduring the most challenging days, Bianbian's body began to adapt, and the turmoil within her finally subsided. The arrival of Zhu Yuan has bestowed purpose upon the kitchen utensils and the remaining gas canisters. The little girl has made several trips to the kitchen, gazing longingly before retreating to her grandfather's room, where Zhu Yuan lies in a deep slumber. She whispers a prayer, hoping her uncle will awaken soon. After the bullet was extracted, Zhu Yuan hastily bandaged his wound and surrendered himself to sleep, seeking to replenish the strength he had lost. His lips, cracked and peeling, prompted the little girl to fetch her own cup, mimicking the way her grandfather used to care for her. She dipped a cotton swab into water and tenderly applied it to Zhu Yuan's parched lips. She was meticulous in her efforts, reapplying the moisture over 10 times before finally setting the cup down and resting her chin on the bedside, intently watching Zhu Yuan. "Gray, once uncle awakens, we can enjoy steaming noodles," she mused, her little stomach grumbling in response. She gently patted her belly, reminiscing about the delightful taste of the hot noodles, and a smile of anticipation spread across her face. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she dashed back to her room. From her drawer, she retrieved a pink metal box, opening it to reveal an assortment of colorful stones. She knew these were crystals, often extracted by her grandfather from the heads of slain monsters. He had mentioned they were valuable, and she had witnessed him holding these crystals with closed eyes. With her uncle so gravely injured, she wondered if the crystals might hasten his recovery. Clutching the metal box, she hurried to the adjoining room, scooping a handful of the stones from the box and placing them upon Zhu Yuan. To her astonishment, the blue stone began to glow softly, illuminating the room, and she realized that the blue crystal held significance for Zhu Yuan. The young girl carefully selected a green crystal and placed it upon Zhu Yuan. Meanwhile, Xiaojin, who was peering at the screen, felt as if his heart were submerged in a vat of vinegar, overwhelmed with jealousy. He began to regret having performed the surgery on Zhu Yuan. However, an even more distressing scene unfolded before him. Upon witnessing the green stone emit a glow, the girl obediently exited the room, closing the door behind her. She then proceeded to the bathroom, dragging along Zhu Yuan's discarded clothing, determined to wash them for him. Xiaojin thought to himself, could those little arms and legs possibly manage to wash the garments of an adult man? Anger surged within him. How could Lu Yu educate his granddaughter to be so indiscriminately kind to strangers? The grandfather's clothing was meant for his own use, and having already lent a set to Uncle Zhu Yuan, he could not afford to part with another. The little girl murmured to her stuffed bear, which revealed the reason behind her eagerness to wash Zhu Yuan's clothes. She hesitated to give away her grandfather's garments, yet there were no other clothes available for Zhu Yuan. Thus, she resolved to clean the ones he had changed out of, so he could have something to wear. Her thoughtful intentions instantly soothed Xiaojin. It turned out that his precious daughter's motivation for washing Zhu Yuan's clothes stemmed from her reluctance to lend out her grandfather's attire. Adult clothing proved cumbersome to wash at the sink, so she filled a basin with water and soaked the garments, adding detergent. Yet, as she gazed at the murky, dark red water, a frown creased her brow. It was far too dirty. After several changes of water, the color finally lightened, leaving her exhausted. She had not anticipated the difficulty of washing adult clothing. With a weary shake of her sore little arms, she decided to let the clothes soak for now and would tend to them further once her uncle awoke. Her grandfather had taught her the saying to act according to one's ability, so Bianbian did not perceive her half-hearted attempt at washing clothes as giving up. Listening to her darling daughter's innocent ramblings, Xiaojin felt a sense of joy. The little one was indeed clever, using idioms with such finesse at her tender age. However, He pondered why the old man had imparted idioms to his precious daughter but neglected to teach her to read. The thought of his beloved daughter being illiterate caused Xiao Jin a headache. Without the ability to write, he found himself unable to communicate effectively with her. And any impulsive actions in her presence might frighten her, further diminishing their bond. Yet, if he remained passive, how could he hope to deepen her affection for him? Xiao Jin felt a sense of desperation. Suddenly, a communication request appeared, prompting Xiao Jin to exit the game and answer the call. It was a friend reaching out. "Ah Jin, do you have any plans for today? How about joining us for a small gathering? It's my son's birthday." Xiao Jin was about to decline, still preoccupied with his own challenges, but before he could voice his refusal, he inquired, "How old is your son?" "He's 6, his friend replied. "If you don't come, he might not even remember you." Xiao Jin's heart stirred at the thought. A 6-year-old boy was of a similar age to his precious daughter. Although he could not quite grasp the complexities of her thoughts within the game, he wondered if interacting with other children might help enhance his daughter's affection for him. Upon reflection, the 7th prince promptly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall arrive presently." He must glean wisdom from other children. Shi Jian's acquaintance is a leisurely noble named Mish Ocean, who married young and fathered a son, Miq Ingru. Miq Ingru, a 6-year-old gentleman, offered a perfect bow as Shi Jian entered, articulating with precision, "Greetings, 7th Highness." "Shi Jian, call me uncle." "Greetings, 7th uncle." He cast his gaze upon the young boy, 6 years of age, and already so tall. Compared to Miq Ingru, his precious daughter appeared increasingly malnourished. Miq Ingru gazed up at Shi Jian, stating with utmost seriousness, "I am 1 meter 35 centimeters in height. Father is 1 meter 90. Compared to father, I am not tall at all." Shi Jian mused that 6 years was already quite tall, and judging from the child's tone, there even seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction. After presenting the birthday gift he brought for the child, he paused, first engaging Mish Ocean in conversation, inquiring how he typically interacts with Miq Ingru. Mish Ocean nearly believed he had misheard. Shi Jian was actually asking him such a question. "What is this? Is the emperor urging you to marry and produce offspring?" "Shi Jian, do not overthink it. Simply answer my question." Mish Ocean said, "Why would you be interested in matters of child rearing? Could it be that? Are you going to speak or not?" Shi Jian glared at him. Mish Ocean shrugged. "You have truly stumped me. I am usually at work. His mother cares for the child. I have little time to spend with Q Ingru. During breaks, I take him out for a stroll and engage him in games." "Does your son like you?" "Naturally, he does," Mei Shaoxian proudly declared. "He is my own flesh and blood. If he doesn't like me, who would he like?" Xiao Jin secretly rolled his eyes, thinking it as if no one else had children. However, his offspring merely existed within the realm of games. Xiao Jin was eager to delve deeper, but had to relinquish Mei Shaoxian when other guests arrived, turning instead to little Mei Qingrua. "Little Mei," he called. Mei Qingrua frowned slightly, disapprovingly asserting, "7th uncle, I have a name. I am Mei Qingrua, not Little Mei." Given that Xiao Jin sought a favor, he adjusted his address. "Little Qingrua, allow me to ask you something. If you were home alone, with your parents absent and needing an adult's assistance for anything, and suddenly you discovered an invisible person entering your house, intending to help you quietly, would you perceive this person as benevolent?" Mei Qingrua widened her eyes and shook her head vigorously. "If they snuck into my home, how could they possibly be a good person? Hiding while attempting to assist me? Clearly, they must have ill intentions. This person is undoubtedly a villain, a big pervert." Thus, within the heart of the precious daughter, she viewed him as a big pervert. Is that how the intimacy level of -50 came to be? Xiao Jin humbly inquired, "Little Qingrua, what must this person do to ensure you would not feel afraid?" Mei Qingrua pondered for a moment before shaking her head, saying, "I do not know. In any case, if an unseen intruder were to invade my home, I would promptly trigger the alarm, and the security team would arrive post-haste to apprehend the vile miscreant." Xiao Jin felt he had sought counsel from the wrong individual. Upon reopening the game, he discovered his precious daughter once again indulging in instant noodles, dismissing any concerns about the potential decrease in intimacy points. He hurried to the marketplace to purchase a large apple for the day. After all, an apple is undoubtedly more delectable than instant noodles. He could not bear to witness his beloved daughter consuming instant noodles with cold water in such a state of indifference. How could the cherished offspring of the esteemed 7th prince subsist on such fare? With a gentle thud, Bianbian lifted her gaze and spotted on the table, just as the day before, an apple that was larger than half her head. The little girl instantly realized that the villain had not departed. He was still present. Cautiously, She turned her small head, surveying her surroundings like a curious creature. However, perhaps due to the presence of Zhu Yuan in the room, Bianbian did not feel particularly fearful this time. Moreover, her perspective had shifted. Even if a nefarious character intended to fatten her up for consumption, it mattered not. Once Uncle Zhu Yuan awoke, she could enlist his help in driving away the villain. Thus, the large apple that had appeared held immense allure for Bianbian, who had already tasted its flavor the previous day, to the extent that she suddenly found the instant noodles in her hands far less appealing. Consequently, Xiao Jin was met with a delightful notification from the system. Intimacy points 5. Xiao Jin was utterly astonished. His gaze fixed on the prompt for a full minute. Such a remarkable 5. An unusual expression appeared on his father's face, which the intelligent butler, having conducted a search, aptly characterized with the idiom overcome with joy to the point of tears. Unfazed, it even daringly sent a meme depicting this expression to Xiao Jin. Chapter 10. Upon awakening, Zhu Yuan found himself in a state of confusion. To his astonishment, his supernatural abilities had inexplicably returned to 50%. Previously, he had believed that complete recovery would take at least half a month due to the exhaustion of his powers. Yet, after a single night's slumber, not only had the pain in his chest diminished, but his abilities had also surged back to such an extent. What was happening? Suddenly, his mind was flooded with the strange cultivation novels he had perused at school before the apocalypse, where protagonists often experienced miraculous fortunes following G. Within an iron box lies not only over 100 secondary crystal stones, but also 3 tertiary ones. An existence of remarkable opulence. Even the well-versed Zhu Yuan, despite his extensive experience, felt his legs weaken in the presence of such immense wealth. After 5 years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, he had primarily encountered primary crystal stones, as ordinary zombies yielded no crystals upon demise, the lowest being first-level zombies. Secondary crystal stones were also a rarity. When zombies evolved to the second level, they could summon lesser zombies from their surroundings, making encounters with second-level zombies perilous for C-grade ability users. For Zhu Yuan, as long as he did not confront hordes of second-level zombies, he would remain safe. However, when faced with third-level zombies, his only option was to flee. After a desperate battle with Du Mingyu to slay an injured third-level zombie, they obtained a tertiary crystal stone. A moment that should have brought joy but instead led to Du Mingyu's treachery and ambush. Now, as he gazed upon 3 tertiary crystal stones within the iron box, he felt a mix of bewilderment, shock, and a hint of irony. The box, adorned in soft pink with cartoon designs, caused him to gasp in realization of its origins. Zhu Yuan's heart raced. What if he were to leave with this box of crystals? A wry smile crossed his face, recognizing the insatiable allure of such riches. Especially given his current state of destitution, all his possessions had been taken by Du Mingyu. Taking a deep breath, he returned the azure crystal stone to the box, his gaze lingering on the enticing tertiary stones before he closed the lid. He understood now why he had healed significantly after a single night's rest. Even regaining half of his abilities, he had absorbed a substantial amount of secondary crystal stones, particularly those of the same type. Zhu Yuan's chest reverberated as he trembled slightly while holding the iron box. In the aftermath of a world ravaged for 5 years, having grown accustomed to the selfishness, hypocrisy, and indifference of humanity, he discovered that this realm was not as frigid as he had envisioned. Perhaps it was merely the embodiment of a child's most innocent kindness. A sudden clatter from outside jolted Zhu Yuan from his reverie. He hastily set down the iron box and briskly opened the door. In the dimly lit living room, a small figure crouched, extending her tiny hand to gather the shards of broken glass, causing his heart to race. What if the sharp glass were to injure her delicate hand? Bianbian looked up, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Uncle Zhu Yuan, you're awake." Zhu Yuan approached her, noticing how she fidgeted with her fingers, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she confessed, "I wanted to pour you some water, but I accidentally broke the cup." Every so often, she would use a cotton swab to feed him water. Upon realizing the cup contained little water, she took it to the kitchen to refill, only to inadvertently knock it to the floor. The little girl felt a twinge of regret. However, with many cups at home, her sorrow was fleeting. Thankfully, she had not spilled the water. Pointing to the remaining half bottle of mineral water, she declared, with the wisdom of an adult, "The cup can be broken, but the water must not be wasted." After speaking, she resumed collecting the fragments. Understanding the importance of promptly clearing up broken items to avoid injury, a lesson learned from her own tender souls. "Let me help, dear," Zhu Yuan said, gently pulling Bianbian aside. To his surprise, she promptly dashed to the bathroom to retrieve a broom. Observing her familiar motions, Zhu Yuan paused and inquired. How long have you been living alone? Bianbian dragged a broom that was significantly taller than herself. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and said, I don't know. A flicker of compassion crossed Zhu Yuan's eyes, and rather than dwell on the matter, he took the broom from her and swiftly tidied up the area. Bianbian, cradling her teddy bear, felt a sense of joy. It was comforting to have an adult cleaning up so much faster than she could. Uncle Zhu Yuan, I have soaked your clothes, but I can't wash them myself, she said, her words tinged with a hint of guilt. Implicitly, she was urging him to hurry and clean the clothes so that they could replace her grandfather's. Zhu Yuan glanced into the bathroom basin and chuckled softly. After years of struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, most of his clothes had become dirty or damaged, leading him to simply purchase new outfits from ready-made clothing stores. While food was scarce, clothing was relatively easy to find. As he observed his garments neatly soaking in the basin, an unusual warmth flooded his heart. He instinctively raised his hand to pat little Bianbian on the head, only to feel an unexpected resistance that caused his hand to bounce back. He looked at his hand with curiosity and after a moment, met Bianbian's beautiful, clear eyes. He speculated that it might be an unconscious display of her special abilities, instinctively protecting her. Very well, I shall wash them later. Thank you, Bianbian. You're welcome, the little girl replied softly, then mustered her courage to ask, Uncle Zhu Yuan, could you please help me cook some noodles? The young girl turned around to pick up the instant noodles, her large eyes eagerly gazing at Zhu Yuan. This marked her first time asking a stranger for assistance. However, she thought that since Uncle Zhu had previously requested her help, it was only natural for her to reciprocate by seeking his aid. The noodles her grandfather prepared were delicious, but she couldn't reach them and lacked the means to cook. Zhu Yuan inquired, how do you usually manage your meals? The young girl pointed towards the instant noodles and then indicated the water. Zhu Yuan's heart ached at the thought of a little girl of such tender years living alone. He surmised that Bianbian and her grandfather were each other's sole companions, but something unfortunate had befallen her grandfather. Additionally, the various metal protections around the house suggested that Bianbian's grandfather was a formidable practitioner of metal-based abilities, with the collection of crystals serving as irrefutable evidence of his strength. This was likely the reason they could reside in such a place. Although little Bianbian possessed the most enigmatic powers, her tender age rendered her unable to control them, leaving her incapable of seeking help and forcing her to live in solitude. Zhu Yuan took the instant noodles and made his way to the kitchen, where he was pleasantly surprised to find a complete set of cooking utensils. He envisioned an elderly man bustling about in the kitchen, with little Bianbian joyfully bouncing nearby. Upon opening the cupboard, he was delighted to discover rice. This revelation stirred his appetite, with rice and a gas canister available. It meant he could prepare a proper hot meal. It had been quite some time since he had savored a warm dish, and he longed for it. Swallowing hard, he turned to Bianbian and asked, would you like to have some rice? Bianbian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. The fragrant rice was a treat reserved for when her grandfather was present, as she was unable to cook for herself. Bianbian had not savored rice for quite some time, nearly forgetting its delightful taste. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She tugged at Zhu Yuan's sleeve, her large, grape-like eyes shimmering with excitement, and gestured animatedly with her hands. I visited a supermarket yesterday, and it was filled with a plethora of items, including pickled vegetables. Pickled vegetables paired with rice is an exquisite combination. The reason I didn't take any yesterday was that they were too salty, leaving one parched for water, which is far more precious than food. With her petite arms and legs, Bianbian could not carry much water. Dragging back 10 bottles of mineral water was already the limit of her strength. Zhu Yuan was utterly astonished that there existed a supermarket nearby that had not been completely looted. He glanced at his wrist, where a watch rested. It was 4 in the afternoon, and the rain outside had ceased, with the sun now shining brightly. Assessing his supernatural abilities, he concluded that venturing to the supermarket in search of pickled vegetables posed no issue. His gaze shifted to the large apple on the table, and without further thought, he assumed it was another item Bianbian had procured from the supermarket, indicating that there were indeed many good things to be found there. It was decided that a trip to enhance Bianbian's meager diet was in order. All right, let us go to the supermarket, Bianbian exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan set about searching for a weapon, recalling that his gun had fallen downstairs. He moved to the balcony to look down, only to find the lifeless body of a zombie he had slain. His gun, however, was nowhere to be seen. A chill ran through Zhu Yuan's heart. There were 2 possibilities for the disappearance of his firearm, It had either been taken by a zombie or by another person, regardless of the scenario. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and perhaps it was unwise to take risks at this moment. Yet, witnessing Bianbian cheerfully remove the chair blocking the door and the water hanging from the doorknob, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Realizing she must have gone without a warm meal for quite some time, after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Bianbian, would you mind waiting for me at home? I will go and fetch something." "But you don't know where it is," Bianbian replied. Zhu Yuan overlooked this detail, exchanging glances with the young girl for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to take Bianbian with him, resolutely determined to protect her. As they stepped outside, Zhu Yuan was startled by the impenetrable metal wall above, and his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly scooped Bianbian into his arms and hurried back inside, shutting the door with urgency. Breathless and cold sweat trickling down his back, he felt the strain on the wound across his chest, but paid it no mind. There was, in fact, a high-level zombie residing upstairs, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, at least a level 3, possibly even a level 4. "Bianbian, what is wrong?" she asked, startled by Zhu Yuan's sudden actions. He swallowed hard, his throat tight, and met her gaze. "Bianbian, have you and your grandfather always lived here?" Bianbian nodded. "Do you know about the upstairs?" The chilling dread of being enveloped by the pressure of a high-level zombie sent shivers down Zhu Yuan's spine. How did little Bianbian and her grandfather manage to exist under such oppressive circumstances? Before he could finish his thought, the little girl lowered her head in sorrow, a few golden tears escaping her eyes. She raised her small hand to quietly wipe them away, murmuring, "That was Grandpa." "Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yuan." As for Xiao Jin, upon witnessing Zhu Yuan unexpectedly lift his precious daughter, his expression immediately darkened. He incessantly pried at Zhu Yuan's hands until his beloved daughter was liberated from Zhu Yuan's grasp, after which he ceased his efforts. Considering that this fellow was preparing a meal for his daughter, he decided to overlook the incident. However, when Zhu Yuan inadvertently caused his daughter to weep, Xiao Jin's ire rekindled. Seeing this lad being frightened by Lu Yu from upstairs brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. How dare he harbor ill intentions towards his precious daughter? "I shall unleash Lu Yu upon you." Chapter 11. Zhu Yuan swiftly comprehended the purpose of the metallic walls, and simultaneously understood why, when Xiao Bian ventured out yesterday in search of sustenance, she fortuitously encountered not a single zombie. Here resided a level 3, or possibly even a level 4, advanced zombie. Ruling over this territory, only the most misguided zombies would dare to encroach upon it. The few zombies he and Du Mingyu encountered while passing through were likely merely attempting to escape this area, fortuitously meeting them as they drove by. Du Mingyu cunningly exploited the situation, using the zombies to ambush him, and claimed a level 3 crystal stone for himself. Zhu Yuan's racing heart gradually calmed as he crouched down to meet Xiao Bian's gaze, his expression softening. "Bianbian, your grandfather loves you dearly." It seems Bianbian's grandfather possessed formidable strength but, tragically, fell victim to infection. Fearing that he might transform into a zombie and harm Bianbian, and concerned that his absence would leave her to fend for herself, he sealed off the upper floors. This way, he could prevent any potential harm to Bianbian while simultaneously emitting his own presence. Once the oppressive aura of a high-level zombie is unleashed, no other zombies will dare to intrude unless a creature of even greater rank seeks to claim the territory. Consequently, Bianbian can scavenge for food and relative safety. The elderly man, in his devotion to his granddaughter, has considered every aspect of their situation. Zhu Yuan felt a surge of respect. With a single sentence, he inadvertently evoked tears from Bianbian, who clutched her teddy bear tightly, remaining silent. Zhu Yuan immediately regretted his words and hastily added, "Although Grandpa cannot live with you, he is always by your side, watching over you." "I know," the little girl replied, lifting her tear-streaked face. "Let us go to the supermarket to get some goodies. Once we prepare the meal, we can bring it to Grandpa." "All right," Zhu Yuan responded. Although delivering food to a high-level zombie was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, he did not wish to dampen the girl's spirits, believing there must be a way. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Zombies require sustenance, even high-level ones. If Bianbian's grandfather had confined himself to the upper floor from the outset, had he not gone without food since his transformation? He must be quite weak. Gazing at Bianbian's delicate and lovely face, Zhu Yuan hesitated to reveal such a harsh reality. Despite knowing that the high-level zombie upstairs was indeed Bianbian's grandfather, and that there were metallic barriers in place, he instinctively tread lightly as he descended the stairs, striving to avoid any noise. "Zhu Yuan, uncle, are your legs hurting?" Bianbian inquired with a touch of concern. Zhu Yuan, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose, pondering whether he should express his fear that her grandfather might overhear them. Before he could utter a word, Bianbian appeared to grasp something, covering her mouth with her small hand, her long eyelashes fluttering as if to say, "I understand. I will be quiet too." Observing the thoughtful and considerate actions of the little girl, Zhu Yuan mused that if he were Bianbian's grandfather, upon learning of his own affliction, he would surely strive to arrange matters for her future. How could one bear to see such an angelic child come to harm? Xiao Jin had to concede that having an adult around his precious daughter alleviated some of his concerns, though he remained anxious. Bianbian was still quite young and required the care of an adult. As long as Zhu Yuan behaved himself, it would be beneficial for Bianbian, allowing her quality of life to improve somewhat before he could lavish her with indulgences. The intelligent steward announced the visit of the feathered sovereign. And considering that the flamboyant peacock had likely come for charitable purposes, Xiao Jin, having already agreed to collaborate, felt compelled to receive the visitor rather than leave him unattended. Thus, he exited the game temporarily to attend to his own affairs. Huan Tianju changed out of his splendid feathered sovereign attire into a sharply tailored suit, exuding nobility and elegance. His purpose for visiting Xiao Jin was singular: financial support. After some negotiation, Xiao Jin made it clear that he would only provide funding. Refraining from involving himself in other matters, he simply wished to minimize his encounters with Huan Tianju regarding charity. The sight of this individual was irksome. And out of sight, men out of mind. Huan Tianju cheerfully acquiesced, noting that since the initiative was his suggestion and having already troubled His Highness for funds, it would be rather impertinent to ask for further exertion. However, with such a substantial sum, did His Highness not fear that he might repurpose the funds for other uses? Xiao Jin let out a disdainful huff. Although he harbored a dislike for Huan Tianju, he did acknowledge certain admirable qualities in him. If you have nothing else to discuss. He gestured towards the door, implying it was time for his guests to take their leave. Huan Tianju smiled politely and took his leave. Once the visitor departed, the intelligent butler quietly interjected, "Your Highness, your demeanor towards the Feather Emperor was rather discourteous, which undermines your royal dignity. Although the Feather Clan is one of the 4 noble families allied with the Empire, Huan Tianju, as their sovereign, holds a status not inferior to yours. I have no desire to feign civility towards him. His gentlemanly facade is merely a pretense, and who knows what derogatory thoughts he harbors about me," Xiao Jin replied, narrowing his eyes at the intelligent butler. "Lenny-san, you are my butler. Who instructed you to betray your allegiance in such a manner?" The intelligent butler, designated with the factory serial number 013, had been aptly named Lenny-san by Xiao Jin. After a brief silence, the intelligent butler astutely shifted the topic. "The third prince has returned. He has already realized you took his virtual device." Xiao Jin inquired, "When did this occur?" "Just moments ago," the butler responded. Xiao Jin's immediate instinct was to conceal the virtual device to prevent his brother from discovering it. He hastily ordered the intelligent butler, "Block the door. Do not allow him to enter." The obedient butler complied, sealing the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan arrived, accompanied by his own intelligent butler, a female robot. Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin were full brothers, sharing a striking resemblance, yet while Xiao Jin possessed a youthful, ageless visage, Xiao Yan's features were more pronounced, exuding a cold, composed aura. Typically, one can slay with a mere glance. He regarded the intelligent steward with a faint, enigmatic smile and calmly commanded, "Open the door." The intelligent steward felt compelled to offer a token resistance and emotionlessly fabricated a response, "Your Highness, the prince is not at home. If you seek him, I shall inform you upon his return." Xiao Yan inquired, "Lida, what is your perspective?" The robotic entity named Lida exchanged a sorrowful glance with the intelligent steward. After a brief pause, the steward smiled and swiftly opened the door, stating, "Please enter, Your Highness. The prince is upstairs, concealing your virtual device." Xiao Yan strode in with purpose, ascending to the second floor. Lida and the intelligent steward clasped hands, suggesting, "Shall we step out and hide for a moment?" The steward concurred, "Let us depart." The two robots indeed ventured out hand in hand, finding refuge in the neighboring residence of the third prince. "I have heard you are collaborating with Tianju on charitable endeavors." Having concealed himself for a considerable time, Xiao Jin felt a twinge of unease. Despite previously displaying generosity when instructing the intelligent steward to retrieve the virtual device from next door, he was acutely aware that this particular device was the third prince's prized possession, a rarity that could not be easily acquired. Otherwise, Xiao Jin would have procured one for himself long ago. Thus, when he had the steward fetch the device, He had already steeled himself for negotiations with Xiao Yin. Yet, knowing Xiao Yin's disposition, he estimated his chances of success to be slim. Consequently, he resolved to take decisive action, reasoning that Xiao Yin had pilfered numerous items from him throughout their lives. What was one more theft? To my astonishment, Lin Yi-san swiftly brought Xiao Yin in. Xiao Jin mentally berated the intelligent assistant and hastily shoved the still-hidden virtual device beneath the blanket. Huan Tianjue had mentioned to his father about assisting the refugees. After all, it was a noble cause, and I had no choice but to consent. Having said that, I turned to Xiao Yin with an innocent expression and inquired, "When did you arrive, third brother?" Unlike Xiao Jin, who was accustomed to commercial dealings, the third prince of the empire, Xiao Yin, had dedicated himself to the military and was a born leader in warfare. Within a decade of joining the military, he had already ascended to the rank of the youngest general in the empire. If Xiao Jin could be likened to a noble prince raised in a honeypot, Xiao Yin was a soldier forged in the crucible of battle, rather than a mere prince. Thus, there were moments when Xiao Jin felt a slight twinge of apprehension towards his third brother, just a hint of it. Xiao Yin scanned the surroundings and then, like a chick being lifted, hoisted Xiao Jin off the bed and pulled back the covers. Panic-stricken, Xiao Jin lunged forward, exclaiming, "Brother, dear brother, you rarely come home. And this device has seen much use. Can't you lend it to me while you're away?" Xiao Yin furrowed his brow and replied, "You may borrow other items, but this one is off limits." Why? Xiao Jin pondered, for without this device, how could he enjoy delightful moments with his beloved daughter? Xiao Yin responded, "It belongs to someone else. I must return it." Xiao Jin realized he was earnest. "Before I had a chance to use it, you didn't mention it belonged to someone else. Now that I wish to borrow it, you suddenly claim it must be returned. Are you really this stingy? Do your soldiers know about this?" Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin took 2 steps back, not out of fear, but rather as a strategic retreat. This virtual device was entrusted to Xiao Yin by a friend, which is why he treated it with such seriousness. To outsiders, it appeared to be a cherished possession. The device possessed truly unique functionalities, though Xiao Yin was not particularly knowledgeable about it. However, with his friend returning, he naturally intended to return the device. To his dismay, upon searching at home, he found it missing. It was easy to deduce who had taken it. "If you want a project, buy another projector," he thought, observing Xiao Jin's expression, deep in contemplation. "It's not the same," Xiao Jin retorted. "Only this virtual device can project the game interface, allowing me to immerse myself in the experience. Nothing else will suffice." Xiao Jin still suspected that Xiao Yin was merely fabricating excuses to deny him the loan, so he decided to change how Xiao Jin pondered. How could a prince of the human race lower himself to negotiate with a dragon? "Maybe, from now on, your father can only interact with you through the holographic interface," he thought, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 12. Gazing at the small supermarket, which still held a considerable amount of goods. Zhu Yuan found it hard to believe that it had not been completely ransacked. Although most of the items were past their expiration dates in such extraordinary circumstances, anything that had not entirely spoiled was still consumable. The remaining provisions in the supermarket constituted a significant treasure. "Bianbian found it," she said, bending down to pick up a fallen dishwashing sponge and placing it back on the shelf with her toes raised. Her simple statement enlightened Zhu Yuan. It was precisely because of the proximity of this supermarket, with its uneaten supplies, that Bianbian's grandfather had chosen to settle here. Even after settling, he had refrained from taking all the food back home, ensuring that should anyone pass by, they could take some. This also elucidated why Bianbian only ventured out to seek food when she had exhausted her supplies at home. She was aware of where sustenance could be found. Zhu Yuan gathered some packaged dried mushrooms and vermicelli, contemplating concocting a stir-fried noodle dish. Bianbian stayed closely by his side. Eagerly inspecting each item he picked up as if they were treasures. On one shelf, there was a substantial selection of canned luncheon meat. Zhu Yuan took several cans, relishing the rarity of such a meaty delight. Bianbian had wanted to take some yesterday, but it had proven futile as she could not open them. The little one only selected items she could manage to consume herself. She exerted considerable effort just to open a bottle of mineral water. "Minced meat and vermicelli, that's delightful," Zhu Yuan remarked, causing the young girl's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Then, Zhu Yuan noticed the girl gazing longingly at the last remaining bag of chips on the upper shelf. She thought that the uncle and aunt she encountered yesterday had taken it, but it was still there. She had wanted to grab it yesterday, but couldn't reach it. Although a flicker of joy surged within her, she hesitated to ask Zhu Yuan for assistance. Memories of her grandfather bringing her to this supermarket flooded her mind. When Liu had settled here with her, the small supermarket was filled with an abundance of goods. Occasionally, after ensuring no danger lurked, Liu would take her along for a joyful shopping experience. Little Bianbian adored selecting various snacks and eagerly awaiting her grandfather's approval. Despite the passage of 5 years in this post-apocalyptic world, the old man clung to some stubborn beliefs from the time before the collapse. For instance, he considered chips to be junk food, laden with additives, unsuitable for children. He would impart this wisdom to Bianbian, believing that since their supplies were ample, there was no need for her to indulge in unhealthy treats. Were others to discover his approach to raising Bianbian, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes and dismiss him as eccentric. Who still worried about such trivialities in the apocalypse? It was utterly absurd. Thus, whenever Bianbian chose snacks, she would seek Liu Yu's opinion, and if he disapproved, she would not insist. She would simply blink her big eyes obediently at him. Liu Yu, unable to resist, repeatedly indulged his granddaughter's wishes. Originally, there were more than 10 bags of chips on the shelf, but in the end, only this one bag remained, as the others had all disappeared into the small belly of Bianbian. Bianbian particularly relished the crisp sound of chips as she devoured them at home. Liu Yu would also prepare pancakes for her using chips, instant noodles, and flour. Even though these were considered junk food, Liu Yu would creatively concoct delightful dishes for Bianbian, all the while instilling in her the notion that such foods were unhealthy. With one hand, he took down a bag of chips and tore it open, sampling one piece to ensure it had not gone stale before handing it to Bianbian. "Thank you, Uncle Zhu Yuan," Bianbian replied, pausing briefly before accepting it, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Zhu Yuan gently tousled the little girl's disheveled hair. Without Liu Yu to braid Bianbian's hair, she often tied it haphazardly herself. Zhu Yuan observed that although the girl's hair was untidy, it was not dirty. Even though a child's metabolism differs from that of an adult, it is inevitable for hair to become dirty after several days without washing. Yet, Bianbian's hair appeared clean, unlike that of a child who had not bathed in a long time. With no electricity and Bianbian unable to boil water herself, Zhu Yuan wondered how her hair remained so pristine. He inquired, "Bianbian, do you wash your hair by yourself?" As she popped a piece of chip into her mouth. The familiar taste evoked memories of her grandfather, though she did not show her longing. She nodded. "My grandfather used to help me wash it, but later, I learned to do it myself." "How do you wash it?" he asked. "It's very simple," she replied. The young girl lifted her little head, a hint of pride illuminating her features as she reveled in the ability to wash her own hair. She turned on the faucet, filled a basin with water, dampened her hair, applied shampoo, lathered it into a frothy delight, rinsed it thoroughly, and then dried it with a clean towel. Thus, her hair-washing ritual was complete. She recounted the steps with utmost seriousness and meticulousness, though she noted it was somewhat chilly, yet she had grown accustomed to it. The water was cold, even in the midst of summer. However, with a determined grit, she endured, having learned to adapt swiftly. Her grandfather had instilled in her the importance of cleanliness, reminding her that even in his absence, she should not neglect her hygiene. Zhuan felt a pang of melancholy, yet simultaneously relieved that the little girl possessed extraordinary abilities, granting her a resilience that surpassed that of ordinary children. Otherwise, given her own words, she might have succumbed to illness long ago. In a post-apocalyptic world, even a simple cold could lead to dire consequences. From the provisions retrieved from the supermarket, Zhuan prepared a meal of stir-fried mushrooms with meat, minced meat with vermicelli, and a comforting bowl of mushroom soup, accompanied by a serving of white rice. The ingredients were scarce, but fortunately, Zhuan had honed his culinary skills prior to the cataclysm, and his cooking proved satisfactory. Once the dishes were completed, the enticing aromas wafted through the air, causing the little girl's stomach to rumble with anticipation. Throughout the preparation, Zhuan offered her several pieces of luncheon meat, and he felt a surge of satisfaction watching her eat with the enthusiasm of a little hamster. This tiny creature, so slender, hardly resembled a child of 5, he mused. By the time the meal was set on the table, night had fallen. The little girl had already lit candles, ensuring ample illumination by lighting several. She felt a twinge of concern, as typically she would only light one, which could last her quite a while. Zhu Yuan discerned the hidden thoughts of the little girl, gently patting her head and reassuring her, "Your uncle is here. We will seek out the candles once we have finished." With that, Bianbian felt a wave of relief wash over her face lighting up with a joyful smile. In the little girl's heart, Uncle Zhu Yuan's culinary skills rivaled those of her grandfather, and she was certain he was equally adept. There was no need to worry about finding the candles anymore. "We can have our meal now," she thought. Zhu Yuan was fully aware of Bianbian's eagerness for food. She produced an empty bowl and said, "For Grandpa." She had not forgotten her earlier promise to deliver a meal to her grandfather. Zhu Yuan fell silent, recognizing this gesture as Bianbian's filial piety. However, how could he explain to the little girl that delivering food was fraught with danger? Moreover, setting aside all else, even if he delivered the meal, ordinary food would be of no use to a zombie. While Zhu Yuan endeavored to disregard the chilling pressure that pierced to the marrow of his bones, attentively listening to the silence above, not a sound could be heard. The few steps he ascended felt like traversing a razor's edge, yet little Bianbian remained unfazed. Had she been alone, a modicum of fear might have gripped her. But with Zhu Yuan by her side and the presence of the comforting gray hue, her trepidation dissipated entirely. She yearned to fetch a bowl herself. But Zhu Yuan harbored concerns about her unsteady hands that might lead to a spill. Moreover, he could not bear to let little Bianbian venture alone to deliver the meal. The bowl, brimming with food, perfectly fit the small opening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, their abruptness magnifying in the otherwise tranquil space. Upon hearing that sound, a shiver coursed through Zhu Yuan's scalp. Without a moment's contemplation, as the terrifying crash reverberated, he swiftly scooped up Bianbian and retreated to the after dinner. Zhu Yuan went to the bedroom of Lu Yu to retrieve an iron box filled with crystals. "Bianbian, you must take good care of this. Do not take it out casually, understand?" Bianbian, puzzled, picked out a wind-type crystal under the flickering candlelight and asked, "Uncle Zhu Yuan, don't you want this blue stone?" Zhu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he required crystals of the same element for cultivation. And in this apocalyptic world, crystals had become a form of currency, while the money from the pre-apocalypse had long since turned to worthless paper. However, this belonged to Bianbian. As a normal man, despite the allure of such wealth stirring within him, he could not simply take it for granted. Otherwise, he would be no different from Du Mingyu. "Bianbian," Zhu Yuan said, "do you know what these stones are?" Bianbian nodded. "These stones are exceptionally precious, and you must not casually show them to others. They are yours, and you must keep them safe." Bianbian seemed to comprehend, albeit vaguely, yet she was always obedient. Since Zhu Yuan asked her to take good care of them, she promptly closed the lid of the box. She thought that when Uncle Zhu Yuan needed them, she would return them to him. That night, with Zhu Yuan's presence, Bianbian finally enjoyed a fragrant, warm bath. Zhu Yuan boiled a kettle of hot water for her and prepared a large basin, ensuring everything was in order. To illuminate the bathroom, he placed 3 candles within. While it may not have been as bright as daylight, visibility was certainly adequate. "Bianbian, if you encounter any issues, just call for Uncle," he instructed. Naturally, Zhu Yuan would not bathe the young girl. He stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Recalling the astonished expression of the young girl when confronted with hot water filled him with an increasing sense of sorrow. Sitting on the sofa, he began to contemplate his future plans. A visit to the base was imperative. The thought of Du Mingyu flashed a cold glint of murderous intent in his eyes. He was no saint. Given Du Mingyu's treatment of him, he could hardly let his life be spared without exacting revenge. Such was his character. Bianbian had saved him, and he owed her a tremendous debt. He could not abandon the young girl in this place and must take her to the base alongside him. However, a frown creased Zhu Yuan's brow as he considered the implications. Should Bianbian's identity as a psychic ability user be revealed, the higher-ups at the base would undoubtedly seize her upon arrival. All major bases sought to consolidate their strength by recruiting formidable individuals and nurturing unique psychics to serve their interests. While Bianbian might receive better care, the greater likelihood was that she would be coerced into rigorous training, relentlessly pushing her limits, and perhaps even. Zhu Yuan suppressed that thought. He recalled the advanced zombie upstairs, transformed from Bianbian's grandfather. From what Bianbian had shared, it was evident that she was unaware of what a base entailed, suggesting her grandfather had never exposed her to that world. This indicated that her grandfather was reluctant for Bianbian to go to the base, likely to protect her unique abilities. It was indeed for her well-being. If he chose not to take her, she would continue to live alone. But how could Zhu Yuan bear to let her face such isolation? Taking Bianbian to the base, he was merely a Class C psychic. The base was teeming with powerful individuals. How could he possibly safeguard her? Yet, he knew he must go to the base. Zhu Yuan rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, I have finished washing up." The bathroom door swung open, and Bianbian emerged, clutching her teddy bear. Zhu Yuan promptly dismissed his previous thoughts and led the little girl into the bedroom. Observing her obediently burrowing into the blankets, he couldn't help but smile fondly. "Shall I leave the candle lit?" he inquired. Bianbian shook her head, yawning sleepily. Zhu Yuan said nothing further, extinguished the candle, and exited the room. "Good night." "Uncle Zhu Yuan," came the soft, sweet voice from behind him. "Good night, Bianbian," he replied gently. He resolved that once his injuries healed, he would take Bianbian to the base. While he may not be able to protect her indefinitely, he would do everything in his power to safeguard her. It was certainly preferable to have her, at such a tender age, living alone in this cold house. Upon hearing the door click shut, Bianbian pressed her teddy bear against her face and murmured softly, "Gray, Uncle Zhu Yuan is a good person." As Xiaojin managed to carve out some time to enter the game, he immediately overheard his precious daughter's appraisal of Zhu Yuan. Staring at his -45 intimacy score with dismay and gnawing on his handkerchief, one was a good person, and the other a villain, a stark contrast. "Baby, are you being too biased?" Just then, a system alert suddenly popped up on the screen. "Warning. A level 3 corpse beast has appeared outside Bianbian's bedroom window. Danger level, 3 stars. A corpse beast? What on earth is that? A zombified monster. You actually sent a monster to harass my precious daughter." Chapter 13. The system, oblivious to Xiaojin's fury, quickly prompted again. "Do you wish to assist Bianbian in overcoming this danger?" Xiaojin exclaimed. "What on earth? I can't even indulge in microtransactions. How can I assist?" He glared at the screen, pondering whether it would be foolish to pound on the window in an attempt to scare away the undead beasts. "Oh, I forgot. Player 1's intimacy level with Bianbian is insufficient for microtransactions. Regrettably, you can only watch." The 7th prince cursed inwardly, anxiously fixated on the screen as he bellowed at the intelligent butler, "Lenny-san, come in here at once." The intelligent butler entered promptly, and Xiaojin commanded, "Contact Kolf immediately." The game had been installed by Kolf, and with the system behaving so poorly, Xiaojin was eager to vent his frustration on Kolf. Perhaps Kolf possessed deeper insights into the game. As for whether Kolf would harbor a negative impression upon discovering that Xiaojin's fantasies involved not a beauty, but rather a young girl, that concern was far beyond Xiaojin's current considerations. He simply wished to reprimand this abysmal system. The intelligent butler acknowledged the directive, then reported, "Your Highness, Kolf is unavailable." A few seconds later, the screen displayed, "Given the special relationship between Player 1 and Bianbian, although the intimacy level is inadequate. Under these extraordinary circumstances, Bianbian's safety takes precedence. Therefore, after careful deliberation, you are presented with 2 choices. 1. Awaken Luyu. Allow the zombies to combat the undead beasts, resolving this crisis. 2. Wait patiently, hoping for Bianbian's fortuitous luck to autonomously alleviate this crisis." The screen flashed 2 options, Awaken Luyu and Wait patiently. Xiaojin stared incredulously at the choices. Could I not simply spend money in the shop to purchase weapons? He was aware that the marketplace featured a weapons section, all of which were gray, and he was capable of purchasing any item regardless of its price. It didn't matter if he lacked the skills, for he had Zhu Yuan, who could wield them proficiently. However, the abysmal system presented him with 2 utterly inconsequential choices. Wait, was waking Luyu intended to restore his sanity? You think too much. Here, waking Luyu means breaking through the metal barrier to attain freedom. Then what was the point of waking him? If he roused Luyu and drove away the corpse beasts, who would then confront Luyu? Zhu Yuan? That fellow was already terrified without even having laid eyes on Luyu. Relying on him to tackle the situation was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Were there truly no alternative options? The system remained silent. Xiaojin yelled at the intelligent butler, "Keep trying." The intelligent butler had no choice but to continue contacting Kelf. But still, there was no answer. "Please begin your selection. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the first option will be selected automatically." Xiaojin could not genuinely release Luyu from the metal barrier and could only resentfully select, "Wait patiently." Given your exceedingly prudent choice, you are rewarded with 5 intimacy points. He could surmise that this statement was particularly irritating and would undoubtedly provoke Xiaojin's wrath. Thereafter, the system ceased to assert its presence. Xiaojin. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar vibration, his ears twitching. The hearing of an ability user was distinct from that of an ordinary person, especially in the stillness of night where even the slightest sound could amplify in the tranquil environment. Something was outside. Zhu Yuan was uncertain about the entity lurking outside. He listened intently, sensing its movement along the walls. Zombies were not known to scale walls. A chilling hypothesis surged within him, recalling the vanished firearm that had fallen downstairs. A sense of trepidation enveloped him as he maintained a vigilant gaze. The house had been fortified by Grandpa Bian, providing an effective defense, nonetheless. Zhu Yuan hastily grasped a candle and approached Bianbian's bedroom. He hesitated briefly before gently opening the door. Upon entry, he was astonished to find the little girl he presumed to be asleep had already sat up in bed. In the dim light, Bianbian raised her pinky finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. She was the first to sense the tremors, having awakened from her slumber. The sound was familiar to her. She had heard it every morning for the past few days. Soon, the vibrations would cease. Zhu Yuan placed the candle on the bedside table and sat beside the bed, preparing to offer silent comfort to the young girl. Suddenly, a shrill sound echoed from outside the tightly shut window, reminiscent of nails scraping against stone. Zhu Yuan swiftly scooped Bianbian into his arms and retreated a few steps. Conjuring a gust of wind with his other hand, his gaze fixed intently on the window. "Uncle Zhu Yuan," Bianbian said softly, clutching his neck. A hint of fear in her voice. "Do not be afraid. Uncle is here," he reassured her, gently patting her back. Bianbian nodded, tightening her grip around his neck, while ensuring her small face nestled close to her teddy bear. She remained silent, not wanting to disturb Uncle Zhu Yuan. Outside, the sounds persisted, probing and circling, as if it had confirmed the presence of prey within, continuously scraping and producing a piercing noise, eager to gain entry. In a dimly lit corner, a large chair suddenly floated into the air, unnoticed by both the elder and the younger. After pondering for a moment, Xiaojin deemed the chair too lightweight and decided to utilize the wardrobe instead, which was significantly heavier. If a monster were to intrude, she would use the wardrobe as a weapon. An hour later, a tremendous crash echoed from upstairs, followed by a chilling roar that was anything but human. Soon after, the sounds outside receded, indicating the swift retreat of the creature. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. Moments later, Bianbian, with her seasoned experience, remarked that the monster had fled. The young girl mentioned that there had been tremors each morning for the past few days. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, and even Xiaojin nearly burst into expletives. According to Bianbian, the level 3 corpse beast had long since made its presence known. It was not merely passing by but was probing the area. After several days of observation, it had confirmed the presence of inhabitants and returned that evening in search of prey. If it had not been for Lu Yu's earlier noise that startled it, the creature would not have departed so easily. At this moment, Xiaojin finally comprehended why the system had indicated that his choice to wait quietly was the correct one. Lu Yu, being a high-level zombie, despite having lost his intellect, retained a sense of territory. He would undoubtedly oppose any intruding kin encroaching upon his domain. The adage "two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain" encapsulates this principle. Previously, Xiaojin had merely thought that Lu Yu had sealed off the 3rd floor to prevent any chance of harming Bianbian. However, it became evident that beyond that layer, he continued to protect his granddaughter in his own manner, even after becoming a zombie, even after losing his intellect. Before his mutation, he had already orchestrated everything meticulously. Xiaojin has just begun his journey into fatherhood, and as a novice parent, he cannot yet fully empathize with Lu Yu's behavior. Nevertheless, this does not hinder him from drawing inspiration from the situation. With the immediate crisis averted, Zhu Yuan starts to ponder. The oppressive presence of Grandpa Bian has loomed over this place, preventing zombies from encroaching upon their territory. The commotion caused by the fleeing corpse beast indicates its identity, though its level remains uncertain. However, the very fact that this creature dared to venture into the area under the weight of such pressure suggests it possesses a considerable rank. Lower-level corpse beasts would lack the audacity to do so. Given that the corpse beast regards Bianbian as prey, and having been frightened away by Grandpa Bian tonight, it is likely that if it remains undeterred, it will return. Should it discover Grandpa Bian trapped upstairs, it may abandon any reservations. The higher the level of the zombie or corpse beast, the more its brain evolves, rendering it increasingly cunning, even in the absence of sentience. Convincing them to relinquish their food is a formidable challenge. In essence, they are now marked by a corpse beast, with the potential for an encounter looming at any moment. As long as the creature is below level 3, Zhu Yuan is confident in his ability to vanquish it. Yet, his instincts, honed from years of navigating life and death, suggest that the recently encountered corpse beast is likely of level 3. A being of level 2 or below would never have braved the pressure exerted by Grandpa Bian. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, it was Grandpa who scared the monster away just now," the little girl remarked, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. He affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Grandpa is truly formidable. We ought to express our gratitude to him." The little girl's joy was infectious, easing the weight on Zhu Yuan's heart considerably. Even when faced with foes stronger than oneself, how can one succumb to fear before the battle has even begun? I was not always like this. To be so cowardly is unworthy of seeking vengeance against Du Mingyu. Zhu Yuan chastised himself internally, and with that, his spirits lifted. Although the corpse beast was a level 3 adversary, and he was merely a C grade, one must not forget that Bianbian possessed psychic abilities. Together, they would undoubtedly ensure their own safety. Uncle Zhu Yuan, you look quite fatigued. Perhaps you should rest, Bianbian said with concern, gently pushing him. You have injuries. You must rest to heal. I am not afraid alone, she added, cuddling her teddy bear and burrowing into her blankets, reassured by the presence of Gray. Once he confirmed that the little girl did not require his company, Zhu Yuan exited the bedroom. However, to bolster Bianbian's sense of security, he chose not to extinguish the candle this time. Bianbian turned onto her stomach, her small face illuminated by the flickering flame, which made her eyes shine particularly bright. After a while, she whispered to her bear, Gray, I want to be braver from now on, so that I won't be so afraid in the face of situations like earlier. She still pressed her little finger against the bear, nodding to signify that Gray was cheering her on. Content. Bianbian closed her eyes, once again succumbing to slumber beneath the dim candlelight. Though the little girl felt a pang of guilt for the candle, the warmth of its flame provided her with a greater sense of safety, inspiring her resolve to be braver. As long as she embraced courage and cast aside her fears, she would no longer waste candles while sleeping. The logic within a child's heart can often be quite peculiar. Little one, you are already quite brave. Having tenderly adjusted the quilt over his slumbering daughter, Xiaojin couldn't help but gently poke her cheek, finding her adorable as she slept with her face pressed into the pillow. He felt a kinship in their features, particularly her nose, which mirrored his own. Mindful of the potential health risks of sleeping prone, Xiaojin carefully manipulated the screen, turned her onto her back, and tucked her in again. He sighed wistfully, lamenting the absence of his virtual reality equipment, which would have allowed him to perform these actions in person. With a sigh, he exited the game and began his nightly skincare routine, preparing for his busy schedule the next day. The new day commenced with an inspection of the marks outside their window. Upon awakening, Bianbian drew back the curtains, allowing Zhu Yuan to examine the heavy metal screen, which bore numerous deep scratches. The exterior walls were similarly marred. It appeared as though a large creature had scaled the building to their third-floor window during the night, attempting to pry open the metal screen with its sharp claws. The vibrations felt during its ascent suggested a considerable size. Zhu Yuan frowned, pondering the nature of the beast. During breakfast, Zhu Yuan resolved to inform Bianbian of the situation, preparing her for the possibility of future encounters. Despite her young age, Bianbian was intelligent, and her cooperation would be essential if the creature returned. Bianbian, he began, the monster that your grandfather scared away last night may come back to find us. Bianbian paused momentarily, setting down the bread in her hand as she comprehended Zhu Yuan's words. Did Grandpa not scare it away? Zhu Yuan replied. If the monster realizes that Grandpa cannot emerge, it will return to seek us out. We are its prey. The little girl whispered, is it monitoring us nearby? Zhu Yuan was taken aback that Bianbian grasped the crux of the matter so quickly and nodded. Bianbian is truly clever. Then let us hasten to draw the curtains. Flattered by the praise, Bianbian hurriedly climbed down from her chair, neglecting her bread, for this would prevent its entry. The monster will not depart until it has feasted upon us. Zhu Yuan pondered throughout the night, scarcely managing to sleep. Given that a creature, likely a third-level corpse beast, was fixated upon them, evasion was futile. One could escape momentarily, but not indefinitely. It would be wiser to leverage the terrain and take the initiative. Bianbian's eyes sparkled. I understand now, Uncle Zhu Yuan, you intend to slay the monster, do you not? She had witnessed Liu vanquish zombies. However, you were injured. Can you truly contend with the monster? The little girl's delicate brows furrowed, her bright eyes clouded with concern. Previously, when Grandpa battled monsters, Bianbian shared the same anxiety, fearing for his safety. Yet, Grandpa was remarkably formidable, always vanquishing the monsters. Alone, I may falter. But with Bianbian and Grandpa's intimidation, success is attainable. Bianbian had yet to register that Zhu Yuan included himself in the equation when she heard him inquire, Bianbian, have you previously assisted Grandpa in slaying zombies? Different colors correspond to distinct attributes. As soon as Zhu Yuan fell asleep, Bianbian recalled her grandfather's teachings about the healing properties of crystals. Uncertain of which color would be beneficial for Zhu Yuan, she gathered a handful of crystals and placed them beside him, knowing that the one that illuminated would indicate the suitable color for his needs. The stones, extracted from the heads of monsters alongside her grandfather, represented her assistance to him, akin to aiding in the extermination of zombies. Thus, the young girl nodded earnestly, adding, I have killed many. Zhu Yuan naturally interpreted this as evidence that Liu had instructed Bianbian to utilize her unique abilities to eliminate zombies. assuring him that she possessed the experience to face such violence without fear. Zhu Yuan began to strategize while tending to his wounds. First, determining the true form of the corpse beast. Each corpse beast was a mutation of an ordinary animal, and understanding its original form was essential for devising an effective plan. During midday, finding a moment to spare, Xiao Jin logged into the game. Upon entering, he was greeted by a system notification. Zhu Yuan intends to take the initiative and eradicate the level 3 corpse beast alongside Bianbian. If you wish to prevent Bianbian from encountering danger, player 1, you must intervene. 2 options are presented. 1. Allow events to unfold naturally. 2. Eliminate Zhu Yuan. Xiao Jin? Chapter 14. Xiao Jin stared at the second option, questioning whether there was a flaw in his vision or if this dreadful system was malfunctioning. He leaned towards the latter. Please make a selection. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the system will automatically opt for the second choice in the interest of Bianbian's safety. Fully aware that this system could indeed produce such outcomes, Xiao Jin had no choice but to make a swift decision, to let things unfold naturally. Although it was merely a game, he could not arbitrarily determine the fate of another, especially when nothing had transpired to warrant the death of Zhu Yuan. Without Zhu Yuan, who would attend to the daily needs of his beloved daughter? You seem to thrive on my silence when I am not being scolded, Xiao Jin remarked darkly, accusing the system of compelling him to commit acts of murder under the pretense of benefiting Bianbian. If you have any competence, you would refrain from unleashing corpse beasts to frighten my daughter. System, I lack such competence. Xiao Jin, I knew His Highness would be here. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. At that moment, a sweet, dulcet voice resonated, followed by the entrance of a stunningly alluring woman who, upon seeing Xiao Jin, swayed her waist even more enticingly. Due to her unexpected arrival, Xiao Jin was compelled to exit the game, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the sultry woman. Your Highness, the way you gaze at me makes my heart race, she coyly remarked, meeting his gaze. How did you enter? Xiao Jin inquired. The woman lifted her crimson lips and raised her long leg, playfully responding, I simply walked in. Xiao Jin acknowledged this with an O, maintaining his demeanor as a royal gentleman, and with a slight smile, gestured towards the entrance, saying, then perhaps you might choose a more graceful way to exit. The radiant smile on the woman's face froze. She was Chu Xinran, a niece of the current queen from a noble family. The reigning queen was not Xiao Jin's biological mother. Although the empire adhered to a monogamous system, the emperor, in consideration of future heirs, had taken a second wife. The subsequent wife held no official title, forever overshadowed by the queen. Eventually, the queen conceived the seventh prince, resolutely determined to bring him into the world. Tragically, not long after his birth, she passed away. Naturally, the other wife ascended to the position of the current queen. The seventh prince, having lost his birth mother, garnered the emperor's affection, leading to an inevitable favoritism. As he grew, the emperor allowed him to pursue commerce as long as it brought him joy. Thus, throughout his life, Xiao Jin faced little adversity, save for the occasional bullying from the third prince, Xiao Yin, while the other princes, including the 3 sons of the current queen, treated him with kindness. The sixth prince, however, did not survive infancy. The current queen was also benevolent towards Xiao Jin, yet he harbored a strong aversion towards this nominal stepmother. Beyond the innate rejection of a stepmother, she had taken it upon herself to introduce her niece, Chu Xinran, to Xiao Jin, citing his age as a reason to seek a romantic partner. She whispered to the emperor, who, upon meeting Chu Xinran, found her quite agreeable and thought her compatible with Xiao Jin, suggesting they should explore this connection. With the emperor's encouragement, Xiao Jin felt compelled to allocate time for meetings with Chu Xinran. Despite his lack of affection for her, she remained ardently enthusiastic, undeterred by his rejections. Believing that her perseverance would eventually win his heart, Xiao Jin, in exasperation, wished to express his frustration but felt constrained by his royal status to maintain decorum. In a bid to avoid her, Xiao Jin attempted to evade Chu Xinran, yet to no avail. She was aware of his company's location and would deliberately visit. Waiting outside, knowing full well he disliked her presence and refraining from entering the establishment, Xiao Jin was incensed. Instead of seeking out the queen, he went directly to the fifth prince. Recently engaged to a noble lady, the fifth prince had been led into a world of revelry by Xiao Jin, who introduced him to numerous beautiful women, even bringing the noble lady to witness it all firsthand. It was scandalous for an engaged prince to indulge in such debauchery. The ensuing uproar resulted in the queen receiving a stern reprimand from the emperor. Following this incident, Chu Xinran ceased her harassment of Xiao Jin. It was unexpected for him to encounter her in this place today. With no one around, Xiao Jin felt no obligation to extend her any courtesy. Merely refraining from having her thrown out was already a concession on his part. Chu Xinran quickly composed herself, gazing at Xiao Jin with tearful eyes. Your Highness, I mean no harm. I merely thought of you upon finding myself here, and since it has been a long time since we last met, I came in. She appeared unwilling to leave, having calculated that as a prince, Xiao Jin would not truly expel her. Suddenly, Xiao Jin inquired, Do you fancy this place? Joy illuminated Chu Xinran's face as she nodded, prepared to utter a few complimentary words. However, Xiao Jin stood up, his long legs striding toward the exit. Then you shall remain here and enjoy yourself. I shall not disturb you any further. He then instructed the attendants outside, enter and keep Miss Chu company. Ensure her satisfaction before allowing her to leave. Miss Chu, I wish you a pleasant time. Chu Xinran immediately attempted to follow him, but the attendants, having received Xiao Jin's orders, swiftly blocked her path. Your Highness, I heard you were seeking an NR virtual device? She called out to his retreating figure. Xiao Jin paused momentarily. How did Chu Xinran know he was looking for an NR virtual device? Where did this fool gather such information? This hesitation granted Chu Xinran the opportunity to pursue him. She discreetly scrutinized Xiao Jin's demeanor, realizing her gamble had paid off. With a sweet smile, she inquired, Your Highness, do you wish to know who possesses the NR? Who? Chu Xinran leaned closer to Xiao Jin. Despite his youthful visage, which appeared even younger than hers, he was not her preferred type. Yet, Xiao Jin was the most favored seventh prince of the empire, and his wealth was undeniable. Such a status inevitably stirred her interest. Your Highness, if I were to procure an NR for you, how would you express your gratitude? I could treat you to a meal. Xiao Jin replied with a poised and elegant smile. Just a meal? Chu Xinran pouted playfully. Is there nothing else? Xiao Jin gazed at her with a smile. What do you desire? Well, I haven't quite decided yet. I'll let you know once I do, all right? Xiao Jin struggled to suppress the goosebumps rising on his skin and quell the urge to reprimand her, choosing instead to remain silent with a smile. Fortunately, Chu Xinran recognized the importance of moderation and, without further teasing, candidly stated, Your Highness, are you familiar with the Sanjin black market? The NR you seek can be found there. I happen to know a proprietor of the black market who is aware of who possesses NR. Do you have time this afternoon? I could take you there. Xiao Jin thought to himself, You had better not deceive me, or it will be time for you to learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. He had heard of the Sanjin black market but had never visited. Curiosity about the place piqued his interest, presenting the perfect opportunity to explore it. Upon encountering the proprietor acquainted with Chu Xinran, it was unfortunate that the vendor selling NR was closed for the day and left no contact information. Thus, he had no choice but to return empty-handed, promising to come again another time. Given that Chu Xinran was not deceiving herself, Xiao Jin patiently accompanied her for dinner. During their meal, he opened a game, only to be greeted by a pitch-black screen, with the system indicating that Bianbian was sound asleep. Checking the time, it was no wonder his precious daughter had succumbed to slumber. The hour was quite late. Oh dear, I have sacrificed my appearance for you, he mused. Realizing he had yet to purchase the apples for the day, Xiao Jin entered the marketplace to procure some, placing them on the bedside table before preparing to log out of the game. Suddenly, he halted his actions and re-entered the marketplace. If memory served him correctly, the system interface had originally displayed 6 categories. F observing 2 identical large apples. Bianbian cautiously tugged at the arm of her teddy bear, sewn with a red thread. The emergence of the corpse beast made her forget to inform Uncle Zhu Yuan about the invisible villain lurking at home. With the arrival of yet another large apple today and the presence of Zhu Yuan, Bianbian found herself less fearful. However, she began to reconsider her thoughts. If there truly were an unseen villain in her home, how could the formidable Uncle Zhu Yuan remain oblivious to it? Initially, Bianbian intended to share this concern with Zhu Yuan, but he was preoccupied with preparations to confront the corpse beast. Observing his focus, she felt it prudent not to disturb him and refrained from mentioning it. Could it be that it is not a villain? Bianbian murmured softly. Previously, her grandfather had to exchange many stones for a single shriveled apple, so these large apples must be quite valuable and precious. If it were indeed a villain, why would they choose such a precious large apple to fatten her up before devouring her? Yet, if it were not a villain, why would they generously bestow upon her such an abundance of large apples? Following Liu, Bianbian had witnessed some uncles fighting over food and others who had glowered at her out of hunger. Once, Liu rescued a family of 3, and she observed their son, emaciated and frail, resembling little more than skin and bones. At that moment, Bianbian held a pack of snacks, Wong Wong steamed buns, that Liu had given her. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy, She resolved to share her buns with him. As she approached the young boy, however, before she could offer her gift, he pushed her away, though a bit disheartened. Bianbian summoned her courage and presented the Wong steamed buns from her pocket, saying, "Brother, this is for you." Later, grandfather informed Bianbian, saying, "Many provisions have been seized by the formidable uncles of the base, leaving only a limited supply of food. Consequently, many individuals regard food with great significance, fearing that it may be taken from them." Bianbian, somewhat perplexed, nestled her little head into her grandfather's embrace and murmured, "But I still do not like that young man. I dislike how he treated her." Liu gently stroked his granddaughter's soft hair, fully aware of her sorrow. She had yet to comprehend the complexities of human nature. That young man believed you intended to take his food, which to him was more precious than life itself. Thus his harsh demeanor was somewhat understandable. However, grandfather did not favor him either, for he cherished only Bianbian. In the future, when we encounter such individuals, let us maintain our distance and refrain from offering assistance. Bianbian brightened at her grandfather's declaration of exclusive affection, but after a moment she added, "We still ought to help. Grandfather has taught me that one should assist when able." Liu chuckled, then covered his small pocket, declaring, "Bianbian will no longer share her snacks with others." Yet, when faced with a similar situation next time, should the little girl possess treats in her pocket, she would still generously offer them. Confronted by 2 large apples, Bianbian found herself captivated by their fragrant aroma, causing all thoughts of the villain to dissipate. She extended her small hand, lifted one of the apples, and proceeded to wash it in the bathroom. "I will share one with grandfather, and the remaining one for Uncle Zhu Yuan," she declared, not forgetting to include her little bear in gray. This time, instead of slicing it with a knife, she opted for a spoon, reasoning that the apple was sufficiently large, and she could scoop out the flesh along with the skin to present to her grandfather. Meanwhile, a grotesque creature slowly ascended to the rooftop. If it were to be shrunk 1,000-fold, one would discern that it resembled the black red ant. However, in its current form, it was a mutated corpse beast, nearly 5 meters in length. As it deftly navigated the rooftop, it approached the entrance, which remained obstructed by a thick metallic barrier. A palpable pressure emanated from within. The creature's eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light, yet they also reflected an instinctual intelligence characteristic of higher-order corpse beasts. It seemed to acknowledge the threat contained within the metal wall. Moments later, it moved silently, descending toward the balcony on the 3rd floor. Bianbian sat on a chair, methodically carving an apple. Beside her rested a small bowl. She took a bite for herself, and then placed another piece into the bowl, intended for her grandfather. Shadows gradually crept in through the window, and the blood-red eyes fixated on the small figure diligently focused on her apple. Suddenly, Bianbian sensed the light dimming. She stuffed a freshly cut piece of apple into her mouth and turned to look behind her. A monstrous head protruded through the open window, straining to enter. Yet it was evident that some unseen force held it back, creating an eerily surreal scene. Gray. Is this the creature that wishes to devour me and Uncle Zhu Yuan? Bianbian wondered, clutching her teddy bear as she jumped down from the chair. Wielding her spoon as a makeshift weapon, still instinctively chewing on the apple. What was it doing? With a sudden clatter, a gun fell from midair. Bianbian paused, perplexed. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to retrieve the gun. Chapter 15 reveals that the passage of time within the fragmented dimensions diverges significantly from that of the external world, exhibiting a regionally distinct variability. For the 10-star systems inhabited by the Galactic Alliance, no matter how many years elapse within these time fragments, the corresponding duration in the outer realm does not exceed a mere minute. Conversely, on Earth, a single minute within the time fragments equates to 10 days. A revelation that even the 3 fathers had not anticipated. Ultimately, this information was disclosed by the system, though it prudently refrained from informing Jusi and Xiujin, choosing instead to confide in the magician. As a result, the magician comfortably remained on Earth. Upon realizing that the magician had been online for an astonishing 5 hours, Master Jusi logged into the game with the intent to displace the magician. However, upon discovering the futility of this endeavor, he surmised that Xiujin was the true culprit behind his frequent disconnections. Thus, the question arose, which posed a greater threat, Xiujin or the magician? The answer was evident. Master Jusi effortlessly converted Xiujin into an ally, prompting Xiujin to log in and oust the magician. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 hours spent within the time fragments allowed the magician to remain on Earth for 50 days. A month and a half is ample time for numerous events to transpire. Firstly, following the siege of the city by hordes of undead and the invasion of the inner city by monstrous creatures, South Base suffered the most extensive damage across the Western southern, and villa districts, which remain unreconstructed to this day. Many survivors from the villa district were forced to crowd into the eastern district, resulting in a severe accommodation crisis. Secondly, on the 10th day post-invasion, both the eastern and western major security bases experienced simultaneous internal turmoil. Unlike South Base, these two substantial installations were beset by a novel virus, ominously dubbed melting snow. Upon initial infection with the snowmelt virus, no immediate anomalies manifest. However, after a dormancy of 2 days, pruritic symptoms commence, rendering the epidermis exceedingly delicate, susceptible to laceration even with the slightest friction. Once the cutaneous barrier is breached, the virus's formidable contagiousness propagates rapidly. Ultimately, within a span of 3 to 5 days, the infected succumb, their demise likened to the evanescence of melting snowflakes. Reportedly, the introduction of the snowmelt virus into both aforementioned encampments was attributed to newly arrived survivors. While the base's extant viral detection apparatuses were adept at identifying the zombie virus with unerring precision, the novel snowmelt virus, being of an unfamiliar etiology, eluded detection. Consequently, by the time the snowmelt virus precipitated its epidemic within the base's confines, intervention was rendered futile. The directors of the eastern and western outposts, both possessing S-tier superhuman capabilities, responded with drastic measures. The western director, in a bid to safeguard the remaining survivors, chose to immolate himself along with the snowmelt virus, consigning the entirety of the western outpost to subterranean depths, leaving behind an unfathomable abyss. The southern outpost, geographically proximate to the western outpost, accommodated the residual 10,000 survivors. While the western outpost still had nearly 10,000 survivors, the eastern outpost suffered a complete collapse, with only a modicum of enhanced individuals and survivors remaining. The eastern director, Captain Fu, emulated the decision of his western counterpart, detonating the entire outpost and subsequently seeking refuge at the nearest northern outpost. Now that the illusionist had arrived, he would naturally not permit the super celestial king to continue appropriating the mantle of guardian. As for the Capricorn sovereign, the illusionist disregarded him. However, Bianbian, far from forsaking her brother in favor of her father, tenaciously maintained her grasp on the Capricorn sovereign's hand. The super celestial king relinquished his responsibilities readily. A decision met with no opposition from the outpost's principal figures. Qin Xian had encountered the magician before, yet they had never exchanged a word. Subsequently, he issued stern warnings to the super kings and others. Since this individual was the father of Bianbian, regardless of his origins, he was at least aligned with humanity. They were to keep a vigilant watch over him, and it was imperative to avoid provoking him, let alone inciting his ire. In other words, he would be treated as a mere talisman, others mused inwardly. In light of the housing shortages in the eastern district, the base allocated Bianbian an independent suite of approximately 80 square meters, which was the finest accommodation they could offer. Qin Xian, as the head of the entire southern base, did not even possess a proper residence, having long resided in the office lounge. The suite comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. Coincidentally, both the area and the layout closely resembled his previous home in the Jinxing community. Bianbian extended an invitation to Luo Yexing to join him, but the latter reluctantly declined. When Luo Yexing had withdrawn from the front lines and sought out Bianbian, he recognized the magician at first glance, though he had never seen the magician before. The chilling sensation that coursed through him was all too familiar. He was perplexed as to why the elusive figure had suddenly made an appearance and was equally baffled by the absence of the other 2 prominent figures. Yet, it was undeniable that upon encountering the magician, he felt a peculiar sense of safety amidst the underlying danger. In retrospect, he pondered whether this was what it felt like to cling to an invisible benefactor. Presently, the procedures for entering the city required 3 stages, with passage granted only upon complete confirmation of safety. The first 2 stages involved machine checks, while the final stage was conducted manually. The responsibilities of the psychic realm are solely entrusted to the formidable duo of Super Tianwang and Wei Shufeng. Although the workload is substantial and mentally taxing, it serves as a form of cultivation. Each day, these 2 titans alternate shifts, masquerading as enforcers. On that particular day, it was Wei Shufeng's turn. 2 survivors, bearing the snow-melting virus, had successfully navigated through the initial layers of scrutiny and managed to infiltrate the 3rd tier. Once they breached this level, they would gain access to the densely populated eastern district of the inner city, thereby facilitating the spread of the virus. Despite Wei Shufeng's psychic abilities failing to detect any anomalies in these individuals, his acute intuition, characteristic of an A-grade psychic powerhouse, led him to suspect their intentions. Consequently, he refrained from granting them immediate passage. It was evident that they possessed a meticulously crafted strategy. Upon sensing scrutiny, they promptly presented one of their own as a scapegoat, allowing the other to evade suspicion and successfully enter the base. In truth, had it not been for Bianbian, their scheme would have culminated in success. At that moment, Bianbian, holding the hand of the magician, stood in line to enter the base. Upon spotting Wei Shufeng, she obediently greeted him, for she recognized this uncle, and inquired about Aunt Mo Xiaochun's well-being. The beautiful contact lenses she wore were a gift from Mo Xiaochun. Suddenly, Bianbian's little light orb autonomously emitted a warning, prompting her to discreetly investigate. Within the orb, she discerned two chibi figures with a notification indicating a lethal infection source above their heads. It was her little light orb that had previously uncovered the traitor in the research institute who had stolen the S-51 virus sample. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the young girl promptly conveyed her findings to Wei Shufeng. Wei Shufeng was aware that Bianbian had awakened her extraordinary powers, yet remained oblivious to her unique ability to conjure small orbs of light. Without hesitation, he placed his trust in Bianbian's words, swiftly dispersing the crowd and subduing the two individuals due to the presence of the magician beside him. The magician cast a profound gaze in his direction, one that seemed to bear the foreboding essence of death itself. Subsequently, when news arrived that the eastern and western bases had been ravaged by the melting snow virus, even the psychologically resilient Wei Shufeng could not suppress his trepidation. It was a close call. The southern base nearly followed in their disastrous footsteps. After successfully restraining the two carriers of the melting snow virus, the Research Institute commenced their investigations. Although they could not develop a vaccine against the virus in the short term, they succeeded in creating an effective detection device. This allowed the southern base to remain unscathed. As for the northern base, a formidable figure emerged rapidly. Thanks to him, the outbreak of the melting snow virus was swiftly contained. He was indeed an S-class space-type ability user, having recently awakened to his formidable powers. It is well known that the primary function of space-type abilities is merely to serve as storage space. Lower-tier space users typically possess little self-defense capability apart from storing supplies. Only upon advancing to B-class can they cultivate skills such as teleportation and spatial blades, and living beings cannot survive within their spaces. However, this newly awakened S-class space user possessed an extraordinary ability. His space was truly remarkable. Not only could he store living beings within it, but he could also cultivate plants, achieving a harvest within a mere day. The seeds and soil he procured from his father were of a similar extraordinary quality. Moreover, within his space, there resided a spring of spiritual water, an inexhaustible source. The individuals infected with the melting snow virus in Beiji were cured after consuming the mystical spring within his spatial realm. Hence, the virus did not erupt in Beiji. To safeguard him, Captain Sun, the leader of Beiji, refrained from disclosing his true identity, merely describing his spatial abilities to the outside world as ordinary spatial anomalies, while claiming that the spring that cured the melting snow virus was a vaccine developed by Beiji. Regrettably, even with the knowledge that the perpetrator is an anti-human organization, they scurry away like foul pests into the shadows after committing their misdeeds, swiftly vanishing without a trace, rendering their lair impossible to locate. The members of the anti-human organization captured by the base exhibit unwavering loyalty to their professor, having been implanted with chips in their brains that ensure they will never betray him. For instance, the four bald-headed individuals, after their capture, were confined within a specialized prison at the base. On the night the inner city was invaded by corpse beasts, the prison floor similarly fractured, allowing Bald 1, Bald 2, and Bald 4 to escape amidst the chaos, while Bald 3 was unable to do so, ensnared beneath a fallen stone slab due to his powers being suppressed. Fortuitously, he survived, albeit gravely injured. After the melting snow virus obliterated both the eastern and western bases, Bald 3 was once again summoned for interrogation. The two Indi meanwhile. Qin Xingxian received a communication from Captain Sun of Beiji, inquiring whether their base had a little girl named Bianbian, who was not yet 6 years old. If Captain Sun had merely mentioned Lin Yang, Qin Xingxian might not have given it much thought, as Beiji was already aware of the circumstances surrounding the immunized individual. However, to specifically inquire about Bianbian with such precise details, Qin Xingxian asked, "What does Captain Sun mean by this?" In the communication channel, Captain Sun's voice resonated like thunder, pausing momentarily before he stated, "If your base has this little girl, let us propose an exchange. I shall provide you with the melting snow vaccine, and you will allow this girl named Bianbian to come to Beiji for a few days of play." Qin Xingxian raised his eyebrows in astonishment, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. He was well aware of Bianbian's basic situation since her arrival at Nanji. including her grandfather and Zhu Yuan, two advanced zombies who had regained their self-awareness. The little girl had been living with these two zombies, a fact known to Qin Shengxian. Bianbian's uniqueness lay in her awakening of a new type of ability that was purely power-based. Only a select few prominent figures in Nanji were privy to this, making it impossible for Beiji to be aware of it. To outsiders, Bianbian appeared to be an ordinary little girl. Why, then, had Beiji taken notice of her? And now they wished to exchange her for the melting snow vaccine? Since Sun Zheng had directly contacted him, inquiring about Bianbian's presence in Nanji, it was evident that he had already confirmed her existence there before making such a proposition. Captain Qin? Chapter 16. Lu Yu felt as though he had experienced an exceedingly long dream. He dreamt of being infected and transforming into a zombie, abandoning a small child, who was all alone in his absence. What could she possibly do? Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, desperately wishing to awaken. For even if this was merely a dream, he could not allow himself to endure such nightmarish visions. His biological parents had cast him aside, unwilling to keep him. At the tender age of 12, Lu Yu, possessing a strong sense of pride, could no longer tolerate the bitter taste of abandonment. Thus, he gathered his meager savings and left the hometown he had known for 12 years. From that moment onward, the course of his life was irrevocably altered. Had he not met his wife, he might have perished that fateful night. If he had survived, he could have become a societal scourge, contributing to the malaise of the world. This revelation devastated his wife, whose health was already fragile. The blow rendered her bedridden. Despite Lu Yu's willingness to forsake everything for her recovery, she departed from this world, leaving him at the age of 30, while he was merely 28. In her final moments, cradled in his arms, she expressed her concern. "You, after I am gone, will you find another girl to take care of you?" He thought to himself that after her, he could never find another to capture his heart. Yet, in order to soothe her worries, he promised, "I assure you." Unbeknownst to her, after her passing, Liu never remarried. He lived alone for several decades, from youth to middle age, and into his twilight years, carrying with him the indelible memory of his beloved wife. In her lifetime, his wife cherished the idea of traveling, yearning to explore the wonders of the world. Alas, her health did not permit such adventures. After her passing, Liu meticulously inventoried the remaining possessions at home and resolved to visit the places his wife had longed to see, spending several months in each locale and taking on menial jobs to sustain himself. Young women often found themselves drawn to him, but he would simply gesture to the wedding ring adorning his fourth finger, apologizing, "I am already married." Eventually, word spread about his wife's departure, and some meddlesome elders insisted on introducing him to potential partners, proclaiming that life was long and one should not confine oneself to the memory of the deceased. Liu would smile, refraining from argument, and would tell those young women, "I am penniless and uneducated, with savings of less than 5,000, half of which rightfully belongs to my late wife and cannot be touched. If you do not mind, I am willing to share the remaining half." Often, before he could finish his sentence, the ladies, enticed by the elders' descriptions of his handsome appearance, amiable nature, and honesty, would change their expressions and storm away in indignation. Eventually, no one dared to introduce him to anyone again. It was during this time that an apocalyptic event struck humanity, catching everyone off guard. At that moment, Lu Yu was working as an inventory clerk in a supermarket. Although he was elderly, his health was impeccable, and he treated others with kindness. Most importantly, he had once subdued a robber wielding a knife who had attempted to hold up the cashier at the supermarket. After understanding Lu Yu's background, the store manager assigned him to the position of inventory clerk, which required no physical exertion. When Lu Yu awoke one day, he discovered that he had awakened a gold-based supernatural ability of B grade. At that time, he was unaware of the significance of the abilities level, nor did he grasp what being classified as B grade entailed. When Liu discovered the abandoned infant, he mused that perhaps it was a divine gift bestowed upon him. In the past, he had been rescued from the brink of death by his wife. Together, they had traversed a life devoid of children. Although the child they adopted had caused them heartache, they bore no regrets, for it was the child's own choice, a testament to the inherent complexity of human nature. Now, amidst the chaos of a crumbling world, this forsaken yet resilient little baby mirrored the version of himself that once lay in a grave awaiting demise. Lacking experience in childcare, Liu found himself in a flurry, as the child they had adopted was already several years old at the time of their adoption, whereas this infant was merely a newborn. Fortunately, his B-level abilities rendered him immune to the threats posed by zombies, with the real danger stemming from former compatriots. He tenderly nurtured the child, witnessing her progress from babbling incoherently to uttering her first word, grandfather. He delighted in her journey from crawling to pulling herself up, teetering toward him. Though her speech was yet unrefined, her connection to him was unmistakable. The apocalypse was indeed harsh, yet with the presence of the infant, whom he affectionately named Bianbian, the cruelty seemed somewhat mitigated. He had teamed up with others, but upon overhearing disparaging remarks regarding Bianbian being a burden, his good-natured resolve led him to depart from the group. The human heart in these tumultuous times was unpredictable, and he dared not take chances. Liu found himself torn between a desire to protect Bianbian as she grew, and the sobering reality that danger lurked around every corner in this post-apocalyptic landscape. He understood the necessity of imparting survival skills to her, for should anything happen to him, she would at least possess the means for self-preservation. However, this was no simple task. She was far too young, so fragile that even the slightest bump would cause his heart to ache profoundly. He had witnessed an abundance of wretched human hearts, yet he was resolutely unwilling to mold Bianbian into a being of indifference and selfishness. He sought to impart the grim realities of the world to her, while simultaneously nurturing her innate kindness. Striking this delicate balance proved to be no simple task. He was neither a teacher nor a parent, lacking the knowledge of how best to guide a child during her formative years. Thus, he resolved to live a few more years, believing that with his protection and watchful eye, his little granddaughter would grow up safe and sound. However, it seemed he had broken his promise in the pearl pool. Several young mermen with human torsos and fishtails gazed curiously at the human within. Is that old man awake? One wondered. He opened his eyes. They had turned black. He recalled that upon his arrival, his irises had been a pale gray. He remembered the old man being wrinkled and greenish, far from attractive, yet now he appeared rather handsome, a dapper elder indeed. The little mermen chattered excitedly. Although they were sheltered from the world, their curiosity about humanity was undiminished, particularly among the younger ones. The chieftain is here, a voice announced. The little mermen fell silent and dispersed to the sides. Liu instinctively sat up from the pearl pool, his gaze wandering in bewilderment at his surroundings. He found himself enveloped by the shimmering white light of the pearls, reminiscent of a plastic ball pit in an amusement park. He noticed a merman with a human torso and fishtail approaching him, momentarily believing he was caught in a dream. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a submerged figure and felt a sense of familiarity. A name surfaced in his chaotic memories: Zhu Yuan. Congratulations, human, came the voice. The virus has been eradicated, and you are free to leave. The chief of the merfolk smiled and, noticing his gaze directed towards Zhu Yuan, elaborated, your companion's affliction has yet to be resolved, rendering them unable to awaken for the time being. It is not a dream, a clan member interjected. We have changed your clothing and are awaiting your family's arrival. The chief, slightly exasperated, observed the lack of response from him and recalled a certain ailment that humans suffer from. Tentatively, he inquired, have you lost your memory? At last, Liu exhibited a reaction, hesitatingly asking, where is this place? The merfolk see, came the reply. Liu appeared even more bewildered, and then his expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he grasped the arm of the merfolk chief, almost in a state of panic, and questioned, what about Bianbian? Is she here? Do not worry, she is quite well. The chief said, unperturbed by the abruptness of his actions, offering reassurance, she will arrive shortly. Uncle Mu, when will we arrive? Bianbian pressed her face against the window of the aircraft, eagerly peering outside, posing her 56th inquiry. The magician and Xiao Jin sat across from each other, enveloped in silence, while Mu Xingji, holding a medical report, adjusted his glasses upon hearing her. Soon, he replied. Mu Xingji chuckled softly, thinking that the little one must be counting down the seconds in her mind. This time, they were indeed drawing near. The merfolk sea is not solely comprised of water. It also features land. Those merfolk who favor terrestrial living can thrive on solid ground. As Mu Xingji navigated the aircraft through the unique barrier set by the merfolk, they entered the domain of the merfolk sea. Meanwhile, the chief addressed Liu Yu, who had already changed his attire, stating, they have arrived. The chief was not fond of mingling with too many outsiders. Having fulfilled his task for the day, he departed after uttering this final remark. Liu Yu exited the lowly room and pushed open the door, stepping outside into the sea breeze. Not far off, he spotted an unfamiliar flying craft. As its cabin opened, a small figure leaped down. Instinctively, Liu rushed forward a couple of steps, witnessing the small figure land gracefully on the beach. The wind howled, and alongside the approaching figure came a familiar, soft voice calling out, Grandpa. His footsteps halted. Grandpa, Grandpa, will you crouch down? Extending his arms to catch the rushing small figure. Wah! In an instant, the little one burst into tears upon embracing her grandfather. Do not cry. He gently sat on the ground, patting her back as he used to, soothing her with tender words. Grandpa is here. At your age, still crying? Your nose will grow long, you know. Yet, as he spoke, the old man's eyes brimmed with tears. Fate had been kind to him. How fortunate he was to still be alive to see his little granddaughter once more, and to witness her grow in the days to come. Chapter 17. The Dragon Clan is a proud and formidable species, endowed with longevity and immense strength, originally dwelling on an independent planet. Their alliance with the human race, resulting in their status as one of the four noble families, stems from two significant factors. Firstly, the Dragon Clan possesses a grave weakness regarding reproduction. 90% of dragons are unable to bear offspring throughout their lives, a side effect of their formidable powers. Currently, the entire dragon population numbers merely in the hundreds. Secondly, a fortuitous friendship formed between the previous emperor and the Dragon King. The emperor sought to unify the empire, and during this endeavor, the Dragon King provided assistance. Ultimately, with the empire unified, the Dragon Clan ascended to the pinnacle of the four noble families. Although the Dragon Clan is affiliated with humanity, they do not serve the empire, intervening only in times of dire crisis. In essence, the four noble families exist merely as symbols of good fortune for the empire. The Dragon Clan, a proud race, staunchly refuses to intermarry with outsiders. Yet, with only a scant few dragons remaining, the number of female dragons is exceedingly low, leaving most dragons in solitude. Moreover, even if two dragons were to find mutual affection, the likelihood of producing offspring remains slim. Ultimately, the Dragon King, in desperation, decreed that the Dragon Clan may wed outsiders to enhance the chances of progeny. Otherwise, through the inexorable passage of time, the Dragon Clan would face inevitable extinction. Nong Jusi, the sole nine-clawed azure dragon of his lineage, has long been the focus of the Dragon King's hopes for the continuation of their bloodline. The Dragon King envisioned that should Nong Jusi marry, perhaps a new nine-clawed azure dragon would emerge within the clan. Given that Nong Jusi is of a higher generation than the Dragon King, akin to an uncle, the suggestion left the Dragon King anxious, and predictably, Nong Jusi flatly rejected the proposal, even administering a thrashing to the Dragon King. After receiving such a bruising response, the Dragon King, in tears, dared not broach the subject again. For Nong Jusi, no female in the universe captivates his interest. It is not a matter of orientation, but rather an overwhelming sense of pride. As the only nine-clawed azure dragon, if he were to consider marriage, his partner must, at the very least, be another nine-clawed azure dragon. The Dragon King harbored hopes of him marrying and potentially producing a nine-clawed azure dragon heir. Yet the question remained, where could he find a suitable mate? Thus, the matter was left unresolved. The millennium-old solitary soul, Nong Jusi, was indifferent to the prospect of having any descendants, having never even contemplated such a notion. He had witnessed the offspring of other races, frail and fragile at birth, requiring diligent nurturing, a cumbersome endeavor. Rather than expend energy on child-rearing, he preferred to indulge in slumber or gather sparkling adornments for his palace. Thus, he held no interest whatsoever in the so-called parenting game, had it not been for the game's visuals being projected with such realism. Coupled with the pitiful demeanor of the little one, which tugged at his heartstrings, he would have dismissed it entirely. Nong Jusi did not harbor disdain for younglings. He merely perceived them as troublesome and wished to avoid engagement. Yet, this did not imply he would remain unmoved upon encountering a forlorn child. It was curious. He lowered his long lashes, his gaze settling on the small figure submerged in water. After the soft utterance of "Daddy," she quieted, her eyes closed. Peacefully reclining in the basin, supported by a single finger from Nong Jusi, resembling a slumbering little princess. After a moment, he tentatively poked the rosy cheek of the little one, his brow slightly furrowed, as if a barrier separated him from the tactile sensation of her skin. At that instant, it struck him that this little being was but a character within the game, not a creature of flesh and blood, rendering any genuine touch impossible. Nevertheless, the peculiar feeling in his heart lingered, his ice-blue pupils narrowing slightly as he fell into silence, contemplating the sudden thought that had arisen within him. What if she were to become real? From the program and data emerged a diminutive being. If her programming were to be extracted and a true body constructed, implanting her essence within it, would she not then truly exist as an intelligent robot? Just as this thought flickered, the system erupted with bold, capitalized warnings. Do not even think about it. Long Jiu-Si raised an eyebrow. The system, realizing its phrasing was inappropriate, quickly amended. Of course, you may give it a try. Ultimately, it would be in vain. Initial physical cooling has been partially successful. However, due to her diminutive size, prolonged exposure to water, despite the lowered temperature, will inflict irreversible damage to her body. Please employ alternative methods of physical cooling. Warning, please implement alternative cooling methods within 10 minutes. What a hassle. Long Jiu-Si skillfully cradled the little one, and this time, his movements were much more gentle. The room was dimly lit. Although he could see in the dark, his dragon lineage inclined him towards all things luminous, including light itself. Alas, the room lacked electricity, relying solely on candles. Restraining his discomfort, he entered the bedroom with an impassive expression, shattering the invisible barrier with a punch, allowing unimpeded access to other areas, which slightly elevated his spirits. Swiftly, he removed the damp garments from the little one and tucked her into bed before opening the wardrobe. He casually picked up a small dress, his brow furrowing tightly enough to crush a fly, and turned to the equally present Long Tang in the projection. Is this even considered clothing? Much like certain holographic games, the initial equipment one acquires is of a rudimentary nature. To embellish one's gear, it is inevitable to indulge in microtransactions. Faced with an array of garments that utterly missed the mark, Nong Jiu-Si could no longer contain herself. She immediately accessed the store, calling out Daddy to Nong Tang, eager to procure a few lovely dresses for the little one. The clothing section lay entirely gray, and the system remained silent. Nong Tang remarked, "Perhaps there are restrictions in place." As if on cue, the system chimed in. The current intimacy level with Bianbian is 0, apart from the basic laser gun. No other items can be purchased. Nong Tang, upon reading this notification, paused momentarily before commenting, "Esteemed adult, this game is rather unique. It is my first encounter with a game that does not allow indiscriminate spending." Nong Jiu-Si, with a rather somber demeanor, clumsily selected a dress for the little one. Her movements awkward. She had never dressed a youngling before, especially not a human child. After a struggle, she managed to get the little one's head through the neckline of the dress, only to realize that the arms could not fit. Nong Tang gently reminded her, "Esteemed adult, it seems you have put it on incorrectly." Nong Jiu-Si responded with confusion. Nong Tang clarified, "You have mistaken the cuffs for the neckline." At long last, the dress was donned, and Nong Jiu-Si made a conscious effort to overlook the garish attire. Unable to utilize water to cool down, she pondered other physical means of temperature reduction. Nong Tang swiftly accessed the Star Network for information, then informed Nong Jiu-Si, "Esteemed adult, the internet suggests that inducing perspiration can serve as a method of cooling." In simpler terms, it meant making the little one sweat. After attempting to cool her down with cold water, they now aimed to warm her up to induce perspiration. Was it not rather peculiar? The methods humans employed for physical cooling? Nong Jiu's thought, "Are you certain you will not burn her?" Nong Tang was uncertain. He was not human and truly did not comprehend. Bianbian's real-time body temperature reached 39 degrees and began to rise. Unable to find another solution, Nong Jiu's had no choice but to wrap Bianbian in a blanket, tightly binding her like a zongzi. Within a few minutes, Bianbian's complexion became increasingly flushed, sweat oozing from her body, soaking the dress she had just changed into. It was unbearably hot. Her delicate lashes trembled like tiny brushes, and her little face contorted in discomfort, her body instinctively struggling to escape the searing heat that seemed intent on melting her away. Yet, no matter how hard she fought, she could not free herself from the tightly wrapped blanket. Nong Jiu's began to doubt the efficacy of this method, fearing it might exacerbate the little one's condition. Fortunately, the system chimed in, temperature decreasing. Nong Jiu's did not notice that his body had relaxed somewhat, but Nong Tang did, silently contemplating that it appeared the adult had developed an interest in the characters within this game, as the system indicated that Bianbian's temperature had nearly returned to normal. Her freshly changed dress was thoroughly soaked and required a change once more. Glancing at the little one, he observed her breathing steadily, lost in a deep, sweet slumber. As he slipped the neckline of the new dress over her fluffy little head, his movements suddenly halted. Previously focused primarily on cooling her down, it was only now, with Bianbian's peril having passed, that Nong Jiu's clearly noticed the protruding ribs on either side of her frail frame. Besides her emaciation, there were several bruises that had yet to fade, appearing quite alarming. These were injuries from Bianbian's previous accidental falls. The older bruises had dissipated, but the more recent ones had not yet fully healed. Lifting the tiny, delicate legs once more, the bruises around the knees became increasingly pronounced. These were the result of a fall sustained in the kitchen while hastily retrieving cooking oil. The tender skin of a child, initially merely reddened from the impact, had now transformed into large, dark patches of bruising. The coldness in Nong Jiu's expression deepened. The one most directly affected was Nong Tang, whose body shuddered violently, a shiver coursing through her as she retreated from the projection. Covering the small legs with the hem of her skirt, Nong Juicy settled on the edge of the bed. His gaze drifting from the child's face to the dim expanse above, lost in contemplation. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Moments later, he inquired, "How does one increase intimacy levels?" The system responded, "The authority lies with Bianbian," surveying the candles within the room. Nong Juicy realized that had it not been for Nong Tang's prior search on the StarNet, he would have remained oblivious to their identity as candles, an unimpressive means of illumination. "Nong Tang," he called softly. "Adult." Gently pressing the colored top, the magic orb emitted a corresponding hue of light. When the white was pressed, the orb radiated a soft, bright glow, illuminating the bedroom as if it were day. The light streamed from the doorway into the living room, brightening the entire space considerably. Pleased with this scene, Nong Juicy placed the magic orb upon the bedside table. Certain holographic games allow players to integrate real-world objects into their virtual experiences. Although this nurturing game could not rival those, the NR device compensated for this shortcoming. This revelation caused Nong Juicy's eyes to narrow slowly, his long fingers twirling the magic orb before they converged, a flicker of azure light flashing as he unexpectedly struck the bedside table with a clenched fist. System disruption. System repair in progress. System repair successful. Quite discerning, he remarked appreciatively. As he spoke, his movements momentarily paused. The little one on the bed had awakened at some point, the bright light prompting her to raise her tiny hand to shield her eyes. "Uncle, is that you?" Her voice was timid and somewhat hoarse. The calm demeanor of the formidable Lord Juices suddenly faltered. "Why aren't you calling for Daddy?" Chapter 18. The magician, unexpectedly disconnected, found himself at a loss. He glanced around but did not see Xiao Jin. Only Jusu was present across from him. It quickly dawned on him what had transpired. He was unaware that only Xiao Jin had the authority to disconnect them, which made him somewhat surprised that Jusu had managed to refrain from going offline, allowing Xiao Jin to take his place instead. However, having cared for Bianbian for a month and a half, he understood that the system had declared once he went offline, neither he nor any other father could defy the rules to project themselves. This meant that even if Xiao Jin had pushed him offline, Bianbian would not be able to see him. The distinction between being seen and unseen was significant. Thus, the magician who had been disconnected felt little anger. After a brief silence, he took the initiative to speak, raising the chopsticks in his hand and casually stating, "Bianbian cooked this." Then, despite Jusu's expression of profound complexity, he popped a potato stick into his mouth. "It tastes quite good," he remarked. Nong Juicy discovered that after the magician had been online for a mere 5 hours, he returned with a striking transformation in demeanor, akin to a once icy machine now imbued with warmth, appearing far more approachable. "How's Bianbian?" Nong Juicy inquired, suppressing a surge of frustration. "She is thriving, eating well, sleeping soundly, and has grown 5 centimeters taller. Moreover, she has awakened her extraordinary abilities," the magician generously divulged. "She is intelligent, sensible, and remarkably capable, mastering the fundamentals of arithmetic with ease." After a brief pause, he added, "The educational quality there is woefully inadequate. We must expedite our search for Earth and bring her here. With her exceptional talents, she deserves to study at the finest academy within the Alliance." Nong Juicy was taken aback by the magician's authoritative tone, reminiscent of a seasoned father. What could have transpired in just 5 hours to effect such a profound change? Earth posed certain dangers. Even the arrival of Xiao Qi would be futile. Ignoring Nong Juicy's probing gaze, the magician continued, "Let us establish a regular schedule. We shall alternate our online presence, though our time spent need not be extensive." He candidly addressed the issue of time. "The temporal flow on Earth diverges significantly from ours. An hour here equates to 10 days there. In other words, if we cannot locate Earth promptly, by the time we do, Bianbian may have grown up." Nong Juicy's expression darkened. The outcomes of raising a daughter through a game versus nurturing her in proximity would be profoundly different. As the magician articulated, given Bianbian's remarkable aptitude, she ought to attend the most prestigious academy within the Alliance. How could the backward and apocalyptic conditions of Earth possibly compare to the resplendent and thriving Empire Alliance? They are, after all, influential figures of considerable stature, and it is only fitting that they provide the best environment for their offspring to flourish. Nong Juicy promptly logged into the game, although he faced difficulties accessing it. He was able to summon the system. Indeed, the system responded with a reluctant chirp, advising him to log off. The system hesitated, stating, "I am powerless in this matter." Nong Juicy, with a wry smile, interrupted, "You have had countless opportunities to inform me about the discrepancies in the flow of time. Yet you chose to relay this only to the magician. Have you forgotten? The system replied. I shall immediately notify number one. Their exchange lasted but a few minutes, however, over 10 hours had passed on Earth. After such an interval, Xiao once again utilized the NR device to log in. Finally able to engage closely with Bianbian rather than through a diminutive screen. He had been deeply concerned that, in his absence, his precious daughter had fared poorly, often envisioning her gaunt and emaciated, reminiscent of her state when he first began caring for her. Now, upon seeing his plump and rosy-cheeked daughter, the weight that had hung in the air was finally lifted. While both Nong Jusi and the magician had held the baby, Xiao had not yet done so. In a moment of weakness, he forgot that Bianbian could not perceive him and rushed forward to embrace her. In the next instant, he felt a searing pain in his hand, instinctively releasing Bianbian, only to be flung backward. The empty living room echoed with a loud thud as he hit the ground. A sudden sound punctuated the silence, quickly retreating. It was the system, observing from the shadows. Xiao, dazed and disoriented, lay on the floor, utterly bewildered. Who was there? The goat lord grasped the chopsticks, his gaze heavy as he stared ahead. Bianbian, startled by the sudden embrace, instinctively pushed the figure away with considerable force. Once she had done so, a realization struck her, and she cautiously peeked out from behind the goat lord, hesitatingly inquiring, Is that you, father? The goat lord remained silent, his expression unreadable. Bianbian was uncertain. On the night of the inner city's invasion, after Su Yunxi encountered trouble, Bianbian had sought the help of the magician, who informed her that Jiuxi's father could save Su Yunxi. However, he warned that if she exchanged places with Jiuxi's father, she would no longer be able to see him afterward. Father, is it you? Just then, they heard a pained gasp. My back. The goat lord furrowed his brow. The voice was neither that of the magician nor Jiuxi. Bianbian was taken aback. It was not the voice of Vigor's father. Her little mind raced as she analyzed the situation. If it were Jiuxi's father, she believed he was formidable enough that she could never have pushed him. Eliminating Vigor's father and Jiuxi's father left only Xiao's father. Some time ago, Bianbian had inquired about the name of the magician with the scarred face, and he had shared it with her. She had memorized it well. The magician often regaled Bianbian with tales while introducing her to the 10 major galaxies of the Interstellar Alliance, providing her with a foundational understanding of these realms. Only then did Bianbian realize that her father and brother were not celestial beings. Instead, there existed another planet in the heavens where her father and brother were. In fact, extraterrestrials, possessing remarkably advanced technology capable of annihilating Earth with the mere deployment of a bomb. Curiously, she inquired, Why does Dad have so many scars on his face? The magician, reluctant to discuss the other two, would nonetheless offer a few words when Bianbian pressed the matter. How do you know he has scars on his face? He responded, slightly taken aback by her question. Bianbian recounted how, in an effort to show his precious daughter what he looked like, her father had once stolen an NR device from next door to create a splendid self-portrait on the wall. However, while dragging a cabinet, he had smeared his face, ruining his image entirely. Afterward, without the NR device, he could no longer project himself, leaving Bianbian to believe that his face was marred with scars, prompting her to tenderly reassure him that he was not ugly. Upon hearing this, the magician smiled faintly and remarked, It is because his brain did not develop properly. He enjoys using a knife to draw on his face, and the wounds scab over, turning into scars. Bianbian furrowed her brow at this, pinching her own face lightly, feeling pain from merely that slight pinch. How much more painful it must be for Dad to cut his face with a knife. Was it really Dad? Convinced of her judgment, Bianbian hurriedly jogged over, eager to help her father, who she had inadvertently pushed away. Yet, although she could hear his voice, she could not see him, and after a couple of steps, she found herself brought to a halt. Xiao gingerly supported his waist as he sat up slowly, plagued by the suspicion that he might have fractured it. Even now, he found it hard to grasp the astonishing reality that his precious daughter had sent him flying with a single punch upon his arrival in the game. Wasn't she the little girl who stumbled clumsily, prone to falling at the slightest misstep? How had she suddenly acquired such strength? Was this truly the child he had raised? In an instant, the system intervened, alleviating his doubts by relaying the previous conversation he had with the magician. Xiao was left speechless. Had his little one developed extraordinary abilities? Was her strength now greater than his? Could she truly send him sprawling with a single blow? These thoughts echoed relentlessly in his mind. He ought to feel elated, for even in his absence, his daughter could now fend for herself. Yet, the searing pain radiating from his waist, bottom, and arms rendered any semblance of joy impossible. The moment he logged in, his beloved daughter had prepared a rather painful welcome. Xiao Jin grimaced in agony and began to seek excuses. After all, who told him to suddenly embrace her? It wasn't as if she had done it intentionally. It was I. Xiao Jin managed to respond through gritted teeth, attempting to rise and shift something as a gesture of acknowledgement. Dad, are you all right? Bianbian took a few tentative steps toward the source of the voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so forceful. Xiao Jin assumed that his daughter, as before, couldn't hear him and muttered to himself, Sweetheart, please refrain from saying such things. It makes your father seem utterly inept. Spare me some dignity. All right. A smile of paternal pride spread across Xiao Jin's face, yet it abruptly froze as he suddenly realized. Baby, can you hear me? Yes, she obediently nodded. Can you see me? No, I cannot. A sense of melancholy washes over me. Yet for Xiao Jin, this is already quite fulfilling. The system previously stated that to communicate intimately with Bianbian, one must achieve a closeness value of 500. Xiao Jin had earlier expended all his closeness points on delightful treats for Bianbian, leaving his current value at 0. The system's sudden revelation caught Xiao Jin off guard. Darling, it won't be long before Daddy comes to fetch you, and you will be able to see him. He leaned against his waist and gradually settled onto the sofa. Yes, I understand. Bianbian nodded vigorously, Papa Weigel told me. A profound unease enveloped Xiao Jin when the system had recounted past events. It had also mentioned the flow of time, implying that the magician had monopolized Bianbian for 50 days. He would have to endure such a period as well. Upon logging in this time, he could distinctly sense that his precious daughter was not as close to him as before. The magician must have seized the opportunity to speak ill of him. Daddy, where does it hurt? Bianbian's concerned inquiry pulled Xiao Jin from his thoughts, and the gentle tone of his beloved daughter immediately cast aside his earlier discontent. Daddy is fine now. Xiao Jin grimaced through the pain, feigning nonchalance, feeling immensely grateful that his little one could not see him in this state. Then he noticed the curly-haired boy closely trailing Bianbian, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze, ultimately concluding that the lad was rather charming. Darling, who is he? Daddy, this is Brother Lingong, Bianbian replied, holding the hand of the goat lord. Brother. He is also Daddy. The little girl further elaborated to the solemn-faced goat lord, with the magician leading the way. The goat lord had already managed to calmly accept the arrival of yet another father figure. However, he was puzzled as to why Mr. Xiao did not make an appearance, especially since the magician had shown himself. Greetings, Mr. Xiao. I hail from the Beast Star, the goat lord stated, maintaining an air of politeness. Xiao Jin regarded him with increasing satisfaction. The Beast Star. Nong Jusi had mentioned previously that a person was sent through a game to take care of Bianbian, and that individual was the Lord of the Beast Star, this very one before him. Aren't you a goat? He mused, if memory served him right. Nong Jusi had asserted that the Lord of the Beast Star was a sheep. Bianbian? The goat lord, caught off guard by the revelation of his identity, immediately turned to Bianbian, for he had never disclosed his true self to her. Living in the human realm, as a goat, he instinctively chose to conceal his identity. He never anticipated that Xiao Jin would unmask him so directly. He faltered, at a loss for words. Xiao Jin frowned in his transformed state. He was rather diminutive, and it was evident that Nang Jusi was employing child labor. However, since the little one was not of Earth, once they returned to the Empire Star, he could be nurtured to become a personal bodyguard for the baby. Nobles in the Empire often preferred to cultivate their bodyguards from a young age, ensuring absolute loyalty. Xiao Jin had several such guards. Just as the goat lord was gathering his thoughts to explain his situation to Bianbian, a crisp knock on the door interrupted him. Bianbian, it's me, came the voice of Luo Yeshing. Daddy, Uncle Luo is here. I'll go open the door, Bianbian exclaimed, as the goat lord quickly walked over to pull open the grand door. Upon entering, Luo Yeshing noticed the absence of the magician and instinctively inquired, Where's the esteemed one? The Lord of the Goats found it difficult to respond, but Bianbian rushed over to answer him. Daddy has left. Xiao Jin squinted as he watched his precious daughter abandon him, only to welcome Luo Yeshing instead, back when they were in Jinxing community. Xiao Jin could never see Luo Yeshing without feeling a pang of irritation. It appeared that now, GOC had bestowed upon the child a Lord of the Goats, while the magician had procured a caretaker in Luo Yeshing, leaving him, as the father, to wonder what he had contributed aside from buying food for his darling daughter. In that instant, Xiao Jin felt a surge of inadequacy. However, his back no longer ached, and his arms felt restored. He rose silently from the sofa and made his way to the Luo Yeshing frowned, thinking that the big shot, having lingered so long without disappearing, would not vanish again. Yet suddenly he did. Nevertheless, he dared not comment on the magician and suppressed his doubts, glancing over the dining table. Since the magician had departed, the two little ones had yet to partake of the dishes laid out before them. Luo Yeshing merely glanced and inquired of the little girl, "Did you cook these dishes?" Bianbian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Uncle Luo, how did you know?" This was, of course, something that could be confirmed with a glance. Ling Yang's knife skills were exceptional, producing potato strips of uniform size and length. It was evident that the magician could not have cooked, so the exquisite dishes on the table could only have originated from one person. Who else, if not Bianbian, could create such fragrant and visually appealing dishes? Luo Yeshing smiled, and such praise was more genuine than anything else. The little girl's previously subdued mood instantly transformed into one of exuberance. Xiao Jin could only think. Look at how this was said. He felt his anger rising, slowly approaching Luo Yeshing from behind. Xiao Jin coldly fixed his gaze on the smooth back of Luo Yeshing's head. As a fire-type ability user, he was somewhat sensitive to the cold. After taking a couple of steps into the living room, he felt a chill brush against his neck. Pausing for a moment, he quietly turned his head, only to find nothing behind him. Trusting his intuition, he swiftly expressed his purpose. "Bianbian, do you remember that older brother we met in Jinxing community?" Bianbian pondered for a moment. "Is it Brother Ayun?" As she extended her foot, preparing to trip Luo Yeshing, Xiao Jin was left bewildered. Another kid? A peculiar sense of crisis suddenly surged within the Goat Lord. Chapter 19. Your Highness, your facial mask has fallen. The intelligent butler picked up the mask from the ground, and after scanning it with its optical sensors, it stated, "It can still be used. Your Highness, would you like me to reapply it for you?" "Get it away." Xiao Jin had no time to concern himself with the mask. He stepped away from the massage chair and turned the holographic screen towards the intelligent butler, demanding, "What did you see?" The butler neatly folded the mask and, upon reading the words on the screen, recited, "Intimacy level 50." Confirming that his fatigue had not caused him to misread, Xiao Jin stared at the intimacy level of 50 for a long while, until the notification disappeared. The previously -10 intimacy level in the upper right corner had transformed into 40. How could the intimacy level have increased so significantly after just half a day away from the game? Suddenly, Xiao Jin recalled the grotesque ant corpse beast. The beloved daughter is certainly aware of the assistance he provided in vanquishing the undead beast, thus naturally fostering a sense of fondness towards him, and consequently enhancing their intimacy level. However, one must ponder why this affection did not manifest during his online presence at that time. Is it possible that the increase in intimacy is subject to a delay? Xiao Jin's mind was a whirlwind of such chaotic thoughts, yet he ultimately cast them aside, leaving only a profound inner joy. Regardless of whether the intimacy level is delayed or not, the fact remains that it has increased, allowing him to purchase delightful treats for his precious daughter. This afternoon, Xiao Jin ventured once again to the black market, only to find that the vendor selling NR was still absent, rendering his trip futile. To compound his irritation, he had to contend with Chu Xinran, which was exceedingly vexing. Nevertheless, these troubles dissipated with the rise in intimacy, which had reached a staggering sum of 50, granting him a sense of ease, as all lingering discontent vanished from within him. Just as he clicked into the marketplace to see what he could procure, an unexpected notification appeared. Zhu Yuan has contracted a virus. In order to spare Bianbian from sorrow and fear, he has chosen to depart alone. Xiao Jin's actions froze. Zhu Yuan has turned into a zombie? Just like Lu Yu? How could this happen? His expression of light-hearted joy was swiftly replaced by a grave countenance. Setting aside the fact that Zhu Yuan had left, leaving his precious daughter alone, the question remained, how did Zhu Yuan become infected? When he exited the game, everything had appeared to be resolved, and logically, there should have been no issues. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, the system interjected again. Zhu Yuan's departure has profoundly impacted Bianbian, resulting in her falling ill with a high fever during the night. Fortunately, her fever has subsided and she is not in grave danger. Yet her body has experienced significant energy depletion. Please provide energy for Bianbian. In comparison to Zhu Yuan, the well-being of his precious daughter undoubtedly takes precedence. Xiao Jin ceased his contemplations and promptly accessed the marketplace. Why were the other categories still grayed out? He was at a loss for words, aside from sustenance. He yearned to procure other items for his beloved daughter. Did he not possess sufficient intimacy points? The system remained silent. Upon opening the food category, the icons in the first row finally illuminated, revealing 4 in total. Apart from the first icon, a red apple, the remaining 3 were as follows: organic mineral water, 100 star coins; This organic mineral water contains special minerals suitable for children aged 1 to 5 and can enhance physical constitution. One bottle can be purchased at a time. Magical jumping sausage, 200 star coins, crafted from a unique meat texture. This magical sausage aids in energy absorption for the skeletal development of children aged 1 to 5, promoting healthy growth. One unit can be purchased at a time. Brain development infant formula, 500 star coins. This formula is essential for infants' energy intake, and the brain development formula supports cognitive growth for children aged 1 to 5, ensuring they become increasingly intelligent as they grow. One can maybe purchased at a time. After perusing these options, Shoujin felt dissatisfaction. Why were the other icons still gray? He wished to treat his precious daughter to a lavish feast rather than these seemingly unappetizing, rudimentary food items. Firstly, the intimacy points are insufficient to unlock the subsequent icons. Secondly, she is still quite young, and her body has limited tolerance. Foods with excessive energy may lead to adverse effects. Please be advised that the reverse consequences of such side effects are irreversible. Players must exercise prudent nurturing for Bianbian. Shoujin. So, this is to advise him to remain rational during his spending spree, rather than flaunting his wealth like a nouveau riche, continuously purchasing items, ultimately harming Bianbian. Is that the essence of it? Indeed. Shoujin. I can hardly be bothered with this wretched system. He is raising a daughter, not a pig. He will naturally discern what can be purchased and what cannot. He merely wishes to provide her with more options, allowing Bianbian to explore a more diverse array of foods, as this is the path to nurturing his precious daughter to be healthy and plump. The subsequent icons were all grayed out, and he inquired, how much intimacy is required to unlock them? Perhaps a surge of 50 intimacy points had instilled confidence in Shoujin, making the prospect of 500 points seem trivial. After all, his beloved daughter was aware of his existence and knew he would never harm her. Accumulating intimacy points would thus be a simple endeavor. 500. A mere trifle. Shoujin proceeded to the payment interface and, with a swift gesture, completed the transaction. Just as he was elatedly sliding the 3 purchased items onto the table, a message abruptly flashed across the screen. Intimacy points reset. He watched in disbelief as the figure in the upper right corner plummeted from 40 to 0. The wretched system not only deducted money for purchases but also intimacy points. System, of course. Gaining entry to the black market requires spending money on a ticket. Purchasing other items within the market also necessitates payment. Intimacy points and star coins serve different purposes. One opens the purchasing channel, while the other covers the cost. They do not conflict. Shoujin pressed his fingers against his temples, reluctantly accepting this explanation. Wait a moment. How do you even know about my venture into the black market? He scrutinized the game screen with suspicion. Are you an intelligent system? The system contemplated silently. I assumed you would have known this since our first conversation. In comparison to the intelligence of others, it truly felt like a realm apart. However, it did possess certain advantages easy to deceive and to control. Shoujin scoffed softly. His surprise stemmed merely from the fact that an ordinary game would utilize an intelligent system. No game developer would create a standard game employing such a sophisticated system, as the servers designed for regular games struggle to accommodate the vast amounts of data generated by intelligent systems. Gradually, he came to understand. The incompatibility likely led to this situation regarding microtransactions. It was not that the game prohibited spending, but rather that the servers could not handle it, forcing the intelligent system to adopt this mode. With this realization, Shoujin felt less anger towards the subpar system. Once he discovered which game developer was responsible, he intended to purchase the game and enlist a professional team for modifications, even if it involved a virtual daughter. He was determined to provide her with the finest experience, not merely through spending but by replacing the basic apocalyptic map with a brand new world for his beloved daughter. As Shoujin's imagination wandered freely, his hands busied themselves, arranging the purchased items on the table, then scrutinizing his precious daughter's expression. Surely, she wouldn't be frightened by this. As she gulped down the mineral water she had just opened, the little one, seeing the 3 items suddenly appear on the table, did not immediately investigate. Instead, with a tone filled with excitement and joy, tinged with a hint of anxiety, she exclaimed, "Uncle, you're here?" Shoujin, seizing the moment, nudged the organic mineral water forward, signaling his arrival. With a glimmer in her eyes, the clever little girl understood the hint. She gazed around, her eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing her glutinous rice-like white teeth, and with a gentle poke of her little finger, she asked, "May I meet you?" Uncertain why the uncle did not wish to see her, she longed to express her gratitude. Her grandfather had always said that one must thank those who have offered assistance, and she wished to personally convey her thanks to the uncle. Standing tall, she introduced herself in a sweet, childlike voice. "Uncle, my name is Bianbian, and I am 5 years old." She was earnest in her declaration. Then she quickly added, "No matter what the uncle looks like, Bianbian will not be frightened." She believed that this unseen uncle might not possess a pleasing appearance, which was why he avoided meeting her. In matters of appearance, Xiao Jin had an unparalleled sensitivity. Thanks to the teachings of Huan Tianzhu, he had developed a remarkable understanding of his precious daughter's underlying thoughts. Did Bianbian think him ugly, hence his reluctance to meet her? That simply could not be allowed. As the most handsome prince elected by the masses, he could not leave such an impression in his beloved daughter's mind. He recalled the self-portrait he had painted behind the wardrobe. To signal Bianbian, Xiao Jin directed a flying, bouncing sausage towards the bedroom door. Bianbian watched in wonder as the sausage floated there. Sniffing the air, Bianbian held the sausage but did not take a bite, despite the tantalizing aroma wafting from it. She then approached the wall, gazing at her self-portrait. "Uncle, are you trying to tell Bianbian that you resemble the person in this painting?" she inquired. The once normal portrait had inexplicably transformed, bearing marks that resembled numerous scars on the face, and the right eye appeared to be shrouded in a blur, as if obscured by a patch. This was far from handsome. Xiao Jin exclaimed, "No, that is not me," he bellowed. Chapter 20, it must be said. Witnessing his own visage so grotesquely marred sent Xiao Jin into a spiral of despair. He had once possessed a strikingly handsome face, and with his exceptional painting skills, he had meticulously recreated his likeness on the wall. His artistry was indeed among the finest. How had it devolved into such a ghastly depiction? The peculiar expression on his beloved daughter's face suggested she had come to believe he looked like this. How could he endure such an affront? How could the portrait on the wall have transformed so drastically? Disregarding his precious daughter for the moment, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and demanded, "Did you have a hand in this?" Indeed, he was directing his ire towards the system. His instincts told him it was the wretched system responsible. Otherwise, how could one explain the transformation of his handsome face into a visage marred by scars and blindness? The system quickly denied the accusation. "Not me," Xiao Jin retorted. "Who else could it possibly be?" The system replied languidly. "It was merely a result of the wardrobe being pushed against the wall. When you move the wardrobe, the surface rubbed against the wall, inadvertently damaging your face. This is entirely due to your own actions. You have no one to blame but yourself." Of course, it refrained from mentioning its own meddling. Xiao Jin's surging fury was suddenly doused as if splashed with a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was there not a possibility of such a scenario? He oscillated between belief and skepticism. Could it truly be? The system interjected, "Of course. Moreover, why would I bother painting your face?" Indeed, even if his face were to be adorned with colors, he could always seize another opportunity to paint anew. However, without the NR equipment for projection, he was utterly incapable of executing any artistic endeavors on the wall through the light-brain screen. No, he must hasten to acquire the NR device, for only then could he forge a favorable impression before his beloved daughter. Bianbian remained intently focused on the portrait, striving to memorize her uncle's appearance. After discerning what Xiao Jin looked like, the little girl concluded that her uncle's reluctance to meet her was undoubtedly due to an unappealing visage, much like an encounter she had with an ordinary middle-aged woman alongside her grandfather. This particular woman had left a profound impression on Bianbian, one that lingered even a year later. Lu Yu, accompanied by Bianbian, occasionally traversed various bases, engaging in trade to procure supplies. It was at a small base that Bianbian first met this woman. For ordinary individuals seeking refuge in a base, the promise of shelter did not guarantee a life of comfort. In fact, their existence was often worse than that of refugees before the apocalypse. As the cataclysm unfolded, social hierarchies became increasingly pronounced, with the weak clinging to the strong, while the powerful exploited the vulnerable. This dynamic had become the new law of the post-apocalyptic world. A middle-aged woman, lacking any particular skill, possessed only a son who was similarly devoid of extraordinary abilities. In her determination to safeguard her immature son, she willingly offered her own body in exchange for resources, ensuring their survival within the confines of the base. While Liu was at this modest settlement trading for supplies, he encountered this woman, who took a liking to Bianbian. She gifted the child a small bag of cookies, gently caressing her head and smiling as she said, "My dear, you must grow up safe and sound." Bianbian found the woman's smile enchanting and her voice melodious. As they prepared to leave the base, They fortuitously stumbled upon the woman's son being bullied by several men. The mother, desperate to protect her child, rushed to his aid but was disdainfully pushed away by him, who shouted harshly. His voice was loud and grating, before Bianbian could fully comprehend his words. Her grandfather covered her ears, shielding her from the harshness. She glimpsed the brother's terrifyingly contorted face, reminiscent of those monstrous beings. Rather than confronting the men who tormented him, he directed his aggression towards the very woman who sought to defend him. Bianbian found this behavior perplexing and turned her gaze towards her grandfather, whose expression soured with evident anger. He promptly chased off the unruly men, only to be met with the brother's vitriolic rebuke for meddling. In response, her grandfather struck Lu Yu. Let out a sigh, his rough hand gliding over her head as he spoke. It is because Auntie feels that she is not pleasing in appearance and does not wish to frighten Bianbian. Hence she does not want you to see her. Bianbian, though partially understanding, remained puzzled. Now, the uncle who remained hidden from her sight, coupled with the face she saw in the portrait, led her to firmly believe that the uncle was avoiding her due to his unattractiveness, wishing not to frighten her. Grandfather once remarked that if one seeks assistance from another and is met with refusal, one must understand that such requests should not be repeated. Although she longed to express her gratitude to that uncle in person, she recognized that she could not compel him to meet her. Xiao Jin resolved that once she acquired the NR equipment, she would paint her own face for her precious daughter, ensuring that her beloved child understood that her father was not at all unappealing. After completing, she had never tasted such delectable meat, surpassing even the roasted rabbit she had previously enjoyed. The little girl, in her joy, completely forgot about her uncle and dashed towards the staircase. Her grandfather indulged her with all sorts of delicacies, and she felt compelled to share with him as well. Xiao Jin watched, wide-eyed, as his precious daughter, reluctant to take a few bites for herself, offered everything to Lu Yu. This genuine display of filial piety stirred a sense of melancholy within him. On one hand, he believed Lu Yu had truly taught the little girl to be considerate. On the other, he wished she would also think of herself more often. Unfortunately, with the limited supply of the delectable delicacy, he had to let it go. Not long after, the little girl did something that deeply moved Xiao Jin. Uncle, the apple you gave me has been turned into apple chips by Uncle Zhuan. They are delicious. You must try them. She climbed onto her chair, lifted the lid from the bowl containing the apple chips, and, unaware of her uncle's exact location, simply spoke in a random direction. Oh, his precious daughter was showing her own brand of filial respect. Xiao Jin's faint jealousy towards Lu Yu was instantly eclipsed by the overwhelming emotion evoked by his daughter's gesture. Who could say that playing games held no benefits? This inner contentment was beyond verbal description. Before today, he had been perceived as the villain in his daughter's eyes. But now, he had been honored by her affection, bridging the gap between them. In a hurry, Xiao Jin poked at the screen, attempting to grab a slice of apple chip, hoping to show his daughter that he was indeed partaking as well. However, the apple slices in the bowl proved impossible for him to grasp. After a moment, Bianbian noticed the apple chips remained untouched and instinctively bit her finger, the exquisite taste of the delicacy still lingering in her mouth. Bianbian suddenly comprehended that, although she could not see the uncle, he must have experienced many delectable treats himself to be able to gift her such delightful food. The untouched apple slices indicated that the uncle did not favor them. She recalled the agony of consuming food she did not enjoy and promptly closed the lid to spare the uncle any discomfort. Subsequently, Bianbian turned her attention to the other two items, brain domain milk powder and organic mineral water. The packaging bore Chinese characters, yet Bianbian was illiterate. However, she was adept at interpreting images. The milk powder featured a small infant on its label, resembling the cans of milk powder her grandfather had previously prepared for her. She instantly recognized it as the naniai her grandfather used to make. As for the organic mineral water, it appeared similar to ordinary bottled water, which she also identified. With a gentle push of her small hand, she felt the substantial weight of the milk powder canister. Where had that unseen uncle procured such naniai? Milk powder was a rare commodity. Every time Lu Yu sought it out, he would search for quite some time, as it was a treasure hard to come by, often requiring many precious crystals for exchange. By then, Bianbian had already developed a vague understanding of money and felt that Lu Yu was spending excessively to care for her. Hence, she told her grandfather that she no longer wished to drink milk powder. Lu Yu, with a playful smile, teased her, Bianbian, if you don't drink naniai, you want tea, grow tall. After that, Bianbian never dared to entertain the thought of refusing milk powder again, until you could no longer find any resources. Thus, in Bianbian's heart, milk powder held immense value, as precious as meat. However, having just savored the most exquisite meat she had ever tasted in her 5 years of life, and now possessing a full can of fresh milk powder, a sudden sense of unease arose within her, a disquiet over the unearned benefits she could not reciprocate. There lingered a sense of confusion. How could the invisible uncle locate these items? And why was he so kind to her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyelids began to flutter, and the drowsiness of childhood crept in swiftly. Coupled with her recent fever, the silence of the room, devoid of the invisible uncle's voice, enveloped her, leading her to rest her head on the table and succumb to slumber. At that moment, Xiao was still engaged in a struggle with the fried apple slices. Observing his precious daughter closing the lid, he felt a pang of concern for her disappointment and resolved to find a way to pick up the apple slices. Yet, there was no further progress. Even after his fingers grew sore, he could not manage to grasp a single piece, which frustrated him to the point of wanting to abandon the game altogether. It was only when the system, in exasperation, reminded him that Bianbian was fast asleep that he recalled his beloved daughter. Now, he found himself unable to enter the bedroom and had no choice but to bring Bianbian to the sofa. The act of maneuvering Bianbian with his fingers brought him some solace. At least he could still move his precious daughter. She was unharmed. Gazing at his daughter's adorable face, Xiao resolved, until he could acquire the NR device, he would refrain from logging into the game. Chapter 21. A new day begins. Bianbian drew back the metallic curtains, knowing that the invisible uncle had departed, yet this time, she felt no sorrow, for she was certain that he would return. First, she tidied herself up, awkwardly tying her hair into 2 small bunches, and changed out of her lacy dress. It was too constricting. Noticing that the magic ball still emitted a glow, Bianbian embraced it and turned it around. Seeing the white side dip down, she tentatively pressed it with her little finger, and the white light vanished. She proceeded to press each of the colorful buttons, discovering to her surprise that each one was functional, emitting a corresponding hue of light, bright yet gentle, and particularly lovely. The little girl, as if enchanted by a novel toy, played with all the colors before carefully placing the magical orb in her bedroom, hesitant to engage with it further for fear of depleting its energy and rendering it dark. She then made her way to the kitchen, where the stove had been relocated by Zhu Yuan and placed upon a stool, now accessible at her height. Bianbian picked up a small pot to boil water, instinctively pouring the bottle of organic mineral water into it, then cautiously turning on the gas. Aware of the inherent dangers of gas, she held her teddy bear at a distance, squatting down as she monitored the flame, ready to extinguish at the moment the water reached a boil. Upon opening the can of formula, she encountered an additional layer of sealed metal that proved too tough for her small hands to open. Thus, she resorted to using a small knife to meticulously puncture a seam and gradually cut through it. Though her arms ached and throbbed, the prospect of indulging in the delightful taste of formula invigorated her spirit. After more than 10 minutes of effort, she finally pried open the metal seal, wiping away the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. Inhaling the distinctive aroma of the powdered milk, she licked her petal-like lips in anticipation before retrieving a long and used baby bottle. With care, she washed it with the boiled water and filled it to the brim with her precious nani. Reclining on the sofa, she cradled the bottle, sipping contentedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her delicate legs swaying joyfully in the air. What a beautiful sight it was. As Nong Juicy entered the game, the scene that greeted him was that of the little girl blissfully drinking from her bottle, her feet playfully lifted. He cast a glance at the dining table, deducing from the milk powder clinging to the small knife and the manner in which the milk powder can was opened that the little one had independently unsealed a new can of milk powder and prepared it with boiling water. Neither he nor Xiao had pondered the origins of the milk powder, much like how they had unconsciously overlooked the emergence of the magical orb. In truth, at this moment, Nong Jiuxi was reflecting on why, at the break of a new day, he had chosen to enter the game through an NR projection. He was soon to step out and meet the third prince, Xiao Yan, to discuss matters. It was time to tidy up and prepare. Watching the little one joyfully savoring the milk, he reasoned. He merely wished to ascertain whether there would be any lingering effects following the child's high fever. Presently, all appeared well. The system intruded. Please promptly increase your intimacy level with Bianbian. Otherwise, purchasing defensive weapons for Bianbian in the shop will not be possible. Note: while the basic laser gun possesses great power, it is a one-time use weapon. Most importantly, Its weight is excessively burdensome for Bianbian given her current age and physique, rendering her unable to wield it. Numerous factors in the post-apocalyptic world pose imminent dangers. As a father, it is your duty to ensure Bianbian's safety. Nong Jiosi responded placidly, "You speak too much." The system fell silent. Nong Jiosi glanced at the floating zero in the upper right corner, then ambled over to the sofa, lowering his gaze to the little one. So small. A horn button appeared atop the little one's head, and with a gentle tap from his slender finger. What should he gift Uncle? Uncle is so kind to me, yet I am at a loss for what to present him. Such a vexing dilemma. Nong Jiosi raised an eyebrow. Is she contemplating giving him a gift? Bianbian let out a soft belch, turned over, and began conversing with the little bear. His small face marred by an expression of serious concern. Nong Jiosi's gaze shifted to the bear, his handsome brows furrowing once more, only to reluctantly avert his eyes. Wishing to shield them from the bear's unkempt appearance, he was curious to see what the little one would present to him. As for the lack of intimacy points preventing him from acquiring weapons in the marketplace, Nong Jiosi's lips curled into a smirk, bearing a semblance of a smile. The system, an ominous premonition. Unexpectedly, Nong Jiosi logged off. After breakfast, he changed his attire and stepped out of the palace gates, where Nong Tang had already parked the aircraft and opened the door. "My lord," she greeted. Nong Jiosi bent down to board. Half an hour later, the aircraft touched down on a verdant lawn, beside which another aircraft was also stationed, adorned with a long, resplendent feather plume that fluttered gracefully in the breeze. "My lord, the Feather Clan has also arrived." "I see," he replied. In front of the lawn stood several interconnected high-rise buildings, the Empire's military command center. When not on a mission, Xiao Yin conducted his work here. After walking a short distance, soldiers clad in military uniforms spotted Nong Jiosi and bowed respectfully, saying, "We meet again, Lord Jiosi." He was a frequent visitor, holding an honorary title of a nameless instructor within the military. What does it mean to be a nameless instructor? It signifies his ability to teach anything: combat, command, reconnaissance. As long as he wished to impart knowledge, any discipline could be covered. Many soldiers embarking on missions referred to him as the Devil Instructor. Upon entering the hall, a lieutenant hurriedly approached, bowing with respect, "Lord Jiosi, the general awaits you in the office." Nong Jiosi inquired, "Who from the Feather Clan has come?" The lieutenant remarked, "It is the Feather Emperor." Nong Jiosi did not inquire further. Instead, Nong Tang expressed curiosity. "What brings the Feather Emperor here?" The Feather Tribe, much like the Dragon Tribe, is sparse in number, with the vast majority residing in the illusory Feather Forest, a haven designated by the Empire. They prefer to remain indoors, seldom transforming into human form. The planet they once inhabited, which suited the Feather Tribe's lifestyle, was ravaged by war, leading to widespread illness and death among their kin. Subsequently, the Feather Emperor joined the Imperial War Camp, forming an alliance to thwart the invaders and achieve the unification of the Empire. Tragically, during the final stages of this endeavor, the former Feather Emperor fell in battle. After the Empire was unified, the Emperor allocated a portion of forest suitable for the Feather Tribe's habitation, naming it the Illusory Feather Forest, allowing the remaining members to live freely. The Feather Emperor's son, Huan Tianjue, was taken into the palace by the Emperor for nurturing, destined to become the new generation of Feather Emperor upon reaching adulthood. Having endured the ravages of war, the remaining members of the Feather Tribe yearned for a tranquil existence. With only a handful, who revel in the hustle and bustle, living in the heart of the imperial capital, among them the current Feather Emperor, Huan Tianjue. Nong Tang felt a twinge of surprise, questioning whom he intended to confront with the warplanes. The lieutenant shook his head and elaborated, "The Feather Emperor, at the behest of the Emperor, is collaborating with His Highness the Seventh Prince to establish a charitable foundation aimed at aiding refugees from remote planets, thus necessitating the transport of supplies via warplanes." Understanding dawned upon Nong Tang. The scarcity of resources on barren planets inevitably breeds instability, and sending warplanes with supplies would also serve a protective function. The trio ascended to the 22nd floor via the elevator. The lieutenant opened the door to General Xiao Yan's office, announcing, "General, Lord Jusi has arrived." Xiao Yan waved with a smile, "You're here so early? This isn't like you." Nong Jiosi replied nonchalantly, "Are you implying that I often arrive late?" Xiao Yan maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the pressure emanating from Nong Jiosi, and replied, "Isn't that the case?" Nong Jiosi remained silent. Lord Jiosi, Huan Tianju, seated nearby, stood up as Nong Jiosi entered. Today, Nong Jiosi was not dressed in a suit but rather in simple casual attire. with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his straight nose. He resembled a gentle and handsome professor, devoid of ostentatious garments. Nong Jiuxi nodded his chin toward Xiaoyan. Have you come to request fighter jets? Huan Tianzhu adjusted his glasses and sighed. Indeed, but it seems my third brother has some reservations and is reluctant to grant my request. When did you become so stingy? Nong Jiuxi glanced at Xiaoyan. You collaborate with your foolishly wealthy younger brother on charitable endeavors. What harm is there in investing in a few fighter jets? Huan Tianzhu took a sip of coffee, a fleeting smile illuminating his eyes. It is said that the eldest Lord Jiuxi possesses a peculiar temperament, even though he and Xiaoyan share a friendship across generations. A disagreement could easily lead to a falling out. Perhaps it was due to Xiaoyan's earlier remark about his tardiness. Huan Tianzhu set down his coffee cup, wisely choosing to remain silent. Xiaoyan cleared his throat, defending his younger brother. How is Xiaoqi foolish? Nong Jiuxi chuckled softly, as if silently asserting in every possible way. Achoo. On his way to the black market to procure in-our equipment, Xiaojin sneezed, pondering which imbecile was speaking ill of him from behind. Chapter 22. When Xiaojin indulged in his bath, he often found solace in playing with his holographic computer, a habit he had cultivated over time. Today, however, upon activating the device, he was greeted by an unfamiliar icon devoid of a name, a charming visage of a little girl. Men are sometimes irresistibly drawn to such endearing sights, and even Xiaojin, the seventh prince of the interstellar empire, was no exception. Thus, he casually clicked on the icon, only to discover it was a game, with the adorable girl serving as the central character, Bianbian. Bianbian, born in a post-apocalyptic world, was abandoned by her biological parents and left to languish in a refuse heap shortly after her birth. Fortuitously, an elderly man named Lu Yu rescued her and raised her with care. Lu Yu, a B-grade metal-type ability user, possessed formidable strength. However, his age, surpassing 70 years, considerably diminished his physical prowess. He initially aspired to find a suitable family for Bianbian, so that when his time came, he could entrust her to their care. Yet, in a world ravaged by chaos, who would willingly take in a helpless little girl? After much contemplation, Lu Yu found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Should he take her to a base? He feared that, in his absence, others would exploit Bianbian's vulnerability. Ultimately, he resolved to seek a safe haven where they could reside. As long as he avoided particularly perilous situations, he believed that, with his B-grade abilities, he could survive for another decade or so. During this time, he could impart to Bianbian essential survival skills he had previously refrained from teaching her, wishing to allow her a carefree childhood even amidst the desolation of the world. The pivotal moment would arrive at the age of 5. After that, he would begin to instruct her on surviving in the harsh realities of their existence. However, plans often fall short of reality. While Liu ventured out in search of supplies, he inadvertently stumbled and cut his hand on a shard of metal due to his physical condition. Initially, he paid little heed to the injury. After 5 years of the apocalypse, the virus seemed nearly confined to the undead, and its presence on other objects had diminished over time, losing its terrifying potency. Nevertheless, he swiftly disinfected the wound with alcohol and monitored it for 2 days, during which no signs of infection emerged, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once infected, the virus could cause mutation within 24 hours. Yet, on the 3rd day, the wound became infected. Lu Yu was not afraid of death. Having lived over 70 years, he felt he had seen enough of life. However, he could not shake his concern for Bianbian, who was merely 5 years old and so vulnerable. Without his protection, how could she survive in this ruthless world? He had not even had the opportunity to teach her how to endure in such dire circumstances. The virus's insidious speed of erosion left Lu Yu little time to make arrangements for Bianbian, forcing him to hastily relocate her to the 3rd floor, sealing off the upper levels. Those with abilities who became infected transformed into zombies, wielding strength far superior to ordinary undead. He could not allow himself to roam freely outside. Should he succumb to becoming a mindless zombie, he could pose a threat to Bianbian. Thus, she was left an orphan. Unburdened by the obligation to inherit a throne, he developed an interest in commerce. With his prodigious business acumen, he forcefully inserted himself into the economic lifeblood of the empire, becoming one of the wealthiest high nobles of the interstellar empire. Such a narrative left Xiaojin feeling somewhat unsettled and suffocated. Once the exposition faded, what lay before him was the poignant image of a young girl delivering food to her grandfather. The image is remarkably clear, revealing the sorrowful expression of the little girl, along with the large tears cascading down her cheeks. The strong man feels a pang of heartbreak. Such an adorable little one deserves to be cherished and pampered by her parents. Suddenly, as Bianbian collapses, Xiaojin is startled and instinctively reaches out to catch her, only to discover that he can manipulate the little girl's movements with his fingers, thus preventing her fall. Upon seeing her bewildered expression, Xiaojin can't help but chuckle, playfully tapping her cheek through the screen. How utterly charming. The current minigames have become increasingly lifelike, rivaling even the immersive experience of holographic network games. Presently, holographic network games have swept across the interstellar empire, leaving few to engage in such casual pastimes. Xiaojin opens the game, pondering its creators, considering the possibility of acquiring or investing in the company, yet he finds no information regarding the game developer. He feels a tinge of confusion, but dismisses it, speculating that the company might be too small and that this game may have been launched anonymously, leaving further investigation for later. As he scrutinizes the screen for the game's features, Bianbian, in the meantime, raises her hand to touch her face, her large eyes, still tinged with redness from weeping. Filled with perplexity, she carefully retrieves her teddy bear, dusting it off, and murmurs, "Gray, something seemed to poke my face just now." Bang. Grandpa always said that Bianbian should be strong even when alone and must not cry easily. Having already cried several times today, she resolves not to shed another tear. Sniffling, Bianbian turns and enters the room, closing the door and locking it securely. Every entrance and window in the house has been reinforced with metal. Her stomach growls. Bianbian is feeling hungry. Concerned about her potential malnutrition and deteriorating health, Liu selectively sought supplies, with the most crucial item being milk powder, which he managed to procure consistently. However, milk powder was difficult to find, and before Liu was infected, the supply for Bianbian had already run out. It was during his search for milk powder that he inadvertently fell and cut his hand. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing this incident to Bianbian. Bianbian had never been picky with her food, consuming whatever was provided. Nonetheless, Liu had pampered her excessively, caring for her in a manner akin to nurturing her in a normal world, which resulted in her stomach becoming quite delicate. Even when it came to instant noodles, Liu endeavored to prepare them in a delicious and nutritious manner. After Liu's infection, Bianbian could no longer indulge in hot meals. Though there was a gas canister Liu had procured, which Bianbian could use, he had modified the stove to suit his height, making it inaccessible for her. Even when she stood on a chair, it was easy for her to spill the soup. On her first attempt to boil noodles, while she was climbing onto the chair with the pot, she fell. Fortunately, the water was cold, and she merely sustained a bruise without any further injuries. Consequently, Bianbian was hesitant to enter the kitchen. When hunger struck, she resorted to instant noodles or bread, and when thirsty, she drank water. Her sensitive stomach initially struggled with this diet, causing her to vomit whatever she consumed. Gradually, she learned to eat slowly and managed to keep her food down. Yet, her body visibly wasted away at an alarming rate. When Liu was present, Bianbian had flourished under his care, her complexion fair and delicate, resembling a snowball. A stark contrast to her current state. Her grandfather had once advised her never to open the door, regardless of the sounds she might hear. And Bianbian obediently remained inside the house. Until the food was exhausted, today I finally summoned the courage to venture out of the room in search of nourishment. Emulating my grandfather's ways, I retrieved a charming, cartoon-themed cup, impeccably clean, and grasped a bottle of mineral water. My small hands rested upon the cap, twisting it for what felt like an eternity, until my palms turned a rosy hue. At last, I succeeded in unscrewing the cap. The moment I accomplished this feat, a joyous laughter escaped my lips, and I blew gently upon my reddened palms until the sting subsided. With great care, I poured water into the cup, filling it 2/3 full, as I intended to savor it slowly. I sipped delicately, contemplating my options between instant noodles and bread. Bread, with its soft and fragrant allure, was my preference. However, it did little to quell my hunger. After consuming a single piece, I would soon find myself hungry once more. Instant noodles, while filling for a longer duration, lacked in flavor. Gray, should I indulge in noodles or bread first? Each time hunger beckoned, I would converse with my teddy bear, seeking its counsel. Lifting Gray's arm, I discreetly pointed towards the bread. All right then, Gray also chooses bread, just as I imagined. Joyfully adhering to Gray's choice, I reached for the bread, tearing open its packaging, and ate it slowly with the water from the cup. My eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. The sight of the little one cherishing the bread, reluctant to finish it, pierced Xiaojin's heart. In the Galactic Empire, instant noodles were a punishment reserved for the most heinous of criminals, while the hard, nutritionally void bread was hardly consumed by the impoverished. How could the illustrious seventh prince permit his daughter to ingest such deplorable fare, even within the confines of a game? Xiaojin recently explored a game that featured a marketplace. Without hesitation, he accessed the store, where he discovered a section dedicated to food. However, upon entering, his finger hesitated. Aside from the first vibrant red apple icon, all other icons were grayed out, unresponsive to his touch. What kind of absurd game is this? I can't even buy food for my little one. Xiaojin was infuriated, nearly smashing the newly purchased bathtub in frustration. Ultimately, he had no choice but to select the red apple, reasoning that it was better than nothing. Surely, he could buy a large basket of apples for his child. Yet, despite his attempts, the quantity displayed beneath the red apple remained unresponsive. He soon realized he was permitted to purchase only one. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojin composed himself and spent 5-star coins on a single red apple. For someone accustomed to expenditures of no less than 10,000 star coins, he found himself gazing at the 5-star coins for an extended period. Was this not an affront to his dignity? After successfully completing the transaction, the apple icon turned gray. Fine, you win. Xiaojin hastily placed the apple on the table. At that moment, a round egg rolled in. Belonging to the intelligent steward. Your Highness, you have been soaking for 27 minutes and 34 seconds. If you continue, your skin will wrinkle. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin quickly raised his hand to inspect his skin, only to find it had indeed turned pale from the prolonged soak. He promptly shut down his light brain and swiftly stood from the bathtub. Is my skin wrinkled? The egg on the floor stirred slightly. Apologies, Your Highness, but I currently lack vision and cannot see. Xiaojin, meanwhile, noticed Bianbian, who was munching on bread, suddenly look up at the soft thud that echoed, only to find a large red apple before her, nearly the size of half her head. Chapter 23. Bianbian was taken aback. Regardless of where the little one learned her sleeping posture, it was indeed unsettling for Nong Jiosi to witness the adorable girl sleeping in such an ungraceful manner. At least her feet were positioned flat. He gently turned Bianbian onto her side, arranging her soft little body into a more conventional sleeping position. Satisfied with his efforts, he nodded in approval. His gaze then wandered over to the colorful origami creatures scattered nearby. Picking up a pink little pig, Nong Jiosi scrutinized it closely. And upon noticing the scattered brushes, sketchbooks, and crumpled sheets of paper, he could easily reconstruct the sequence of events. The little one had fallen asleep while folding paper. Was this her gift to him? This is all the heartfelt effort Bianbian painstakingly folded for Daddy. Please do not disdain it. The corners of Lord Jiosi's mouth subtly lifted. He was well aware that a game character programmed to resemble a 5-year-old child could not possibly offer anything of great value, even in the form of a return gift to the player. What he truly anticipated was the nature of the gift the little one would present. To his surprise, it indeed brought him considerable delight. Soon, his attention alighted upon an unfinished azure dragon. By sheer coincidence, within the dragon clan, there were indeed members possessing dragon wings, which allowed Nong Jiosi to instantly recognize this incomplete creation as a dragon. Whether by mere chance or by the design of the system, upon seeing this azure dragon, Nong Jiosi's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a soft chuckle. Suddenly, he experienced a peculiar sense of emotion, a surprising feeling even to himself, emanating from the innocent nurturing game he was engaged in. The sensation was akin to hearing the word father from Bianbian, ethereal yet undeniably real, subtly influencing his perception of the game on a subconscious level. Nong Jiosi took a couple of steps, seated himself beside Bianbian, and with his elegant, elongated fingers, began to disassemble the half-finished qinglong. His fingers moved with remarkable speed, and in a brief moment, a completely transformed qinglong emerged, its body elongated, unnecessary edges torn away, wings eliminated, and 2 claws added beneath, each adorned with 9 sharp talons. This was the hallmark of the 9-clawed celestial dragon. While a common qinglong possesses but 3 claws and a dragon king 5, only Nong Jiosi bore 9, signifying the utmost power in the purest lineage. However, upon completing the transformation, Nong Jiosi examined the small qinglong from a distance, and the more he scrutinized it, the more his brow furrowed. It appeared less imposing than the one crafted by Bianbian herself. The crucial 9 claws protruding from its abdomen rendered it rather foolish-looking. After contemplating for several moments, Nong Jiosi, expressionless, tore off the claws, transforming the Qinglong he had meticulously folded into an almost daft green serpent. Just as the confident Master Jussi was about to obliterate it, Bianbian awoke. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and instantly spotted the floating nine-clawed celestial dragon. Bianbian exclaimed, "Uncle, you're here." Quickly realizing it was the invisible uncle, her joy bubbled forth. "Call Daddy." "Uncle, is this the little snake you folded? It looks truly beautiful." The little girl remained blissfully unaware that her innocent remark caused the corner of a handsome man's mouth to twitch. Unbeknownst to her, the uncle's act of dismantling the previously crafted dragon to create a small snake did not incite her anger. Rather, it filled her with delight, proof that he too shared a fondness for folding small creatures, ensuring he would not disdain the other animals she had crafted. With a sense of pride, she pushed forward her earlier creations. "I don't know what else to give, but I can only fold small animals. My grandfather used to make them for me to cheer me up, and every time I received a new one, it brought me immense joy. Uncle, I hope you like it." Unconsciously, the little girl clutched the small bear tightly to her chest, her tiny fist clenched, her grape-like eyes eagerly fixed on the little snake. The uncle was nowhere to be seen. Faced with the expectant gaze of the adorable child, it was nearly impossible for anyone to withstand such an unintentional display of cuteness. And evidently, the adult, Jussi, was no exception. After a brief silence, he picked up the few creations made by the little one, cast a disdainful glance at his own handiwork, and ultimately resigned himself to handing over his own efforts to the girl. "Thank you, Uncle." Although Jussi had the ability to transfer weapons from the real world into the game, he could not bring items from the game back into reality. Holding these small animals felt akin to rejecting her gift. At that moment, he glanced once more at the girl's bright, dark eyes, fearing that she might shed tears. With a quiet sigh, Jussi rose and departed the room, clutching the origami animals. Bianbian observed the door as it opened and closed, momentarily stunned, before realizing that her uncle had departed. However, after confirming that her uncle appreciated the gift she had presented, her spirits soared, and she eagerly began to fiddle with the small snake in her hands. Despite its somewhat unappealing appearance, she carefully placed it into the second drawer of her bedroom, alongside the delicate origami creatures her grandfather had crafted for her. As she exited the room, Nong Jussi pondered how to deal with the origami animals. The thought of tearing them apart filled her with reluctance. Gazing at these seemingly childish figures, which appeared particularly naive to adults, she contemplated for a moment before her gaze shifted to the metallic wall, a notion forming in her mind. She approached the wall and inserted the small creatures into an opening, softly uttering, "You are the most suitable to preserve them." At that moment, several system notifications popped up in succession. Ding! Advanced zombies can evolve upwards. With sufficient evolution, they may regain a portion of self-awareness. Do you wish to assist Lu Yu in successfully evolving, allowing him to restore his self-awareness? You have two choices. 1. Assist in evolution. 2. Decline assistance. Note: successfully evolving to level 5 will restore 10 of self-awareness. Lu Yu is currently at level 4. The higher the evolution level, the greater the difficulty. The success rate during advancement is only 20. Should the evolution fail, Lu Yu will perish. Please choose wisely. Nong Jussi meticulously reviewed the suddenly appeared system prompts. Is this a side plot introduced for the player? Indeed, in an ordinary nurturing game, if the focus solely revolves around the daily life of the creatures without any additional storylines to unlock, players would inevitably grow weary over time. However, playing this game was merely a response to the thrill ignited by the little one's call of daddy. His interest was solely captivated by the little one, leaving him indifferent to the myriad of side plots, which he was reluctant to invest any time in. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to abandon assistance. Note: on their way to the base, Chun Jiahe and Zhao Ju encountered an ambush from the vengeful Flying Dragon organization. Outmatched, Zhao Ju managed to escape, albeit injured, while Chun Jiahe was captured by the assailants. In a bid to safeguard herself, Chun Jiahe divulged the existence of a vast food supply at Gene Xian supermarket to the Flying Dragon members, also revealing the presence of Bianbian. At that moment, they were hastening towards Gene Xian supermarket, anticipated to arrive in 10 minutes. That supermarket, which had been emptied before Zhu Yuan's departure, was none other than Gene Xian supermarket. The leader of the Flying Dragon, Feng Leijie, was a B-class ice-type ability user of formidable strength, commanding a cadre of extraordinary individuals. He harbored a particular penchant for young girls. Should he discover Bianbian's presence, her life would be in imminent peril. As a father, it was imperative to ensure Bianbian's safety. Nong Jusu's expression darkened instantly. "Brother Jia, look, we are about to reach that supermarket." Could you please release me? Qin Jiahe smiled alluringly at Feng Leijue, seated across from her in a heavy truck on a street several miles away. Little did she expect her misfortune to lead her to the Flying Dragon. Previously, she and Zhao Ju had encountered a D-class ability user surnamed Feng, who had verbally berated Qin Jiahe and even resorted to physical aggression. Zhao Ju had taught the individual a lesson, but to their surprise, the foe was so feeble that he met his demise. Subsequently, it was revealed that the loathsome man was none other than the younger brother of Feng Leijue. Naturally, the two dared not provoke Fai Long and hurriedly eliminated all traces of their misdeeds, hastening towards the base. During their journey, they fortuitously encountered Jinshin Supermarket, where they discovered Bianbian. At that moment, Zhao Ju intended to take Bianbian along to the base, but Qin Jiahe, finding excuses, obstructed him. Just when they thought they could reach the base unimpeded, fate cruelly led them to cross paths with Fai Long. To survive the clutches of Feng Leijue, they had to rely solely on themselves. In a moment of desperation, they recalled that Fai Long's men were notorious and thus unwelcome at the base, resulting in their limited resources. This prompted the recollection of the remaining provisions at Jinshin Supermarket, along with the presence of that enchanting little girl. She surmised that if the little girl had not encountered misfortune, she either resided within the supermarket or nearby. Qin Jiahe, having read novels in the past, found herself in a stark contrast to those tales where protagonists traversed into idyllic romantic dramas or other benign realms. Instead, she had inexplicably landed in the brutal narrative of an apocalyptic novel, one meant for male audiences, characterized by its sheer savagery. She had to survive. And the fundamental principle of survival in such a world was to remain resolute, devoid of compassion, and certainly not to indulge in martyrdom. Therefore, if that little girl named Bianbian was still alive, it would be prudent for her to keep her distance. Otherwise, should she be found, she could not blame Qin Jiahe for her predicament. Feng Leijue fixed his sinister gaze upon Qin Jiahe, uttering, "You would do well not to attempt any tricks." "How could I dare?" she replied. Qin Jiahe gazed at him cautiously, her eyes reddening. "Do you believe me? If I were truly lying, I would have fled with Zhao Ju just now. Why would I choose to remain and seek refuge with you? The Jin Xian Supermarket and that little girl are my sincere offerings. You are so wise and formidable. If I were to deceive you, it would be akin to courting my own demise," she stammered, her demeanor evoking sympathy. Feng Leijue reveled in the admiration and trepidation reflected in her gaze. Before the apocalypse, he had been a vagrant, reluctant to labor for a living, resorting to feigned misery to solicit alms. He often spent the charity he received on meals at restaurants, only to be ejected due to his filthy attire, enduring considerable discrimination that twisted his psyche over time. When the cataclysm struck, he miraculously awakened his extraordinary powers, emerging as a formidable figure. 5 years later, he had ascended to B rank and established an organization named Fai Long, recruiting a cadre of ability users to serve his purposes. With a mere glance at his subordinates, they promptly released Qin Jiahe from her bindings. A few minutes later, several vehicles came to a halt in front of the Jin Xian Supermarket. Qin Jiahe was roughly shoved out of the car, and upon witnessing the nearly emptied supermarket, her eyelids flickered heavily, her complexion paling significantly. "Is this the abundance of food you spoke of?" Following her descent, Feng Leijue, after surveying breath seized within Qin Jiahe, the agonizing suffocation provoking an instinctive struggle. As death loomed, she managed to utter a fragmented plea. "Li. Tull, girl." Feng Leijue relented. Releasing his grip, Qin Jiahe collapsed, racked by violent coughs, her face a mottled canvas of cyanosis. An uncontrollable tremor coursed through her, her gaze fixed on Feng Leijue, brimming with terror. "Where is the little girl?" The fury etched upon Feng Leijue's countenance subsided, replaced by an airy nonchalance. "Consider your words carefully," he purred. "If she remains unfound, or if this is merely a fabrication to stall for time." A blade materialized in his hand, the metallic glint reflecting in his eyes as he savored the taste of the steel. A cruel elation bloomed within him. "I shall suspend you above a pyre, carving off succulent morsels as you roast." Concurrently, Bianbian, under the impression that her uncle had departed, caressed her concave stomach, preparing to boil water for noodles. Suddenly, a female voice echoed from below. "Bianbian, where are you?" Chapter 24. Bianbian started, perplexed by the unfamiliar voice calling her name. Instinctively, she lunged towards the window, eager to discern the identity of the caller and the reason for their familiarity. Yet, her advance was thwarted. Despite the apparent absence of obstruction, she encountered an invisible barrier, an impassable wall. Bewilderment clouded her features as she pressed her small head against the unseen impediment. Understanding dawned, and a joyful, hushed voice tentatively inquired, "Uncle, is that you?" The diminutive laser gun was beyond the grasp of the little one. Even if purchased, she would be unable to wield it. He supplied weapons to Bianbian, who was surrounded by an array of supernatural beings led by a B-class ability user. Even if the weapons were provided, could the little one truly engage in combat against a throng of supernatural beings? The system prompted, Zhu Yuan, having contracted a virus yesterday, has departed early and has now transformed into a level 3 zombie. Should he be summoned from nearby? Caution. Zhu Yuan has become an uncontrollable advanced zombie. Faced with the choice of summoning Nong Jiu-Si, while preventing the little one from darting towards the window, unhesitatingly opted to summon. This message clearly reached Bianbian's ears, evoking memories of the uncle and aunt she had encountered in the supermarket a few days prior. She recalled that the uncle wished to take her away, yet the aunt was reluctant, viewing her as a burden. That tone was familiar, easily discernible. Bianbian turned her little head, pondering earnestly the peculiar behavior of the unfamiliar aunt and uncle. Downstairs, outside the community, the reinforced metal wall at the entrance was conspicuously visible and securely locked. He could not ascertain if the little girl resided in this community. However, the absence of zombies within and the stringent security raised suspicions. Thus, she conveyed to Feng Leijie that Bianbian might inhabit this community. Before forcefully breaking in, a simple method of probing could be employed. If the child truly resided within, a mere child would surely make her presence known. Should she remain elusive, they could resort to a forceful entry later. Feng Leijie permitted her initiative while also instructing his subordinates to search for the little girl's whereabouts in the vicinity. According to his assessment of Chenjia, this woman should not have lied to him. As long as the little girl remained here, she would inevitably be found. Sitting in the car, Feng Leijie gazed at Chenjia as if she were a corpse. She was desperately striving to appease him, praying for her life to be spared, only to find herself in vain. The mere thought of that scene sent uncontrollable tremors through Feng Leijie's body, excitement mingling with an increasingly sinister and malevolent glare. However, half a minute passed with nothing to show for it, until suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed over from the other side. "Brother Jia, we have made a discovery." The young man, an ordinary ability user with a pale complexion, reported, "A level 3 corpse beast, charred in half, must have been killed yesterday." Feng Leijie's excitement gradually subsided, his gaze narrowing as he focused intently on the subordinate. Chenjia overheard this and her face paled considerably. A level 3 corpse beast was equivalent to a human B-class ability user. To have slain such a creature indicated the presence of at least a B-class ability master. Yet, Chenjia had described this place as nearly a dead city, where scarcely a few zombies could be seen, let alone a higher-level corpse beast. Feng Leijie exited the vehicle, and a cold sweat drenched the back of Chenjia's shirt. "Brother Jia, Wen Xiaozhu and I passed through here. We truly encountered not a single zombie, let alone the pressure of a higher-level corpse beast. Otherwise, how could we have escaped?" Faced with Feng Leijie's murderous demeanor, Chenjia strategically lowered her posture, her mind racing. The death of a level 3 corpse beast nearby implied that its slayer was undoubtedly a B-class ability master. If that little girl had been residing nearby, there were merely two scenarios. Either she was devoured by the corpse beast, or she was taken away by a high-level ability user. The near-empty shelves of Gene Xin supermarket suggest that the ability user who vanquished the corpse beast had long departed. Regarding the fate of the little girl, whether she has perished or been rescued by an ability user, the likelihood of discovering her in this vicinity appears exceedingly slim. Of course, there exists a faint possibility. She may not have met her demise at the hands of the corpse beast, nor accompanied the slayer of the beast. After analyzing the circumstances, Chenjia concluded that if she did not devise an escape plan soon, her chance would vanish entirely. However, she found herself without an opportunity to flee. One of her subordinates dragged the corpse of the ant beast over, reporting that no suspicious clues had been discovered apart from this carcass. Feng Leijie let out a chilling laugh, casting a brief glance at the remains of the third-level corpse beast to confirm its classification, before his gaze fixed upon the trembling and pale-faced Chenjia, who was met with a sinister grin. A prickling sensation ran down Chenjia's spine. "You have long been aware of the presence of a third-level corpse beast. The mention of food and the little girl was merely a ruse. Your true intention was to orchestrate a murder." He advanced toward Chenjia, his smile widening ominously. Amidst the suffocating pressure of terror, Chenjia, who had only awakened to D-class ability, felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon her back. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in anguish, sweat trickling down her spine. Feng Leijie and his subordinates, who possessed similarly low levels of power, reacted in much the same way. Feng Leijie's countenance darkened significantly, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks as he lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the upper floors of the residential complex. The roar and the oppressive force emanated from that very location. In an otherwise ordinary area, a slain level 3 corpse beast lay as evidence of the danger, and now, a level 4 zombie lurked within the community. Level 3 and 4 zombies corresponded to B-class ability users. The strength of zombies and ability users of the same rank differed greatly. A level 4 zombie equated to a peak B-class ability user. Feng Leijie had yet to reach his pinnacle, therefore, recklessly confronting a level 4 zombie, even with their numbers, was a gamble he dared not take. Brother Jie, should we leave? One of his subordinates stammered, trembling as he spoke. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from behind them. A geomancer had spotted a zombie in the distance, racing toward them with an eerie speed. Instinctively, he activated his powers, hurling a large chunk of earth toward the approaching creature. Oh no, it's a level 3 zombie. The massive figure of the zombie exuded an imposing aura. As it sprinted, a whirlwind began to form, drawing in debris from both sides of the street, creating a small tornado. Meanwhile, the ominous growls of zombies continued to echo from above the residential building. Heavens, 2 high-level zombies. The fear-laden tremor in their voices was unmistakable. They dared not linger in this place any longer. If it were merely a high-level zombie, it might have been bearable. Feng Leijie even began contemplating whether to take the risk, as encountering a 4th-level zombie was a rare opportunity, and slaying it could yield precious crystal stones. However, with the addition of a 3rd-level zombie behind them, the odds of success had diminished drastically. Feng Leijie's subordinates deployed every possible tactic against the newly emerged zombie, the cacophony of battle resounding incessantly. In a fleeting moment, Chen Jiahe made a fateful decision. Fleeing alongside Feng Leijie would guarantee her demise at his hands. Thus, in a frenzy, she gritted her teeth, discarded the horn she had been holding, and resolved to use her abilities to unlock the metal door. Her only refuge lay within the community, where a 4th-level zombie resided, while the outside harbored only a 3rd-level one. The most perilous locations might indeed offer the greatest safety. As the zombies surged forward, a whirlwind followed in their wake, ruthlessly sweeping away any obstacles in its path. Bianbian stretched out her small hand to touch the object obstructing her view, the myriad sounds of chaos outside piquing the little girl's curiosity, prompting her to stealthily inch closer to the window. Just as she took a step forward, the towering figure of Lord Giosi once again blocked her path. Bianbian felt utterly aggrieved. In Chapter 25, amidst the frantic vehicle ride, shouts of anger and the sounds of fists and feet striking flesh echoed through the air. Chen Jiahe bore the excruciating pain coursing through her body, feigning unconsciousness. Jiegu, this wretched girl has fainted. Feng Leijie raised his hand, instructing the assailant to withdraw, revealing a young woman on the brink of collapse. He was named Taiji. Although merely a D-level ability user, his unique powers rendered him formidable, rivaling even C-level combatants. Moreover, his temperament suited Feng Leijie perfectly, making him one of his most trusted confidants. Suppressing the immense dread within, Chen Jiahe endeavored to still her trembling form, feigning death. Though this woman schemed against us, and it seems we've gained nothing, in truth, our journey has been quite fruitful, Taiji remarked with a knowing smile. Instantly, all occupants of the vehicle disregarded Chen Jiahe's lifeless form on the floor, their attention fixed upon Taiji. Impatient, Feng Leijie, aware that Taiji wouldn't speak without reason, urged, cease the suspense and speak forthrightly. Brother Jie, ponder this. 2 advanced zombies, one at the 3rd tier and another at the 4th. Should you acquire their crystals, wouldn't your aspiration to ascend to A grade be within reach? Are you stating the obvious? It was impossible for Feng Leijie not to have considered this prospect. Yet, recalling the ignominious retreat under the threat of the 2 advanced zombies, he felt an urge to tear the woman on the floor into shreds to vent his pin-up anger. That 4th-tier zombie didn't even reveal itself, yet its mere presence was so overwhelming. It's likely halfway to the 5th tier. Throwing all of you at it wouldn't even satiate its appetite. Despite Feng Leijie's brawny physique and seemingly simple mind, he had, in fact, established a small organization in the post-apocalyptic world, gathering a group of individuals under his command. Beyond his ruthlessness, his mind was far from vacant. Moreover, If a small area already harbors 2 advanced zombies and a third-tier mutated beast, can you be certain there aren't other high-level zombies and mutated beasts lurking there? He muttered darkly. In a seemingly insignificant locale, the emergence of such formidable zombies is nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that this place harbors some extraordinary qualities that facilitate the rapid evolution of both zombies and corpse beasts? High-level zombies and corpse beasts possess a distinct territorial awareness. If one of them manifests in a particular area, another will not appear unless it seeks its own demise. Iron G stated, no matter how powerful a zombie may be, it remains a zombie. You are a high-tier B level. And if you were to collaborate with another high-tier B level ability user, the chance of successfully eliminating that level 4 zombie would soar to 90%. As for the remaining level 3 zombie, gather your comrades. We can surround and eliminate it. Even if a corpse beast appears, as long as we act swiftly, we can secure our prize and escape without issue. Lowering his voice, he added, with a level 4 crystal stone as bait. There will undoubtedly be numerous ability users eager to collaborate. Once we have slain the level 4 zombie and acquired the crystal stone, we can then turn on our partners, leaving no one to contest you for the crystal. Feng Legia narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Iron G, and retorted, do you really believe that a high-tier B-level ability user is as common as cabbage, easily dispatched at will? In this post-apocalyptic world, alliances among ability users to slay zombies for crystal stones is a commonplace occurrence, and conflicts arising over the distribution of these stones are equally routine. Iron G, exuding confidence, replied, have you forgotten about our recent recruit, Zhang Wenxi? His ability allows him to seize others' powers, albeit temporarily, if we bring him along. Once you have dispatched the level 4 zombie, the collaborating ability users will likely be significantly weakened. At that moment, we can have Zhang Wenxi launch a surprise attack, rendering them vulnerable to our mercy. The crystal stone will then be yours. As Feng Legia listened, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. The violent impulses within him, ignited by Qin Jiahe, dissipated entirely. He clapped Iron G on the back with enthusiasm, exclaiming, what a fine lad. Truly, my good brother, we shall proceed as you suggest. Iron G reciprocated with hearty laughter. The scar on his right cheek twitched, and a glimmer sparkled in the depths of his eyes as he complimented. Once you ascend to A grade and your powers amplify, locating the surviving little girls will be a far simpler endeavor. After Feng Leijie and his companions made their escape, the zombie transformed from Zhu Yuan did not pursue them for long. A whirlwind swept up everything it could, and as it dissipated, objects tumbled to the ground with a clatter. One iron barrel, upon its descent, plummeted directly towards him. Zhu Yuan observed it expressionlessly, not attempting to evade it. He allowed the barrel to crash atop his head before rolling away to the ground with a dull thud. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Zombies lack self-awareness, yet he instinctively sensed a pressure directed at him, a force emanating from a superior zombie, silently urging him to retreat. Why should he? They were both zombies. Even if one were a level above him, what right did it have to command him to leave? It seemed utterly illogical. Besides, that zombie was trapped as well. What was the point of its posturing? Suddenly, this particular zombie paused, lifting its gaze and scanning its surroundings in bewilderment. It disregarded the oppressive force aimed at it. Consumed by confusion, why did it feel as though the superior zombie was unable to emerge? The crisis has been averted. Bianbian is temporarily safe. Zhu Yuan is uncontrollable and poses a danger to Bianbian. Please choose one of the following methods to expel Zhu Yuan. 1. By paying 10,000 star coins. One can acquire the ability to launch Zhu Yuan into the horizon, with the landing location being random, thus eliminating any future threats. 2. By paying 100 star coins, one can obtain a broom, which will be used by Bianbian to sweep Zhu Yuan away from this area. Nong Jiusi. He gazed at the second option for so long that the system almost assumed he was about to strike it again. Unexpectedly, Nong Jiusi suddenly inquired, if Zhu Yuan is launched away, can he be summoned again? Typically, the chance of summoning is 0. 9. Nong Jiusi paid 100 star coins and opted for the second choice. Logically, given Nong Jiusi's affluent attitude towards spending, he should have chosen the first option. The system suddenly felt that, compared to Xiao Jin, Nong Jiusi was significantly more frugal. At this moment, Bianbian finally gained her freedom. There was no longer an invisible wall obstructing her. Overjoyed, she dashed to the window. With the unseen uncle present, the little girl felt no fear at all. She stood on a small stool and cautiously peered out. Aside from the disarray below, she saw not a single figure. She was oblivious to what had transpired, but having just heard her grandfather's voice from upstairs, she believed it was he who had scared away the uncle and aunt that intended to take her. However, the noise from earlier had been quite loud, and if they had been frightened off by her grandfather, it would not have produced such a cacophony. Moreover, the chaos outside resembled that of a fierce battle. Unable to make sense of it, she chose to dismiss the thoughts, resolute in her decision not to accompany unfamiliar uncles and aunts. As she pondered this, the tranquil street was abruptly pierced by the clanging of metal. Almost immediately, she caught sight of a figure turning the corner. He was carrying a rusty bucket, his body swaying slightly as he trudged along, the bottom of the bucket occasionally scraping against the ground, producing the jarring sound. The exposed skin was a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, marred by grotesque, sinister patterns, and his gait was heavy and uncanny. It was a monster. She recognized it at once. A chilling roar erupted from the zombie above. The zombie with the bucket below halted, returning the roar in kind as it slammed the bucket forcefully onto the ground. Amidst the echoing cries of the two zombies, her mind flashed back to the clothing adorning that creature below. It was her grandfather's attire. She could never forget. When Uncle Zhu Yuan departed yesterday, he had worn her grandfather's clothes. Bianbian had even found another set of clothes from Luyu for Zhu Yuan. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, she thought that if Uncle Zhu Yuan wore one set of her grandfather's clothes, it meant her grandfather would have one less. The little girl was not miserly. She simply could not bear to part with her grandfather's garments. How could the clothing worn by Uncle Zhu Yuan end up on the monster? With wide eyes, Bianbian gazed at the empty living room, nibbling on her little finger and murmuring to herself. Neng Jiuxi stood before her, observing the subtle shifts in her expression. After a moment, he crouched down in front of her. The little one continued to gnaw at her fingertip, her beautifully clear eyes gradually filling with panic and fear. As if she already understood something, it felt all too real. As tears cascaded from her eyes and the muffled sound of suppressed sobs filled the air, Neng Jiuxi hesitantly extended a finger to gently touch the little one's face. Was it the game's capacity for empathy? The sight of the little one stifling her cries evoked an indescribable emotion within him, causing his brow to furrow in regret over his earlier choice. He should have propelled Zhu Yuan away, as then the little one would not have to witness Zhu Yuan's presence. This was the rationale behind Neng Jiuxi's decision to opt for the second choice. Uncle, Bianbian sensed a shift. At that moment, a small broom appeared, costing 100 star coins, and Neng Jiuxi had no choice but to reach out and accept it. Bianbian sniffled, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the suddenly materialized broom, uncertain whether to continue crying or to inquire why her uncle had gifted her a broom. Chapter 26. The two zombies seemed to have exhausted their vocalizations, with the one upstairs finally falling silent, followed suit by the one below. Indeed, with the upper one unable to emerge, he had no reason to be concerned. He pondered vaguely, yet an insatiable hunger gnawed at him, a deep-seated craving that urged him to fill his mouth with something to quell this terrifying hunger. The zombie wandered aimlessly down the street with a metal bucket in hand, perplexed by its incessant pacing. Was it due to the presence of a superior counterpart? If he were to consume this rival, would his hunger dissipate? However, the other was stronger than him. Even if it could not emerge, he would be unable to overpower it. Patience was essential. He could faintly sense that although this counterpart was indeed superior and exuded a commanding presence, it appeared to be quite feeble. When he becomes weaker, he will be able to rush forward and devour him, thus alleviating his hunger. Before that moment, he must consume other sustenance. The bewildered zombie stepped on a newspaper, the creaking sound causing him to halt, glancing down. After a brief pause, he placed the iron bucket he was carrying on the ground and laboriously bent to pick up the paper. Even an advanced zombie, when not engaged in battle, suffers from significant rigidity and sluggishness, akin to ordinary zombies. This is a means of conserving their strength. Though the reason why zombies possess the concept of stamina remains a mystery, perhaps it is merely instinct. He unfolded the newspaper and glanced at it. Naturally unable to comprehend its contents, the ability to read had long since vanished from his memory module. Finding nothing of interest, he crumpled the paper and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. It was unpalatable, and he remained ravenous. Grasping the as Bianbian beheld the monstrous figure charging towards her, it collided relentlessly against the wall. With Liu in front and Zhu Yuan behind, Bianbian, having endured this ordeal before, exhibited a resilience that surpassed expectations. Instead of succumbing to fear, she rose on her tiptoes, crouching beneath the window to catch a glimpse of the uncle who had transformed into a creature. Behind her, Nong Jiosi extended a finger to grasp the collar of the little one's garment, preventing her from inadvertently tumbling down. Not long ago, Nong Jiosi pondered how to instruct the little one to use a broom to sweep Zhu Yuan away, because the system had made it abundantly clear that the broom would only function in Bianbian's hands, granting her sole authority over its use. However, he and the little one were unable to communicate, thus rendering it impossible to convey the method of wielding the diminutive broom. At that moment, Bianbian heard a peculiar voice that proclaimed, "Bianbian, I am your system father. Uncle Zhu Yuan has been infected and has transformed into a zombie. He poses a grave danger. You must use the broom to sweep him away from this area to ensure your safety." Bianbian responded with confusion, looking around in bewilderment, only to find her body suddenly immobilized. "Fear not. I am your system father and shall not harm you." The enigmatic voice shifted, adopting a gentle male tone that effectively alleviated the surge of fear within Bianbian's heart. "Father?" she murmured, her confusion deepening as the system audaciously affirmed her inquiry. Yet, uncertainty clouded her thoughts. "But, grandfather said I have no father. My parents abandoned me in a roadside trash bin at birth. And it was grandfather who rescued me. I am your other father." Upon concluding this statement, the system offered little explanation, merely stating, "Bianbian is the most obedient little darling. Now take the small broom and go sweep away Zhu Yuan." Bianbian's eyes suddenly sparkled. "I understand now. You are that invisible uncle, aren't you?" The system fell silent for a moment before responding. "Not at all. I am merely your system daddy. You must not divulge our conversation or my existence to those invisible uncles." For reasons unknown to her, Bianbian instinctively nodded in agreement, committing these words to memory. The system then ceased its dialogue. As for Nong Jiosi, he continued to hold the small broom, facing the little one who cried pitifully before him. Upon the appearance of the broom, the child's eyes widened slightly, revealing an expression of indecision between laughter and tears. Throughout, he noticed nothing amiss. Thus, when Bianbian wiped away her tears and ceased her sobbing to examine the broom, he raised an eyebrow, subconsciously sensing something was off. Yet, this feeling was soon overshadowed by the reactions dictated by the game, leading him to dismiss any further contemplation. Bianbian then placed the broom on the ground and ran to the window, standing atop a stool. Nong Jiosi did not intervene this time. Instead, he remained nearby. For the sake of safety, he reluctantly extended a finger to gently grasp the back of the little one's collar. Why did he engage in such a trivial action? "Uncle Zhu Yuan," the little one called out, her voice still tinged with tears. The building trembled slightly under the relentless assault of the zombies. The creatures above, momentarily at rest, seemed to sense something amiss and began to crash against the walls, roaring in an attempt to intimidate the persistent intruder below. As the sounds drew nearer, they ceased to be carried away by the wind. At the second utterance of Uncle Zhu Yuan's name, the zombie colliding with the wall halted its movements. Lifting its gaze towards its intended prey, a faint sound echoed, a gentle thud. Something fell upon its face. A hand, darkened with hues of green and streaked with blood, rose to touch its visage. Unbeknownst to it, the moisture was the tears shed by a little girl. It merely sensed an unfamiliar sorrow. Yet, this fleeting sadness was swiftly eclipsed by an insatiable hunger for flesh. The creature opened its maw, revealing teeth transformed through mutation, resembling those of a shark, and let out a chilling roar. Soaring upward, it believed that it could satiate its appetite. A whirlwind gathered beneath it, lifting its form toward the heavens. As it propelled itself like a cannonball towards the window, it was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Uncle Zhu Yuan. Beside it floated a small broom. Without hesitation, it grasped the broom, recalling the words of the system. This broom could sweep Uncle Zhu Yuan away. Would it hurt him if she swept too forcefully? After a moment's hesitation, she gently brushed the broom against Zhu Yuan. He instantly froze, the wind that had lifted him dissipating, and he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The little girl glanced at the broom, then quickly leaned out to observe Uncle Zhu Yuan. Below, the zombie seemed momentarily dazed, remaining still for an extended period. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to sit up, glancing left and right. His terrified face etched with confusion, as if he were utterly unaware of the reason behind his fall. Upon raising his gaze and spotting Bianbian, he immediately scrambled to his feet, only to begin gathering gusts of wind to ascend once more, only to be swept down again by Bianbian's broom. This action persisted. Observing the diminutive figure of Nong Jiosi watching as Zhu Yuan was sent tumbling down for the 6th time, he could no longer bear to witness it. If he were to fall again, he would likely lose several parts from his body, yet he remained tenacious, repeatedly falling and rising anew. Thus, When Zhu Yuan was swept down for the seventh time by Bianbian, Nong Jiusi resolutely shut the window. Must they truly descend to sweep away Uncle Zhu Yuan? Bianbian had promised System Father that she would not allow the unseen uncle to learn of their conversation, and so she wisely refrained from calling for help. Indeed, she had heard System Father's voice. Uncle Zhu Yuan must surely be hungry. Bianbian swiftly packed some instant noodles, bread, and other provisions into a plastic bag, even stuffing in 2 bottles of mineral water. Finally, she grasped the bag, clutched her teddy bear, and wielded a small broom as she opened the door and stepped outside. Nong Jiusi followed closely behind, a distinct glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Uncle, are you there?" To confront Zhu Yuan with a broom face to face. Despite Bianbian's awareness of his identity, a lingering fear still hovered in her subconscious, a primal dread rooted in her understanding of the monster's nature. Nong Jiusi poked her cheek. Bianbian sensed it, feeling as if the unseen uncle were right beside her. She glanced around, and relying on the sensation from her right cheek, she extended her hand to the right, only to grasp at emptiness. Unbeknownst to her, at the precise moment she reached out her hand, Nong Jiusi instinctively took a step back, evading her tiny grasp. As she extended her hand further to the left, hesitating for a moment, Nong Jiusi decided to reach out again. However, to his astonishment, although he had placed his hand near the little one's, her hand merely passed through his. Through the NR device, Nong Jiusi could connect with the edges, yet it felt as if there was a barrier between them, devoid of warmth or sensation. Previously, he had shielded the little girl with his body, allowing her to touch him. Why, then, could she not make contact now? After pondering this, Nong Jiusi attempted to grasp her hand. "I've got you," he exclaimed. The little girl, filled with joy, turned her gaze to the left. It seemed that only through his active engagement could he reach her. Without such intention, the little one could not touch him. When he obstructed her from the window, she collided with him. This was a deliberate action on his part. Conversely, when she reached out to hold his hand and grasped nothing, it was an action initiated by her, resulting in empty air. Yet, when he extended his hand toward her, it was his initiative, thus resulting in a successful grasp. This phenomenon likely stemmed from the nature of the NR device. Feeling her fear dissipate as she sensed her uncle holding her hand, the little girl soon made her way to where Zhu Yuan stood, wielding a small broom, with the objective of food lost. Zhu Yuan was searching for the iron bucket he had left behind. "Uncle Zhu Yuan," she instinctively called out upon spotting him. As she observed him up close, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She set the food from her bag onto the ground and took a few steps back, brandishing the broom. The zombie hesitated, taking 2 tentative steps before pausing. It then lowered its gaze to the plastic bag beneath its feet, bewildered as it picked it up, squeezing it in confusion, the instant noodles packaging crinkling under its grip. Ultimately, it discarded the plastic bag into a metal bin. Raising its head again, it fixated longingly on Bianbian, emitting a rasping threat from its throat. Bianbian immediately wielded a small broom, cautiously sweeping it towards Zhu Yuan, prompting the zombie to retreat 2 steps. She continued to sweep, and it persisted in its retreat. Nong Jiusi, realizing the broom's efficacy, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bianbian blinked, naively comprehending what the system's father had meant, gradually sweeping Zhu Yuan away like trash. However, considering the vastness of the area, how long would it take to sweep away Uncle Zhu Yuan? Bianbian often took a long time to sweep the living room at home, overwhelmed by the daunting task. She clutched the small broom, her tear-streaked face reflecting her uncertainty as she gazed upwards, quietly asking, "Uncle, may I not sweep away Uncle Zhu Yuan?" The task of sweeping away Zhu Yuan felt insurmountable for the 5-year-old. Chapter 27. After pondering for a moment, the little girl earnestly declared, "I have a broom. As long as Uncle Zhu Yuan comes over, I can use the broom to sweep him away, and he won't be able to approach. I won't be in danger. And Uncle Zhu Yuan won't have to leave." The more she contemplated it, the more it seemed like a splendid idea. Once Uncle Zhu Yuan finished his noodles, she could bring him more, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry. Nong Jiusi observed Bianbian, realizing that she envisioned delivering food to Zhu Yuan in a manner akin to how she had done for Lu Yu. She might not have fully grasped the implications of her actions, whether it was Lu Yu or Zhu Yuan, even transformed into zombies. Bianbian still perceived them as her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan, albeit in monstrous forms. When her grandfather and uncle were hungry, she felt it was her duty to provide them with sustenance. She was cognizant of the fact that monsters consumed humans, but she also believed that their cannibalistic behavior stemmed from extreme hunger, and that satiation would quell their appetite for human flesh. Meanwhile, Nong Jiusi was seeking a solution from the system. The system responded, "You get what you pay for. Having chosen the 100-star coin broom, you must accept the limitations of a 100-star coin service." The fact that the broom swept Zhu Yuan away from the area already justifies its price. It seemed to be lamenting his decision not to spend 10,000 star coins on the one-finger Zen ability. Does this broom have a sweeping back effect on all zombies? Gnome Jussi inquired. Attention! The system replied. Do not expect a 100-star coin item to last long. It is only effective against Zhu Yuan for 3 hours. After that, it is no different from an ordinary broom. Why hadn't this caveat been mentioned earlier? The system, which hadn't known this beforehand, remained silent. Gnome Jussi further questioned. Is the broom considered a weapon? If there's no channel to purchase weapons in the mall, why can it be acquired through your selection? The system retorted. Because I felt like it. It was difficult enough to create a payment channel that deviated from the original rules, and yet Gnome Jussi chose a broom. If it had been the naive and innocent Xiaojin, she would have chosen one-finger Zen without hesitation. The system persisted in its belief that Gnome Jussi was stingy. Indeed, while the Dragon Clan is immensely wealthy, they are, at their core, miserly and frugal. Observing that the system remained silent, Gnome Jussi inquired once more. Could it be that there are actually brooms and the one-yang finger available for purchase in the shop, but I am unable to buy them due to my lack of intimacy points? The system, resolute in its silence, deemed that speaking further would only lead to more complications. Should this dragon uncover anything amiss, it could spell disaster. Gnome Jussi furrowed his brow as he glanced at the zombie, which hesitated to approach due to the broom, yet could not resist the allure of the edges and was unwilling to leave. The broom's effect was fleeting, lasting only 3 hours. If he failed to sweep Zhu Yuan away within that time frame, the moment its power waned, Zhu Yuan would become completely uncontrollable. The earlier rush towards the diminutive figure left him with an insatiable hunger. In the weaponry section, every option was grayed out save for the laser gun, which was too heavy for the edges to wield, let alone fire. Given this predicament, Gnome Jussi narrowed his eyes and moved towards Zhu Yuan. If the system possessed a visage, it would surely be pale with dread. It displayed a bold message. While you may strike me, you must not harm Zhu Yuan. Following another disruption, the system risks collapse. Repeated failures within a short span could lead to unmanageable consequences. In severe cases, game data may disintegrate, resulting in the demise of the edges. To emphasize its urgency, the system highlighted a final warning. Stop. Gnome Jussi halted mid-step. Yet, just as he was about to turn away, the scene before him abruptly vanished, and he found himself standing in his glittering bedroom, the game having exited automatically. Was he offline once more? After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Gnome Jussi attempted to log in again. A message appeared. Poor network connection, login failed. Please try again later. After clicking twice with no change, Gnome Jussi's expression remained inscrutable, though a section of the floor beneath him quietly cracked. He then set aside the thought of logging back into the game and sought distraction in other matters. Uncle, are you still there? Responded Zhu Yuan, who continued to fixate on Bianbian, emitting low, guttural sounds as if poised to pounce at any moment. Bianbian pressed her lips together, realizing that her uncle had vanished from sight. Clutching her teddy bear tightly while gripping her small broom, her doe-like, luminous eyes met Zhu Yuan's gaze, reassuring herself that fear was unwarranted. System Daddy, are you there? Bianbian called out again. Now that her uncle was no longer visible, she felt free to address the system that had quietly conversed with her. Yet, System Daddy remained silent. Just like her unseen uncle, he too seemed to have departed. In an instant, Bianbian's bright eyes dulled with despair. Of course, she did not flee while clutching her broom. Instead, she swept the floor as she walked, while the iron barrel zombie hopped back like a clumsy creature. Its limbs were rigid, and it held the iron barrel in hand, making its leaps appear exceedingly comical. The following 2 days were tranquil, with Bianbian remaining at home. During this time, she suddenly heard the familiar voice of System Daddy, Bianbian. The broom can only sweep away Uncle Zhu Yuan for a limited time. You have 3 hours to do so. After 3 hours, the broom will revert to being an ordinary broom and will no longer be able to obstruct Uncle Zhu Yuan. Thus, you must ensure that the window is tightly shut, preventing Uncle Zhu Yuan from discovering your presence. Otherwise, he may soar up and inflict harm upon you. Despite Bianbian's desperate calls, silence envelopes her. Aside from the few days when Uncle Zhu Yuan was present, her interactions have been limited to her little bear. Although the unseen uncle has been exceedingly kind and helpful to her, he does not engage in conversation, leading Bianbian to regard the system father, who speaks to her, as an entirely distinct entity, despite its recent emergence. Fortunately, the words of the system father seem etched in her memory. Even though she struggles to comprehend the notion of time constraints, she understands the final instruction. Consequently, she secures the window and draws the curtains, illuminating her surroundings with a magic ball. When hunger strikes, she prepares noodles or consumes bread and milk powder, spending her remaining hours playing quietly in her room. Always finding her own means to pass the time. Occasionally, she calls out, "Uncle, are you there? System father, are you present?" She is able to pass food to her grandfather through the metal wall's opening. Yet she diligently recalls the system's admonition to refrain from looking outside to check on Uncle Zhu Yuan, thus worrying whether he has enough to eat. At times, she hears a familiar roar, unable to discern whether it belongs to her grandfather or Uncle Zhu Yuan. The little girl perks up her ears, listening intently, and sighs. If only Uncle Zhu Yuan and grandfather lived together, it would be much more convenient to provide him with food. Recently, Nong Jiuxi has been preoccupied with important matters, leaving no time to log into the game, although the image of the little one occasionally flits through his mind. However, Xiao Jin was a man of his word. He refrained from logging into the game until he acquired the NR device. He spent a staggering 100,000 star coins to obtain the time and location of a transaction on Greeley Planet from the black market owner, promptly dispatching Korf to investigate the buyer. Fortunately, Korf proved to be exceptionally capable, managing to locate the individual within a day and a half. Who could it be? As he gazed intently at the projection of Korf in front of him, Xiao Jin abruptly rose from his seat in the company office. Despite the fog of fatigue from signing a mountain of documents, this promising news invigorated him considerably. Yet, upon discerning Korf's expression, a sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Jin's heart. Having spent considerable time alongside Xiao Jin, Korf was acutely aware that the forthcoming revelation would likely incite Xiao Jin's wrath, and thus he offered a slight smile, attempting to convey the news delicately. "Your Highness, you have indeed heard of his name." Xiao Jin. Under normal circumstances, Korf's demeanor suggested that hope was lost. "Do not speak just yet," he interjected, raising a hand in a gesture for pause, taking a deep breath to collect himself. Korf slowly uttered a name. "Damn." Xiao Jin clenched his teeth in frustration. How could it be him? The Imperial Alliance boasted a celebrity leaderboard, chosen by the votes of the Empire's denizens who deemed certain individuals worthy of recognition. Whether noble or commoner, anyone with sufficient acclaim could find themselves on this list. The names were not static, fluctuating daily, and Xiao Jin, as the wealthiest prince of the royal family, frequently appeared among them. The citizens of the Empire could cast their votes and comments online, and while Xiao Jin typically received a plethora of favorable reviews, he would discreetly arrange for any negative feedback to be removed from the management backend of the leaderboard. Almost all of the renowned nobles in the Empire have graced the illustrious rankings, albeit infrequently. For instance, Lord Jusu has only made a single appearance. Upon discovering that he had been voted for and commented upon, he nearly dismantled the list, and the backstage personnel dared not include his name again. One name, however, frequently emerges on this list, even more so than Xiao Jin, often occupying the top position. This notoriety is not due to wealth, physical allure, or noble lineage. Rather, he is merely an ordinary human commoner, devoid of any aristocratic titles. His fame stems from his peculiar modus operandi. He relishes in abducting those who offend him and subsequently broadcasting their humiliation via the Starnet live streaming platform, setting various traps within the streaming room that render his adversaries a spectacle of folly, witnessed by countless viewers. Among his captives are not only high-ranking officials, but also nobles of various statuses. Upon their release, these individuals fervently attempt to capture him, yet, without exception, they all fail. Even when surrounded by guards, he manages to evade capture, as if conjuring an illusion. To this day, he remains a prominent figure on the celebrity leaderboard. No one knows his true identity, but it is universally acknowledged that offending him is a perilous misstep. While one might meet a swift demise for displeasing others, offending him, well, that is another matter entirely. This enigmatic celebrity bears a resonant moniker, the Magician. Chapter 28. Luo Yexing has consistently enjoyed favorable fortune, perhaps owing to his family's Buddhist beliefs prior to the apocalypse. Consequently, even though he did not awaken any extraordinary abilities in the initial stages of the catastrophe, he managed to survive, albeit with his family members departing one by one throughout the ordeal. Yet, he constantly felt that when he narrowly escaped being devoured by a corpse beast and suddenly awakened his fire-based abilities at a pivotal moment, It was due to the fortune of his entire family shifting onto him. After all, if he were destined to awaken his powers, it should have occurred much earlier. The sooner one awakens their abilities, the greater their potential and strength. Particularly, those who awaken their powers in the first year of the apocalypse and are still alive now are all formidable elites. However, Luo Yexin's awakening was not only at the C-grade level but also accompanied by a unique ability. Every ability user has a minuscule 1 in 10,000 chance of possessing a special ability upon awakening, making it exceedingly rare. The combination of abilities and special powers significantly amplifies one's prowess. Yet, there is a drawback. A special ability can be usurped. If one were to kill the ability user who possesses it, the special ability would transfer to the assailant. Thus, those endowed with unique powers must guard against both the undead and their fellow humans. Upon realizing this, Luo Yexin diligently concealed his special ability, having once suffered betrayal from a friend who sought to eliminate him for his unique power. Consequently, for many years, he refrained from establishing a fixed residence in the base, opting to live as a wanderer, surviving alone in the wilderness. He gradually honed his skills and advanced to the upper B grade, which, while not on par with the top-tier elites, allowed him to survive securely with caution. However, he had lingered at the upper B grade for far too long. Despite his efforts to absorb crystal stones, he could not break through, let alone ascend to the A grade. He yearned for the thrill of perilous combat, believing that only by teetering on the brink of life and death could he potentially achieve enlightenment and surpass his limitations. He began to deliberately seek out Tier 3 zombies or corpse beasts, striking when he found a suitable target and fleeing if he was unable to prevail. However, despite the passage of time, he had yet to witness any signs of breakthrough. After considerable reflection, he concluded that Tier 3 posed a rather modest challenge. Should he truly face the test of life and death, perhaps a Tier 4 adversary would be more fitting. Yet, akin to high-ranking ability users, high-tier zombies were equally elusive, and Luo Yexin had no inkling of where to seek such targets. In that moment, he chanced upon a handwritten notice on a wall, soliciting collaboration. The message was clear. 2 advanced zombies had been spotted, one of Tier 4 and another of Tier 3, seeking the assistance of B-grade higher-tier ability users. As for the distribution of crystal shards post-destruction of the zombies, further details would be discussed in person. Below the message was a string of addresses. Luo Yexin's heart raced with excitement. He had been troubled by the absence of Tier 4 zombies and now, fortuitously, he had stumbled upon this information. Was it not akin to finding a treasure without the need for arduous searching? He promptly tore down the notice and hurried towards the specified address, a gas station. The Flying Dragon faction had temporarily cordoned off the area, designating it as a supply station. Adjacent to the gas station was a hotel, where Feng Leijie resided in a luxurious suite. He paced irritably, finally slamming his fist on the table. It has been 2 days, and not a single ability user has arrived. Taiji, what shall we do if those 2 zombies escape? Taiji appeared entirely unfazed by Feng Leijie's agitation, as if accustomed to it, and reassured him. Did you not assign someone to keep watch? The Tier 3 zombie remains, and the Tier 4 has yet to exit the complex. However, we cannot guarantee they will stay there indefinitely. Feng Leijie tugged at his hair in frustration, casting the strands he had pulled out onto the floor. He had anticipated that someone would come knocking soon, yet to his surprise, 2 days had elapsed without a visitor. In the room, there was a woman clad in revealing attire, her fair complexion and alluring features suggesting she had fared well in this apocalyptic world. With a sultry voice, she inquired, Brother Jia, why not broadcast the news to the base? Once it reaches there, numerous ability users will surely come seeking collaboration. After being scolded, the woman's eyes brimmed with tears, which irritated Feng Leijie. He bellowed, Get lost. One of the ability users lingered his gaze on the woman's smooth skin, his eyes glinting as he licked his lips, saying, Sister Shui well. Brother Jia mentioned that the woman deceived him and hindered his endeavors, so she ought to be taught a lesson. He did not finish his sentence. Of course, we wouldn't go that far. My broth, the man swallowed hard. His gaze fixed on Shui Ro with serpentine intensity, realizing her unparalleled allure compared to the woman inside. Restrained by Feng Leijie's influence, he dared not act, uttering a few words before departing. And Shui Ro entered the dimly lit room. The woman on the bed was scantily clad, her limbs tightly bound to the bedposts in a spread eagle posture, her exposed skin marred with injuries. Despite her desperate attempts, she couldn't escape. She even fabricated a tale of precognition, claiming to foresee the future, having read the entire narrative. She knew the significant events to come. However, The story was told from the male protagonist's perspective, who was still an ordinary member of the base. The plot had not fully unfolded. Even with her knowledge of the future, she needed time to prove it, and time was what she lacked, having been deceived once. Feng Lei Jia no longer believed Chen Jiahe, dismissing her eloquent pleas as mere excuses to escape. Chen Jiahe never anticipated this outcome, unable to comprehend why they didn't believe her. Why? Unlike the protagonist in the novel she read who thrived after transmigrating, was she subjected to such torment? She had transmigrated into the book, knowing everything. She was the protagonist. Didn't protagonists possess a halo? Where was her protagonist's halo? 2 days of torment had visibly emaciated the woman on the bed. Hearing footsteps approaching once more, Chen Jiahe trembled reflexively. She rasped intermittently, "I told you. I am from another world. I know everything that will happen in the future. Trust me. Let me go." Gazing at the woman on the bed, whose consciousness was clouded, and Shui Ro's expression remained unchanged, as if she were witnessing the most mundane of occurrences. After a moment, she spoke, "In comparison to being a living corpse, you ought to be grateful for merely being bound here, with your limbs still intact." Chen Jiahe, her mind slowly regaining clarity, turned her lifeless eyes to the beautiful woman before her. "Who are you?" And Shui Ro extended her hand. A small stream of water materializing at her fingertips, which she poured into Chen Jiahe's cracked and decaying mouth, her voice gentle. "You say you are from another world. Is the realm we inhabit merely a book?" The clear liquid slid down her esophagus, quenching her parched stomach, and Chen Jiahe stared at her blankly. "Are you also of the water element?" A surge of resentment and fury bubbled within her. Though they both belonged to the water element, she was tormented here, while this woman before her lived a life of ease. The stark contrast ignited a palpable hatred in her gaze. And Shui Ro, she did not overlook this animosity, furrowing her brow momentarily before relaxing it. She stated calmly, "If you wish to escape your current predicament, you must honestly divulge everything you know. Perhaps I can assist you in your liberation." She presented a temptation that Chen Jiahe could not refuse. Luo Yisheng arrived at the gas station, and immediately, an ability user emerged. With a mere glance, he discerned that this individual was of D rank. Luo Yisheng raised the torn paper. "I am here to propose a collaboration." As the younger brother's eyelids twitched, he found himself at a loss against the formidable presence of a higher-tier ability user, struggling even to muster the courage to resist. He hastily picked up the walkie-talkie and exclaimed, "Brother Wang, an ability user has arrived, and he is exceptionally strong." After a brief interval, he turned to Luo Yesheng and said, "Our elder brother requests your presence." Luo Yesheng, however, was not so naive. Sitting calmly in front of his vehicle, he replied leisurely, "The address on the notice clearly indicates this location. Having come here with such sincerity, should your elder brother not also demonstrate his goodwill?" Concerned about the unpredictable temperament of high-tier ability users, the younger brother feared that this individual might take offense and dispose of him with a mere flick of his hand. Reluctantly, he resumed speaking into the walkie-talkie. Upon receiving the news, Feng Leijia's countenance darkened as he owned before long. A zombie reached into the barrel and retrieved a packet of instant noodles, gnawing at the packaging with fervor. After a couple of bites yielded no discernible flavor, it stuffed the noodles into its tattered garments and reached back into the metal container. Then it extracted a normal mouse. The clattering sound from the barrel moments ago was the frantic scurrying of the mouse attempting to escape. Suspended in midair, the mouse seemed to grasp the fate that awaited it, squeaking in terror. The zombie's cold, ashen eyes fixated on the creature. Yet it remained motionless for a prolonged moment, as if contemplating whether to consume it. At that instant, the tightly shut window on the 3rd floor suddenly emitted a creaking noise. The window had swung open. Startled by the sound, the zombie abruptly lifted its head, tossed the instant noodles and mouse back into the barrel, and tilted its head in confusion. The now tranquil surroundings rendered it aimless and bewildered. On the 3rd floor, a child named Bianbian, having just prepared a bottle of milk, gazed at the suddenly opened window, unconsciously biting down on the nipple with a mixture of surprise and unease, her voice barely a whisper. "Uncle, is that you?" As she spoke, the drawing paper and brushes on the map began to levitate, and several ominous characters appeared. "I am your father." The paper floated before Bianbian, the chilling words emanating a sense of foreboding. Yet, she remained oblivious, simply biting her nipple again, her small face flushed with shyness. I cannot read." Chapter 29. Amidst a desolate expanse of scorching yellow sand lay a man clad in black attire. His complexion was pallid. Even his lips were devoid of color. resembling a terminally ill patient, making it difficult to ascertain his true age. He appeared youthful, yet his eyes were as dark as the most enigmatic black hole, silent and profound like a deep abyss, shrouded in the somber hues of twilight. Unperturbed, he reclined on the golden sands, a blindfold obscuring his gaze. Had Xiao been present, he would have recognized this blindfold as the NR projection device he had tirelessly sought. However, it had evidently been transformed into a pair of spectacles. Originally, the NR device bore the resemblance of a compact radio, resplendent in color, particularly when in operation. Emanating a dreamlike starlight, this very allure had captivated Nong Jiosi. Now, it had somehow been altered into glasses, resting upon the visage of a young man often referred to as a magician. Even the method of usage seemed to have changed. Surrounding him were only himself and the swirling sands, devoid of any projections. Yet, in truth, he was engrossed in a game. The magician had acquired the NR device solely to craft a mechanism. Upon its successful completion, he donned it, and in that fleeting moment, an icon of a game emerged, depicting the likeness of a young girl. A flicker of perplexity crossed the magician's brow, a rare occurrence that prompted him to proceed with caution as he tapped the icon. Once inside the game, he became bound to Bianbian, assuming the role of her father and embracing the responsibilities of parenthood, nurturing her growth. Please nurture Bianbian diligently, ensuring that she encounters no dangers. The system prompted him. The magician casually glanced at the message, preparing to exit the game. When the system swiftly intervened, "Such an adorable daughter, have you truly considered it?" A close-up of Bianbian's charming visage appeared. Playing games can indeed be a delightful escape, offering a serene space where one can nurture a cherished companion. The magician let out a cold snort, a sound so imbued with an inexplicable danger that it sent a shiver through the system, suggesting that he might be even more formidable than the elusive Juicy. This man, shrouded in gloom, hardly seemed the type to be a nurturing father figure. Entrusting him with the care and protection of Bianbian felt akin to introducing a wolf into a flock of sheep. Yet, the rules dictated that the magician was chosen, and regardless of his reluctance, the system had no choice but to comply. The system silently altered its approach, determining that it would first need to pique the magician's interest in the game. Are you not feeling bored at the moment? This is the perfect opportunity to meet Bianbian and spend some time with her. You will soon discover her endearing qualities. After all, you have ample time, and the remainder of its words faded abruptly with the sudden blaring of an alarm. The system was left perplexed by the alarm's unexpected eruption. Yet it was relieved that the ensuing words remained unspoken, as they could have led to uncontrollable consequences. Unbeknownst to the system, something in its statement struck a chord with the magician, whose previously impassive expression suddenly stirred with emotion as he queried, "How do I play?" The system responded, "You have the freedom to express yourself. Just ensure that you protect Bianbian well and allow her to feel the warmth of paternal love." The magician stood in the living room, gazing at the little figure seated on the mat, his eyes shadowed with contemplation. The child, oblivious to his presence, continued her drawings until fatigue claimed her, at which point her stomach grumbled, prompting her to rise and head to the kitchen to prepare some warm milk for herself. Upon witnessing the scene, the magician's gaze swept across the surroundings, lingering momentarily on the magical orb, which struck him as somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before despite ruminating for quite some time. He meandered through the room, ultimately opening the window in a fit of ennui. The system interjected, "Do not," but it was too late. The window had already been pushed open. The small child, cradling a milk bottle, noticed the ajar window and stared vacantly, soon displaying an expression of peculiar curiosity as her lips moved in silent speech. A trumpet-shaped icon materialized above her head, prompting the magician to extend a pale finger and tap the icon gently. A soft, timid voice emerged, "Uncle, is that you? Did you not say that I am her father?" The term uncle caused the magician to frown uncomfortably, his countenance darkening as he coldly questioned the system. The system responded, "Bianbian is unaware. You are merely bound by a relationship, yet you may indicate your identity to her, even in a game. If it is his, then the characters within it naturally belong to him." The magician sought to verify their father-daughter bond and promptly seized a brush and paper, directly attempting to convey his identity to Bianbian. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that she could not read. In that instant, it felt as though he had struck a pillow. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He tore the page into pieces and discarded it into the trash bin. "Uncle, are you angry?" The child's instinctual unease was triggered by his actions, sensing the discontent of the writer, her speech becoming tentative. "You are not yet in a position to provoke my anger," he muttered, a statement that Bianbian could not hear, yet the system perceived it distinctly. Understanding that the magician's words were directed at it, the chilling howls of zombies echoed from downstairs, causing the magician to furrow his brow repeatedly. For the sound was far from pleasant. Suddenly, Uncle Zhu Yuan. The little girl trembled slightly, her voice quivering uncontrollably as she called out. He remained unmoved. The zombie, however, seemed to freeze momentarily, sensing some form of impending danger. Bianbian, clutching her bottle, dashed toward the kitchen, the closest refuge. Yet, before she could get far, Uncle Zhu Yuan entered. No, it was not that Uncle Zhu Yuan had swiftly crawled in. Rather, Bianbian's feet had unknowingly come to a halt. Her gaze fixated on Zhu Yuan. It appeared as though he had been yanked down and heavily thudded onto the floor. Bianbian rubbed her eyes. The zombie on the ground struggled to rise, but could not move at all, as though weighed down by an immense burden, unable to flip over. Her actions revealed the significance of the little bear to her. A faint smile crept onto the magician's lips. Casting a glance at the zombie beneath him, the magician's eyes turned cold, and he almost hurled it out the window. However, the sight of Bianbian's worried expression resting upon the zombie caught his attention. The throwing motion came to a halt as he pressed Zhu Yuan's hands behind his back, adopting a typical stance of apprehending a criminal. Bianbian noticed Uncle Zhu Yuan's hands swiftly twisted behind him, realizing she could not see what her uncle was doing. The magician shot her a glance, took over, and bound the zombie's hands together with a tight knot. The more the zombie struggled, the tighter the knot became. Simultaneously, he bent the zombie's legs back and secured them with the other end of a belt. The zombie fought desperately, yet it was futile. It could not even summon a gust of wind, becoming akin to a fish on a chopping board. She explained her actions to the invisible Uncle Zhu Yuan. "If Uncle Zhu Yuan cannot see me, he will quiet down." Indeed, the zombie, unable to free itself from its restraints, had its head covered by a coat, impairing its senses. Coupled with the oppressive presence of the upstairs zombies, its furious and resentful growls gradually subsided into silence. Today, the invisible uncle seemed to be in a rather foul mood. Could it be that his displeasure stemmed from her inability to read? Bianbian felt a twinge of anxiety, unable to see where Uncle Zhu Yuan stood. She remained obediently in place. After a while, unable to contain her curiosity, Bianbian glanced over to observe Uncle Zhu Yuan's current posture, wondering if he might be uncomfortable being tied up like that. As this thought crossed her mind, the little girl suddenly lay on the mat, propping her small hands behind her back and lifting her two little legs. Then her eyes brightened. She realized she could easily grasp her raised feet without discomfort. This meant she could keep Uncle Zhu Yuan bound like this. Having personally tested the binding position on Uncle Zhu Yuan, the little girl felt a surge of joy. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, reassured that Uncle Zhu Yuan would not suffer. Oblivious to the concept of flexibility, she gazed at the immobile zombie and then at the earnest little figure experimenting with the bindings, causing the magician to smile faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting. The previously why are you logging into the game at this moment? 2 system notifications struck Xiaojin, leaving him utterly bewildered. He suspected there might be a bug in the system. Chapter 30. Xiaojin disregarded the notification about the increase in intimacy levels, focusing instead on the second message, feeling particularly irked. Am I to be dictated on when to play my own game? Is there something wrong with your brain? After venting his frustration, Xiaojin turned to check on his beloved daughter, whom he hadn't seen in days. He found her contentedly seated in the living room, nursing from her bottle, which instantly brought him a sense of profound relief. With such a surge in intimacy levels, he entered the marketplace and clicked on the food section, only to discover that, with the increase in intimacy, a new array of icons had been unlocked. Cheese cream bread, exquisite mixed nuts, refined snow meat jerky, taro milk tea. The newly unlocked delicacies appeared much more appetizing. Xiaojin, too lazy to check the prices, purchased everything except for the formula for his little one. In an instant, the once empty dining table was adorned with 7 items: red apples, jumping sausages, organic mineral water, and cheese cream bread. Arranged together, they created a stunning visual impact for Bianbian. Ignoring the system's notification of intimacy levels resetting once again, Xiaojin eagerly awaited his daughter's reaction. Bianbian was the first to detect the enticing aroma of milk. She stared blankly at the cheese cream bread resting on the table atop a dining paper. Its surface gleamed a golden hue, with rich cream cheese slices embedded along the edges and center, topped off with a sprinkle of colorful chocolate powder. For Bianbian, who had never tasted such a cake-like bread before, her gaze was instantly captivated by the loaf, unable to stray away. The little girl instinctively approached the dining table. Just as she was about to climb onto a chair, Xiao, who had been focused on the screen, noticed his precious daughter gazing longingly at the bread. And an endearing paternal smile unconsciously spread across his face. He just knew she would adore the loaf. He slid the bread closer to her by moving his finger on the screen. Yet, Bianbian, caught in a dreamlike reverie, could hardly muster the courage to reach for such a beautifully crafted loaf. Seeing her hesitance pained Xiao, prompting him to nudge the bread even closer to her. At last, Bianbian lifted her hand to accept the bread, her eyes gradually sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. She exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, uncle." "Go ahead and eat," urged Father Xiao, even though Bianbian could not hear him. Bianbian had eaten bread before. Yet this freshly baked delight was a sight she had only encountered in illustrated books. The fast foods she had previously consumed were all past their expiration dates, and now, under the current circumstances, any food that remained edible, regardless of its expiry, was a treasure. It was perplexing, even though 5 years had passed since the cataclysm. Most expired food still retained its edibility, unless it had completely spoiled. Thus, some packaged breads from Jinshin's supermarket could be consumed as long as they showed no signs of decay. However, the flavor of those breads paled in comparison to the cheese cream loaf before her. Despite having never indulged in luxurious food throughout her life, Bianbian could still discern such a stark contrast solely through her sight and scent. Gently taking a bite of the bread, the little girl squinted her eyes into crescent moons of happiness. Soon, her cheeks puffed up, and her face, smeared with cream, resembled that of a little kitten. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Xiao gently nudged the milk tea with a straw closer to her. The little girl cast a curious glance, then bent down to gulp a generous sip. This was her very first cup of milk tea, and her face displayed a peculiar expression as her mouth moved. Chewing on the tapioca pearls. Unbeknownst to her, they were pearls, yet their delightful taste perfectly countered the richness of the cream, merging into a novel delicacy. Xiao delightedly continued to feed her and would have liked to offer her some snow-cured meat and mixed nuts if it weren't inconvenient. The system chimed in, "Don't feed her too much. The energy is overwhelming. Bianbian's body cannot handle it." Startled, Xiao glanced at the screen just in time to see his beloved daughter push away the milk tea. Though her eyes brimmed with reluctance, she patted her little belly, which had already swelled. The bread remained unfinished, half of it left. Bianbian climbed onto her chair, carefully placing the leftover bread aside. Gazing at the bountiful and delicious spread before her, she suddenly remembered something and tilted her small face up. "Uncle, may I share them with Grandpa and Uncle Zhu? But hasn't Zhu left?" At that moment, Xiao, whose eyes had been solely on his precious daughter, finally caught sight of an incongruous shadow in the corner. He swiped the screen and zoomed in. Bound hand and foot, draped in a coat, the rigid figure swaying was none other than Zhu. Bianbian provided the answer. Taking the silence of the unseen uncle as a default, Bianbian glanced at the food on the table and ultimately chose the jumping sausage. With the sausage in hand, she slid off the chair and hurried towards the zombie, pulling aside the coat that covered its head. In that moment, Xiao heart, which had been thumping fervently, came to an abrupt halt. Within the blink of an eye, his precious daughter was lifting the jumping sausage towards Zhu. From the screen, it appeared as though they were entwined. If he were to swallow her in one bite, where could he ever find another identical to her? However, it was too late to intervene. Xiao, in a flurry, reached out to pull Bianbian away, just as his fingers were about to make contact with her. Suddenly, the zombie fell silent, making no move to attack. Xiao was bewildered. Bianbian shifted her stance, allowing him to see that the jumping sausage had been consumed by Zhu. "That cannot be eaten," he exclaimed, witnessing Zhu swallow the sausage without a single chew, even consuming the bamboo skewer along with it. Bianbian hurriedly extended her small hand to grip the end of the skewer, fearing the sharp object would lodge in his throat. She vividly recalled the time when Luyu had caught a fish from the river, only for her to be ensnared by a fishbone, an experience that lingered in her memory. To the zombie, a jumping sausage was as inconsequential as a mosquito leg. Yet, whether it was the sausage that temporarily satiated its bloodthirst or the struggle with the skewer that diverted its attention, the creature suddenly became quiet after consuming the sausage. The zombie stubbornly attempted to swallow the skewer, but Bianbian would not allow it, resulting in a bizarre tug of war. Then, the zombie fixed its gaze upon Bianbian. baring its mouth to reveal a menacing array of sharp teeth, and with a decisive bite, the skewer snapped in two. Bianbian fell to the ground in shock. The zombie, Godome, swallowed a bamboo skewer, but it became lodged halfway down its throat. After a few moments of silence, a mournful growl escaped its lips, accompanied by frantic head shaking and pounding. Realizing this was futile, it began to thrash violently, the belt tightening ominously, producing a feeble sound. Bianbian, alarmed, dashed to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of vinegar, recalling how her grandfather had advised her to drink vinegar when she was once choked by a fishbone. Yet, as she gazed at Uncle Zhu Yuan's sharp teeth, she clutched the vinegar bottle helplessly, unsure of her next move. Xiao Jin pondered, do zombies feel pain? The system interjected. Forget about pain. The belt is about to snap. Think of something quickly. Understanding the urgency, Xiao Jin suppressed his irritation towards the incompetent system that unleashed this zombie upon his beloved daughter. He swiftly snatched the vinegar bottle from Bianbian's grasp and poured its contents into the open maw of the zombie, fearing it might not suffice. He also slid a large apple from the table, timing it perfectly to shove that in as well. Suddenly, the zombie fell eerily silent. The system flickered with a few notifications before hesitating and ultimately vanishing. Bianbian's gaze remained fixed on Uncle Zhu Yuan's neck, where she noticed a bulge forming before it slowly descended, disappearing entirely. Her little face, previously pale with anxiety, illuminated with joy as she waved the remaining half of the bamboo skewer, exclaiming, Uncle Zhu Yuan swallowed it. Everything is all right now. Indeed, the zombie ceased its cries, merely gasping a couple of times as if enveloped in a melancholic reverie. Thank you, Uncle, Bianbian exclaimed, earning a surge of intimacy points. Xiao Jin felt a sudden lightness in his heart. Don't get carried away. A group of extraordinary individuals hastens to hunt down Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan, anticipated to arrive in approximately 20 minutes. The initial reaction of Xiao Jin is one of disbelief. Does this game indeed contain a dungeon? Are Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan to be treated as formidable bosses? Bianbian lifts her small face, biting her finger while glancing around, as if she has heard the voice of the system. How foolish of me to have chosen him as number one. Chapter 31. Several dozen kilometers away. 3 vehicles progress steadily. As evening approaches, the dark crimson sun hangs low on the horizon, its remaining rays still scorching the earth, blurring visions through the shimmering heat. Luo Yexing twists open a bottle of mineral water, gulping down a large portion before placing it aside. He squints, assessing the vehicle ahead. To ensure the success of their mission, Feilong has nearly emptied its ranks, determined to capture the 2 advanced zombies. Feng Leijia is exceedingly cordial, immediately referring to Luo Yexing as a brother upon meeting, exuding sincerity. He then explains that upon eliminating the level 4 zombie, should the acquired level 4 crystal correspond to Luo Yexing's attributes, it shall rightfully belong to him. Conversely, if it does not match, it shall be Feng Leijia's. If neither applies, they will resort to drawing lots to determine the ultimate owner of the crystal. This rather juvenile suggestion comes from the scar-faced man beside Feng Leijia. Yet it somehow appears rational when uttered by him. Luo Yexing remains silent, merely nodding in agreement. After reaching a consensus, both parties promptly set off. Glancing up at the rearview mirror, he notices a truck trailing behind him, with Feng Leijia aboard. Upon departure, Feng Leijia had invited Luo Yexing to join him in his vehicle, but Luo Yexing declined, insisting on driving his own car. Feng Leijia did not utter a word, merely citing Luo Yexing's ignorance of the address as a reason to place him in the second position. It appeared as though he was considering Luo's welfare. However, with members of Feilong surrounding them, should Feilong choose to strike, the geographical positioning would be far from advantageous. Logically, Luo Yexing ought to have declined the arrangement. Yet to everyone's surprise, he obediently acquiesced to Feng Leijia's directive, as if he held unwavering faith in his collaborator. Perhaps he simply possessed confidence in his own abilities, completely unperturbed by the possibility of treachery from Feilong's ranks. This action of Luo Yexing's rendered Feng Leijia slightly more courteous towards him. Evidently, he was a low-tier ability user, nearly devoid of combat prowess. It raised the question of why Feng Leijia would choose to include him. Luo Yexing's fingers lightly drummed on the steering wheel, his mind seemingly preoccupied. Having encountered numerous instances of betrayal, he was undaunted by the prospect of agreeing to collaborate with Feng Leijia, naturally dismissing the threat posed by these individuals. With a casual gesture, he activated the truck sound system, and a pulsating DJ track enveloped the interior, infusing it with a vibrant energy. Brother Jia, that Luo Yexing seems utterly unfazed, remarked Zhang Wenxi incredulously from within the truck. Is he not concerned about attracting zombies with such ostentation? Feng Leijia's expression darkened, his thoughts clouded. After a brief pause, he seized the walkie-talkie before their departure. He had handed Luo Yexing one. Brother Luo, although there are no zombies in the vicinity, you might want to turn off that music. We are going to exterminate zombies, not embark on a leisurely trip. He stifled the anger bubbling within, aware that if it were not for the necessity of Luo Yexing's cooperation against the fourth-tier zombies. My apologies, Captain Feng. With the impending battle looming, I felt a surge of excitement and inadvertently left the music on. I shall turn it off now. The music ahead abruptly ceased, yet the expression on Feng Leijia's face darkened further. Brother Jia, we have Wenxi, Tieji interjected at an opportune moment, patting Zhang Wenxi on the shoulder, causing the latter to shudder slightly. However, Feng Leijie remained oblivious to this, and as he contemplated Zhang Wenxi's extraordinary abilities, his grim countenance gradually improved. It was as if he held a level 4 crystal in his grasp while the corpse of Luo Yexing lay at his feet. Just endure a little longer. Xiao Jin was the first to think of the dungeon. It was somewhat understandable, considering a group of supernatural beings hunting down 2 zombies was akin to a dungeon raid in an online game. Through the system's explanations, he came to realize this was what they termed as plot necessity. Xiao Jin sighed. Fine, I can't be bothered to critique this any longer. How am I supposed to drive that group away? After a brief pause, the system sluggishly responded, the only way is to release Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan. Xiao Jin inquired, can they take on that group? The system replied, doubtful. Xiao Jin continued, then releasing them would be tantamount to sending them to their demise, which is unacceptable. My precious daughter would surely be in tears. The system was vexed. It lacked the authority to forcibly log Xiao Jin out and replace him with another player, even if it prompted Xiao Jin to log out voluntarily. There was no guarantee that the other 2 would log into the game at this moment. Furthermore, it had no jurisdiction to compel their login. Moreover, given Xiao Jin's nature, if he were to log out, he would undoubtedly probe until he uncovered the truth. No game system would ever voluntarily log out a player. Xiao Jin was certainly not a fool, and if he were to discover something amiss, the system was at its wit's end. Despite all calculations, no one anticipated that Xiao Jin would log into the game at this moment, displacing the magician. Coincidentally, Xiao Jin held the number 1 position, bestowing upon him absolute authority to log in. This meant that once he entered the game, regardless of who was currently online, they would be forcibly disconnected. Xiao Jin boldly declared, open the weapon tab. Is it not permissible for me to purchase weapons? The system replied, no. Wait a moment. An idea struck Xiao Jin. I recall your previous introduction mentioned that advanced zombies can summon lower-level zombies, correct? The system remained silent. Let Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan out. Let them gather the lower-level zombies. A horde of zombies against a group of superpowered individuals. I'm eager to witness who will emerge victorious. Bianbian, bewildered by the unfolding events, was uncertain whether she had truly heard the voice of the system. Yet, at that moment, she was convinced surely. It must be that I have lost my sanity for not considering this sooner, and it is certainly not due to the reminder from number 1. Bianbian felt utterly perplexed. She intended to call out but remembered the system's admonition about not revealing Uncle in front of anyone unseen. Thus, the young girl could only hang her head in confusion, whispering to her small bear. Faced with the option to release Lu Yu, Xiao Jin unhesitatingly clicked yes. He then glided his finger across the screen, moving to the belt that bound Zhu Yuan's hands and feet. With a few swipes, the belt was severed. As Zhu Yuan regained his freedom and attempted to rise, Xiao Jin, already prepared, forcefully slid in towards the window, and Zhu Yuan flew out with a swift bio. Shaking his slightly sore fingers, Xiao Jin felt a profound satisfaction with the outcome. He had previously harbored concerns about whether he could successfully achieve this. The young girl remained oblivious to his involvement and instinctively darted toward the window. Suddenly, her footing faltered, as if a violent tremor had struck, leaving her unsteady. Fortunately, before her petite form could crash to the ground, the quick-witted Xiao Jin managed to catch her. A thunderous roar erupted from upstairs, a sound the girl had never before heard emanate from her grandfather. The building trembled with an unprecedented intensity, akin to a solitary sailboat caught in a tempest, perilously close to capsizing beneath the tumultuous waves. Bai's small face turned pale with fear as she stumbled toward the door, eager to ascertain her grandfather's well-being. However, her efforts were thwarted as Xiao Jin firmly restrained her. Uncle, let me go. I need to see Grandpa. With repeated attempts, Bai had begun to discern the situation. Realizing she was being held back by an unseen force, she struggled against his grip, her delicate, round face contorting with effort, while her large, grape-like eyes brimmed with tears of anxiety and trepidation. Xiao endeavored to disregard the plaintive cries of his beloved daughter, Wan. At such a moment, a father must not yield to his heart's softness. Liu was a zombie, and if he allowed his precious daughter to venture outside and encounter Liu. Intimacy value -50. The frigid words abruptly interrupted Xiao thoughts, leaving him feeling deeply disheartened as he turned to look at Bianbian, who appeared even more aggrieved. The golden tear finally fell, and she sobbed, I don't like you anymore. Woo-woo. I want Grandpa. Xiao noticed a bubble emerging above Bianbian's head, depicting an elderly man lying motionless on the ground. In a flash, he comprehended that his dear daughter believed something had happened to Liu, which explained her urgent fear. Just then, the guttural roars of the zombies abruptly ceased. The building stopped shaking, and an eerie silence enveloped everything. After half a minute, a resounding crash echoed as something tumbled down the hallway, followed by heavy footsteps approaching from a distance, as if an entity was slowly descending from the upper floors. Bianbian ceased her struggles, her long lashes adorned with glistening tears, gazing wetly at the door. Suddenly, a hoarse voice, one that was not of this world, resounded from outside, followed by a series of thuds against the door. Grandpa, it's Grandpa. Bianbian wiped away her tears, her pallid face regaining its color as she murmured softly. Realizing that her grand intimacy level -55-55-5. Xiao. He forced himself to disregard the warning and turned his gaze towards the door. As he looked, he suddenly noticed something amiss. The four corners of the door were visibly contracting inwards, shrinking in an instant. Liu was melting the metal of the door. He intended to enter. Chapter 32. Evidently, Bianbian also realized this. She gripped her teddy bear tighter, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Grandpa, she whispered softly, shifting her gaze from the diminishing door to the table where half of a cheesecake rested, the delicate aroma of cream wafting through the air. At that moment, Bianbian thought that her grandfather would surely enjoy this bread. His teeth were not in good condition, and the soft bread would be suitable for him. The little girl felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that she could have offered the cake to Zhu Yuan. Yet she ultimately chose to feed him the jumping sausage instead. Before Bianbian could finish her thoughts, the metal door crashed down. Liu had replaced the original wooden door with a metal one, merging it with the wall to reinforce the house. Now, it conveniently allowed him to enter. In that instant, as the door fell, Bianbian's body was lifted into the air. Xiao had hoisted her up towards the ceiling. All he could do was maneuver his precious daughter to prevent Liu from reaching her. Bianbian seemed aware of her unseen uncle aiding her. She did not struggle, appearing like a delicate feather suspended from the ceiling, safe as long as the incoming zombies did not look up. In an effort to minimize the presence of the edges, Xiao operated with both hands, folding up the small legs of Bianbian. Quietly, Bianbian observed her grandfather, who entered through the metallic door. Although she could not read, Liu had taught her to count. She was unaware of the exact day her grandfather departed. However, since that day, she had been quietly counting. This was a secret she shared with Hui. Thus, Bianbian remembered clearly that from the day her grandfather left until today, 55 days had elapsed. Through the aperture in the metallic wall, she could not discern what her grandfather had become. Now, at last, she could see clearly. While securely holding Bianbian to prevent her from falling, Xiao turned to look at Liu and was immediately taken aback. The zombie, once Liu, was tall and gaunt, with hair turned gray. A pair of spectacles perched precariously on his pale, tremulous face, one lens shattered. What astonished Xiao was that this elderly zombie, despite its towering stature, appeared emaciated, as thin as a sheet of paper. Its exposed arms were covered in horrifying dark veins, yet they were so skeletal that no muscle was visible. This was a zombie so emaciated it was almost unrecognizable. Xiao quickly understood. According to previous accounts, after Liu was infected with the virus, he had sealed off the upper floors to protect Bianbian from inadvertently harming her while attempting to safeguard her in another manner. Zombies, too, require sustenance, and their nourishment consists of fresh blood and flesh. Only such provisions could replenish their energy. Having been sealed away on the upper floors, Liu had not fed for an extended period, naturally leading to his emaciation. The human food Bianbian provided was of little consequence to him. Alternatively, one could say that the food of humanity is consumable by zombies, yet it fails to provide the energy that these undead creatures require. The fact that Liu has endured without succumbing to starvation is, in itself, a remarkable feat. The elderly zombie ambles into the living room with a slow, deliberate pace, his stiff body turning to survey his surroundings. The sound of his bones creaking and grinding echoes, reminiscent of rusted screws. He remains oblivious to the floating edges above him, shuffling his uncoordinated legs to the table where he fixates on the remaining cheese bread for an extended moment before seizing it and devouring it in a few bites. If one were to overlook his ashen skin, rigid physique, and pallid eyes, his actions might resemble those of an ordinary elderly man, albeit with a certain slowness. Indeed, while he displays a degree of clumsiness when consuming cake, leaving a ring of white cream around his mouth, his mannerisms pale in comparison to Zhu Yuan's image of devouring sausages with sharp, pointed teeth. The elderly zombie's movements could be deemed remarkably graceful. Upon finishing the cake, his gaze shifts toward the unopened snow-cured meat, his eyes fixed intently on the packaging, as if he could sense the aroma of the meat within. He reaches out. Xiao Jin, with one hand free, promptly removes the snow-cured meat without hesitation. After all, it was a treat he had purchased for Bianbian, his precious daughter, who had yet to indulge in it. Bianbian, witnessing this scene unfold, parts her lips but refrains from uttering a sound, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazes at Lu Yu. She is acutely aware that her grandfather had not always been so emaciated. Has her grandpa grown so thin due to the meager portions of food she has provided? She longs to converse with him, yet an instinctive barrier halts her words, leaving her in a state of indecision, merely watching as time passes. However, why did grandfather suddenly appear? Bianbian felt exceptionally bewildered. Xiao Jin noticed a white bubble emerging beside her precious daughter's head, inside which was a chaotic tangle of dynamic lines, indicating her current emotional state and reminding Xiao Jin of a particular emoticon. He could not overlook the adorable moment of his beloved daughter. The old man zombie, deprived of his desired meat, did not obsessively seek out the food. Instead, the noises from the zombies downstairs diverted his attention. He approached the window, poking his head out, and happened to make eye contact with the zombie below. The old man zombie bared his teeth and let out a threatening growl, causing the downstairs zombie to instinctively retreat several meters before abruptly halting, cautiously glaring back at the old man. The disparity in their levels was insufficient to compel total submission. As the two zombies locked eyes, one refusing to flee and the other unwilling to descend, a peculiar standoff ensued. Suddenly, both zombies seemed to sense something simultaneously, diverting their gazes to the southwest. Moments later, the old man zombie propped himself up on the windowsill and leapt down. Grandfather, Bianbian could no longer contain herself, and Xiao Jin promptly moved her closer to the window, curious about what Lu Yu intended to do by jumping. Although the old man zombie was as thin as a reed and his limbs were severely stiffened, as a senior zombie who had already stepped into the 5th level, he effortlessly landed at the base of the building, forcing Zhu Yuan to retreat further away. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 3rd-level zombie did not leave but instead occupied a position, surrounding the southwest along with the old man zombie. Subsequently, the elderly zombie emitted a low, guttural growl, while the 3rd-tier zombie across swiftly covered its ears in an attempt to shield itself from the sound. Bianbian cautiously stood atop a stool, peering downward with a visage marked by anxiety. She was perplexed as to how her grandfather had emerged, yet she feared a confrontation between him and Uncle Zhu Yuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin once again beheld the white bubbles materializing above her beloved daughter's head, within which flickered a scene, Zhu Yuan pouncing upon Lu Yu, gnashing his teeth upon him. Clearly, in Bianbian's mind, her grandfather was no match for Uncle Zhu Yuan. Then appeared a young man clad in black, his face marred by scars, with a patch covering his left eye, who swung his fists and effortlessly brought Zhu Yuan to the ground. Xiao Jin's gaze fixated on the image revealed by the white bubble, more specifically, on the one-eyed, scarred visage of the man, her lips twitching involuntarily. Could this formidable warrior residing in her child's imagination truly be him? Chapter 33. Bianbian was startled. Her hand trembled, causing the bread to tumble to the floor. She hurriedly leapt from the chair to retrieve it, clutching the bread tightly, a mixture of fear, anxiety, and curiosity compelling her to gaze upon the large apple on the table. Bianbian had tasted apples before, once her grandfather had procured through trade. Thus she was familiar with their appearance. However, in her recollection, apples were small, speckled, and wrinkled, lacking in beauty. She had never encountered such a large and exquisitely shaped apple. The gray one still lingered on the table. Bianbian glanced around, then fixated on the large apple for several seconds, ensuring it would not suddenly spring to life before summoning her courage to rescue the small bear from the table. Then, holding the teddy bear, she retreated 2 meters, continuing to gaze at the large apple. Although Bianbian was quite young, she was remarkably clever. The doors and windows were securely shut, and she was alone in the house with only Gray. She had just been eating her bread obediently, doing nothing else. Yet why had a large apple suddenly appeared? No matter how she pondered, her little mind could not comprehend. Then, Bianbian recalled her movements on the staircase. Her small face was filled with confusion. "Gray, I'm a bit scared," she murmured, clutching her teddy bear tightly. Her gaze sought to avoid the large apple. Yet she could not help but be drawn to its presence. However, that apple was undeniably beautiful. Most importantly, Bianbian detected a sweet fragrance emanating from it. Initially, she had distanced herself 2 meters from the apple, but upon realizing it remained stationary on the table and that no other strange occurrences had transpired in the house, her feet unconsciously moved forward. As she approached the table's edge, the apple still remained unmoved. Bianbian was only half a head taller than the tabletop. She tiptoed and extended her small hand to poke the large apple. "It won't bite," she reassured her teddy bear. "It seems to be real." Although the 5-year-old could not fathom how the apple had come to be, the moment she confirmed its authenticity, joy filled her heart. In the past, when she ventured out with her grandfather, they sometimes found things along the way. Her grandfather would say that anything they found belonged to them and could be used. Therefore, the appearance of a large apple on the table, in her home, translated to it being hers, right? "Can I eat it?" the little girl asked Gray. After a few moments, Bianbian gently pressed down on the head of the teddy bear with her finger, and the bear nodded in response. With the bear's silent approval, she placed it on the table, climbed back onto her chair, and with both hands managed to lift the large apple. The apple, with its distinctive sweet fragrance, tempted Bianbian, the young girl who could only indulge in instant noodles for an entire month. Rather than devouring it immediately, she carried the apple to the bathroom, standing atop a small stool to place it in the sink before turning on the faucet. The reason Liu had settled in this area was due to the consistent supply of tap water, which, for reasons unknown, had been tested and found free of viruses, making it safe for use. Ever since she could remember, her grandfather had instilled in her the importance of cleanliness to avoid illness. Thus, it was only natural that the apple be washed before consumption. Mimicking her grandfather's careful manner of cutting, she delicately sliced off a piece. Tentatively, she took a bite, and her grape-like eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Gray, it's so delicious. Better than any apple I've ever had." The memories of a child are profound, and Bianbian felt that this was the tastiest apple she had ever eaten. She devoured 3 slices in quick succession before reining herself in. Her grandfather had taught her that whether eating or engaging in other activities, one must learn to exercise moderation. Although she did not fully grasp the concept of moderation, she adhered to her grandfather's advice and refrained from overindulgence. She recalled how her grandfather would peel the apple for her, allowing her to enjoy the flesh while he savored the skin. Confused, she once asked him why he preferred the skin, to which he replied that he found it even more delectable. Such a prodigious apple will yield a generous pairing, a treat for grandfather. Moreover, this apple surpasses all others she has tasted, ensuring grandfather will find even the peel more delectable than before. Bianbian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bianbian resumed peeling the apple with her fruit knife, proceeding with deliberate care due to the knife's considerable size relative to her small hands, resulting in a somewhat uneven surface. "It matters not. Grandfather shall relish it regardless," she mused. Bianbian dedicated herself to the task, her inaugural attempt at peeling anything. The disproportionate size of both the apple and the knife to her hand caused an inadvertent slip, and the blade grazed her skin. With a start, she released her grip, and the knife clattered to the floor. Blood welled from the incision, and tears swiftly gathered in Bianbian's eyes in response to the sharp pain. The sensation was akin to the discomfort she experienced when she tumbled from the chair. The sudden injury left Bianbian momentarily helpless, but after a few moments, she recalled how grandfather had tended to her scrapes in the past. First, she enfolded the wound in a tissue, during which a few drops of blood stained the discarded apple peel. Then, she bethought herself of adhesive bandages, which grandfather had once applied to her, assuring her that they would alleviate the pain. Recalling this, Bianbian hurried to the bedroom and opened the bottom drawer, retrieving a small medicine chest, one of her playthings that Liu had provided. Bianbian unearthed an adhesive bandage, removed the blood-soaked tissue, and affixed the bandage to her finger in a somewhat crooked fashion. Her long eyelashes, adorned with crystalline teardrops, fluttered as she blew gently on her finger, as if to magically dispel the pain. Having sustained an injury, she hesitated to continue peeling the apple, and instead located a bag to gather the discarded peels. Unbeknownst to her, one of the peels bore a trace of her blood. "Gray, let us deliver the apple peels to grandfather." Bianbian picked up the teddy bear, opened the door, and once again made her way to the 4th floor. The sounds of collision had ceased. Bianbian understood that grandfather had transformed into that terrifying creature. However, it mattered not, for he was still her grandfather, and she held no fear. Just 3 flights of stairs remained, and Bianbian leaped with joy. She had feasted on bread and apples today, and had also drunk clean water. Now, grandfather would partake in bread and fresh water, along with his beloved apple peels. In the past, it was grandfather who sought food for her, but now that she had grown, she too could provide sustenance for him. Bianbian was particularly elated. Yet, in an instant, confusion enveloped her. For at that moment, her body was abruptly transported to the entrance of the 3rd floor. Much like when she had stumbled down the stairs earlier, arriving there in an instant. Xiao meticulously applied body lotion to every inch of his skin, ensuring that it was thoroughly absorbed before donning his pajamas and leaving the bathroom. Rarely did he find the time to rest at home. So he languidly reclined on the sofa and instructed the intelligent housekeeper to prepare dinner. No meat, please. I seem to have gained a bit of weight recently. And I wish to lose some. He requested, prepare a few light meals, something suitable for weight loss. The intelligent housekeeper complied. Xiao then called out to him. Although I shall not consume meat, it would be best if the vegetarian dishes could mimic the essence of meat. Understood, Your Highness. In the face of such an unusual request, the intelligent housekeeper graciously accepted. After all was completed, the 7th prince suddenly recalled his newly adopted daughter and hurriedly activated his holographic device. Upon seeing her, his heart ached. The little girl, while peeling apples, had inadvertently cut her own hand. The sight made him feel as if his own hand had been wounded. As he watched the young girl endure pain, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to tend to her own wounds, Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and frantically searched for a remedy. Yet, the entirety of the screen displayed only a singular option leading to the shop, all rendered in gray, leaving him powerless to take any meaningful action, forced to merely observe helplessly. At that moment, a voiceover chimed in. Bianbian believed that Lu Yu had a fondness for apple peels. So she meticulously peeled an apple to present to him. Xiao could only stare in disbelief as he witnessed the girl place the bloodied apple peels into a bag, intent on delivering them to her grandfather. Given the zombie's insatiable thirst for blood, one could easily surmise the dire consequences of such a gift. Xiao sought every means to intervene, yet no action proved effective as he tapped the screen in vain. As he watched the girl ascend the stairs, he felt a surge of desperation. She was his beloved daughter, and he could not allow her to be lost so carelessly. In a moment of exasperation, he resorted to his earlier tactic, positioning the child at the doorway. Bianbian gazed about with a puzzled expression, fixating on the staircase leading from the 3rd to the 2nd floor for an extended period, yet failing to discern anything amiss. After a brief hesitation, she tightened her grip around her teddy bear and, clutching the apple peels, ascended the stairs once more. She was then relocated to the 3rd floor doorway. After 3 such instances, Bianbian could no longer contain her fear and began to weep in terror. Chapter 34. No one pondered why the zombies from the prison arrived with such swiftness. The first to launch an attack was Feng Legia, as snowflakes, soft as goose feathers, began to drift down from the sky. Zombies typically hibernate during winter. The frigid temperatures would inevitably impede their movements, even affecting the more advanced specimens. Indeed, the speed of the 2 advanced zombies was immediately compromised. Separate them. Feng Legia's prowess was indeed formidable. No sooner had he spoken than he approached the zombies, a thick wall of ice separating the 2 undead. Skillfully evading the whirlwind blades of the 3rd-tier zombie, he launched a direct assault on the 4th-tier creature. Isolating the 2 zombies made the confrontation significantly more manageable. Luo Yexing comprehended Feng Legia's intent. The remaining members of Filong were engaged in fending off the encroaching horde of zombies, while Feng Legia ensnared the 3rd-tier zombie with a freezing spell, casting it towards Tai Ji and others. Draw it over there, Feng Legia shouted at Luo Yexing. Yet, as he attacked, the 4th-tier zombie was not idle. A gun forged from metal seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of bullets, raining down a relentless barrage upon Feng Legia and Luo Yexing. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew they could not afford to be struck. Even more perilous was the moment when Luo Yexing attempted to melt the metallic bullets with his fire abilities, only to discover that, instead of liquefying under the intense heat, the bullets detonated. What emerged was not mere ammunition, but a series of explosive projectiles. Nevertheless, both Luo Yexing and Feng Legia were powerful beings of B-rank upper tier. Though initially caught off guard, they swiftly identified an opportunity to counterattack. A sharp ice spike pierced the shoulder of the 4th-tier zombie, unleashing a torrent of dark, viscous blood. Seizing this moment, Luo Yexing unleashed a fire dragon that roared at an oblique angle, striking the fourth-tier zombie, which was forcefully hurled to the ground, creating a violent tremor that cracked the earth and sent debris flying. In a fleeting moment, Luo Yexing heard a faint, panicked sound, which quickly dissipated. As fleeting as a figment of his imagination. Was there yet another living soul present in this place? There was no time for him to ponder. He and Feng Leijie collaborated to lure the level 4 zombie onto a more spacious street. The terrain was too narrow, and the number of zombies too great. The disadvantages far outweighed the benefits. Moreover, they had already agreed upon their division of labor prior to their departure, with both targeting the level 4 zombie. However, to their astonishment, the level 4 zombie seemed utterly uninterested in their bait. The zombie, driven by its insatiable hunger, actively attacked them, clearly perceiving them as prey. Why would it not pursue them if its food was attempting to flee? This was contrary to the fundamental instincts of a zombie. Or could it be that this level 4 zombie had become aware of their intentions to draw it away, thus evading their trap? If so, did this level 4 zombie, due to its evolution, possess self-awareness? They exchanged glances, and Feng Leijie wiped the cut on his face caused by a metal shard, his small eyes, buried in flesh, glinting with ferocity, since it won't take the bait. Brother Luo, let us confront it right here. Judging by its physique, it appeared to have been an elderly man, perhaps a formidable metal-based ability user. Otherwise, it would not possess such strength after infection. The more powerful an ability user is when infected and transformed into a zombie, the more likely they are to ascend to a higher tier of zombie while retaining their original powers. Thus, a high-level zombie is no less formidable than a high-level ability user. At times, within the same rank, zombies can be even more challenging to handle than ability users. This was the strongest zombie Luo Yexing had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Feng Leijie was evidently preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Suddenly, just as Feng Leijie was about to take a step forward, he slipped and fell to the ground. The fall was particularly severe. Even someone as formidable as Feng Leijie found himself momentarily dazed. As he lifted his head, 2 crimson streaks trickled from his nostrils, and in the frigid air, they quickly froze into icicles dangling beneath his nose, rendering him an unintentionally comical sight. This unexpected turn of events startled Luo Yexing, causing him to slow his movements as he dodged metallic projectiles and approached Feng Leijie. Captain Feng, what is happening? Feng Leijie's expression was one of utmost distress. He paid little heed to the 4th-level zombie lurking nearby. With a sudden movement, he stood up, his small eyes glinting ominously as he surveyed his surroundings, where icicles continuously emerged from the ground. Someone has ambushed me, he gritted out, uttering words that sent a shiver down Luo Yexing's spine. In an alarming turn of events, Feng Leijie lost control of one leg, collapsing to the ground as if an invisible assailant had delivered a fierce kick. Yet, apart from Luo Yexing, there was no one else in sight. Noticing the intensity of Feng Leijie's gaze, Luo Yexing's expression hardened. Captain Feng, if I had intended to ambush you, I would not have chosen such a moment. As their conversation unfolded, the 4th-level zombie lunged forward. Luo Yexing, momentarily distracted, struggled to evade the attack. However, as he turned to the side, an unusual force struck the back of his knee, unexpectedly bringing him down to the ground. As his knees made contact with the earth, the lethal metallic shard from the 4th-level zombie sliced through the air toward him. Luo Yexing's pupils constricted to pinpricks, and with a fierce shout, he ignited his right hand into a blazing fireball, meeting the glimmering, cold metal shard head-on. With a resounding thud, the 4th-level zombie was sent flying, and Luo Yexing fared little better. Metallic shards erupted before his eyes. Had he not activated his unique ability at the last moment, his head would have surely been severed from his body. Even so, he staggered backward, drenched and with a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. You. Feng Leijie stared in disbelief at the blood-soaked Luo Yexing, his face frozen in shock. Luo Yexing's complexion was ashen as he gasped for breath, his hawk-like gaze scanning the surroundings. I was ambushed too, he articulated, each word deliberate. Not me. Feng Leijie instinctively retorted. Who could it be? Who would dare to launch a precise ambush amidst this tumultuous battle against both him and Feng Leijie? Why would anyone choose to strike at this moment? If their intention was to seize the crystal, wouldn't it be wiser to wait until they had vanquished the 4th-level zombie? The assailant, capable of lurking in the shadows for a stealthy strike, must possess considerable strength. What perplexed him further was how the opponent had managed to execute this silent ambush so successfully. Chapter 35. At this moment, the assailant was expressing his dissatisfaction by flicking his somewhat stiff fingers. Shoujin's intent had not been to ambush, but rather to hurl the target towards Lu Yu. Yet, no matter how he manipulated the characters on the screen, they simply refused to budge. He watched helplessly as Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan, now turned into zombies, were struck down. Fortunately, after persistent attempts to maneuver, he finally succeeded in causing the ability user attacking the two zombies to stumble at a critical juncture, thereby granting Lu Yu a significant advantage. Listening to the discourse between the two regarding the ambush, Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh heartily, summoning the intelligent steward, anxious that the seventh prince might display an unusual reaction. Fortunately, aside from his exaggerated laughter, everything else appeared quite normal. Not long ago, Xiaojin had pondered how he could assist once the two parties engaged in combat. His precious daughter must remain upstairs, concealed from view. Yet, without a peripheral perspective, the screen would not display the street scene. It was imperative for the side view to capture the street before he could strategically offer assistance. However, how could he possibly place his beloved daughter in jeopardy? If she were to peek out the window and be spotted by the enemy, it would be exceedingly perilous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Would you like to switch to street view? Wait a moment. Could the scene be changed? Why had this not been an option earlier? He had discovered a crucial point. The system was reluctant to elaborate, but ultimately provided a brief explanation, just unlocked. It had expended considerable effort to develop this feature. Thus, Xiaojin temporarily set aside thoughts of his precious daughter and switched the living room scene to street view, beginning to devise ways to aid the two zombies. The sole regret was that if the weapons section were not grayed out, he could procure weapons for the two zombies. No, wait, he was ostensibly nurturing his darling daughter. Why did it feel as though he were simultaneously caring for two zombies? Immersed entirely in the game, Xiaojin noticed Luo Yexing had nearly lost all combat efficacy, leaving only Feng Leijia, whose bright starry eyes were half closed. This scoundrel dared to attempt to abduct his precious child. For such a despicable individual, Xiaojin naturally wished for Lu Yu to swiftly charge forth and rend Feng Leijia to shreds. However, as an auxiliary from the sidelines, having previously caused Feng Leijia to stumble and fall heavily, disrupting his ultimate move, he found himself unable to make any further progress. Yet, this lack of movement was inconsequential. He pressed his finger upon Feng Leijia, convinced that his actions would inevitably slow. Indeed, the figure on the screen faltered for but a fleeting moment, yet that brief interval bestowed Lu Yu with the opportunity he needed. Following Luo Yixing, amidst the icy winds, Feng Leijia too succumbed, a bloodied figure collapsing to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan required no assistance, united with the horde of zombies. Tai Ji and the others were left with little more than the means to defend themselves, devoid of any ability to retaliate. His precious daughter was now safe. Xiaojin, brimming with joy, nearly hummed a cheerful tune, until the intelligent butler interjected with authoritative insistence. Your Highness, should you delay any further, you shall undoubtedly arrive late. Infuriating. Anyone disturbed while engrossed in a game would be exceedingly vexed. Xiaojin glared at the intelligent butler in annoyance, ominously stating, Could you possibly leave? The intelligent butler, this time, resolutely shook his head. I cannot. With a sour expression, Xiaojin begrudgingly prepared to attend the banquet, switching the scene to the living room, where he discovered his beloved daughter sitting obediently on a small stool by the window, cradling a dusty teddy bear. When he next logged in, the scene would remain unchanged from when he had logged off. If it were to alter, it would signify that the abysmal system had been modified, a thought he did not wish to entertain. Thus, he felt reassured in logging off. Grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan would be just fine. In a hushed tone, Bianbian confided in Hui that she was aware she ought to retreat to her bedroom, yet she was reluctant to do so. She yearned to remain in her current spot, absorbing the cacophony of sounds from outside, even though those very sounds sent involuntary shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, she listened intently, discerning the distinct shouts of her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan amidst the clamor. Jiegu, I can't take it anymore. Let us escape. Someone shouted in despair. The icy powers unleashed by Feng Leijia caused a sudden drop in temperature, although there were limitations to the range. Bianbian, having sat by the window for a while, began to feel the chill. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously made her way into the bedroom and retrieved a jacket to wear. The window in the bedroom was only partially open, and Bianbian was unaware of her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan's circumstances. The window in the living room would easily betray her presence, so she wondered if she might remain undetected by quietly using the bedroom window. She exchanged a glance with her little bear and, after a brief pause, climbed onto the bed, inching her small frame toward the window, carefully exposing one eye to peer outside. What met her gaze was a throng of monsters, making it impossible to clearly distinguish who was her grandfather and who was Uncle Zhu Yuan. At that moment, she heard a voice straining to be heard. For heaven's sake, unleash your powers. We've lost so many brothers on this outing. No one gets to leave without securing the crystal. Whoever dares to flee, I'll be the first to feed you to the zombies. The intimidation of those words was palpable, causing any ability user contemplating escape to become rooted to the spot. Unable to move, forced to continue their desperate fight for survival against the relentless onslaught of zombies. The voice paused for a moment before continuing, Brother Luo, do not conceal anything. The assailants who attacked us are still lurking in the shadows. If you possess any special abilities, now is the time to employ them. Let us first join forces to eliminate this level 4 threat, and then we shall settle accounts with those who ambushed us. Each word was comprehensible to Bianbian, yet grasping the entirety of the meaning proved somewhat challenging. However, her keen intuition informed her that the level 4 menace referred to by the villain was her grandfather, and that he and another miscreant intended to conspire against him. Earlier, she had stealthily observed through the living room window, witnessing the two assailants who had attacked her grandfather now lying defeated on the ground. Why then did they still seek to harm him? If they were unable to prevail, why not flee? The malice of these villains was truly insidious. Bianbian felt a surge of anger and urgency, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented her inability to assist. Do not fear, dear Bianbian. Your grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan will be safe. The sudden voice startled her, and she soon realized it belonged to System Daddy. In an instant, the little girl felt a surge of reassurance, her previously tense expression softening. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment and murmured, but those villains are formidable. She was concerned that her grandfather might not be able to withstand them. Rest assured, have you forgotten? Yet before she could finish, someone logged into the game, interrupting the conversation with the system. The identity of the newcomer was unexpected. It was the previously ousted number 3, the magician. His arrival stirred a sense of unease within the system, which had hoped for the entry of number 2, Nong Jiosi. Although Nong Jiosi often resorted to force, causing disruptions within the system, he was otherwise quite compliant with the game's regulations. However, the third magician, chosen by the rules, instinctively evoked a sense of danger within the system. One wonders why a mere system would possess such peculiar awareness. The system briefly recounted the preceding events, omitting any mention of Xiujin's presence. The magician lay still in the yellow sands. Since being informed of his disconnection, he had refrained from attempting to log back into the game and instead focused on studying the modified NR device. As he neared completion of his research, he noticed the game icon once more. After a moment's contemplation, his actions surpassed his thoughts. He clicked to log in. Prior to his disconnection, he had secured a zombie with a belt, and to his astonishment, upon logging back in, the plot had taken a significant turn. The abrupt narrative shift caused the magician to frown, a veil of invisible chill enveloping him. Simultaneously, Bianbian in the bedroom sensed a chilling aura wafting through the room, further cooling an already frigid atmosphere, a result of the abilities released by Feng Leijia. The young girl sat quietly on her bed, ultimately succumbing to the urge to cocoon herself in her blanket, peeking out with her small head and tentatively calling, Uncle? She had long wished to ask the unseen uncle for assistance in vanquishing the villains alongside Grandpa and Uncle Zhuai Yuan, yet felt too shy to articulate her request. For reasons unknown, she harbored a sense that even if she did ask for help, the unseen uncle might not be able to assist. Yet now, she felt a flicker of belief that he could indeed help. Confused, the girl pondered her own thoughts. After a few moments of internal deliberation, Bianbian finally summoned her courage to inquire, Uncle, can you help Grandpa and Uncle Zhuai Yuan drive away the bad guys? When I grow up, I will surely be able to protect Grandpa and Uncle Zhuai Yuan. The young girl clenched her fists, yearning to grow up instantly. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar transformation. The temperature began to rise. Just moments ago, she had been shivering under her blanket, but in an instant, the frigid air surrounding her dissipated, restoring the customary warmth of summer. Enveloped tightly in her blanket and wearing a coat, the swift change in temperature caused beads of perspiration to form on her back, prompting her to hastily shed both the blanket and the coat. She caught sounds from outside. Impossible. Who is it? Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself boldly. The cacophony of monstrous voices coalesced. Although it should have been difficult to discern, she could distinctly make out every word spoken. Upon understanding the malicious remarks, her eyes sparkled with hope. Was help from the unseen uncle on the way? It must be, or else the villains would not speak so. The girl hastily scrambled up. Placing her teddy bear on the bed, and cautiously edged toward the window, striving to glimpse the situation below as clearly as possible. This time, she successfully spotted her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan. Once she recognized their current state, she bit her lip with determination, fighting back tears, managing to keep her composure. The two zombies appeared almost transformed. Had they not been zombies, their fatal injuries would have claimed their lives countless times over. The awakened beings possessed intellect, evading danger when threatened. Although they seemed disheveled, they were far better off compared to the two zombies. However, among the 20 or so awakened beings that had surged forth, fewer than 5 remained, a truly catastrophic outcome. In truth, given their lineup, 2 B-tier elites alongside a majority of C and D-tier individuals, sufficient strength existed to besiege 2 zombies. However, the emergence of a horde of ordinary zombies, along with the unfortunate encounters of Luo and Feng, alerted the other ability users to the presence of a hidden adversary, stealthily launching attacks that severely injured the 2 B-tier powerhouses, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the zombies. Yet, at a moment when the severely wounded Luo Yexing and Feng Leijie should have been rendered immobile, facing inevitable defeat as everyone else scrambled for survival, an inexplicable power allowed them to regain their mobility. Despite their pallid complexions, resembling figures on the brink of collapse, their movements and demeanor suggested that their combat capabilities had not waned. Consequently, the balance of victory began to sway back towards the ability users. For Feng Leijie, securing 3rd or 4th tier crystal stones and advancing to A tier was paramount, rendering the lives of his subordinates inconsequential. Arriving at a juncture where desperation prevailed, it was only natural to unleash his most potent skills. Conversely, Luo Yexing did not seek crystals. He merely yearned for an exhilarating battle, which he had already attained. However, the fight commenced under unfair circumstances, as he fell victim to a surprise attack, sustaining grave injuries. What had initially been a desire for combat transformed into a vow to unearth the assailant responsible for his plight. A seething fury ignited within him, coursing through his veins like wildfire. No one could maintain composure after narrowly escaping death from a surprise attack. Thus, even if Luo Yexing could drag his battered body away, he would not retreat. He resolved to guard against further ambushes, first teaming up with Feng Leijie to eliminate the 4th tier zombie before pursuing the hidden attacker. To his utter disbelief, their coordinated assault on the severely injured 4th tier zombie missed its mark. Immediately following Feng Leijie's furious shout, the latter's body abruptly froze for half a second, before being engulfed by an invisible current that hurled him backward with a deafening roar. The sound of air being cleaved apart resonated, culminating in his fall amidst a throng of zombies, scattering the surrounding ordinary undead in a tumultuous wave that produced a heart-stopping thud. A profound silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness that seemed to pause even the zombie's savage howls for a fleeting moment. Feng Leijie landed, creating a small clearing in a 1-meter radius around him. His body contorted on the ground, spasms racking his form, with a pool of blood seeping from beneath him. His gaze, nearly vacant, fixed upon the sky. Unable to maintain his icy powers any longer, the temperature surged abruptly. A series of choking sounds escaped his throat, as if he wished to utter something. Yet no words could escape his lips. Then, those ordinary zombies, pushed aside by the forceful current, lunged at him, until his final breath escaped. Feng Leijie's once vibrant eyes remained filled with disbelief, unable to accept the reality of his demise. Unbeknownst to anyone, a tall figure stood in the middle of the street. The magician cast a glance at the nearby horde of zombies devouring Feng Leijie, then lowered his gaze to his right hand. A pet-raising game was displayed through the NR device, so lifelike it resembled a genuine world. The magician advanced towards Luo Yexing, his black leather boots crunching over shards of glass, producing a fragile creak. This sound confirmed the assailant's location for Luo Yexing in that instant. Rather than instinctively preparing for an attack, a singular thought surged through his mind, piercing like needles in his subconscious, ultimately crystallizing into one word: escape. With resolute determination, Luo Yexing dashed into his vehicle at breakneck speed. Although a few zombies lurked beside his car, their presence fortuitously spared it from destruction during the recent skirmish. As for the remaining individuals with Fei Long, he could neither concern himself with them nor intervene. With a firm press of the accelerator, Luo Yexing plowed through the obstructing undead, the engine roaring in defiance as the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly departing the street. His foot pressed fervently on the gas pedal. Luo Yexing's nerves were taut with anxiety. Was it an ability of invisibility? Could it be that this individual, possessing the power of concealment, was of A rank? Was this special capability awakened after his powers manifested? Why would a top-tier A-rank superhuman with unique abilities suddenly turn against them? Were those two advanced zombies his intended targets? Had he unleashed his wrath upon them for seizing what was rightfully his? Suddenly, a recollection of Fei Long's words before their departure flashed through Luo Yeshin's mind. They had discovered the remains of a third-tier corpse beast in this vicinity. Deducing that a high-level superhuman had recently passed through, which led to the demise of the third-tier creature. Was this the individual in question? One thought after another spiraled through his mind, entangling and assailing his psyche, causing him to momentarily disregard the pain from his wounds. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his physical state. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to find a safe haven where he could succumb to unconsciousness without worry. Escape. The escape of Luo Yeshing signaled the remaining members of the Flying Dragon. None dared to covet the crystal any longer, hastily resorting to flight. After all, they had witnessed how Feng Leijie perished without even encountering the enemy. With Luo Yeshing fleeing as well, why would they choose to remain here? Merely to serve as sustenance for the zombies? As the superhumans fled, the horde of zombies inevitably pursued, some unable to find direction, charging recklessly towards the magician. Fully aware that these repugnant creatures could not reach him, the coldness on the magician's face deepened, yet he exhibited no signs of movement. The zombies crashing toward him exploded with a resounding bang. Disdainfully furrowing his brow, he took a few steps back, catching a glimpse of Luyu and Zhu Yuan. Two zombies glaring at one another, their tattered forms drenched in dark, viscous fluids, with gaping wounds revealing discolored innards. He ought to be grateful for his inability to smell. Emotionless, the magician averted his gaze and raised his hand to switch to the scene of the living room. The clean, bright space eased his mood as he settled onto the sofa. After a full half-minute, a message from the system materialized before him. Congratulations, Bianbian is safe. Perhaps finding this statement too dry, the system paused for a moment before adding, please continue to maintain this. The magician slightly lifted his eyelids, his gaze coolly sweeping over the two lines, striving to disregard the magician's smile, which sent shivers down the system's spine. It remarked, although the threat posed by the wayward abilities has been mitigated, the presence of Luyu and Zhu Yuan remains a ticking time bomb for Bianbian. As a devoted father who cherishes his daughter, he would undoubtedly ensure that Bianbian is safeguarded from the perils of being harmed by zombies. Wounds can heal, and games can be re-entered, but Bianbian is irreplaceable. Once lost, she is gone forever. Father, please protect Bianbian with utmost diligence. Upon hearing this, the magician let out a faint scoff. Just as the system pondered whether it had misperceived the situation, Bianbian emerged from her bedroom. Uncle, are you still here? The system observed intently as the man, resembling a dark specter, displayed a subtle shift in expression upon seeing Bianbian. It was evident that no amount of masculinity could withstand her charm. Thank you, Uncle, for helping Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan drive away the bad guys. Bianbian moved towards the window, believing she could not see Uncle Bo there. Her cherubic face was adorned with a serious innocence. She was still too young. But when she grows up, she vowed to fulfill any request her uncle might have. The magician lounged leisurely on the sofa, the muted tones of the upholstery accentuating his pallor. He gazed at Bianbian and suddenly let out a low laugh. It had been ages since he had heard such innocent words. His tone carried a hint of mockery, yet was laced with an unusual tenderness. In his ears, he could barely make out the little girl's voice, muffled with worry and disappointment, as if she wished only to confide in herself, reluctant for him to overhear. Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan are hurt, concerned for their safety and disheartened by her inability to assist. She had already called upon the unseen uncle to help her grandfather fend off the villains. Despite her tender age, Bianbian understood that she could not perpetually rely on others for aid. Moreover, standing on a small stool and peering out the window, she gazed down at the two battered zombies sitting on the ground below. They faced each other warily, neither willing to abandon their position. Both her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan were monsters, and monsters could not be cured, a truth Bianbian had always been acutely aware of. Chapter 37. Following a fierce battle between zombies and supernatural beings, the street below lay in ruin, with abandoned vehicles overturned and shattered. Scorched remnants and charred corpses littered the area, while the cracked pavement was stained with dark red blood, and the air was thick with a pungent, putrid odor. Her grayish-white eyes fixated on the two advanced zombies on the ground, seemingly devoid of any will to resist. Zombies could evolve in two distinct ways, through natural progression or by consuming their own kind. Indeed, zombies could devour other zombies, or rather, absorb crystal shards. Yet ordinary zombies lacked this awareness, Only those at the second tier or higher would instinctively grasp the necessity of consuming fellow zombies or crystal shards to elevate themselves. The hesitant zombie that lingered was a second-tier creature. Like its warden, however, with its master now grievously wounded and incapacitated. The canine instinct to turn against its owner under the duress of starvation arises. Hence, the hesitation of this second-tier zombie. The inherent nature of its undead echelon intimates that devouring two severely injured higher-level zombies would precipitate a meteoric ascent in its own rank, thereby establishing its dominion over this entire domain. Fortune favors the bold, a tenet equally applicable within the zombie paradigm. It tarried for a considerable span, casting forth a mangled cadaver, already ravaged to fragments by its brethren, as a token of fealty to the established authorities. Within the prison confines, its status as a second-tier zombie afforded it governance over a contingent of lesser undead who routinely paid homage in such a manner. Yet, this offering was not born of benevolence, but rather a calculated probe, employing sustenance to ascertain the potential threat posed by the injured zombies. The second-tier zombie maintained a position of precarious equilibrium, neither too distant nor excessively proximate, its current disposition far exceeding that of its wounded counterparts. Throughout the preceding conflict, it had remained ensconced amidst the zombie throng, with the brunt of the aberrant power's onslaught largely absorbed by its fellow undead. It was the third-tier zombie that stirred first. Amidst the heat of battle, there was no respite to satiate its hunger. With the cessation of hostilities, readily available sustenance proved elusive. Thus, when the second-tier zombie cast forth the semi-fresh corpse, the scent of blood and flesh compelled the third-tier zombie to stagger to its feet. Clang! A shard of metal hurtled through the air, striking its cranium before clattering to the ground, a component of an automobile. The projectile originated from the hand of the fourth-tier zombie. He emitted a feeble roar towards the Tier 3 zombie, the residual pressure of a Tier 4 apex still lingering. The Tier 3 zombie remained largely unresponsive. But the attentive Tier 2 zombie was startled, realizing it had likely miscalculated. Even with its master grievously wounded, it was not something a cur could easily trifle with. Thus, the Tier 2 zombie retrieved the partial corpse and fled like a frightened bird. However, just as he was about to hurl it, he paused, slowly lowered his hand, and silently brought the piece of metal to his lips, licking the blood from it. This action seemed to enrage the Tier 4 zombie, which instantly propelled its mangled body forward like a cannonball towards the Tier 3 zombie. The latter crashed into a stubbornly upright trash can, sending it flying before landing heavily on the ground, a significant indentation now visible on its chest, though devoid of pain. The impact made it difficult for the zombie to rise. The Tier 4 zombie, teetering, surveyed its surroundings, then looked up, fixing its gaze precisely on the wide-open window on the third floor. Bianbian's small head was perched there, having witnessed the sudden events. The Tier 4 zombie took a couple of steps forward, but restrained itself, raising a hand to gently touch its nose bridge, where the glasses it wore had been lost in the earlier skirmish. Knowing this, she would not be able to see the uncle giving it to her. She hopped off the small stool, squatted down, and began to examine it closely. The box was white, devoid of any designs or writing, sealed with a strip. Bianbian tore the strip and opened the box. Inside were a roll of medical gauze, alcohol, and two transparent jars filled with a gel-like substance, pale blue in color, resembling jelly. Bianbian, this is the medicine for Grandpa and Uncle Jiwan, the system explained succinctly, offering no further elaboration before falling silent. The medicine, of course, was procured by the magician, who casually navigated the marketplace, finding only the section for medicinal supplies accessible. Among the icons, one glowed brightly, basic healing kit. Within this kit lay essential medical supplies, basic gauze, disinfectant alcohol, and 2 jars of restorative ointment. As the name suggests, the ointment is intended for application on external wounds, facilitating the healing process. A subtle note accompanied the ointment, suitable for all species. This implies that regardless of the type of being, if injured, one could apply this balm. Yet, the question lingered, could it be used on zombies? The magician did not inquire further, opting instead to purchase the basic healing kit with star coins, allowing it to fall silently to the ground as he observed the small figure before him. The system, concerned that Bianbian might not comprehend the situation, ventured to explain despite the risk of being discovered by the magician. Although Bianbian was illiterate, she was no stranger to medical supplies, having her own small medical box. Combining the gauze and alcohol with the system's words, she picked up a jar of restorative ointment, her little face alight with uncontainable excitement. With medicine in hand for Grandpa and Uncle Zhiyuan, she thought, at the very least, it would stop their bleeding. However, A furrow of worry creased Bianbian's delicate brows. How would Grandpa and Uncle Zhiyuan apply the ointment themselves? She had witnessed her uncle bravely fend off the villains and procure medicine for her, and the thought of asking him to help apply the ointment for Grandpa and Uncle Zhiyuan filled her with embarrassment. Gazing at her tiny fist, the little girl pondered silently. Although she was still young and her capabilities limited, she could not perpetually rely on others for assistance. There were tasks within her reach that she must undertake herself. She resolved to attempt the task of applying medicine to her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan. Moreover, it was a simple matter of spreading the ointment on their wounds without the need for any cutting. While monsters may devour humans in her heart, she was resolute that her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan would never harm her, even though just moments ago, Uncle Zhiyuan had tried to swoop down and attack her. Should her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan be incapacitated, she could indeed administer the medicine, just as she had witnessed when Uncle had bound Uncle Zhiyuan with a belt. With determination, she dashed into her bedroom and retrieved 2 lengths of rope, her voice slightly faltering as she addressed the air. Uncle, could you assist me in binding Grandpa and Uncle Zhiyuan? She was aware that such actions might not be well received, often forgetting this fact. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She could manage it on her own. She had yet to express her gratitude to her uncle for the medicine he had provided. She vowed to remember to do so the next time he visited. The little girl murmured to herself, fastening the rope around her waist before bending down to lift the cardboard box containing the medicine. She had made up her mind to descend and help her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan apply the ointment, not forgetting to bring along her teddy bear. With Gray by her side, her courage would swell. Her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan lay motionless on the ground. She had just tossed an object down, and their lack of response indicated their discomfort. If she delayed in applying the medicine, who knew what evildoers might come? With a sniffle, she resolved, I must protect them. She swiftly retrieved a cloak-like raincoat and donned it, contemplating that should her grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan attempt to bite her, the raincoat would serve as a protective barrier. The young girl felt quite ingenious in her thinking. Thus, clutching a teddy bear and a box of medicinal supplies, she gingerly descended the stairs, her little legs struggling with the task. The cloak obscured her vision significantly. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow quietly followed behind, observing her every move with a cool detachment. The magician, alarmed, received a flurry of messages from the system. You are the father. Swiftly prevent Bianbian from engaging in such perilous actions. Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan are zombies, extremely dangerous. Bianbian descending alone poses a great risk. The system assumed the magician had procured the medicine to temporarily neutralize the threats posed by the 2 zombies, allowing Bianbian to administer treatment to them. However, after acquiring the medicine, the magician relinquished all responsibility. Should Bianbian become infected with the virus, considering her physical condition, there is no possibility she would survive the infection. She would inevitably transform into a zombie. The magician gently remarked, it's merely a game. Raising a human daughter and raising a zombie daughter. What difference does it make? The system was left utterly speechless. Is this truly not a game? Here we go again. If it divulged the reality to him, it would face a game over, non-existence. It's all just about nurturing a child. Whether human or zombie, it holds no significance to me. After making this statement, the magician continued to follow the small figure ahead, who was moving slowly due to her embrace of the teddy bear and the medicine box, without altering the scene. At this moment, the system found itself deeply nostalgic for Xiujin. Although somewhat foolish, he was the only one who genuinely regarded the game's little darling as his true daughter, prioritizing her safety above all else. If nothing else, it would suffice to bring along Nong Jiusi. At least, he seemed relatively normal, unlike the magician, who always appeared rather peculiar. It was evident that he did not wish for Bianbian to encounter any misfortune, yet he persistently thrust her into perilous situations, observing from behind with an unsettling fascination. The system seethed with indignation. Were it a person, it would surely... Well, never mind, better not to provoke a pervert. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Bianbian removed the key from around her neck and unlocked the gate. Turning right, she approached the area where her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan were located. Taking a deep breath, the young girl cautiously advanced. The first figure she spotted was Uncle Zhu Yuan. This zombie had already cast aside the trash can he had smashed, awkwardly half-sitting on the ground with his chest caved in, a sight that was far from comfortable. Alas, the effectiveness of his condition was not particularly evident. Had it not been for the presence of another of his kind before him, would his bones have fractured so many times? The zombie attempted to rise several times, yet each effort was in vain. Although it seemed that zombies did not experience fatigue, He nonetheless felt a peculiar weakness, a sentiment he could not quite comprehend. In any case, all of the zombie's thoughts were consumed with the endeavor of realigning his bones, and in his singular focus on this task, he momentarily forgot the profound hunger that gnawed at his very soul. Bianbian noticed that Uncle Zhu Yuan was bowing his head, not sparing her a glance. Her attention was then drawn to a nearby iron bucket. If she could place the bucket over Uncle Zhu Yuan's head, it might better restrain him. With this thought in mind, Bianbian set down the medicine box and her little bear on the ground, saying, "Gray, you wait for me here, okay?" Without the medicine box and the gray, her movements became considerably more convenient. She gradually approached the iron bucket and cast a glance at it. Her little face contorting into a frown, she feared she might not be able to lift it. Yet, she felt compelled to try. The young girl extended her slender hand to grasp the handle of the iron bucket and pulled with all her might. Oh, to her astonishment, the bucket she had lifted felt remarkably light. The magician followed closely, neither too far nor too near, and even the system was perplexed. Failing to notice when the third individual took action, how could she lift the bucket with such ease? Even the system was oblivious. And the joy of raising the bucket distracted the girl from pondering further. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed toward Zhu Yuan and placed the bucket atop his head with a resounding thud. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhu Yuan." She then retrieved some rope. And before she could make a move, Zhu Yuan, ever cooperative, extended his hands behind his back, clasping them together. "Is that you, Uncle?" she inquired, immediately on guard. The little girl, though puzzled, did not hesitate. She wrapped the rope around Zhu Yuan's joined hands several times, finishing off with a neat bow. Next, she proceeded to bind Zhu Yuan's legs as well. After completing this task, she glanced at her handiwork and inexplicably felt a sense of ease in her binding skills. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan, with the iron bucket covering his head, shook it repeatedly as if attempting to dislodge it. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to leave the bucket on for now. Once she finished securing Uncle Zhu Yuan, she would move on to bind Grandpa. Only once everyone was tied up could she comfortably administer the medicine to both her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan. Grandpa was just across the way. While binding Uncle Zhu Yuan, she also stole glances at her grandfather on the opposite side. Grandfather was exceptionally fastidious, always imparting to her the importance of cleanliness. Previously, when he was upstairs, she found it impossible to assist him. Now, however, an opportunity presented itself. She intended to change his clothes and also attend to Uncle Zhu Yuan, ensuring he was not neglected. The little girl, however, was blissfully unaware of the challenges faced by a child in dressing an adult. She felt capable of restraining Uncle Zhu Yuan, lifting the large iron bucket, and applying medicine to her grandfather and uncle. What, she pondered, could she not accomplish? With aspirations soaring, she approached her grandfather joyfully. Yet, before she could reach him, the elderly zombie, who had silently observed her binding Uncle Zhu Yuan, suddenly pushed against the ground with some difficulty and sat up, emitting a threatening growl towards her. The voice was hoarse, seemingly warning her to halt her advance. "Grandfather." Bianbian's body shivered. The elderly zombie made no further movements, instead quietly collapsing onto the ground, leading Bianbian to believe her grandfather was too gravely injured to move. Gazing at the distant figure of the elderly zombie, she raised her hand to wipe her eyes. This was her grandfather, familiar yet unfamiliar. He would no longer cradle her and weave tales, would not call her name, would not smile at her, nor would he wash her hair with his warm hands or prepare her delectable meals. But he was still her grandfather, even transformed into a grotesque monster. He remained her grandfather. Grandfather, why do monsters eat people? She wondered. Because they possess no reason, only the instinct to consume. She understood that she must avoid being bitten. For if she were, she too would metamorphose into a hideous creature. Bianbian had no desire to become such a repulsive being. Thus, she resolved to remember never to venture into dark places again. Bianbian recalled the time she had ventured into a small hole and discovered an egg, joyfully sharing her find with her grandfather, only to receive a playful smack on her bottom. He then explained to her why monsters devour humans. Would her grandfather consume her? Bianbian pursed her lips, undeterred by the ominous growls of the elderly zombie, and pressed onward. As her foot brushed against an object, she shifted her weight to investigate, discovering her grandfather's shattered glasses. The lenses lay in ruins, one arm completely broken, while the remaining arm and frame were askew. Bending down, she collected the irreparably damaged spectacles. Her resolve solidified. She pivoted towards the spot where she had just set down the medicine box and teddy bear, swiftly gathering them in her arms, and scampered closer to the elderly zombie. "Grandfather, you mustn't bite me." Her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on the decrepit figure before her. "If you wish to bite, She pondered for a moment, then extended the rope towards him. "You may bite the rope." The elderly zombie glanced between her and the rope, emitting guttural sounds from its throat. In the presence of an ordinary person, such a sight might inspire sheer terror. Yet Bianbian remained unfazed. She even crouched beside the elderly zombie, disregarding the peril that surrounded her, her innocent face tilted upwards in earnest anticipation. Thanks to Xiaojin's nurturing over the past few days, the young girl's complexion and spirit had markedly improved, akin to a wilting flower revived by nourishment, blossoming anew in vibrant splendor. The silence stretched for nearly half a minute before the elderly zombie reluctantly raised its hand, accepting the rope that Bianbian had offered. "I shall commence now," she declared, her eyes crescent-shaped with determination, as she tore open the restorative ointment with fervor. Within the scene, a wooden spatula was provided, with which she scooped a measure of ointment and evenly applied it to the wounds of the elderly zombie. The aged creature permitted her ministrations, having truly placed the rope into its mouth, biting down with its delicate teeth, before collapsing to the ground, eyes closed and motionless. The countless wounds adorning her grandfather's body were evidently too numerous for a single jar of restorative salve, thus her gaze drifted toward a second jar. Discreetly glancing at Uncle Zhu Yuan, who, bound at hands and feet, was unable to dislodge the iron bucket from his head. The injuries on Uncle Zhu Yuan were not as extensive as those on her grandfather's. Consequently, she felt justified in opening the second jar of ointment, determined to cover all of her grandfather's wounds completely. However, upon witnessing that only a third of the salve remained, a pang of guilt struck the young girl. "Grandfather, wait here. I shall go and tend to Uncle Zhu Yuan," she declared. Despite her unease, her heart harbored no regret. She could hardly suppress her eagerness to share her joy with the nearby teddy bear, whispering softly, "Grandfather did not bite me." Her fair, delicate face radiated the unique pride of childhood. She was confident that her grandfather would not harm her. Rising with the remaining salve in hand, she was taken aback when the elderly zombie suddenly opened its emotionless, grayish eyes, emitting a raspy sound as it struggled to rise, retreating several steps and distancing itself from her by 2 meters. Her grandfather was following her. Realizing this, the young girl cast aside her reservations, bouncing toward Uncle Zhu Yuan and applying the remaining restorative salve to the more grievous wounds of the third-tier zombie. The third-level zombie sensed the approach of the elderly zombie and, hindered by the iron barrel obstructing its view, began to squirm restlessly, complicating the task of applying ointment. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, please remain still," pleaded Bianbian. Administering ointment is indeed a skilled endeavor. Her small arms were already weary from the effort of treating her grandfather, especially under the condition that the elderly zombie remained perfectly cooperative. Now, with the third-level zombie writhing incessantly, it naturally hindered Bianbian's efficiency, causing precious healing salve to be wasted on uninjured areas. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she felt that if it weren't for her small stature, she would have taken matters into her own hands. At the soft command from Bianbian, the third-level zombie momentarily ceased its movements. Though it remained unclear whether it comprehended her request, in any case, it began to thrash even more violently. Just as the elderly zombie cast a glance at her, silently retreating a couple of steps, still gnawing on the rope in its mouth, it settled down within reach of the iron bucket, its ashen eyes fixated on Bianbian's movements. Bianbian beamed a wide smile at her grandfather, diligently applying medicine for Uncle Zhu Yuan, finishing the task promptly. With a shake of her sore little arm, she nodded with a sense of accomplishment, unaware of the concept of medicinal efficacy. After all, once the ointment was applied, she could visibly see that the wounds on her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan had ceased to bleed. Under the watchful gaze of the elderly zombie, she removed the iron bucket from the head of the third-tier zombie, revealing Zhu Yuan's vacant expression. Fresh, delectable, flesh and blood. The dazed visage of the third-tier zombie began to stiffen and animate. Upon seeing Bianbian, its mouth stretched into a wide grin. Bang! Its head was struck by the fist of the elderly zombie. The movements of the third-tier zombie froze instantly. Witnessing this scene, Bianbian covered her small face and laughed, her innocent, tender laughter resonating throughout the area, infusing this odorous realm with a touch of pure cleanliness. Surveying the dismal surroundings, Bianbian made her next decision. Fortunately, the young girl had accompanied her grandfather to witness many distressing scenes, so when confronted with bloodstains and scattered remains, she felt no fear. In this current predicament, even the system was at a loss for words, choosing silence instead. Logically, Liu had yet to reach the 5th tier. Only by successfully advancing to that level could he potentially regain 10% of his self-awareness. However, Liu was merely at the peak of the fourth tier, barely stepping into the fifth, rendering the possibility of self-awareness utterly unattainable. Yet the reactions he exhibited towards Bianbian just moments ago clearly demonstrated a burgeoning self-awareness. Even if it was minimal, it sufficed for him to comprehend that he must not harm her, instinctively seeking to protect her and prevent Zhu Yuan from causing her any harm. This was exceedingly peculiar. The system, after scouring all available data, found no satisfactory explanation for such an occurrence. Could it be the work of the magician? Had he circumvented the system's regulations to awaken a fragment of Lu Yu's consciousness? If that were the case, how had he achieved it? Following his previous capricious actions, the magician had since remained as a mere shadow, silently observing everything, which left the system feeling quite anxious. However, there was a silver lining for the system. The danger posed to Bianbian by Lu Yu had been alleviated. While the threat from Zhu Yuan still lingered, Lu Yu's presence rendered it considerably less formidable. Although the system lacked a corporeal form, it could genuinely sense the shift. At that moment, the magician discreetly disconnected. The system inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Unless grandfather repaired the door, Bianbian would naturally not voice such a request after all. Grandfather was injured. Now, with both grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan nearby, everything felt just like before, except for the fact that they had transformed into monsters. Even without the grand door, the home remained a sanctuary. Grandfather, Uncle Zhu Yuan, it's time to change clothes. Bianbian exclaimed as she retrieved 2 sets of grandfather's garments. Not long ago, she had contemplated assisting him in changing. Now she realized it was a task beyond her capability. Yet, she could not allow grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan to continue wearing those soiled and odorous clothes. They simply had to be changed. Thus, Bianbian held the garments aloft, hopping about in an attempt to convey the essence of changing clothes. During the journey home, the elderly zombie remained utterly silent. Even at this moment, as it observed Bianbian gesturing with the clothing, the only flicker of emotion in its pale eyes was a fleeting hint of confusion. It emitted no sound. The third-tier zombie, with its misaligned ribcage, walked unsteadily. After being repeatedly struck on the head by the elderly zombie, it had learned to be more compliant, only occasionally letting out a few grunts while behaving quite docilely. Zombies, after all, recognize the practical as the truly remarkable. As Bianbian waved the clothes, the third-tier zombie suddenly had an epiphany. It ripped off its tattered garments and attempted to tear off its pants. At that moment, the silent elderly zombie let out a sudden roar, seizing the third-tier zombie by the neck and flinging it out the door. Then, with utmost care, the elderly zombie accepted the clothing from Bianbian's hands and exited the door, carrying the disoriented third-tier zombie up to the 3rd floor. The turn of events transpired too swiftly for Bianbian to comprehend. By the time she regained her senses, she hurriedly scooped up Hui and dashed out the door. A large section of the metallic wall on the 3rd floor had been breached, which could be considered a door of sorts, left by the elderly zombie when it departed from that level. Bianbian saw her grandfather dragging Uncle Zhu Yuan through the opening and, concerned about Uncle Zhu Yuan's concave chest, feared that her grandfather might have inadvertently harmed him. After all, she had just applied medicine to his wound, and it must not go to waste. She felt compelled to follow and check on them. However, just as she stepped onto the first stair of the 3rd floor, a precariously hanging metal sheet obstructed her path, appearing as though it might fall at any moment yet stubbornly refusing to do so, clearly intent on preventing her advance. Bianbian understood. Grandfather took the clothes and ascended the stairs with Uncle Zhu Yuan to change. Bianbian decided to prepare a meal, her sole culinary expertise lying in boiling noodles, an endeavor devoid of complexity, merely requiring the boiling of water and the soaking of the noodles. Tonight, they would dine on noodles. Resolutely, Bianbian skillfully entered the kitchen, igniting the gas and pouring 5 bottles of mineral water into the pot, among which was the organic mineral water purchased by Xiao Jane. To ensure that grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan were well fed, Bianbian retrieved a box of instant noodles. Extracting 6 packets, surely that would suffice. After a moment's hesitation, she added 2 more, resolving to cook 8 packets. Any more would exceed the capacity of her pot. Why had they not yet finished changing? The little girl sighed, her face drooping as she looked towards the teddy bear. As she added the seasonings gradually, the rich aroma of the instant noodles began to waft through the air. Gazing at the bubbling broth, Bianbian couldn't help but think it would certainly taste better with some meat. Speaking of meat, the snow-cured jerky was at least a consumable option. Illiterate, Bianbian was unaware that the packaging contained snow-cured jerky, yet the enticing images on the bag made it evident that it contained meat. The sound of it reassured her. Its texture was pleasantly springy, and each bite was a burst of flavor. Unconsciously, after devouring 2 strips, Bianbian stuck out her little tongue, reluctantly pouring the remainder of the jerky into the noodle pot. In an instant, the fragrances of the jerky and the noodles intertwined, creating an entirely new and alluring scent. Crouching beside the pot, Bianbian clenched her tiny fists, her throat swallowing in anticipation of the delightful aroma that seemed to take on a life of its own and waft away. Above, under the watchful eye of the elderly zombie, the third-level zombie, who had struggled 6 times to don his attire correctly, was irresistibly lured by an enticing aroma. In a flurry of panic, he hastily clutched his waistband and dashed downstairs. A furious roar erupted from the elderly zombie, fixating on his trousers. Chapter 39. On a summer night, a torrential downpour ensued, the relentless rain cleansing the earth of its sordid marks. Within the confines of a dilapidated edifice, the fortunate survivors, Taiji and Zhang Wenxi, huddled in an office. The zombie horde that had emerged from the prison had scattered. Some, having lost their prey, drifted elsewhere, while others loitered nearby, leaving the 2 men no choice but to remain concealed, paralyzed by fear. Brother Tai, Brother Jia is dead, Zhang Wenxi trembled, his voice quaking as he sought to inch closer to Taiji. Come any closer, and I won't hesitate to end you right now, Taiji retorted coldly, pressing the icy muzzle of his gun against Wenxi's forehead. Frozen in place, Zhang Wenxi stammered, Tai, what are you doing? With a chilling laugh, Taiji replied, Did you think that, with my powers depleted, you could seize the moment to usurp my abilities and take my life? Your calculations are rather ambitious. I didn't. Zhang Wenxi stuttered in protest, the darkness cloaking them, rendering their expressions indistinguishable. Taiji continued, Don't think I am unaware of how Lu Nang as they approached. Zhang Wenxi, who was trailing behind, was on the verge of being captured by the zombies. However, inexplicably, Lu Ning, who was leading, suddenly faltered, becoming a meal for the horde, thus buying time for the other 2. Zhang Wenxi narrowly escaped and took refuge with Taiji in an unoccupied office. The reason I am refraining from ending your life is due to the utility of your unique ability. It would be prudent for you to remain compliant. Taiji's voice was colder than before. After a moment, Zhang Wenxi spoke timidly. Brother Tai, you truly misunderstand me. I have always been on your side. Rest assured, I will not approach you. Moreover, I am acutely aware of my limitations. Without you, how could I possibly survive this place? He spoke earnestly, deliberately glossing over Lu Nung's demise. Taiji fell silent, seemingly weighing his words. Zhang Wenxi exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Brother Tai, we must indeed express our gratitude to that level 4 zombie, as well as to that skilled ambusher. He emphasized the words we too, adding, if it weren't for them. How could Brother Jia have met his end so easily? Just look at the strength he displayed today. Had he and Luo Yexing successfully defeated that level 4 zombie according to the original plan, even with my abilities against him, success would have been far from guaranteed, and your plan would have unraveled. Upon hearing this, Taiji remained noncommittal. He had long desired to eliminate Feng Leijie to usurp his position and had been secretly plotting for quite some time. Given Feng Leijie's formidable strength, taking him down would necessitate external assistance. The opportunity lay in this assault on the high-level zombies. He conspired with Feng Leijie, suggesting that Feng Leijie and Luo Yexing collaborate to eliminate the 4th-tier zombie. Then, taking advantage of Luo Yexing's moment of weakness, Zhang Wenxi would employ his unique abilities to seize Luo Yexing's powers, thereby easily dispatching him, allowing Feng Leijie to monopolize the crystals. However, unbeknownst to them, this scheme was actually directed at Feng Leijie. Taiji had bribed Zhang Wenxi, preparing to ambush Feng Leijie once he had vanquished the 4th-tier zombie, rendering him vulnerable. Without his powers, Feng Leijie would be at the mercy of others. As for Luo Yexing, he could simply be dealt with according to the initial agreement made with Feng Leijie. Throughout the entire plot, Taiji's singular aim was to eliminate Feng Leijie. The crystals held little significance for him. Yet, the course of events unfolded unexpectedly. Without any intervention from Taiji, Feng Leijie met his demise, and Luo Yexing, gravely injured, managed to flee, having exerted every ounce of strength to escape the horde of zombies. Noticing Taiji's silence, Zhang Wenxi pondered and then remarked, however, there is still Zhou at the hotel. Might he harbor doubts regarding Brother Jia's death and impede you? It was said that Zhou, like Taiji, was one of Feng Leijie's trusted confidants, enjoying his complete trust. Nevertheless, Zhou was not particularly strong and mostly remained at the base, rarely venturing out. Zhang Wenxi, who appeared timid and inept, harbored a malevolent mind, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal precision at the slightest misstep. Naturally, Taiji would not allow him that opportunity, responding coolly, "There is no need for you to concern yourself." Zhang Wenxi awkwardly ceased his commentary. Outside, the rain intensified. And at that moment, a strange sound suddenly emanated from outside the office, a dragging noise, as if something were being hauled along. In the pitch-black night, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings for a fleeting moment, allowing the two supernatural beings within the office to glimpse the scene they had just witnessed. The office, enclosed by glass walls, had initially appeared devoid of any zombies when they entered and secured the heavy door, leaning against the corner. As the lightning faded, both individuals caught sight of a menacing tail that suddenly emerged in the corridor outside. Iron Brother. Zhang Wenxi felt a chill run down his spine, his teeth chattering in fear. It's a corpse beast. There is a corpse beast in the corridor. Iron Ji, in a hushed tone, commanded silence. The nature of the creature outside remained a mystery, its strange movements producing unsettling sounds that grated on their nerves. They dared not even breathe, holding their breaths as they endured the inhuman torment. Meanwhile, just a few streets away in the Jinshin community, a lively atmosphere filled a room on the third floor. The living room radiated a warm, inviting glow. Bianbian pressed the orange side of the magical orb, bathing the interior in a cozy amber light. She had prepared a large pot of instant noodles, consuming one bowl herself until her stomach was round and full, while the remainder was devoured by two zombies. With the presence of an elderly zombie, the third-level zombies, apart from the occasional howl, were routinely subdued with a punch from the elder, rendering them obedient. During mealtime, the elderly zombie, though somewhat clumsy, learned to use chopsticks after receiving a few corrections from Bianbian, quickly mastering the art of picking up noodles without spilling the broth. In stark contrast, the third-level zombie struggled immensely with this task. His hands were so stiff that he could not grasp the chopsticks. Anxious, Bianbian wanted to personally guide Uncle Zhu Yuan in using them, but was thwarted by the elderly zombie. Her grandfather forbade her from approaching Uncle Zhu Yuan, and he too refrained from getting close. Puffing out her cheeks in frustration, she reluctantly gave up, allowing Uncle Zhu Yuan to tilt the bowl directly to his mouth. The third-level zombie attempted to grab the food with its hands, and Bianbian helplessly remarked, "Uncle Zhu Yuan, you will dirty your clothes like this." In response, she was struck by the elderly zombie. Having to abandon the option of using hands, Uncle Zhu Yuan finally complied, and the elderly zombie was satisfied, continuing to clumsily use the chopsticks to pick up noodles. Once the two zombies and Bianbian finished their meal, she quickly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, paying no mind to what her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan were doing. Struggling, she lifted the pot onto the stove, then stepped onto a small stool to place it in the sink, starting to wash the dishes. She thought to herself that when she grew a little taller and stronger, things would be easier. The mere thought of her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan accompanying her in the future filled the little girl with immense joy, her heart brimming with happiness. The elderly zombie stood at the kitchen door, gazing at her petite figure. Its grayish-white eyes flickered a few times before it suddenly began to pace restlessly, wanting to enter the kitchen yet hesitating. Its actions displayed a constant struggle to restrain itself, preventing it from drawing too close to Bianbian, as if doing so would bring unfathomable danger to the small child. Meanwhile, the third-level zombie, having finished the instant noodles, felt the searing hunger etched into its soul diminish significantly, and its attention shifted to the living room mat, where Bianbian had neatly arranged her Lego toys. This peculiar entity seemed to pique his interest as the third-tier zombie swayed unsteadily before plopping down. It extended a pallid hand adorned with dark, intricate patterns and gave a gentle push, instantly toppling the Lego toys, scattering the bricks across the floor. Observing this, a slow grin crept across his lips as he emitted a raspy sound, perhaps one might call it a laugh. The third-tier zombie, now engrossed, began to sift through the scattered blocks, diligently attempting to assemble them. Meanwhile, Bianbian would place the little bear beside the stove while washing dishes, engaging in a dialogue with the bear, assuming both roles. Gray, do you think grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan will talk again someday?" "Of course they will," she replied, lowering her voice to mimic Gray. "But grandfather said monsters are no longer human. When uncle comes next time, you should ask him. He is so capable. He surely knows. What if uncle doesn't know either?" The little girl sighed, gazing at the grimy bear with an air of maturity. After completing the first round of washing, she began the second. Once she finally finished, Bianbian struggled to lift the pot, fervently wishing to grow up quickly so that these tasks would be easier to manage. This was not the first time Bianbian had fallen. With seasoned expertise, she covered her face, avoiding a fall onto her visage, for that was the most painful. Suddenly, the elderly zombie at the door let out a haunting shriek, though even he was unaware of the reason behind it. Instinctively, he rushed into the kitchen, determined to prevent Bianbian from tumbling. However, upon seeing his outstretched hand, he halted, his nails tinged with an unsettling shade of bluish-gray, sharp at the tips, resembling the chilling edge of a blade. It seemed as though a consciousness was urging him to avoid touching her at all costs, lest he inadvertently harm her. This awareness tugged at his instinct to prevent her from falling, creating a tension that drove him to the brink of madness, yearning to scream. With a loud crash, Bianbian tumbled to the ground. Yet, rather than a fall, it resembled more of a gentle recline as the impact with the floor dissipated. It did not hurt in the slightest. Covering her face, Bianbian joyfully sprang to her feet, disregarding the dust clinging to her skirt, and quickly tilted her small face towards the elderly zombie, who had been about to rush over but halted in his tracks, causing his body to sway dramatically. "Grandpa, I'm fine. I didn't hurt myself." The elderly zombie ceased his low growling, his tall, gaunt frame hunched over, and his grayish-white eyes trembled slightly. Fixated intently on little Bianbian, she dashed over, eager to grasp her grandpa's hand, believing he was startled by her fall. In the past, whenever she had fallen and gotten hurt, he would embrace her and blow softly on her wounds until the pain vanished. However, before she could reach him, the elderly zombie recoiled in fright, retreating hastily from the kitchen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He quickly tucked his hands behind his back and let out an anxious roar. No, he could not allow her to come near. He bellowed again, feeling a faint itch in his gums. Dejected by her grandpa's continued rejection, Bianbian let her long eyelashes droop. This incident caused her to forget the oddity of not feeling pain from her fall. Spotting Uncle Zhu Yuan engrossed in his Lego, the little girl hurried over, while the elderly zombie followed closely, his eyes scanning Bianbian restlessly, as if checking for injuries or simply bewildered about what to do next. Navigating around the sofa, he prepared to stand beside the third-tier zombie. As he lifted his foot to step onto the doormat, he glanced at the pristine mat, then at his own grimy shoes. Although the two zombies had changed their clothing, their shoes remained the same. Bianbian forgot to find shoes. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, you haven't taken off your shoes." Upon seeing the third-tier zombie's shod feet resting upon the doormat, the little girl's delicate face crumpled in dismay, her fair, bun-like visage tightening in concern as she gazed at Uncle Zhu Yuan, who had constructed a haphazard pile of Lego blocks. If the doormat were to become soiled, how could she possibly wash it? Hearing the commotion, the third-tier zombie grasped a block and turned his battered face towards Bianbian, offering what could only be interpreted as a somewhat congenial smile. Even though Bianbian was not afraid, Uncle Zhu Yuan's smile sent a shiver down her arm. The handsome Uncle Zhu Yuan, before his transformation into a monster, had been quite striking. However, after his change, his allure had considerably diminished. As for Grandpa remained as handsome as ever. Bianbian resolutely thought to herself, Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan should have changed into clean shoes. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Bianbian felt a pang of regret, as if there were slippers to replace them. Just as she turned to dash towards the shoe cabinet by the door in search of slippers, the elderly zombie picked up a Lego block that had rolled to the edge of the doormat and hurled it towards the third-tier zombie seated in the center of the mat. Once struck again, the third-tier zombie clutched his head, his glazed eyes shifting towards the elderly zombie with a hint of irritation. "Why do you keep hitting me?" If it weren't for the fact that the elderly zombie was his superior in rank, he pondered. But what else could it be? The third-tier zombie was left in a state of confusion. Aha! The elderly zombie extended a finger towards the exposed floor beside the mat, whispering a menacing threat understood only by the third-tier zombies. He compelled himself to roll over to that spot, for failing to do so would result in further punishment. It turned out that even zombies could possess emotions. Both zombies fixated on her, undoubtedly urged by the grandfather to bring forth Uncle Zhu Yuan, who was ever so obedient to his elder. The little girl mused, instinctively disregarding the scene of her grandfather striking Uncle Zhu Yuan, attributing it solely to Uncle Zhu Yuan's compliance with her grandfather's wishes. She placed 2 pairs of adult slippers on the ground, removed her own shoes, and donned them, using this gesture to instruct the 2 zombies on how to change footwear. The little girl gazed at her grandfather with anticipation. However, the elderly zombie did not immediately change his shoes. As he took off his sandals, the delicate skin of his right foot revealed a small scar, insignificant in size, but rendered grotesque against her fair complexion. Such scars adorned the body of Bianbian, many of which she could not recall how she had sustained. The elderly zombie fixated intently on that diminutive scar, extending his hand toward it with trembling fingers. "Grandfather, what is it that you desire?" Yet, Bianbian misinterpreted the elderly zombie's gesture, believing he was requesting something from her. He wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. What emerged was a guttural roar. The pain, the falls, the scar on her tiny foot provoked him, compelling him to check for injuries upon her, though he was acutely aware that he could not touch her without causing harm. For him, she was an invaluable treasure, more precious than life itself. The zombie seated on the ground perceived that his fellow kind seemed somewhat unwell. He comprehended the tutorial that had just been presented. Changing shoes was significantly simpler than changing clothes. Bending down to reach his feet, he intended to remove his filthy shoes in favor of a clean pair of slippers. However, just as he stooped, a fist came hurtling toward him, and suddenly, one of his feet became uncontrollable. The third-level zombie, utterly bewildered as to why he was being struck once more, found himself in a state of confusion. He realized that remaining in this spot could endanger the precious one. He should ascend the stairs, for that was where he belonged. The elderly zombie, with hazy thoughts, grasped 2 pairs of slippers in his left hand and dragged one of the third-level zombie's legs with his right, making a beeline for the exit. The third-level zombie, devoid of any desire to resist, allowed himself to be pulled along, resigned to his fate, for he knew he stood no chance of fighting back. As the elderly zombie hoisted the slippers and dragged the third-level zombie away, Bianbian understood that her grandfather intended to take Uncle Zhu Yuan upstairs to change shoes, just as he had done with the clothing earlier. Although she believed it would have sufficed to change here, she chose to respect her grandfather's decision. He surely wished to avoid the foul odor emanating from Uncle Zhu Yuan's feet. Clutching the glowing magic orb, Bianbian followed behind the 2 zombies, her little legs pattering along. At times, she felt a twinge of pity for Uncle Zhu Yuan being dragged along like a mere pocket, while at other moments, she found the scene quite humorous, and occasionally she felt a hint of guilt. She ought to intervene and prevent her grandfather from bullying Uncle Zhu Yuan. Yet, why did she perceive her grandfather as bullying Uncle Zhu Yuan? The little girl bit her index finger, realizing that such thoughts about her grandfather were utterly unfounded. As she stepped out the door, the elderly zombie exerted force, sending the level 3 zombie soaring like a burlap sack against the metal wall. He then hurled 2 pairs of slippers upwards. The level 3 zombie adjusted his crooked nose, indignantly rising from the ground to retrieve the slippers, gesturing menacingly at the back of the elderly zombie's head. After enduring such numerous blows, should he not retaliate? Uncle Zhu Yuan, you mustn't hit Grandpa. Bye-bye. Standing at the threshold, observed the scene with clarity, her small waist accentuated as she reported the incident. Startled by the level 3 zombie brandishing the slippers, their eyes met. And after a brief moment, he silently stuffed the shoes into his mouth. Oh no, those are slippers, you can't eat them, the little girl exclaimed, jumping up in alarm. The elderly zombie, satisfied, turned to face Bye-Bye. Upon seeing her, his tense form relaxed, and he raised a stiff finger, pointing towards the door behind her. Chapter 40. With a yawn, Bye-Bye acknowledged that her workload had exceeded its limits for the day. She had long been weary, merely stifling her fatigue. Swiftly completing her evening routine, she lay in bed cradling a teddy bear, reassured by the presence of both Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan nearby. Feeling no fear as she drifted to sleep. Grandpa had lost so much weight and needed nourishment, she resolved to prepare some nourishing drink for him the following day. Turning off the magical orb, Bye-Bye closed her eyes and peacefully succumbed to slumber. This marked the first time in 2 months since Grandpa had been separated from her that she felt such tranquility while sleeping. In the initial days after Grandpa was confined behind the metal wall, Bye-Bye had wept continuously. She could not help but cry. She was frightened and missed her Grandpa. Yet, Grandpa had instructed her, no matter the sounds she heard, she was not to venture outside. Bianbian has always been a sensible young girl, dutifully heeding her grandfather's words. When her grandfather spoke with a troubled expression, she committed his words to memory. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, as her grandfather began preparing lunch, Bianbian would meticulously sort and pack the supplies she had gathered. This task brought her great joy. After their meal, her grandfather would join her on the mat to play with Lego. As she engaged in play, she would often doze off on the mat, while her grandfather would occasionally nap alongside her, though most of the time he would practice his exercises nearby. When Bianbian awoke, it was nearly time for dinner. By 9 in the evening, her grandfather would coax her to sleep, enchanting her with a multitude of wondrous stories. Captivated by these tales, Bianbian would soon drift into slumber. However, once her grandfather departed, there would be no one to share stories with her, leaving her alone in the darkened room, accompanied only by her stuffed toy, Hui Hui. Exhausted from her tears and fears, she would eventually succumb to sleep. This cycle continued until she grew accustomed to solitude, and her nightmares became less frequent. After several dreamless nights, Bianbian found herself dreaming again, and this time, it was a delightful dream. In her dream, she and her grandfather were wandering through a supermarket bustling with people. Her grandfather explained that it was a time before monsters existed, when many would flock to the market to shop, where everything was available. She sat in a shopping cart, pushed by her grandfather, reaching out to place delicious items into the cart. In addition to the delectable treats, there were many beautiful dolls, far more lovely than Hui Hui. Just as she was about to grab one, she noticed Hui Hui looking at her with a forlorn expression. Oh dear, she could not abandon Hui Hui. Bianbian cradled Hui Hui, resolutely turning down the alluring dolls. Grandfather held Bianbian, chuckling softly. Our Bianbian is the most loyal friend. Indeed. Bianbian proudly lifted her little head. Nong Jiusi, with his tall and graceful figure sitting beside the small bed, watched with keen interest as the white bubbles emerged from the slumbering little one's head. All the beautiful dreams crafted by Bianbian were vividly displayed within those white bubble circles for him to observe. Upon logging in, he was immediately met with the sight of the little one falling down. Nong Jiusi thought to intervene but was too late, so he merely supported her with his foot. After several days of absence, upon entering the game, he discovered a plot twist that far exceeded his expectations. The room had unexpectedly transformed, now inhabited by two zombies, seemingly coexisting harmoniously with the little one. Fortunately, at that moment, the system intervened, briefly elucidating the situation, allowing Nong Jiusi to grasp what had transpired. Did the game's narrative continue to evolve in my absence? The system remained silent, understanding that the more it spoke, the more it risked error, leaving him to speculate. Indeed, Nong Jiusi refrained from further inquiries regarding the narrative leaps. At that moment, Nong Jiusi contemplatively observed Bianbian's dreams, and after a while, he suddenly remarked, the side quest involves advancing Luyu to level 5, restoring 10% of autonomous consciousness. How is this side quest to be accomplished? Initially, when the system first proposed this task, Nong Jiusi had declined, finding such trivial side quests tedious. Yet now he brought it up himself. The system quietly scoffed. Liu has already attained autonomous consciousness. This side quest has been automatically cancelled. Hesitating momentarily, Long Juicy shifted his gaze towards the affinity score, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why does the affinity score remain at 0? The system responded languidly. As a father, establishing a close relationship with Bianbian requires frequent interaction. Without your presence, how can she develop any affinity towards you? Long Juicy found himself unable to refute the system's words. My lord, Long Tang approached, bearing a wooden box. The magic orbs you requested have arrived. Dragons harbor a fondness for luminous objects. The magic orb Long Juicy gifted Bianbian was initially presented to him as tribute. Indifferent to it himself, he saw its potential as a light source for the little one, realizing that a single orb would be insufficient. Hence, he instructed Long Tang to procure more magic orbs. These orbs, possessing no function beyond illumination, are notoriously difficult to manufacture, rendering them scarce in the market. This scarcity explained why the original orb was presented to Long Juicy as a gift. His request for 8 orbs necessitated their acquisition at a premium, requiring several days to fulfill. Another purpose for his presence online was to deliver these lights. Accepting the wooden box, his slender fingers gently flicked it open, revealing 8 petite, exquisitely crafted magic orbs arranged neatly within, their vibrant colors creating an enchanting display. Without looking up, Long Juicy instructed, fetch some sweets and also retrieve the juicy sword. Ah? Long Tang exclaimed in surprise. The juicy sword? He was acutely aware of his lord's intentions for the sweets in the juicy sword, and it was this very knowledge that filled him with astonishment. In contemporary gaming, numerous titles possess the capability to integrate elements from reality into the virtual realm, a feature designed to enhance the authenticity of the experience. This phenomenon is largely voluntary. Players typically exhibit reluctance to incorporate their tangible possessions into the game. Does this not seem a squandering of resources? Consider an adult engaging in a nurturing simulation game, tending to a virtual child. In such a context, it is quite customary to introduce various items, and the inclusion of inconsequential treats like candy may be acceptable. However, the case of the Nine Thoughts sword is markedly different. Is it truly necessary for an adult to part with such a precious artifact? Long Tang felt an unsettling anxiety, the twin dragon horns atop his head quivering involuntarily. The Nine Thoughts sword, forged from the most resilient dragon scales of one's true form, being relegated to the game feels nothing short of sacrilege. These words, Long Tang dared not utter in the presence of Long Jiusi, fearing they might incite the elder's wrath. His current sentiment towards Long Jiusi mirrored that of a parent dealing with a prodigal child. While many outsiders would eagerly pay a handsome price for weapons crafted from dragon scales, the dragon can cherish their scales dearly, typically reserving them for personal use rather than selling them. This rarity renders weapons forged from dragon scales exceedingly hard to come by. Yet this is not the crux of the matter. The true concern lies in the fact that an adult is resolutely intent on consigning their nine thoughts sword to the game. It is, indeed, an egregious waste. Long Jiusi, with an air of indifference, raised his gaze, his expression unchanged, and replied coolly, "Any objections? You may leave." As Long Tang exited, he discreetly glanced back. Witnessing his guardian placing both the candy and the nine thoughts sword into a wooden box intended for magical orbs, this decision seemed irrevocable, signifying an unwavering commitment to send the items into the game. Long Tang clutched his chest, feeling an acute pang of sorrow, not merely a twinge, but an overwhelming ache. Once again, after enduring a chaotic system, the data was painstakingly restored, only to witness Nong Jusi placing an entire box of items on the bedside table. This box, elegantly wrapped like a gift, was adorned with a delicate bowl on top. Though the system is composed of data, it too can experience distress. A single error necessitates an extensive review of its processes. As Nong Jusi gently bent down to observe the little one sleeping soundly and blissfully unaware on the bed, a subtle smile graced her lips. Surely, this box of treasures would yield some affection. If not, Nong Jusi playfully poked the soft cheek of the little one, remarking, "Then you truly are a heartless little creature." It was only when Nong Jusi logged off that the system completed the restoration of all data. What began as a simple delivery of a magic orb had transformed into the provision of an entire box of goods, significantly increasing the workload. Fortunately, these items were immensely beneficial for Bianbian, presented in a manner that adhered to the system's regulations despite its glitches. A sword forged from dragon scales should prove formidable, serving as an excellent means of self-defense for Bianbian. Thus, the system felt rather pleased with the second unit. The two had already vacated their original office, fleeing into a restroom to escape the relentless pursuit of the zombie beasts. The ordeal had drained them of all their energy, and they collapsed onto the floor, striving to regain their strength amidst the cramped space filled with their rapid breaths. What could account for the abundance of formidable zombies and zombie beasts in this area? Zhang Wenxi, still shaken, touched his arm, recalling how narrowly he had escaped being devoured by one of the beast moments before. It must have been summoned by that level 4 zombie. It is essential to have proximity for the summoning to occur. The abundance of advanced zombies and corpse beasts in this vicinity is quite astonishing. Zhang Wenxi remarked, "Taiga, do you think there might be a peculiar entity in this area that accelerates the evolution of the zombies and corpse beasts?" Taiji remained silent. Zhang Wenxi continued softly, "Tomorrow, once we leave this place, we can head to the base and exchange intelligence regarding the situation here. The base would undoubtedly find this information valuable. Knowing there are advanced zombies and corpse beasts in this region, they would dispatch skilled individuals to investigate. While we may be incapable of confronting that 4th-level zombie, the base certainly can. What do you think?" Taiji's gaze flickered as he glanced at Zhang Wenxi in the dim light filtering through the window. The latter's suggestion was indeed commendable. The Flying Dragon, under the leadership of Feng Leijue, had garnered a certain notoriety, albeit of an unfavorable nature. With over 20 members suddenly lost, rebuilding the Flying Dragon necessitated trading resources with the base. Reporting the circumstances here to the base should yield a substantial amount of supplies. He responded to Zhang Wenxi's proposal with a non-committal hum outside. The furious roars of corpse beasts pursuing their prey reverberated, causing the restroom door to tremble ominously. Zhang Wenxi could not help but inch closer to Taiji, whispering, "Taiga, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice." Noticing Taiji's silence, Zhang Wenxi felt compelled to continue. He was aware that Taiji had always been on guard against him, even if he wished to launch a surprise attack. Success would be improbable. The external corpse beast may depart at any moment, and their refuge here does not guarantee true safety. The creature could discover them at any time. Should they face a life-or-death situation, Taiji would undoubtedly abandon him without a second thought. As it stands, since a surprise attack on Taiji is unfeasible, he contemplates temporarily appropriating the other's supernatural abilities to escape the building alone. Given his own limited strength, survival through the night hinges on Taiji's assistance. Thus, he must make Taiji recognize his worth, ensuring he is not forsaken in times of peril. I suspect that the individual who ambushed Brother Jie and Luo Yexing resides here and has been doing so all along. What does this imply? Brother Jie and Luo Yexing are tasked with eliminating a level 4 zombie, and as a family member of such a creature, the assailant would certainly not permit such an event to transpire. Moreover, I have observed that the window on the 3rd floor has remained ajar, if my conjecture holds true. The attacker is hiding there. Upon hearing this, Taiji remarked enigmatically, "Your analysis is commendable." Zhang Wenxi, relieved, quickly added, "Though my strength may be lacking, I possess a keen intellect that can provide clarity whenever needed." Perhaps luck was on their side. After a fit of rage, the external corpse beast, having confirmed its inability to find prey, slithered away with its slick body. The two individuals in the restroom successfully navigated this crisis, witnessing yet another dawn in their lives. As they cautiously made their escape from the area, Bianbian, having enjoyed a restful night, awoke naturally, rubbing her eyes as she sat up in bed. "Good morning." "Oui. Good morning, Bianbian." The little girl threw off her blanket, climbed out of bed, and drew back the curtains, flooding the room with light. Then, she noticed a beautiful gift box placed on the bedside table. Bianbian was taken aback. She could have sworn that before she fell asleep, there was nothing there. So, after she had drifted into slumber, not only had the invisible uncle come, but he had quietly left her a gift. Her grape-like big eyes fixated on the package. Previously, the food delivered by the unseen uncle had appeared directly, without such an air of mystery surrounding it. The exquisite wrapping made Bianbian feel somewhat timid, a natural instinctive wariness towards the unknown. She unwrapped it with utmost care, fearful of damaging the delicate packaging. After carefully peeling away the beautiful wrapping paper, she laid it flat on the bed and slowly opened the box. Gray, so many lights. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Her first glance did not fall upon the candies or the short sword adorned with numerous gems, but rather on the few magical orbs. Eagerly, she took them out and counted. There were a total of 8, and with another, that made 9, equating to 9 lights. This meant that Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan could also enjoy the lights. Cherishing the magical orbs, Bianbian dashed out of the bedroom, placing one on the dining table, another in the kitchen, one in the bathroom, and yet another on the sofa. By nightfall, once all were activated, the house would be aglow. The rest she would give to Grandpa. The candies stored in the box were, even within the Empire Alliance, quite rare. The dragon race was notoriously finicky, requiring that their food be not only composed of expensive ingredients but also delightful in taste, all while adhering to the aesthetic standards of the dragonkin. 3 criteria, none of which could be neglected. Gray, what is this? Bianbian picked up a delicately packaged confection, within which lay a candy house crafted from various chocolates. Though it was no larger than the palm of her hand, it was exquisitely detailed, a fantasy that no girl could resist, and Bianbian was no exception. Born in a world ravaged by calamity, the young girl had never encountered such a beautiful sweet. Her experiences with candy were limited to melted fruit chews. Was it a toy? Yet, she failed to recognize these as candies, for their artistry was too enchanting. She tore open the packaging of one. Could a toy possess a sweet aroma? Upon catching a whiff of sweetness, Bianbian began to question her assumptions. Cradling the candy house, she hesitated for a moment before tentatively licking it. Sweet. It was indeed candy. Her eyes sparkled with certainty, and she licked it a couple more times but couldn't bring herself to bite into it. Setting the candy house down, she gazed longingly, murmuring, "When Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan awake, we shall share this delightful treat. Good things are meant to be shared." The young girl's gaze drifted over the confectionery and landed on the GOC sword. Could this too be candy? Bianbian grasped the short sword. Though slightly larger than her petite hands, it was surprisingly light, a mere scale of a dragon, after all. The sword's sheath was adorned with countless gemstones, and as she leaned in to sniff, she detected no sweetness. After licking several jewels without tasting anything, she finally confirmed that this was not candy. Observing it closely, she recalled the fruit knife she usually used and compared it to the hilt of the sword, cautiously gripping the handle, which bore 2 characters she did not recognize. With a gentle clang, the short sword was drawn, its blade gleaming like a mirror, reflecting the astonished little face of Bianbian. The girl dashed out of her bedroom, brandishing the sword, and retrieved her previous fruit knife to compare the two. Naturally, the little girl, with her penchant for novelty, curved her eyes into crescent moons, gray. Now I have 2 little knives. Overjoyed, she instinctively tapped the 2 blades together. Clang. The fruit knife snapped in 2 like soft tofu. Glancing from the fruit knife to the GOC sword, the little girl couldn't help but pout in dismay. Chapter 41. At the break of dawn, Xiaojin was roused by the intelligent butler. He had attended a banquet the previous night, and midway through, he was informed of a media interview regarding charity matters. This was typically the responsibility of Huan Tianjue. However, he had traveled to a destitute planet with supplies. As one of the heads of the charity foundation and a member of the royal family, Xiaojin was obliged to take the interview seriously. Ultimately, What began as a private celebration morphed into a commendation ceremony for the seventh prince, with cameras everywhere and reporters desperately jostling for proximity to Xiao, eager to obtain exclusive news material. As a result, he felt as though he had just drifted into slumber when the intelligent butler awakened him. Confronted with the unfriendly expression of his master, the butler discreetly stepped back 2 paces, ensuring he was out of reach, and quickly deflected the blame. Your Highness. It was the third prince who instructed me to awaken you. Trapped in a haze of confusion, Xiao could only wish to reprimand the butler. But upon hearing the explanation, his furious demeanor faltered. Third brother? Indeed, Your Highness. The intelligent assistant emphasized that His Highness the third prince awaits you in the reception room. Upon waking, Xiao felt even more exasperated. He threw off the covers and stood up. Am I your master, or is Xiao your master? You come to summon me at his behest, and yet, oh brother. It's early in the morning. Have you had breakfast? Standing at the doorway, the third prince Xiao was clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, resembling a drawn, icy sword, causing the very air around him to feel distinctly sharp. He regarded Xiao with a semblance of a smile. Xiao wiped his face and shouted at the intelligent assistant standing idly. What are you doing there? Go prepare breakfast. The intelligent assistant, well acquainted with his master's unpredictable nature, promptly departed, thinking to himself, fortunately, His Highness has arrived. Otherwise, the master would likely have me rolling out like an egg. Xiao found his brother's expression rather daunting, and his years of experience told him that Xiao early visit spelled trouble. As Xiao stepped inside, Xiao jumped out of bed, unable to suppress a yawn. Feeling a lingering irritation, do you have any idea how late I slept last night? A glance at the clock revealed it was only 7 in the morning, meaning he had barely 3 hours of sleep. Goodness, dark circles. Xiao replied coolly. I didn't sleep at all last night. Xiao exclaimed. You didn't sleep the entire night just to trouble me? I resign myself to this fate. My dear brother, if you have something to discuss, please just tell me directly, would you? Xiao fiddled with a pot of emerald orchids, noticing his brother's yawning demeanor, and shook his head. Where does Mu Xingji reside? Are you looking for him? Xiao stifled a yawn midway, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes from her incessant yawning, and frowned. Xiao replied with a hum. Xiao, filled with uncertainty, inquired, what do you seek him for? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao countered with a question. Have you heard of the magician? Of course, Xiao scoffed. That guy has appeared on the wind and cloud list more times than I have. If he hadn't stealthily purchased the NR equipment he had his eye on, he would have had a much easier time gaming and nurturing his beloved daughter. A dubious twitch played at the corner of Xiao mouth as he pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing the urge to physically reprimand Xiao. Last night, the magician kidnapped someone. Xiao regarded the third prince with confusion. After all, the magician was infamous for his abductions, and it would be odd if he hadn't taken someone. However, the matter concerning the magician should not have reached Xiao, as the military had no jurisdiction over kidnappings. Moreover, the magician's modus operandi involved abducting individuals, ensnaring them with ingenious traps, and broadcasting the ordeal to humiliate them, all while adhering to a peculiar principle of sparing lives. This was precisely why, despite his penchant for kidnapping, the magician garnered considerable admiration. He was powerful, enigmatic, and unorthodox, boasting a distinctive personal style. No one knew his true appearance or age. Young admirers could freely indulge their imaginations, elevating him to the status of an idol. Although Xiao was reluctant to admit it, in terms of popularity, the magician far surpassed her. It perplexed her why people would eschew the dashing and affluent seventh prince in favor of a kidnapper who dared not reveal his face. Perhaps the magician was merely an unattractive old man. Wait a moment. Xiao was momentarily dazed by the news delivered by her elder brother. Allow me to elucidate. Old Count Bailey, having reached a venerable age, has retired to enjoy his twilight years at home. Xiao has encountered his granddaughter, a little girl of approximately 6 or 7 years who, if memory serves, is a rather spoiled child. Historically, the modus operandi of magicians who engage in abduction has been to target the morally corrupt among the affluent, as if to purge society of its evildoers. Even if a magician were to suddenly descend into madness and develop an aversion to the Bailey family, one would expect them to abduct an adult. To take a child is unprecedented. As for the manner in which the magician managed the abduction, according to old Count Bailey, he has a habit of checking on his granddaughter in the dead of night to ensure she hasn't kicked off her blankets. However, last night, upon entering her room, he discovered the bed conspicuously empty. Initially dismissive, he considered the possibility that the young girl had awakened and left the room. Yet, after searching thoroughly, He could find no trace of little Bailey. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a black card on her bed, inscribed with the word borrow. This card serves as the magician's calling card. He invariably leaves one behind as a token, signifying that he has taken someone away. Recognizing the magician's card, old Count Bailey was struck with alarm, perplexed as to why the magician would wish to abduct his granddaughter. After examining the home surveillance footage, he found no anomalies. It was as if his granddaughter had vanished into thin air. Fearing for her safety, he hastily sought an audience with the emperor. Given that old Count Bailey's son and daughter-in-law perished in an accident while serving the nation, the safety of little Bailey assumed paramount importance. The emperor promptly summoned the third prince, entrusting him with this matter and imposing a deadline for resolution. Tasked with this daunting mission, Xiao Yin felt a great deal of pressure. He had heard of the magician's notorious reputation, yet he knew little about him. The prospect of locating Xiao Bailey and apprehending the magician within a limited time frame seemed deceptively simple, but Xiao Yin was utterly at a loss regarding the actual execution. How could someone be so formidable? The thought sent shivers down Xiao Jin's spine, especially since even his elder brother had failed to unearth any leads. It was no wonder that those who had been freed after abduction vowed to capture the magician, yet none had succeeded. Was it possible? He instructed Kelf to investigate who had purchased the NR equipment, only to discover that it had been acquired by the magician. Was Kelf truly so capable? Should he inform his elder brother about the magician's acquisition of the NR equipment? Xiao Jin's thoughts raced wildly, akin to a runaway horse, spiraling into the unknown. Observing his brother's evident distraction, Xiao Yin took a deep breath and pressed his fingers to the deep furrows on his forehead. I require Mu Xingji's assistance. But how could Mu Xingji, merely half a fish, assist in locating the magician? Among the four noble clans, the Jiao clan was undoubtedly the most low-key. Their numbers were fewer than those of the Dragon clan, and Jiao people were inherently timid, dwelling in the depths of the Jiao Sea, almost entirely withdrawn from the world. The Jiao clan was revered as one of the four noble clans because the first wife of the emperor, as well as the mothers of the first, third, and seventh princes, were all Jiao. If a Jiao person chose to unite with a human, they would forsake their long lifespan, thus becoming a true human. In terms of familial ties, Mu Xingji could be considered Xiao Jin's cousin, yet even Xiao Jin was perplexed in his recollection. His elder brother and third brother harbored an aversion towards Mu Xingji and had never engaged with him. Xiao Jin, a rather obstinate individual, is not favored by his elder brothers, yet he insists on his affection for them. In his childhood, he was drawn to Mu Xingji, and as he matured, their relationship naturally flourished. If one seeks a magician, one might as well enlist the assistance of a friend across generations, he suggested. With Ning Jiuxi being so formidable, surely he possesses the means to locate a magician. Xiao Yin shot him a glance, questioning whether Ning Jiuxi could be treated as a mere tool to be summoned at will. Despite being friends with Ning Jiuxi, the Dragon clan harbors a sense of pride that prevents them from acting frivolously. Moreover, while a dragon may emerge victorious in a battle, finding someone is an entirely different matter. Each profession possesses its own expertise, and the Dragon clan is not akin to a service dog. All right. Cowed by his brother's gaze, Xiao Jin reluctantly activated his holographic device, his heart simmering with frustration. I will contact Mu Xingji immediately. As he reached out, he pondered once more, questioning why he sought his aid. Aside from wielding a scalpel for surgical procedures, he hardly resembled someone capable of tracking individuals. Among the four noble clans, the Shark clan is the weakest, possessing only a modicum of combat strength in the ocean. Yet in this day and age, who resorts to fighting in the sea? The room bore a faint scent of the ocean, hinting that the magician had visited the seaside prior to binding individuals. Xiao Yin wearily rubbed his temples, recognizing this as the sole clue he had discovered. Regardless of which coastal expanse the magician had traversed, Mu Xingji, being a merman, is akin to a deity of the sea. Xiao Yan's expression momentarily faltered before he declared, I require Mu Xingji's assistance in tracking. Where's the deity in that? Xiao Jin mumbled. Our mother was once a merman. Xiao Yan felt a restless urge to unleash his frustration upon someone. With no one to respond, he presumed they were either asleep or still undergoing surgery at the hospital. Yawning, Xiao Jin remarked, I will send you the addresses of the hospital and his residence. So, brother, you don't need me to accompany you in searching for him, do you? Xiao Yan, his expression impassive, replied, What do you think? Instantly, Xiao Jin's demeanor soured. While attempting to contact Mu Xingji through his mind link, he unexpectedly glimpsed a photograph of his beloved daughter. Prompting him to recall the matter he had neglected the previous night, he had forgotten to log into the game to check on her. Ultimately, as Xiao Jin's resistance proved futile, he resignedly led Xiao Yan to find Mu Xingji. Meanwhile, the magician, holding the peacefully slumbering little Bailey, donned the NR device and initiated the game. The elderly zombie remained motionless, yet a third-level zombie stealthily emerged from behind, eyeing the bowl with a tantalizing aroma of milk, its anticipation palpable. The elderly zombie, sensing the presence, shot a fierce glare in its direction before cautiously lifting the bowl and gulping its contents, ultimately inverting the empty vessel before the third-level zombie. The latter could only stare in disbelief. The magician extended his pale finger, pointing at the snickering Bianbian. With a slight smirk, he gently swayed little Bailey in his grasp and murmured, "I shall exchange her for her." The system, taken aback, fell into disarray. Chapter 42. From the outset, the system recognized the magician as a formidable adversary. For his aura radiated an unsettling peculiarity, detached yet possessing an uncanny ability to dominate all circumstances, turning the tides at will. The system found it challenging to articulate. It would rather endure a beating from Jussi than engage in prolonged interaction with the third entity. However, the rules have designated the magician as the third entity, and the system has no choice but to guide the third to nurture Bianbian through the game as best as it can. The system is bound by constraints. It is merely a system and must act according to the rules. It cannot allow the player to realize that Bianbian truly exists, and it is unaware of the reasons behind this prohibition. This awareness is imposed upon it by the rules, which it is compelled to obey. The system has been contemplating how to allocate intimacy values, while Bianbian remains oblivious to the existence of more than one invisible uncle. In her perception, the term invisible uncle specifically refers to the first entity, thus her generated intimacy value can only be fixed upon him. Naturally, this situation is unfair to the second and third entities. The third entity has only just emerged and has yet to concern itself with intimacy values, while the second entity is already invested in the matter. If the issue of intimacy values is not resolved, the second entity will inevitably uncover the truth. The actions of the second entity last night made it clear to the system that this matter has become urgent. However, it cannot directly inform Bianbian that the invisible uncles are not the same. This realization must come from her own awareness. If the system intervenes, it would certainly be discovered by the rules. Its previous conversations with Bianbian were conducted at the risk of exposure. In summary, the system finds itself in a predicament. Yet it firmly believes that under its guidance, the several fathers can nurture Bianbian harmoniously without interference. Who would wish to hold such a lovely and understanding child in the palm of their hand? Just as the system resolved to devise a way to manipulate the situation, it aimed to ensure that the intimacy value of the second entity would no longer remain at zero, as long as the value was not substantial. This minor deceit was within its capabilities. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't Ning Juicy or Xiao Jin who appeared online early in the morning, but rather the least likely individual, the magician. Even more astonishing was the magician's abduction of a young girl, intending to exchange her for Bianbian. How he conceived such a horrifying notion remains a mystery. Even in reality, a face-to-face exchange wouldn't be easily accomplished, yet he seeks an exchange with someone in the game. Why would he propose such an improbable idea? Or perhaps he's ascertained that this isn't merely a game, that Bianbian exists in reality, merely manifested through the game? Recalling the magician's demeanor upon logging in previously, the system felt its deduction was accurate. If this were the case, it must vehemently deny it. Otherwise, it would cease to exist. Should it vanish, the game would automatically disappear. For numbers 1, 2, and 3, this would merely entail uninstalling a game, perhaps causing temporary disappointment due to the inability to log in. However, for Bianbian, there would be no clandestine assistance. She would face the future alone. The system couldn't bear such an existence. Even composed of data, it possessed emotions. The system hastily restored its data, disrupted by the shock. Regardless of the magician's intentions, it must rally and steadfastly deny. Warning: real-life entities cannot enter the game. Players are urged not to make requests that the game cannot fulfill. The system felt a pang of regret, for the magician's request had been so unexpected that it had caused data disarray. This reaction felt akin to protesting too much, and it secretly hoped the magician hadn't noticed. This statement caused the magician's eyes to narrow slightly, for in the dead of night, he donned a garb suited for binding. His attire, composed of an indiscernible black fabric, concealed his form entirely, revealing not a hint of skin. A disguised mask adorned his visage, rendering his face unremarkable, the sort of countenance that would elicit no further glance in a crowd. The eyes, often deemed the windows to the soul, appeared dull and lifeless beneath the mask, yet, as he squinted slightly, those dim orbs seemed to sharpen, akin to the blade of a knife. Reminiscent of a slumbering lion slowly awakening, heralding the approach of danger. Are you implying that inanimate objects may enter the game? The magician's voice had grown notably deeper. System. Reflecting on the box of items that had been clandestinely delivered by Nung Juicy the previous night, the system ultimately conceded. This game solely permits players to introduce real-world objects into the game, aiding Bianbian's survival. After such an extended silence, it was a relief to hear no more superfluous remarks. The magician cryptically uttered, at last, no more nonsense. The system pondered, what does the third party mean by that? Does he no longer regard Bianbian as real? Does he perceive the game merely as a holographic experience? It awaited the magician's response. The magician glanced at the small Bailey in his hand and casually tossed her onto the nearby small bed, which he had randomly selected in a modest inn. I wish to communicate with her. Subsequently, the magician articulated another request. It was entirely reasonable for a player to wish to converse with Bianbian. Both Xiaojin and Neng Juicy had made similar requests, thus the system gave it little thought. Failing to recognize that the magician's desire for communication was distinctly different from mere interaction. However, this brings us to the matter of intimacy levels. Your intimacy level with Bianbian is insufficient for communication. Is that so? The magician's face, concealed by a deceptive mask, revealed a hint of a smile. What use do I have for you then? Just as the system was grappling with this conundrum, an urgent alert blared. Attention! Virus intrusion detected. For any system, a virus is the most formidable adversary. At this moment, the system could not comprehend why it had succumbed to such an incursion. It was consumed by a singular thought: eradicate the invading virus to prevent data leakage or damage. The magician had already exited the game, removing the NR device, which was linked to an anonymous Lightbrain. The Lightbrain screen displayed the game login interface. A small robot extended its mechanical arm, relentlessly typing code on the virtual keyboard. A segment of the screen transformed into a code area, and as the robot's arm continued its frantic assault, the warning of intrusion failed reappeared on the screen, not just once, but countless times, swiftly filling the display. Yet, within moments, the magician's expression regained its composure. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he exited the code area and severed the connection to the NR device. Sir, shall we continue? Inquired the small robot, which had retreated to the side, its mouth moving rhythmically as it emitted a cold, mechanical voice. No need, the magician replied with a rare lightness in his tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I have already discerned the answer. The small robot, devoid of a face, was incapable of expressing confusion. Initially, the magician had intended to infiltrate the system to seize control of the game, pondering the possibility of traversing two worlds through it. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the oblivious little robot, his thoughts trailing off as an unexpected realization struck him. He powered down the holographic computer, and at that moment, the young Bailey awoke, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. The magician possessed countless methods to lull her back to slumber, yet he merely moved his fingers slightly, intertwining them, and regarded little Bailey with a placid gaze. In contrast to the artificial daughter bestowed upon him by the game, 8-year-old Bailey resembled a genuine princess. Born of noble lineage, although her parents had perished in service, she was supported by the illustrious Bailey family, earning admiration and affection wherever she went. Who are you? Bailey exclaimed, her eyes widening as she found herself in an unfamiliar room, devoid of the comforting presence of her usual surroundings and servants. In a flurry, she scrambled to her feet, anxiously surveying her surroundings. Then, her gaze met that of the magician. The term uncle escaped her lips, sounding oddly jarring, eliciting a frown of displeasure from the magician. If I were you, I would remain silent at this moment. He gestured towards the small robot, which promptly transformed with a series of clicks into a chair that approached him. The magician leisurely settled into it. When danger looms, animals instinctively react, and humans are no exception. Little Bailey obediently fell silent, tears welling in her eyes. The magician appeared oblivious to the sorrow reflected in the girl's gaze, casually leaning back in the chair as he locked eyes with her, treating her not as a mere child, but as an equal adult. Remove your siren's attire, and in exchange, you may request something from me. The siren's garment, crafted from the exquisite silk of sea creatures, was renowned for its ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to blades and flames. However, it was only effective when worn by a girl, making it exceedingly rare to obtain. The magician flicked his hand, scattering an array of items onto the bed, his demeanor tinged with impatience. Choose one. Little Bailey, fearing the magician's sudden outburst, shrank back, but upon hearing his words, she hastily picked up an object resembling a mirror without even glancing at the others, whispering, I want this. The magician acknowledged her request with a murmur and stood aside, allowing her to remove the siren's garment. He felt no guilt or hesitation in compelling a young girl to engage in this exchange. In his world, such actions seemed utterly ordinary. At the very least, he had not forcibly taken it from her, which he deemed an act of mercy. The garment in question was a small pink camisole adorned with cartoon patterns, perfectly aligning with a young girl's aesthetic sensibilities. After Bianbian finished sharing the invisible candies gifted by her uncle and the blessings from Grandpa Zhu Yuan, she was uncertain whether her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan were satiated. Initially, she contemplated cooking some noodles, but her grandfather interjected, preventing her. She remained oblivious to the fact that, considering the appetites of the two zombies, the scant provisions at home would scarcely suffice for a week. At that moment, Bianbian observed her grandfather extracting a handful of crystal stones, counting a few before tossing them into his mouth and chewing. The little girl was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with excitement. She was unaware of where her grandfather had procured the crystals, yet there seemed to be an abundance at home. Hastily, she set aside the iron box and grasped the cartoonish suspenders that had mysteriously appeared on her bed, her eyes gleaming as she surveyed her surroundings. Her soft voice tinged with palpable joy. "Uncle, you have come." Chapter 43. When a child is frightened, tears are the most immediate response. However, as Bianbian wept in fear, she thought of her grandfather upstairs and wished not to disturb him with her cries. Thus, even in her silent sobs, she stood at the door, clutching her tattered teddy bear, the teardrops rolling down her cheeks like beads, desperately suppressing any sound. Xiao Jin felt a pang in his heart at the sight. In the next moment, he exhaled in relief. He quickly darted into the bedroom, burrowing himself beneath the covers, clutching the teddy bear and closing his eyes. At that moment, a small icon resembling a trumpet appeared beside the little one's head. Xiao Jin casually clicked on it, and a quavering, frightened child's voice echoed in his ears. "Bianbian is very brave. Bianbian is not afraid." Xiao Jin paused, only to realize it was Bianbian's voice. As he listened, his heart ached, yet he marveled at the game's realism. Did this not draw him further into its depths? The authenticity was palpable, yet the options menu remained shrouded in gray, rendering any interaction futile. Reflecting on how his recent movement had startled the little one, Xiao Jin hesitated even to tuck in the child under the blanket. With fear already present, any further movement might only intensify it. Xiao Jin had no choice but to restrain his hands. In the shop, aside from the food category, there were options for clothing, accessories, shoes, and weapons, all of which Xiao Jin had explored, only to find them all grayed out, none illuminated. What am I to use to care for the child? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Due to your intimacy level with Bianbian not reaching the threshold, the shop's food option only offers red apple with a daily limit of 1. To provide Bianbian with more substantial nourishment, please increase your intimacy level. Current intimacy level, -10. Xiao Jin was taken aback. Is this madness? I have not mistreated my daughter. How could my level be negative? Growing increasingly displeased, he felt as though the game was targeting him, and a fleeting thought of uninstalling it crossed his mind. The system chimed in again. Please note, daughters are to be cherished, not bullied. Bianbian was frightened, resulting in a decrease of 10 in intimacy. Who do you think you are? He fumed. Which of your eyes witnessed me bullying the child? Just as he was about to retort, he felt a pang of realization. He recalled the little one's tear-streaked face and recognized that it was indeed his actions that had caused her distress. Furthermore, he spoke to the game screen, and the game seemed to respond. Xiao Jin felt a sense of suspicion and exited the game to examine the icons. With no recollection of ever having downloaded this particular game, something was amiss. A flash of memory crossed Xiao Jin's mind, recalling his encounter with Kulf earlier in the day. Kulf was a low-ranking vampire. In the Galactic Empire, aside from humans, who were the dominant race, there existed 4 noble clans: the Dragon Clan, the Merfolk Clan, the Avian Clan, and the Vampire Clan. In terms of hierarchy, the Vampire Clan held the lowest status among the 4 noble races, with low-ranking vampires being even inferior to human commoners. However, Xiao Jin was indifferent to the race of his friends. He was casual and would engage with those he found agreeable while dismissing those he did not. Kulf was a college classmate of Xiao Jin's. Due to his family's impoverished circumstances, Kulf could not afford the suppressants necessary to manage his vampiric thirst for blood. He was sensitive to sunlight, prowling at night while resting during the day. Eventually, humans developed a serum that allowed vampires to live during daylight hours. Consequently, a treaty was established between humans and vampires, elevating the latter to a dependent noble status. Not every vampire could afford this serum, as it was crafted from rare materials and was exorbitantly priced, requiring a dose every 3 months. While an ordinary vampire might manage to purchase a single vial, the cumulative costs were prohibitive. Seeing Kolf in a pitiable state, Xiaojin generously gifted him several vials to help him through those initial challenging days. From that moment on, Kolf became Xiaojin's devoted follower. After Xiaojin ventured into business, Kolf naturally became his subordinate, assisting him significantly. Recently, Xiaojin had been troubled by various business matters. And today Kolf mentioned that he had discovered an amusing diversion that could serve as an outlet for Xiaojin's frustrations. However, Xiaojin paid little attention and dismissed it. Xiaojin promptly contacted Kolf, eager to ascertain the situation. Soon, Kolf's holographic image materialized in the living room. He was a remarkably handsome man, clad in a pristine suit devoid of any creases. His deep-set eyes housed enigmatic, ice-green pupils, and his pallid complexion was complemented by slightly long hair slicked back and held in place with gel, a quintessential trait of the bloodline. "Your Highness." He bowed respectfully to Xiaojin. Without preamble, Xiaojin inquired, "Is this game on my neural interface your creation?" A mysterious and suggestive smile adorned Kolf's face as he replied, "Are you satisfied with it, Your Highness? This selection was meticulously curated to align with your preferences, allowing for endless combinations." Xiaojin rolled his eyes dismissively. "What are you talking about? What combinations?" Kolf, momentarily taken aback, soon elaborated. "The game I procured for you can manifest female forms based on your imagination. You may enter the game and engage in delightful rendezvous, indulging in any activity you desire." Xiaojin, perplexed, responded with a resolute, "No, thank you." He abruptly rejected the offer. "No issues, goodbye." He terminated the communication, fixating on the cute little face depicted on the icon. The game Kolf provided was intended to allow him to envision a woman for amusement. Instead, it presented a little girl. If Kolf were to discover this, he might dub him a pervert in his thoughts. Xiaojin would not permit his image to be distorted in the eyes of his subordinates. So, was the little girl a manifestation generated by the game through his imagination? Yet, he had never envisioned a child. Could it be that, deep down, he harbored a desire for a daughter, thus conjuring the little girl? As Xiaojin pondered, he became increasingly convinced of his conjecture and promptly entered the game. On the screen, the little darling was still nestled under the covers, a tiny bundle. A system notification read, "Bianbian is sound asleep." At that moment, Xiaojin felt an even stronger paternal connection with Bianbian, as if she were the daughter he had conceived. He was determined to provide her with a better life as quickly as possible. Since the game could perceive his thoughts, Xiaojin directly inquired, "How can I increase my intimacy level with my precious daughter?" System, the decision rests with Bianbian. Xiaojin, can I communicate directly with my little darling? Negative. Can she see me? Negative. What can I do now? You may purchase red apples again in 24 hours. In essence, he was powerless to act? Damn it. This pathetic game. The seventh prince, unable to lavish his precious daughter with extravagant gifts, was incensed. "Your Highness, dinner is served." A total of 6 dishes and a soup, exquisitely arranged, boasting vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and impeccable flavors, resembled veritable works of art, eliciting admiration from any observer. The intelligent butler wore a subtle expression of pride and satisfaction. "Your Highness, these are entirely vegetarian. Please sample them and ascertain if they possess a meaty essence. If not, I shall update the system memory and recreate them for you." Upon finishing, the butler noticed that his master was staring at the dishes with a certain gaze. After a thorough analysis, the intelligent butler concluded that the expression on his master's face could be aptly described by the idiom deep-seated hatred. The intelligent butler was bewildered. Why would the slimming vegetarian dishes he had prepared evoke such animosity from his highness? "My dear daughter, poor thing, can only consume apples, while I indulge in exquisite delicacies. Is this what it means to be a father?" The seventh prince lamented with a heavy heart, declaring that all delectable treats would be withheld from Bianbian, and he would accompany her for an entire day. The intelligent steward, perplexed, yearned to inquire if his highness had lost his senses. Yet an internal protocol restrained him from voicing such blasphemous thoughts. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered that his precious daughter was nestled under the covers, asleep. Wasn't it stifling? Initially, he dared not disturb her, fearing he might frighten her once more, but now that she was slumbering, it was time for a father's intervention. Xiaojin cautiously reached out to tug at the blanket, and after a moment, the soft visage of the little girl emerged, revealing traces of tears upon her cheeks. She clutched a teddy bear tightly in her arms. Noticing that the bear's arm was nearly severed, Xiaojin's heart stirred. And he recalled the moment when the little one had opened the drawer to retrieve a bandage. He believed he had spotted a bundle of thread and needle. Uncertain, he prepared to pull open the drawer. However, the minuscule representation of the drawer on the holographic screen was beyond his grasp. It required amplification. Without delay, Xiaojin summoned the intelligent steward. Go to third brother's house and fetch his virtual projection equipment. The intelligent steward replied, Your Highness, I am unable to comply. Xiaojin retorted, Do not presume I am unaware. You have already developed an affinity with third brother's steward. Hurry, lest I persuade third brother to replace you. Who claims that robots are devoid of love? The intelligent steward silently accepted the command. The robot does not bear the blame. Through virtual projection, Bianbian's room materialized in Xiaojin's chamber, nearly in perfect proportion. Xiaojin appeared to stand within the confines of the room. Yet, in comparison, he seemed a giant, needing to stoop to avoid brushing against the ceiling. He crouched beside the bed, observing his precious daughter up close. She was utterly adorable. He playfully poked her soft little face with his finger, but alas, he could not grasp the sensation, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Xiaojin then opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a delicate needle and thread. The seventh prince, who had never threaded a needle before, struggled for quite some time before finally managing to insert the thread. Subsequently, he took the little bear from the edge and, seeking comfort, decided to sit on the floor, awkwardly attempting to sew the bear's arms. Upon awakening, Bianbian rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed, noticing that darkness had already fallen outside. Just as she prepared to get out of bed, the little bear tumbled from her grasp, and she reached out with her small hand to catch it. His car window had shattered, and if he fainted within the vehicle, the zombies would soon be drawn to the scent of fresh blood, devouring him completely. Simultaneously, he was apprehensive about the retribution from the level 4 zombies. His conspicuous off-road vehicle made him an easy target, compelling him to part ways with it. Fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon an underground parking lot and maneuvered his car inside. Such dimly lit places often serve as havens for zombies. Yet if any were nearby, they had likely been summoned away by those 2 level 3 or 4 creatures. Utilizing his vehicle, he managed to outpace the horde, meaning that the zombies remained outside, rendering the parking lot relatively safe. However, it was not an ideal place for recuperation. Luo Yexing bit down on his tongue. Leveraging the sharp pain to maintain a semblance of consciousness, swiftly extracting essential items from the car and stowing them in a backpack. He then staggered out of the parking lot. His stamina was severely depleted, and the excessive blood loss left him shivering. He scarcely possessed the strength to run far. Catching sight of a rear entrance to a nearby building, he gritted his teeth and climbed inside, only to discover that it was a kindergarten. He cautiously concealed himself within the establishment, using crystal stones to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, luck was on his side once more. No zombies were aware of his presence, allowing him to safely endure the initial peril within the kindergarten and persist against the odds. Once his strength began to return, he knew he should hasten his departure from this place. However, thoughts of the mysterious assailant who had ambushed him ignited an unquenchable fire within his chest. After years of struggling in the apocalyptic wasteland and enduring numerous setbacks, Luo Yexing has finally attained his current level of strength. In truth, it has been quite some time since he faced such a significant misfortune, and ironically, he did not even lay eyes on his assailant. His initial intention was merely to seek out a 4th-level zombie for combat, hoping to break through his own limitations in the process. Little did he anticipate that he would nearly lose his life instead. The more he pondered this, the more incensed he became. What if that ambusher still lurked within this vicinity? He naively entertained such thoughts. If he were to depart, he would remain oblivious to the identity and level of the mysterious individual, and where would he seek vengeance thereafter? Upon inspecting his supplies, he discovered that the provisions he had prepared would suffice for a few more days. Thus, Luo Yexing resolved to remain in the kindergarten, tending to his injuries while conducting reconnaissance. During his investigation, he found that the 2 advanced zombies were still stationed in the Jinshin community, having made no attempt to relocate. Luo Yexing dared not approach, fearing detection, and merely observed from a distance. Ultimately, prioritizing his safety, he forcibly designated the Jinshin community as off-limits, vowing not to venture in that direction. He could not fathom surviving in the presence of 2 advanced zombies while still nursing severe injuries. Today, as he was suddenly immobilized by a metallic shard, losing all capacity for resistance, Luo Yexing's initial thought upon encountering the unexpected assailant was that it must be the 4th-level zombie. However, This assumption was swiftly overturned by the theft of the mountain chicken. If it were indeed the fourth-level zombie, how could it have stealthily attacked him and stolen his mountain chicken? Upon discovering him, it would have instinctively lunged at him, driven solely by its insatiable hunger for flesh. Zombies are devoid of intellect. At least, Luo Yexing had yet to hear of any instances of zombies regaining consciousness. Reluctantly, Luo Yexing had to exclude the zombies from his considerations, endlessly pondering what entity had pilfered his mountain chicken. He even contemplated, could it be that enigmatic assailant from that day? Indeed, they were still present. Yet, a new perplexity arose. The mysterious intruder had concealed themselves in the shadows, showing no inclination to leave him alive. This time, however, instead of taking his life, they had bound him unawares and stolen his mountain chicken. The inconsistency in their actions was utterly baffling. Unable to fathom what had snatched his chicken, Luo Yexing abandoned his speculations. The pressing concern was to regain his freedom and cease this vulnerable position of being at the mercy of others. To be honest, being ensconced in metal shards like a pupa was far from pleasant. The hard, cold metal pieces could not be severed like rope. What could he possibly use to cut them? Melt the metal with his unique ability of fire? Setting aside the fact that he could not unleash his powers. Even if he could, the heat would leave him scorched and half-dead before he achieved his liberation. Luo Yexing was in a state of desperation, but frantic urgency proved futile. He had no choice but to calm his mind, analyze the situation, and devise a plan. At that moment, he heard a faint sound from outside. Was it a person or something else? Amid his swirling thoughts, a delicate young girl appeared before him, holding his surprise. Their eyes met, one large and one small. As Luo Yexing stared at the tender girl, his mind buzzing with confusion, unable to form coherent thoughts. They merely gazed at each other, locked in a silent exchange. Bianbian remained oblivious to the convolutions of her own thoughts. Her impression of Luo Yexing was succinctly encapsulated in the term scoundrel. However, the clever little mind of Bianbian quickly discerned her grandfather's intention in having her carry the mountain chicken inside. She recalled how this scoundrel had once unleashed flames from his hands while assaulting her grandfather. Unable to handle a chicken herself, and with her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan equally incapable, the only option left before her was this formidable villain. As for why her grandfather did not simply bring the scoundrel directly to the Gene Xian community but instead seized the mountain chicken to guide Bianbian over. She naturally overlooked such details. In her eyes, the captured scoundrel had transformed into a chef capable of roasting chicken. That's me, Bianbian declared with resolute conviction, exuding an air of authority. Confronted by the villain who had harmed her grandfather, she was far from timid, diligently attempting to maintain a stern expression while her large, expressive eyes fixed a reproachful glare upon him. With her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan outside, she felt emboldened. Luo Yexing, on the other hand, felt a tempest of thoughts gradually settle within him. Although he had encountered young ability users before, those who were both youthful and powerful were typically regarded as treasures by their bases, nurtured with great care, and never allowed to act independently. He took a discreet breath, replacing his initial shock and disbelief with the standard demeanor of an adult soothing a child, and almost tenderly inquired, "Little sister, what is your name?" "Bianbian?" The name struck a familiar chord. Luo Yexing furrowed his brow slightly before amicably stating his own name and cautiously asking, "Are you alone?" Upon seeing her shake her head, a sense of heaviness settled within him. Indeed, no matter how one observes her, she hardly appears to be living a solitary existence. Luo Yexing forced a smile, attempting to move his body slightly, a layer of discomfort emerging on his face. The young man, who sought to elicit sympathy, soon realized that his intended audience remained indifferent, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. He finally murmured, "Bianbian, is it you who has transformed me into this?" Bianbian pondered for a moment, concluding that it was her grandfather who had bound the villain, and thus, his actions were tantamount to her own. The little girl solemnly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she was an extraordinary being. Luo Yexing quickly came to believe her. As he felt a child had no reason to deceive him, he was merely a piece of meat on a chopping board. What deceit could there be? And when the little girl claimed she was not alone, "Bianbian, what of those who accompany you? Would they permit a child to ambush him, seize his mountain chicken, while they themselves cower away?" This line of thought invoked memories of the initial assailant. The young man's breath became noticeably heavier. His wounds had healed only 50%, and after being encased in metal for such a duration, coupled with previous struggles, some injuries had reopened, rendering his complexion considerably worse than before. Bianbian puffed her cheeks in indignation and retorted, "I shan't tell you." She was determined to protect her grandfather. Luo Yexing thought to himself, Who said children are easy to coax? In this apocalyptic world, children are just as formidable. The small dagger tucked into his belt pressed uncomfortably against Bianbian, and with the mountain chicken discarded on the ground. She freed her hands to produce the GOC sword. As the GOC sword was unveiled, Luo Yexing's gaze immediately fixated upon it, followed by a heavy throb at his temples, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty and intrigue. He felt an indescribable sense of terrifying danger emanating from the short sword. As if the beautiful little creature before him was not wielding a mere weapon, but rather a slumbering giant, its eyes closed in repose. A surge of electricity coursed through the surface of his skin, provoking a slight tremor within him. Luo Yexing forcefully shook his head, wrenching his gaze away. As the image of the short sword faded from his retina, the chilling sense of peril dissipated, and the tide of fear that had enveloped him receded. Was he truly frightened by a mere short sword? His throat felt parched, and when he glanced towards the girl, an involuntary flicker of dread ignited within him, not from her, but from the presence she harbored. She was just a little girl, after all. Her capabilities must be limited. His moment of vulnerability stemmed from two factors: his injury, which had significantly diminished his strength, and the girl's unexpected ambush. The only reason he had allowed her to approach him alone was his confidence in her abilities and the weapon she wielded. Instinct whispered to Luo Yexing that this sword was no ordinary blade. The mere fact that a child could possess such a weapon, exuding an aura of menace and danger, suggested that the hidden figure behind her was far more formidable than he could fathom, perhaps even lurking nearby. Did they send her to merely seize the mountain chicken he had fortuitously discovered? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the little girl pushing the mountain chicken towards him, seemingly attempting to appear fierce as she fixed her small face into a stern expression and declared, "I am hungry." Regrettably, her voice still retained a hint of childish sweetness, which diminished the impact of her words. It sounded less like a command and more like a soft plea from a child, evoking an irresistible urge to comply. She was merely 5 years old. After uttering this, she added, "I am quite formidable, so do not underestimate me because of my age," while casually waving the small knife in her hand. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of power. Luo Yexing mused to himself, "I have not even bullied you, yet you have rendered me a captive. Who is truly the bully here?" However, when he met the stark contrast of her black and white eyes, he found it rather peculiar. He was not angry in the slightest. Perhaps he realized that anger would be futile, especially since he was outmatched by a mere girl, particularly one who had an even more formidable family. With his life in the hands of another, what could he do but accept his fate? Unless he was willing to forfeit his life, a life he had fought so hard to carve out for himself, he would treasure it dearly. "Bianbian, I am bound by you in such a way that I cannot roast this chicken," he remarked, maintaining his good-natured demeanor. "The child is hungry, so let us fill her belly with food." Just then, Luo Yexing recalled a detail he had overlooked. The reason he had seized the mountain chicken was for its meat. A 5-year-old child would be incapable of managing a chicken, nor could the person accompanying her. Why had she specifically sought out him, a captive? Was it intentional? Had she stolen his chicken and expected him to serve as her free chef? After all, it was exceedingly convenient for a fire elemental to cook. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yexing wished he had been less thoughtful. Chapter 45. Bianbian, please hand me that small red bottle from your bag. Within the expansive confines of the kindergarten classroom, an ambrosial aroma of roasting meat permeated the air, tantalizing the senses. A fowl, neither corpulent nor emaciated, was suspended between two benches, its exterior burnished to a delectable golden hue by the flames. Droplets of rendered fat cascaded onto the floor, coalescing into a small puddle. The metallic constraints that had enveloped Luo Yexing's torso were now limited to his waist, liberating his limbs and enabling the exercise of his extraordinary abilities. Flight, in theory, was attainable. He could seize Bianbian in a swift maneuver upon regaining his freedom. However, prudence dictated otherwise, given the disparity in strength, particularly the veiled power of the unseen adversary. Furthermore, his unhealed wounds cast doubt upon the success of such a desperate gambit. Bianbian was no defenseless maiden, but an adept of extraordinary abilities. Luo Yexing resolved to proceed cautiously, awaiting a more opportune moment. Thus, to fulfill his role as a culinary artist, his limbs were unfettered. While the metallic band around his waist served as a stark reminder, any untoward reaction would be met with swift reprisal. The kindergarten possessed a wash basin, where Luo Yexing expeditiously plucked feathers and purged the fowl of its entrails, incinerating the remains with his abilities to avert the attention of the ravenous undead. From his satchel, Luo Yexing procured seasonings, anointing the prepared bird with a layer of oil. He then fashioned a makeshift spit from the classroom's benches, positioning the fowl above the embers. His right hand summoned a perpetual flame, granting him mastery over the heat, a testament to his expertise as a barbecue aficionado. At that moment, he requested Bianbian to provide chili powder. Bianbian dutifully complied. The little girl was completely captivated by the enticing aroma of the grilled meat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited its completion. The heat seemed inconsequential, and she felt that this seemingly wicked individual was not so detestable after all. Even with her hair dampened by sweat clinging to her face, Luo Yexing observed her expression intently, recognizing this as a prime opportunity for inquiry, and thus asked once more, "Bianbian, who is accompanying you?" Bianbian replied without hesitation, "Grandfather." Luo Yexing felt a surge of joy. His tactic had proven effective. He restrained his racing heartbeat, his pale complexion gaining a hint of color. The continuous exertion of fire manipulation was a considerable drain on his still healing body, yet fortunately, the heat required to roast a mountain chicken was manageable for him. Maintaining a gentle tone, he inquired, "Why isn't he coming over?" Bianbian was filled with regret. She had inadvertently referred to the villain as her grandfather. This time, she resolved to remain silent, casting a glance at Luo Yexing before stepping back, distancing herself from him. Luo Yexing was perplexed, unable to fathom why the little girl regarded him with such disdain, as if he were indeed a villain. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he had not committed any heinous acts either. Frustrated, the ability user inhaled deeply and posed a different question. "Have you and your grandfather always lived here?" Luo Yexing pondered. "Why? You've stolen my chicken, bound me, and now expect me to roast it for you. I have complied with all your demands, and logically, I should be furious. Yet here I am, devoid of anger. Edge, do you not perceive the injustice of this situation towards me?" Edge, unaware of the concepts of fairness and unfairness, found herself unexpectedly contemplating. This scoundrel does not appear to be genuinely angered. If your grandfather were present, summon him forth so we may converse. As Luo Yexing flipped the roasted chicken, he lamented, "I cannot contend with you, yet you ambushed me without cause and seized my chicken. Surely, there must be a rationale." He concluded that Edge's grandfather had employed some means to conceal himself. Thus, his words were not directed at Edge. Regrettably, he was destined for a futile exchange. Edge, with her wide eyes fixed upon him, remained unmoved by his statements. In her mind, she mused, "You have harmed my grandfather, who merely bound you and reclaimed the meat. Such behavior is quite courteous." In the past, whenever Edge accompanied her grandfather and encountered nefarious individuals attempting to employ deceit or violence against them, her grandfather would administer a stern lesson. Through his actions, he imparted to Edge the principle of reciprocating kindness and vengeance. He wished for his cherished granddaughter to embody kindness, yet he would not permit her to be devoid of principles. Therefore, to Edge, Luo Yexing was merely a villain who had wronged her grandfather, and the reclamation of the meat from such a scoundrel was an entirely justified act of retribution on her grandfather's behalf. Luo Yexing's eyes gradually narrowed. At this juncture of discourse, Edge's grandfather remained conspicuously absent, and Edge herself remained silent. However, the intensity of her gaze rendered it increasingly evident that he was no hero. Suddenly, Luo Yexing felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a sudden gust of cool breeze wafting through the sweltering heat of summer, where, even in the presence of wind, it is merely the warmth that prevails. Is it an ice elemental? No, it is not of the ice nature. The ice element merely alters temperature, while Luo Yexing, in a moment of daze, felt as though he had plunged into a dim, profound, and frigid abyss. A world engulfed in darkness where one could not see one's own hand. Someone had arrived silently. Aside from the grandfather mentioned by Bianbian, Luo Yexing could not fathom who it might be. A voice within him subtly whispered that this individual was the mysterious assailant who had ambushed him in Fengleidre. It turned out to be Bianbian's grandfather. He had not erred in his deduction, as Luo Yexing inhaled deeply, his other hand, which had just grasped a bottle of pepper seasoning, trembled slightly. Indeed, this person possessed an extraordinary ability to become invisible. While his thoughts raced, Luo Yexing's expression remained inscrutable. Given that Bianbian's grandfather was a formidable elemental practitioner with the power of invisibility, regardless of the motives behind the previous ambush, he was not one to provoke. It was essential to swallow his indignation for the time being. Was it truly Bianbian's grandfather? Luo Yexing endeavored to maintain an air of calm. "Hello, I am Luo Yexing. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us." Bianbian, her gaze fixated on the roasted chicken, anxious that the villain might char the meat, glanced up at the doorway upon hearing Luo Yexing's words. Her grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan had not entered. With whom was the villain conversing? She quietly turned her head and, upon noticing the villain seated on the ground, felt an immediate reluctance to remain in the presence of this individual any longer. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the classroom, reminiscent of a chair leg scraping against the floor. Bianbian, drawn by the noise, turned her gaze to the nearest chair, which had moved. It was her uncle. Yet, she could not discern which uncle it was. A fleeting thought crossed the little girl's mind. Although Luo Yexing focused on the direction of the moving chair, he kept an eye on Bianbian's reaction. Seeing her delicate face illuminated with joy, he surmised that the visitor must be her grandfather. His throat felt parched as he suppressed all his emotions and gently spoke, "Bianbian, Grandpa, I." Before he could finish his sentence, a series of knocks resonated from the podium behind him. Luo Yexing swiftly turned to see a piece of chalk levitate before the blackboard, casually inscribing a line of text, "Fool. I am her father." Luo Yexing, labeled a fool, was taken aback. Her father? Wasn't it her grandfather? He felt an uncontrollable urge to glance at Bianbian. Realizing that the little girl had never asserted that only her grandfather was present, the mysterious figure remained silent, opting instead to communicate through writing. Was there a particular reason for this silence, a necessity to convey thoughts in such a manner? Another message appeared on the board, "Do your job, and I shall spare your life." The bluntness of the words ignited a flicker of indignation in Luo Yexing's eyes. His heart was already simmering with anger, yet, in the presence of the little girl, he had restrained himself from expressing it. Now, confronted by the principal's arrival, he found himself subjected to unceremonious threats and insults. Even a clay figure possesses a modicum of spirit. Yu Guang's gaze lingered on Bianbian, his mind grappling with the distance between them. If his opponent truly intended to strike, even if he were outmatched, he could still leverage the little girl to buy himself some time. "I favor those who are obedient." The blackboard inscribed another chilling phrase. "Typically, those who defy me become mere shadows of their former selves." Luo Yexing's pupils constricted, not merely at the implication of those words, but at the palpable aura of menace that enveloped him, suggesting that any hint of rebellion would lead to his inevitable demise. He had never experienced such profound terror. In that moment, it felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss thousands of meters deep, suffocating under an overwhelming weight. Suddenly, the terrifying threat dissipated as if it had never existed. The flicker of flames that had erupted from his right hand extinguished. Meanwhile, his clothing was already drenched in cold sweat. With the danger now vanished, he exhaled softly. This was the perspective of the strong over the weak. Grinding his back molars, he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Sir, was it you that day?" Luo Yexing's tense form relaxed slightly. The mysterious assailant who had ambushed him in Feng Lejia was indeed this man. Why? This question was born out of pure curiosity. He simply could not fathom how Bianbian's father possessed such terrifying power. If he intended to strike, why resort to stealth? Unbeknownst to him, there had been two individuals involved that day. Xiao Jin lacked the necessary equipment and could only manipulate the screen to create distractions, which manifested as an ambush. The magician made his entrance in the latter half, yet he directly sent Feng Lejia to his demise. The magician, rarely patient, remarked, "I am pleased." The expression on Luo Yexing's face instantly darkened to the utmost degree. The magician, with a cold smirk, concealed the sarcasm in his gaze as he pinched a piece of chalk between his pale fingers. "Do you not comprehend the law of the jungle?" Luo Yexing replied, his face betraying no emotion. "I stand corrected." He glanced at Bianbian, who, having discerned the silent exchange between her uncle and the villain, obediently kept quiet, her eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. She resumed her extraordinary abilities, continuing to roast the undercooked mountain chicken in silence. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Bianbian observed the displeasing countenance of Luo Yexing, then shifted her gaze to the blackboard. Lacking the ability to read, she could only hear Luo Yexing's words. Completely oblivious to the content of his conversation with her uncle, the young girl longed for the ability to read, wishing to grasp what her uncle had inscribed. Soon after, she felt a surge of joy, realizing that it was not her uncle's unwillingness to converse, but rather his inability to speak. Had he been able to articulate his thoughts, he would not have needed to write to the villain. At that moment, a pair of silver bracelets materialized out of thin air. One fell into Bianbian's embrace, while the other was tossed towards Luo Yexing. The magician wrote with chalk, "Put it on," and instruct her to do the same. Luo Yexing grasped the bracelet, unable to discern its material, and could not suppress his curiosity. What is this? Just do as instructed, came the reply. With clenched teeth, Luo Yexing reluctantly adorned his wrist with the bracelet. Whether it was a trick of the light, he perceived a flash of brilliance as it encircled his left wrist. He could not fathom why the magician would go to such lengths to compel him to communicate with Bianbian. Yet, coerced by the constraints of his own existence, he acquiesced, turning his gaze towards the curious little girl named Bianbian. He felt that he should harbor some disdain for her. However, adult matters ought not to burden a child. Luo Yexing's expression was complex as he said, Bianbian, your father said you should put on the bracelet. Bianbian paused for a moment. Why would the villain claim that the uncle was her father? As she pondered, she secured the bracelet around her wrist. In comparison to her slender wrist, the bracelet appeared rather large. Yet, upon contacting her skin, it miraculously shrank to fit her perfectly. A fleeting flash of silver light emanating from it. Moments later, Bianbian discerned the purpose of the bracelet, not through sound, but through an innate understanding of its name. She shook the ring on her right hand and gazed at Luo Yexing across from her, contemplating whether this wicked man would henceforth be her pet. Similarly, upon Bianbian donning the main ring, Luo Yexing comprehended the bracelet's function. At that moment, the first thought that crossed his mind as he looked at Bianbian was, he must never harm her. Luo Yexing was struck with a realization. Had he not become a dog tethered by a leash around his neck, controlled by its master? What kind of absurdity was this? He sprang up from the ground, nearly howling in outrage, as he attempted to pry the ring off his wrist. Yet, the bracelet remained firmly affixed, refusing to budge despite his vigorous efforts. You cannot take it off, Bianbian declared, hands on her petite waist. Instantly, Luo Yexing's hand moved away from the ring. Submitting obediently, Bianbian's eyes sparkled with delight as she commanded, sit. Luo Yexing found himself plopping down onto the ground. No, he did not wish to. However, his body was beyond his command. As if discovering an amusing plaything, the impish child was on the verge of further experimentation when she noticed the villain's particularly unsightly countenance. His eyes tinged with crimson. Was the scoundrel weeping? The child blinked, her innocent gaze mistaking his rage-inflamed eyes for tears. Belatedly, she realized the impropriety of her actions and instinctively seized her control. Pray, do not weep, she uttered, a touch of helplessness in her voice. I shall cease tormenting thee. A mouthful of vital essence nearly ejected from the villain's throat. I'm not weeping, he roared in fury. No adult would find pleasure in being controlled. An experience more agonizing than death itself. Slaughter me if you must, he declared coldly, turning towards the blackboard and raising his left hand. The law of the jungle is clear to me, but even the weak possess dignity. Either sever it, or end my existence. The child wrung her tiny hands in distress, her guilt growing with each hoarse syllable. Pursing her rosebud lips, she stammered, I am sore. Yet, before the words could fully form, the magician waved his hand, silencing her. Her face filled with bewilderment as she watched the villain rise to his feet, leaning forward slightly, not of his own volition, but as if pulled by an unseen force gripping his throat. Her confusion deepened with each passing moment. Do you desire severance? It can be arranged at any moment. Luo Yexing trembled all over. In truth, the hand that gripped his throat did not exert excessive force. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though all the strength had been siphoned from his body. He fixated on the words inscribed on the blackboard, each one seemingly dripping with disdain directed at him. Could this man truly be Bianbian's father? How could he have fathered such a pure daughter? Should he endure a life worse than death, or become a mere dog to his daughter? I offer you the freedom to choose. Luo Yexing was not one to dither. Having made his choice, he resolved not to dwell on it. At least he had survived. He could consider himself Bianbian's caretaker, which made his heart feel considerably lighter. Finally, Bianbian found her voice again, twirling her fingers nervously as she said, I'm sorry. If you don't like the circle, you can take it off. Though the villain was indeed wicked, he recognized that his previous actions were equally reprehensible. His disdain for the villain did not diminish Bianbian's guilt over the earlier events. Listening to the soft voice of the young girl, Luo Yexing managed a bitter smile. It cannot be removed. Then I will ask Uncle to take it off. It was given by him, so he can surely remove it. Uncle? Luo Yexing furrowed his brow. Uncle, I don't want this villain to become my pet. That wouldn't be right. Bianbian scampered to the podium, reaching for the magician who hovered just out of reach with the chalk. As long as the magician extended his hand, she could grasp it. However, the magician merely placed the chalk into her small hand and took another piece for himself, stating, Tell her I am her father. Luo Yexing's gaze fell once more on the words on the blackboard. Undeterred, Bianbian continued to reach out. and the magician tossed another piece of chalk into her grasp. Bianbian, your father claims he is indeed your father. Luo Yexing, feeling somewhat perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation, nearly getting ensnared in confusion himself. Could it be that this father has only just assumed his role? Bianbian contemplated expressing that she had no father, yet recalling the kindness her uncle had shown her. The little girl instinctively changed her words and fervently resumed the previous topic. Father, could you please remove the rings from the hands of the bad guys? The jovial magician crouched down to meet Bianbian's gaze, his ebony pupils resembling a starry night, cold yet illuminated with a faint glimmer. Father? Bianbian sensed a peculiar feeling, raising her small hand to brush past the magician's eyes. This statement was clearly directed at Luo Yexing. The stark contrast in the bad guy's demeanor left Bianbian, who had yet to develop a discerning ability for deceit, blissfully trusting. Another phrase appeared on the blackboard. Luo Yexing furrowed his brow, hesitatingly reciting, I have harmed your grandfather and uncle, and I must atone for my sins. When had he ever harmed her grandfather and uncle? As the words fell, he noticed Bianbian's chubby little face puffing up in indignation, and she shot him a glare, her previous embarrassment and guilt vanishing in an instant. Luo Yexing felt the deepening crease in his brow, as fleeting memories, previously overlooked, began to resurface in his mind, soon to be untangled. The magician exited the classroom, encountering two zombies outside, one squatting beneath a bare tree, digging in the dirt and poking at ants, while the other, with ashen, glazed eyes, stared fixedly at the classroom door, as unmoving as a stone statue. The intellect of these zombies was inferior even to that of discarded trinkets. The magician's almost acerbic critique left one uncertain whether he was referring to Lu Yu or Zhu Yuan. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to his remarks. Do you truly believe that by temporarily restraining Luo Yexing's freedom and allowing Bianbian to enter alone, while you remain behind, he would cooperate simply because Bianbian appears non-threatening? You fret that the revelation of your zombie identity might endanger your connection with Bianbian, prompting Luo Yexing to perceive danger and flee recklessly. Should he escape, your access to a free cook would vanish. Have you contemplated the grim possibility that if Luo Yexing were to strike, the likelihood of your granddaughter being ensnared alongside him before you could intervene is alarmingly high, up to 90%? Even if she survives, she would endure a harrowing experience. Fool. As the mountain chicken neared perfection, emanating an enticing aroma, the eagerly awaited Bianbian erupted in cheers. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed at the entrance. Luo Yexing's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as he glimpsed the two advanced zombies. Get away, he shouted at Bianbian, only to pause momentarily, self-mockingly reflecting that with her father present, there was no reason for him to worry. In the next instant, he heard the soft, jubilant voice of the little girl, Grandpa. Luo Yexing. Chapter 48. Grandpa? Luo Yexing inhaled sharply, gazing at the familiar fourth-level zombie, and then caught sight of the third-level zombie behind it. He finally comprehended why Bianbian had labeled him a villain and why her father had taken action against them that day. Everything fell into place. He lowered his gaze to the metallic plating adorning his waist and abdomen. This was not the manifestation of an ability, but rather the work of a level 4 zombie. Yet, why did those two zombies linger at the entrance, refraining from lunging forward like their brethren, driven by the sin of fresh flesh? Their movements, apart from their outward resemblance to zombies, exhibited none of the typical characteristics associated with them. No zombie could resist the allure of flesh. They were mere reanimated corpses, devoid of any primal instincts. A harrowing incident once befell a certain base, leading to its catastrophic downfall. An ability user's family inexplicably became infected without any contact with the source of the contagion. Instead of reporting the matter, the ability user chose to harbor his infected family members. At that time, the apocalypse had only just begun, and the ranks of the strong were few, leaving the base vulnerable. The individual harbored a misguided belief that his family, even in their zombified state, would pose no threat to him. Ultimately, this delusion resulted in the annihilation of the entire base. This ordeal served as a stark warning to survivors. Do not trust that infected family members retain any semblance of consciousness. Infected zombies lack self-awareness, driven solely by the most rudimentary instincts to hunt. They possess no heartbeat or breath, their bodies decayed and frigid, while their nails and teeth harbor lethal viruses. Luo Yexing opened his mouth, aware of his own guilt, yet no sound emerged. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a dry voice. They do not bite you? The impact of the two advanced zombies on Luo Yexing was even more profound than that of the magician. The magician's overwhelming strength merely crushed him, whereas the two advanced zombies shocked him on a cognitive level. Could it be that advanced zombies truly possess self-awareness? The strongest zombie he had encountered was this fourth-level one before him, leaving Luo Yexing with no other point of reference. Bianbian, filled with inexplicable pride, puffed out her small chest and lifted her face, her large eyes sparkling with light, declaring, "Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan would never bite me." Had Luo Yexing overheard someone on the road claiming that zombies do not bite humans, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet now, faced with the undeniable truth, he found himself compelled to accept it. His mind was overwhelmed with too many thoughts, and with his injuries still unhealed, a splitting headache ensued. Ultimately, he resolved to think of nothing at all, choosing to empty himself and become as still as a statue. A few minutes later, the roasted mountain chicken was finally ready. Bianbian divided the chicken into several portions, one for Grandpa, one for Uncle Zhu Yuan, one for herself, and naturally, the portion with the chicken's backside was given to Luo Yexing. Luo Yexing could only stare in silence. Among the two chicken legs, Bianbian offered one to Grandpa and intended to give the other to the magician, her father. However, the magician was not present in the classroom at that moment. Luo Yexing observed coldly as the two zombies devoured the fragrant roasted mountain chicken. It was one thing for zombies not to eat humans, but to consume human food as they had in life was a scene that utterly shattered his understanding. Then he noticed Bianbian's actions and subtly inquired, "Bianbian, isn't your father supposed to be by your side all the time?" He sensed the absence of the magician from the classroom. The eerie chill and oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. Bianbian nodded slightly. Luo Yexing was about to inquire further when the elderly zombie suddenly let out a low growl. Unexplainably, he grasped the underlying meaning of that growl. It was a reminder that a pet should possess the awareness of its role and refrain from incessant questioning of its master. With a resigned sigh, he fell silent. Bianbian devoured her meat, her mouth smeared with grease, and ultimately, with a contented burp, she patted her round little belly. The girl's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she hummed a nursery rhyme only she could comprehend. The sensation of savoring meat was truly delightful. With Luo Yexing, the walking chef, her quality of life had markedly improved. Since moving into the Jinshin community and after enduring the threats posed by two zombies, he resided on the 4th floor, sharing the same level with them. Each night was fraught with trepidation. However, it did confirm that these two zombies did not consume humans. Often, Luo Yexing would ponder expressionlessly. Perhaps this was the sense of security that came from the zombies. As time passed, he gradually pieced together Bianbian's experiences from her narratives, learning that her father was absent for reasons unknown, and that he was not her biological father. This was merely his own deduction. Her grandfather had succumbed to zombification, leaving her too young to fend for herself, necessitating the care of a normal human. Thus, he had been chosen to ensure Bianbian's safety and to prevent her from harboring negative thoughts. He had been forcibly transformed into her pet. Regrettably, no one deliberates, and the only one capable of conversing here is Bianbian. However, Luo Yexing cannot possibly confide in the young girl. "Bianbian, I suspect your father is not human." Indeed, the more time he spends with Bianbian, the more he is convinced that her elusive father is not of this world. Invisible and mute, he communicates solely through writing, and his appearances seem to be accompanied by an eerie and unsettling ambience. Luo Yexing has even speculated that Bianbian's father might be a powerful figure from a certain base, possessing a unique ability to become invisible, who discovered Bianbian out of sheer boredom, and thus chose to care for her as a means to pass the time. This could somewhat elucidate why he only appears sporadically, delivering supplies now and then. However, if he truly were a notable individual from such a base, one would think it more straightforward to bring her directly into the fold rather than engage in such convoluted antics. Upon reflection, it seems more plausible that he is some form of supernatural entity. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, a spoon is meant for serving soup, not for eating," Bianbian declared, standing atop a chair, reaching out to tug at the arm of a level 3 zombie. As Zhu Yuan consumed his meal, he would often absent-mindedly shove other items into his mouth, having already swallowed 6 or 7 spoons. Luo Yexing never imagined that in his lifetime he would share a dining table peacefully with 2 zombies, not to mention having to wrestle a spoon from the mouth of one. The disgruntled level 3 zombie let out a growl when its spoon was taken, prompting the level 4 zombie to retaliate with a swift slap, which immediately subdued it. Luo Yexing observed this scene, transitioning from disbelief to a state of normalcy. He had never encountered such down-to-earth zombies. Yet, as he reached the pinnacle of B class, His grandfather ascended to become a level 5 zombie. He still could not surpass his grandfather, while Bianbian remained oblivious to this. Luo Yexing and the third-tier zombie could directly perceive the oppressive aura emanating from their grandfather. Having ascended to the 5th tier, the grandfather, aside from exhibiting slightly more agility than before, showed no particularly remarkable reactions. However, Luo Yexing noticed that this newly promoted 5th-tier zombie was attempting to relearn how to speak. Yet, the results were minimal, rendering it difficult to discern its intentions. It resembled a delightful, snow-white dumpling, quite appetizing indeed. Luo Yexing gazed at the dumpling, instinctively shaking his head. No, this is far too perilous. This is an ailment that must be treated. Bianbian, with sound reasoning, suggested, if I accompany grandfather and Uncle Zhiyuan, the greater the number, the greater the strength, thus enabling us to gather more food. Luo Yexing acquiesced. He could not defy the orders. With a peak B-class ability user, a 5th-tier zombie, and a 3rd-tier zombie, 3 formidable guardians, if they could not ensure Bianbian's safety, they might as well relinquish their power levels and report to the underworld. With Luo Yexing's presence, Bianbian's quality of life improved, as did her means of transportation. He drove the large off-road vehicle parked in the underground garage to the Jinxing community, scavenging for materials nearby to refurbish the vehicle until it was nearly unrecognizable as an off-roader, resembling more a fearsome metallic weapon. To maintain a safe distance, the 2 zombies traditionally occupied the back seat, while Bianbian sat in the passenger seat. Luo Yexing had transformed the passenger seat into a child-esque chair for her convenience. Bianbian obediently settled into the passenger seat, and as Luo Yexing lifted his leg to enter the driver's seat, he unexpectedly slipped, striking his forehead heavily against the doorframe. With a soft sigh, Luo Yexing rubbed his head and took his seat. These past few days had been quite peculiar. He found himself frequently colliding with objects or stumbling, resulting in minor aches that, while not severe, were nonetheless unpleasant. There was an unsettling feeling within him, a sense that something was amiss. Bianbian, are you all right? A child seated in a chair leaned slightly, her wide eyes brimming with genuine concern for Luo Yexing. Thanks to his exquisite culinary skills and attentive care, her minor scrapes and bruises were significantly reduced, allowing Luo Yexing to transform his image from a notorious villain to Uncle Luo in her eyes. Luo Yexing shook his head, intending to reassure her that he was fine. However, perhaps due to the force of his gesture, his head inadvertently struck the car door with a resounding thud. He began to suspect he might be suffering from a form of neurological disorder. Chapter 49. The search for supplies proved to be rather unfruitful. The shops and supermarkets surrounding the Jinxing community had already been thoroughly looted, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Reluctantly, they were compelled to venture further afield. After a thorough search, they returned empty-handed, and the thought of returning without any provisions was unacceptable. An idea sparked in Luo Yexing's mind. He recalled the camp previously established by Fei Long at the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. Given that Fei Long's group had set up camp there, it was likely that they had accumulated a substantial stockpile of supplies. With their leader, Feng Leijia, now deceased, and many of the organization's ability users having perished, it was uncertain whether the remaining members would continue to stay at the hotel. Nonetheless, with no resources to be found in the vicinity, it seemed prudent to investigate. An intriguing observation during their journey was the occasional encounter with corpse beasts. However, before they could approach, these creatures would scurry away in a frantic dash, disappearing from sight. If they possessed the capacity for thought, they would likely ponder, is it not preferable to remain within our own territory? Why venture forth to confront us? The catalyst for this predicament was undoubtedly the humanoid corpse manipulator, a level 5 zombie. Creatures of the same ilk are more attuned to sensing danger and oppression. After grandfather ascended to level 5, within a 5-mile radius of Jinxing community, even zombies and corpse beasts scuttled away with their tails between their legs. However, beyond the periphery of Jinxing community, the numbers of zombies and corpse beasts increased significantly. Yet, as Luo Yexing's modified vehicle passed by, from an aerial perspective, one could observe those living dead frantically fleeing, occasionally mingled with some corpse beasts, as if pursued by unseen specters. Initially, Luo Yexing prudently rolled up the car windows, wary of any reckless entity that might suddenly dart forward and startle the co-passenger, the snowball-like little girl. However, upon noticing the young girl eagerly pressing her face against the glass, intently observing the scenes outside, and confirming that a level 5 zombie was stationed within the vehicle, he discerned that no zombie in its right mind would dare approach again. Thus, he let down the window, allowing the little one to excitedly poke her head halfway out to witness the retreating urban landscape. Casting a glance at the girl's curious visage, Luo Yexing mused about the sights that captivated her. The city lay in ruins, a dismal sight. Remnants of limbs and shattered bones sporadically littered the ground, which was cloaked in a layer of decaying earth, and the air was suffused with an acrid stench that induced discomfort. Every inch, every detail served as a grim testament to the oppressive atmosphere of this world for the survivors. Yet, to a 5-year-old child immersed in exploration, each brick and tile transformed into a unique entity in her eyes. As I passed by a shop that once housed an array of ornaments, I noticed the remnants inside, reduced to a chaotic pile. Through the shattered display window, I could glimpse a few dolls hanging on the wall, cloaked in dust and appearing rather grimy. Yet, it was evident that with a simple wash, their former beauty could be restored. Luo Yexing's gaze fell upon the unsightly bear in Bianbian's hands, and he remarked, "Bianbian, would you like to exchange it for a more beautiful doll?" "No." Bianbian resolutely shook her head, clutching the bear tightly, her eyes curving into a smile. "I have Wai, and Wai is very pretty." "Very well." The only companionable voice in the vehicle was Bianbian's. Luo Yexing continued, "Let us first visit a hotel. If there are people there, we shall trade resources for crystal stones. If not, we will explore elsewhere." Bianbian obediently nodded in agreement. 40 minutes later, the metal beast came to a gentle halt at the entrance. Grandfather is formidable at all times. The level 3 zombie let out a disgruntled howl, its equally pale and cold eyes fixed on Bianbian, as if questioning, "Why do you not praise me?" There seemed to be a hint of grievance in its demeanor. Bianbian noticed this and immediately brightened her eyes, replying, "Uncle Zhu Yuan is also quite impressive." Luo Yexing could see from the rearview mirror the expression displayed by the level 3 zombie. It resembled a child who had just received their cherished candy. Who could fathom why he discerned such emotion from a zombie's visage? Bianbian then added, "But still not as formidable as grandfather." Thus, Luo Yexing had the rare opportunity to witness how a zombie transitioned from joy to despondency. Nevertheless, these two zombies continually reshaped his understanding. A little while later, Luo Yexing and Bianbian entered the hotel, with the two zombies trailing behind at a respectful distance. As Bianbian sought cutlery, Luo Yexing, relying on his experience, quickly identified the location of the hotel's kitchen. After confirming its safety, he gestured for Bianbian to enter. The kitchen was spacious, divided into several sections, and the signs of recent activity suggested it had been utilized not long before. Luo Yexing discovered a cabinet containing a box filled with unsealed sets of tableware, all crafted from crystal and quite exquisite. He tapped on a cup. The sound was clear and resonant, indicative of high-quality craftsmanship. When surviving alone in the wild, Luo Yexing was indifferent to material possessions. He was the kind of person who could sleep in a coffin if need be. As long as food tasted good and filled his stomach, he was content. As for the vessels used to hold food, whether they be bowls or other items, he remained indifferent. His young master would surely take pleasure in them. Were this in the past, Luo Yexing would have dismissed them entirely, viewing them as mere space occupiers devoid of utility. However, in the present, he casually stuffed a dozen sets into his supply bag. "Uncle Zhu Yuan, that is not edible," Bianbian exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she glanced around, the elderly zombie closely trailing her. Since reaching level 5, her grandfather still forbade her from approaching him, such as holding his hand or attempting any affectionate gestures, but the distance between them had notably diminished, allowing her to almost stand directly behind him. With the elderly zombie providing close protection, Luo Yexing felt reassured enough to let the little girl wander in the kitchen. During her treasure hunt, Bianbian observed Uncle Zhu Yuan clutching a basin and beginning to gnaw on it, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. Why did Uncle Zhu Yuan have such a fondness for these items? The third-level zombie, who had secretly wished to take a bite, realized it had been spotted and reluctantly released the large basin, redirecting its attention to a previously unused steel ball on the stone platform. Seizing the opportunity while Bianbian was distracted, it swiftly stuffed the ball into its mouth, only to spit it out moments later. It was even less palatable than grass. Bianbian opened a drawer and discovered a pack of brand new rags alongside several packages of plastic gloves. Although these were hardly treasures, the little girl beamed with delight, her smile blooming like a flower as she murmured, "This can be used for washing dishes." To facilitate her treasure hunting, she entrusted the gray item to her grandfather for safekeeping. The towering elderly zombie cautiously clutched a gray teddy bear, his attention occasionally drawn to the red thread stitched on its arm. A peculiar impulse urged the old man to tear off that thread, for it was simply too unsightly. The drawer he tugged open was located beneath the sink. As the little girl placed her precious treasure into a bag designated for supplies, a gentle thud resonated. She noticed a small door beside the corner, the sound seemingly emanating from behind it. The old man glanced again at the red thread on the teddy bear's arm and, unable to resist, lifted his other hand. Its palm bore a morbid gray hue, while the color of his nails leaned towards a dark abyss. Just yesterday, with the assistance of Luo Yeshing, he had trimmed his long nails, yet after merely a day, they had regrown into sharp crescents. The old man contemplated using his pointed nails to sever the red thread. After stuffing a few sets of crystal dishware, Luo Yeshing began to despondently search for edible items. A level 3 zombie wedged itself into a crevice between a shelf and the ground, managing to get only half of its head inside. The door remained shut. Bianbian glanced at her grandfather and then at Luo Yeshing on the other side, while Uncle Zhu Yuan remained unaware. Moments later, Bianbian shouted, "Uncle Luo, there is a door here. I hear a sound from inside." "A sound?" Luo Yeshing's expression sharpened as he hurried over. "Oh, Your Highness." She didn't even attempt to push the door open herself. How peculiar. The intelligent butler, passing behind the sofa, glanced at the screen where all data was vividly displayed, unable to suppress its perplexity. According to his understanding, humanity possesses an insatiable thirst for exploration, coupled with a fearless spirit that seeks answers amidst peril, or more accurately, a certain propensity for reckless behavior. In such circumstances, most individuals cannot resist the urge to push the door open. "Are you actually spying on me while I game?" The seventh prince, engrossed in his gameplay, was startled by the sudden whisper of the silent, intelligent steward, his countenance darkening to the point of nearly dripping with discontent. The intelligent steward defended himself. "Your Highness, you unjustly accuse me. I was merely passing by. You see, as my eyes scan the surroundings, the images on your screen are automatically transmitted to my database. This is not surveillance." Silence. Very well. The intelligent steward obediently fell silent, but before doing so, he inquired in a tone of curiosity, "Your Highness, based on historical data, you have always exhibited great joy while playing this pet-raising game. However, in the past 2 days, you have expressed frustration a staggering 13 times. What might be the cause? Get lost." This time, the intelligent steward promptly departed. Chapter 50. As the level 3 zombie ceased its incessant attempts to wedge itself beneath the shelves, the clattering sounds from the kitchen faded, enveloping the space in an abrupt silence. Consequently, the thud emanating from the small door resonated clearly. It was as though something was colliding against it. "Do not approach too closely." Luo Yeshing pushed the white dumpling behind him, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the small door before him, a hint of perplexity dancing in his eyes. Earlier, during his exploration of the kitchen, he had discovered this small door, pushed it open, and found no one inside, no humans, nor any zombies. He retained a profound confidence in his ability to inspect. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. The man's robust muscles at his shoulder tensed. For one must never let their guard down in the face of the unknown. His right hand moved slightly, conjuring a flame that emerged forth. He pushed open a small door, revealing a dimly lit storage area in the back kitchen, devoid of skylights, where visibility was gravely hindered. The flame in Luo Yeshing's hand became a beacon, dispelling the pervasive darkness. A chaotic assortment of items lay scattered across several iron racks, while the floor was strewn with indistinguishable debris, contributing to the frigid and unpleasant odor that permeated the air. In one corner stood an antiquated rice jar. Half the height of a man, its surface cloaked in dust and delicate cobwebs. This scene mirrored the conditions he had previously encountered during his inspection, with nothing amiss. The sole anomaly was the sound emanating from the rice jar, which Luo Yeshing had previously deemed incapable of harboring a zombie. Its modest height had led him to subconsciously dismiss the possibility of anything being concealed within. Luo Yeshing could easily shatter the rice jar with his supernatural abilities. However, considering the possibility of a person hiding inside, he refrained from doing so. He called out, "Who is it? Uncle Luo? Is it a monster?" inquired Bianbian, who had followed closely behind, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. As Luo Yeshing approached the rice jar, the sound ceased abruptly, as if sensing his proximity. With a rough hand, he lifted the wooden plank covering the jar, revealing its contents. Upon seeing what lay within, Luo Yeshing's expression darkened significantly. "Uncle Luo?" Bianbian ventured closer. "Stay back." Luo Yeshing barked almost fiercely. Startled, Bianbian hesitated, no longer daring to approach. The elderly zombie, with its grayish-white eyes, fixated intently on Luo Yexing's back. Its fingers twitched, seemingly contemplating how to reprimand the audacious chef who dared to shout at its most treasured possession. However, it ultimately refrained from taking action, pondering the difficulty of finding another chef should this one be harmed. Bianbian, you and Grandpa should continue searching for supplies outside, Luo Yexing declared, his expression returning to normal as he turned his head. All right. Although Bianbian found the creature in the large barrel somewhat intriguing, she obediently stepped out through the small door. Was it because of the monster in that big barrel? In Bianbian's understanding, other creatures fled at the sight of Grandpa, leading her to feel a twinge of curiosity towards the creature that remained. Did it not fear Grandpa? Once Bianbian exited, Luo Yexing furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of emotion as he redirected his gaze towards the rice jar. Inside resided a small zombie. Judging by its intact face, it appeared to be roughly the same age as Bianbian, or perhaps even younger, with its ashen visage obscuring any clear indication of age. With two pigtails adorning its head, dried blood stained the corners of its mouth, and darkened skin on its forehead bore the mark of a violent impact. Black blood trickling down its brow and landing upon its long lashes. Luo Yexing had encountered many juvenile zombies, and he refrained from even upon sensing the scent of fresh blood and flesh. She merely parted her ashen lips. 5 years ago, the apocalypse descended without warning, heralding the emergence of the law of the jungle. In this world of survival of the fittest, the conventional moral order has disintegrated. Many were compelled to mature abruptly amidst the brutal realities of the end times, forced into acts of murder, and driven to adopt a heart of stone. This is entirely understandable, as it is all for the sake of survival. However, there exists a faction of individuals who, having narrowly escaped the apocalypse, evolved superhuman abilities. The amplification of their powers nourished the malevolence within them, unleashing the beasts that had been confined within the normalcy of the previous world, turning their vicious claws upon their own kind. If the little zombie in the rice jar had been present before the Flying Dragon Gang established their camp at the Holiday Hotel, it would have been discovered long ago by their members, for no sane individual would place a small zombie in such a crucial area as the kitchen. Discounting this possibility, the answer becomes evident. This little zombie was likely dismembered by the Flying Dragon members during her lifetime and discarded into the rice jar, perhaps as a source of amusement during moments of boredom or for some other revolting reason. However, with the demise of the Flying Dragon leader and most of its members, the remaining gang members abandoned after a while, Luo Yexing emerged from the small gate, only to witness Bianbian with her little bottom in the air, tugging at the trousers of a level 3 zombie, attempting to rescue the foolish creature whose head was stuck and could not extricate itself. The unfortunate zombie's head was ensnared with remarkable precision. Observing this scene, Luo Yexing could not help but smile, incredulous that the clumsy zombie on the ground had once been a level B ability user. A stark contrast to the formidable Uncle Zhu Yuan that Bianbian had spoken of. Bianbian's small face flushed crimson. The reason she refrained from seeking her grandfather's assistance was that she feared he might inadvertently sever Uncle Zhu Yuan's leg. Exhausted from her futile efforts, the little girl released her grip, wiped away the non-existent sweat from her brow, and donned an expression of resignation, patting her hands as she turned to the level 3 zombie and said, "Uncle Zhu Yuan, perhaps you should find a way out on your own." Upon noticing Luo Yexing, the little girl scampered over, her curiosity piqued. "What is that?" Luo Yexing held up a pendant he had retrieved from the monster, inscribed with her name. Gazing at the rosy-cheeked Bianbian, he cast a glance at the elderly zombie, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He was grateful that she had a grandfather who, even in his undead state, continued to protect her. Otherwise, a fleeting image of the little zombie crossed his mind, and Luo Yexing's expression hardened. It finally dawned on him why Bianbian's name had struck a familiar chord when he first heard it, as if it had echoed somewhere in his memory. Before the collaboration between him and Feng Leijie was established, one of Feng's subordinates inadvertently revealed that a woman, in a desperate bid for self-preservation, deceived Feng by providing information regarding supplies in the Gene Xian community, along with a little girl named Bianbian. However, upon arrival, it was discovered that not only were there no supplies, but the little girl was also absent. Instead, they encountered 2 formidable zombies and had to flee in haste. "Bianbian," Luo Yexing said earnestly, "from now on, if you ever come across someone who clearly appears to be a villain, remember, do not engage with them. Simply let your grandfather handle it." He paused, realizing the flaw in his reasoning. It is often difficult for even adults to discern the goodness or wickedness of a person based solely on their appearance, let alone a 5-year-old girl. Thus, Luo Yexing refined his advice. Anyone who approaches you first should not be trusted lightly. You must remain vigilant if they exhibit any inappropriate behavior towards you. Summon Uncle Zhu Yuan to take action. However, prompting an elderly zombie to attack was an impractical notion. This fifth-tier zombie resembled an ascetic monk among the undead, holding a strong aversion to devouring humans. Bianbian frowned and shook her head vigorously. No, we cannot let Uncle Zhu Yuan eat anyone. Luo Yeshan ground his molars, gently pinching the girl's exquisitely soft cheek, marveling at her earnestness. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side, the seventh prince, gritting his teeth, glared at his hand, unable to contain his fury as he scrolled through the screen. Suddenly, a kitchen knife levitated from the corner, spinning left and right as though calibrating its trajectory, poised to sever Luo Yeshan's fingers. Who dares? Luo Yeshan cast a cold glance, and a ball of flame struck the kitchen knife suspended in midair with a resounding bang. Chapter 51. In another city, several hundred kilometers from the Holiday Hotel. Once a thriving metropolis in the north, the post-apocalyptic landscape had transformed. This district was now home to various bases formed by individuals with supernatural abilities. Ultimately, most of these bases fell into ruin, leaving only one that remained intact, having allied with the military and expanded into the largest secure base in the north, Beiji. The destination of the transmigrator Qinjiaha was Beiji. Upon her arrival, she fortuitously encountered Zhaoju, who, in the narrative, began as a low-level supernatural being but later ascended to a high-level ability after meeting the male protagonist. She aspired to reach the base swiftly with Zhaoju's assistance, seeking to align herself with the still weak male lead, thereby ensuring her survival in this perilous world. Unfortunately, she unwittingly offended the people of the Flying Dragon and was captured while en route to the base, while Zhaoju managed to escape. Believing she was well acquainted with the original plot and thus possessed of the protagonist's halo, Qinjiaha soon found herself grappling with the harsh realities of the apocalypse after being seized by the Flying Dragon. In the depths of despair, she experienced a hellish ordeal. Yet, fortune smiled upon her once more. A woman named Shui Ro, who shared her water-based abilities, came to her rescue. After revealing her origins as a transmigrator and divulging parts of the storyline, Shui Ro took advantage of the moment when the remaining supernatural beings in the hotel were unguarded. As Feng Leijia, the deranged individual, departed with his entourage, she sedated the remaining abilities before tossing them one by one into the mouths of the zombies. That scene would forever be etched in Qinjiaha's memory. A captivatingly beautiful woman wore a gentle smile at the corners of her lips, akin to a rose blossoming and swaying in the dark night, a beauty so profound it could render one breathless. She slowly turned her head, and Qinjiaha was certain she saw her own pale visage reflected in the other's enchanting pupils. What? They tormented you, leading to such a fate. Do you not find it exhilarating? The woman inquired, her voice imbued with softness. Qinjiaha was acutely aware of her own ghastly complexion, her body trembling uncontrollably. In truth, Shui Ro was right. Those scoundrels deserved their fates, witnessing them blissfully ignorant as they were surrounded and devoured by zombies, only to awaken in excruciating agony. Screaming and wailing, she felt a surge of elation, as if the blood coursing through her veins had been ignited by some unseen force, boiling and warming her entire being. Yet, she was afraid of Shui Ro. Indeed, that was the source of her trembling. She could utter nothing, merely stiffly shook her head. She informed Shui Ro that according to the timeline, the male protagonist destined to become the strongest in this apocalyptic world was still a nameless soldier at the base. Shui Ro then suggested languidly, "Then let us venture to the base and see what this savior looks like." A shiver ran down Qinjiaha's spine, though she could not fathom the reason. Perhaps it was Shui Ro's unexpectedly ruthless demeanor that had unsettled her. Following this, she and Shui Ro set off together towards the northern base. Even upon their safe arrival, Qinjiaha had yet to glean any answers. Finding the male protagonist within the vast, well-established base is no simple task. Soon, an exhilarating event unfolds for Qinjiaha. A B-level mission is announced on the electronic screen that details the tasks of the base. Mission content: eliminate 2 advanced zombies. Mission details: in the Jinshin community of Fuhua District, there exist 2 advanced zombies. One of level 4 with a metal attribute and the other of level 3 with a wind attribute, both exhibiting formidable strength. 2 B-level ability users attempted to eliminate them, but failed, resulting in 1 death and 1 severe injury. Feng Leijia had initially led a substantial group to the Jinshin community with the very aim of exterminating these 2 zombies to acquire crystal stones. 1 death and 1 severe injury, who met their demise. The base, having dared to publish this mission, must have verified the circumstances. Therefore, did Feng Leijia perish? Or was it another individual? Qinjiahe eagerly relayed this promising news to Inshuiro, who, upon hearing it, let out a cold laugh, perhaps mocking her naivety, considering Feng Leijia's B-level upper echelon strength, compared to another whose abilities are inferior, who stands a better chance of survival. Surely, there is at least a 50% probability. Gritting her teeth, Qinjiahe then sought confirmation. Do you not wish for Feng Leijia to be the one who perished? And Shuiro emitted a seductive snort from her nostrils. If you wish to cling to such naive hopes, then continue dreaming. How goes the search for the male protagonist? She inquired after a while. Qinjiahe, her face somber, lowered her head and shook it gently. In contrast, Qinjiahe finds herself lacking in strength, being a water-type ability user, which is generally regarded as less formidable. Her daily routine revolves around using her powers to produce water for the base. Despite her efforts, she can only generate less than 100 pounds of water each day. In addition to this task, she must engage in other work to earn sufficient food stamps. She cannot fathom why, despite being a woman of the same element, she is unable to match Inshuru in any capacity. Even their abilities are comparable, yet she finds herself unable to compete with Inshuru, who possesses an enchanting allure that she lacks. Even when she attempts to emulate Inshuru's manner of speaking and behavior, her efforts are in vain. No one seems to take her seriously. Walking alongside Inshuru makes her feel like little more than a servant, scarcely worthy of being considered an accompaniment. Were it not for her status as a transmigrator, Inshuru would have likely discarded her long ago. She muses on the notion of a male protagonist. Inshuru interrupts Qinjiahe's thoughts, indicating that the male character possesses traits typical of a protagonist, but is not necessarily a virtuous individual. He is willing to commit heinous acts without hesitation if it serves his own interests. Inshuru remains non-committal, urging her to continue. Thus, caution is imperative. She must ensure that the male protagonist does not become aware of her search for him, as this would arouse his suspicion. The base is vast, and locating him will require time. Meanwhile, the electronic screen displaying tasks announces that the mission concerning 2 high-level zombies in the Gene Xian community has been accepted. Ji Ge. Someone has taken it. Zhang Wenxi exclaims excitedly to Tianji in a corner of the base. Thus, the 2 individuals proceeded to the base as per their plan, utilizing the intelligence gathered from the Gene Xian community to negotiate rewards for their endeavors, temporarily residing at the base to recuperate. They remained vigilant regarding the progress of their mission, for if anyone were to eliminate the 2 zombies, it would serve as a form of retribution for them as well. The base predominantly housed ordinary individuals, while the ability users were divided, some enlisted in the base's defense forces, while others formed their own teams to undertake missions issued by the base, receiving a share of the spoils, along with certain rewards for their squads. For the ability users, vanquishing ordinary zombies and corpse beasts was of little consequence, as the value of the crystals obtained was minimal. Hence, their typical targets were zombies of level 2 and above. The base provided missions, and the ability users accepted them, fostering a cooperative relationship that was far more efficient than aimlessly wandering outside. Naturally, the base did not solely issue tasks for exterminating high-level zombies. It also assigned a variety of other missions, such as rescuing survivors. The array of tasks was diverse and comprehensive. This time, the ability user team named Night Wind, which accepted a B-level mission to eliminate 2 high-level zombies, comprised 5 members, all of whom were at the lower tier of B-level abilities. The team leader, Baiwen Han, was on the brink of ascending to A-level. And what rendered him even more formidable was his dual ability. Even in the face of mid-tier A-level adversaries, he would not easily falter, showcasing an incredibly daunting prowess. The only noteworthy challenge was the 4th-level zombie, but even if the captain refrained from engaging, their success was assured. At that moment, the Nightwind team was preparing for their departure, though in truth, there was little to prepare. The collective strength of the B-level members, coupled with their extensive combat experience and the presence of a formidable figure like Baiwen, renders this mission relatively mundane, devoid of significant difficulty. However, one ought to exercise caution in such assertions. A team member interjected, reminding everyone not to overlook that 2 B-level upper ranks face these 2 zombies, resulting in 1 casualty and another gravely injured fleeing. This level of a level 4 entity may well be on the precipice of ascending to level 5. But we still have the captain, someone muttered initially. This individual, Yu Xiaolu, suddenly turned to a nearby comrade. The latter was relatively young, of average build, with a sincere appearance that radiated an aura of kindness, indeed, the very visage of a good-natured person. A month prior, during a mission, the Nightwind squad had suffered the loss of a member, prompting them to recruit anew, which led to the addition of this individual. Although he had initially kept a low profile, his strength was not to be underestimated, proving quite dependable during missions. As he recounted his past, he revealed that he had been surviving alone until fortuitously encountering a university classmate, leading to a bond of brotherhood. Tragically, they crossed paths with an injured level 3 zombie. And at that time, neither had yet advanced in rank, they were merely C-level ability users. After a grueling struggle, they managed to slay the level 3 zombie. But during the confrontation, his friend sustained a grievous injury from the creature's claws. As he reminisced, the anguish was palpable, causing his entire body to tremble. His eyes reddened with profound regret. Occasionally, team members would notice him murmuring to a photograph of his deceased friend. Once, Yushala heard him choke back tears, saying, "If I had ascended sooner, you wouldn't have died. It is all my fault." Such brotherly affection deeply moved the members of Nightwind. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, genuine emotions are indeed rare. Thus, within a brief span of a month, he was accepted by the Nightwind team. However, it seemed that the captain was not particularly fond of him. Yushala pondered. "Domingyu, I recall you mentioning that you came from 20. Did you pass through there?" Yushala inquired. "Oh, yes, but I didn't go through the city." Domingyu, who was called out, wore a sheepish grin, scratching his head awkwardly. Chapter 52. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, yet the temperature remained unyieldingly high. The combination of soaring heat, ominous clouds, and fierce winds stirred up dry dust from the ground. The rapid shift in weather seemed to herald an impending storm. Amid such foreboding conditions, a military armored vehicle emerged from the base, heading in a specific direction. "It seems a torrential downpour is imminent, Captain. Should we find a place to wait for the rain to pass before proceeding?" Lu Xiuan, the sole female member of the Nightwind team, cast a wary glance at the ominous sky, furrowing her brow. Bai Wen, seated in the back, had his eyes closed. Upon hearing her words, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of unremarkable, straight eyes, giving him the appearance of an utterly ordinary person. Within the confines of the vehicle, unless one paid particular attention, they would hardly notice that someone was occupying that space. However, when he opened his eyes, the air around him underwent a palpable transformation, erupting with an undeniable intensity, signaling that a formidable presence resided there. Lu Xiuan and her teammates had long grown accustomed to the commanding presence of their captain, eagerly awaiting his directives. In stark contrast, Du Mingyu, seated at the other end, shrank back as if in trepidation, avoiding even a glance at Bai Wen. Since joining the Nightwind team, his gaze occasionally intersected with Bai Wen's in mid-air, making him feel as though the latter's eyes were laser beams, meticulously scanning his being, unveiling all the secrets he harbored without reservation. In other words, every time their eyes met, Du Mingyu instinctively averted his gaze, a reflexive action born of anxiety. "Accelerate according to the map," Bai Wen remarked coolly, as the highway was flanked by low-lying plains devoid of habitation, save for the occasional ranger's abode. Through the reinforced bulletproof glass, his eyes traversed the undulating mountains in the distance. Who could fathom how many zombies lurked within the woods, driving onto the plains to seek refuge from the tempest? He pondered whether it would be swifter to navigate through the plains or along the highway when faced with a horde. Lu Xiuan fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The captain's words rang true. "When will you ever learn to grow both flesh and wit, Xiaoyuan?" A teammate chuckled. Lu Xiuan, irked, pinched her belly and hurled a kin at Tang Ci, who had dared to call her fat, striking him and eliciting a yelp of mock pain. "Oh, melon flavor. Thank you, my dear, I love it," he exclaimed. "Curse you," Lu Xiuan retorted, rolling her eyes. "Captain, he is taking advantage of me." Bai Wen replied, closing his eyes, choosing to feign ignorance. With a resounding roar, the armored vehicle surged forward as Yushala depressed the accelerator. His eyes gleaming with an unusual intensity, he chewed gum and exclaimed, "Brothers, hold tight." The modified armored vehicle, akin to a roused lion rampaging through the forest, hurtled down the expansive highway. "Damn it, you shouldn't have been allowed to drive," someone exclaimed. "Does he think this is a bumper car?" Amidst the torrent of invectives traded between Lu Shi and Tang Ci, Yushala, unleashed like a rabid dog, recklessly careened from side to side. Du Mingyu, ever the amiable mediator, chuckled, interjecting with placating remarks, positioning himself as the team's conciliator, resolving every conflict. "Hey, a small cluster of zombies ahead. Watch this." Yushala grinned, sharply maneuvering the steering wheel, causing the armored vehicle to swerve in an S-shape, crushing the horde of zombies that had frantically lunged toward them upon hearing the commotion, ensuring that each zombie was pulverized beneath the wheels. "Crap, we're doomed. We're doomed." He forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Team leader. There's a car ahead. Looks pretty new. Shall we check it out? No, no, no. I was wrong, team leader. Team leader, Xiala didn't mean to. Du Mingyu interjected with a smile. He's young and just having fun. The others seemed accustomed to Du Mingyu's intercessions, considering it characteristic of him. Yu Xiaola even glared menacingly at Tang Ci and Lu Shi in the rearview mirror, resentful that they, who were closest to him, had failed to alert him to the team leader's approach. The newly arrived Du Mingyu is akin to a comforting presence. Baiwen furrowed his brow, clearly displaying his displeasure towards Du Mingyu, before curtly instructing, "You drive." To this, Yu Xiaola exhibited an even more pronounced reaction than Du Mingyu himself, ultimately hanging his head in resignation and swapping places with him. Du Mingyu, in turn, adopted a cautious demeanor. As though receiving the captain's command was a matter of great honor, the joy and excitement radiating from him palpable to the others. Yu Xiaola's fleeting sense of being usurped vanished in an instant, and he approached Baiwen with the eagerness of a pug. "Captain." The information provided by the base suggests that, in addition to the 2 advanced zombies surrounding the Gene Xian community, there is a high probability of encountering advanced corpse beasts as well. Once we eliminate those 2 zombies, we could explore the area. Perhaps we might find a 3rd-level fire crystal for Du Mingyu. The first action taken by Du Mingyu upon joining the team was to swiftly integrate himself among the members. He presented a 3rd-level wood crystal to Lu Shiwan, who was on the cusp of advancement, in the name of camaraderie. With this wood crystal, Lu Shiwan successfully ascended in rank. Although Du Mingyu is of the fire element, their team lacked a 3rd-level fire crystal. Consequently, Baiwen promised to procure one for Du Mingyu. Over the course of the month, the team provided Du Mingyu with an abundance of 2nd-level fire crystals, allowing him to reach the peak of C rank upon his arrival at the base. Through the accumulation of these 2nd-level fire crystals, he ascended to B rank. Despite this advancement, the team still owed Du Mingyu a 3rd-level fire crystal. Baiwen appeared lost in thought, eventually responding with a non-committal after a moment's pause. From the driver's seat, Du Mingyu's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hundreds of kilometers away, the entire city had imperceptibly become his grandfather's dominion, for he was the sole level 5 zombie within. All zombies and mutated beasts below level 5 were subservient to his grandfather. Even without his grandfather or Luo Yexing's accompaniment, Bianbian could venture out alone, and any stray, ordinary zombie would flee at the mere sight of her. It seemed that Bianbian and Luo Yexing were the only survivors left in the city. At least, Luo Yexing hadn't encountered a single soul while scavenging for supplies with Bianbian. However, their search yielded some food, albeit meager. This highlighted that his grandfather's discovery of untouched provisions in the Gene Xian supermarket was not mere luck, but a veritable miracle. Bianbian, we can't remain here any longer. After taking stock of their remaining food, Luo Yexing realized that even with rationing, it would only last them a week. While their current location offered security, the dwindling food supply was a pressing concern. No place, however safe, could sustain them without sustenance. Even the occasional provisions delivered by Bianbian's elusive father were merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, these deliveries consisted almost entirely of snacks, suitable only for Bianbian. After repeated instances, Luo Yexing understood the pattern. The father was deliberately sending food that Bianbian wouldn't share with him, thus precluding him from partaking in a child's treats. Understanding this point, Luo Yexing gave a faint, bitter smile. He certainly could not comfortably accept assistance, yet the actions of the other party were truly incongruent with his recollections of that individual. If one were to insist, only the term childish would be fitting. There was also another matter that left Luo Yexing perplexed, dinglingling. Gazing at the wind chimes, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. "Daddy, this is the red string I made for you. Do you like it?" Bianbian held a red string adorned with a small wooden tag in her tiny hands, the design simple, with the character Bian inscribed neatly on the tag. That was the name Luo Yexing had taught her to write. The little girl had practiced diligently, and by the time she wrote Bian, her penmanship had improved remarkably. "Daddy likes it very much." At that moment, a marker floated before the whiteboard, and 5 bold characters soon appeared. Bianbian tilted her small face upward, reading each character slowly until she recognized the 5 simple words, her face lighting up like a blossom, as if she had received the utmost affirmation and praise. "I can only make this kind for now. When I learn to make other types, I will create something even better for Daddy next time," she declared earnestly. Having learned the art of string weaving from a set of illustrated books, Luo Yexing stood beside her, explaining, "Bianbian learns things exceptionally quickly. She can grasp many concepts with just a glance." Had this been in the world before the apocalypse, the little girl would have been taken to a special institution to assess her intelligence. Initially, in Luo Yexing's perception, while Bianbian was bright and sensible, she remained somewhat naive about many matters. However, within a mere span of less than a month, Bianbian exhibited an astonishing capacity for learning, demonstrating a terrifying ability to draw parallels and apply knowledge swiftly. Her remarkable memory and rapid learning pace left Luo Yexing uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. It is often said that for children, being excessively intelligent may not be entirely advantageous. Luo Yexing recalled instances he had encountered online, as well as examples from his own school. Those prodigious children, who had garnered widespread attention for their brilliance, bore an immense burden of pressure that far surpassed that of their peers. Once they faltered, how many gifted individuals succumbed to mediocrity in adulthood, facing the melancholic gazes of others filled with sighs, regrets, and lamentations, ultimately leading to a life of insignificance or an entirely different fate. The markers danced across the whiteboard, crafting sweeping arcs. Of course, my child is intelligent. This profound sense of confidence elicited a twitch at the corner of Luo Yexing's mouth. Indeed, this was the source of his bewilderment. The demeanor of this father starkly contrasted with his recollections of the man who once filled him with dread. Had it been the father from his memories, upon receiving the red string from Bianbian, he would most likely have retorted with a disdainful remark, "It's hideous." In response to any comment regarding Bianbian's swift learning, he would have simply dismissed it without a second thought. Furthermore, the handwriting on the whiteboard was markedly different. Thus, Luo Yexing found himself justified in his suspicion. Bianbian's invisible father was not merely one, but rather 3. Indeed, there was also a childish one among them. This conjecture was too peculiar for Luo Yexing to accept. It was one thing for a father to be unseen and incapable of verbal communication. But could there be others as well? Is there a peculiar tendency among fathers to gather? Either he is mentally challenged or his eyesight is impaired. Father, have you had your meal? The thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket, after delivering gifts, begins to express concern for her father. Nong Jusi directly yanked the red string out of the game, quite literally, and before Bianbian's eyes, the red string vanished. Satisfied with the system's practicality, Jusi held the red string with her slender, elegant fingers for a moment before adorning her wrist with it. After a morning filled with pent-up frustration, Jusi felt a rare sense of joy and casually scribbled a few words to tease her. Father is in a bad mood and cannot eat. Luo Yexing's translation device activated, while simultaneously teaching Bianbian to recognize characters. Is he, by any chance, being affectionate? Huh? Looking at Bianbian, the little girl, upon hearing this, became anxious. Father, did someone bully you? Nong Jusi paused momentarily. I'll have Grandpa deal with him to avenge you. Bianbian clenched her little fists, her soft face flushed with indignation. Those who bully her father are truly wicked. Normally, when Bianbian needs assistance, she would turn to Luo Yexing and Zhu Yuan, though the latter cannot comprehend. Compassionate towards her grandpa, Bianbian never asks him to do anything else. Instead, she tends to care for him. The fact that her beloved grandpa is willing to assist underscores the importance of her father. Look, my daughter was not raised in vain, right? Nong Jusi supported her perfect chin and turned to Nong Tang with a smile. Nong Tang nodded vigorously. At that moment, a line of red characters suddenly appeared in midair. Warning, a formidable psychic approaches, their strength rivaling that of Lu Yu, with intentions directed towards both Lu Yu and Zhu Yuan. Father, please ensure the protection of Bianbian. The smile on Nong Jusi's face faded in an instant. At that moment, Nong Tang's dragon horns drooped in fear. Chapter 53. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, unabashedly unleashing its fervor, while the air was imbued with a distinct heat. Compared to this wretched heat, I found that a torrential downpour would be preferable. At least it would bring some relief. Inside the armored vehicle, Yushala fanned herself with her palm, desperately trying to cool down. Lu Yuan, equally parched, wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, Captain, let us recruit an ice elemental next time. At least we could enjoy a human air conditioner while on missions. Dear, do you think ice elementals are as common as cabbages, available at will? Tang Xi shot her a flirtatious glance. Among the psychics, the 5 elemental types nearly constitute 90%, leaving only 10% for the mutated types. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. How about, I turn on the vehicle's air conditioning? Dumingyu, the driver, suggested tentatively. 2 days prior, they had departed from the base, but were delayed by a storm along the way, which is why they had only just arrived now. Throughout the journey, Du Mingyu had been at the wheel, and although the psychics were physically resilient, the exhaustion of driving for 2 days and nights had left his eyes bloodshot. Yet, he bore no semblance of complaint. Other team members considered switching drivers, but one, who had been sleeping with his eyes nearly closed the entire time, interjected, "His skills are commendable. Let him continue." The team members pondered. Driving steadily surely allows for a restful slumber. Bianbian held a revered position within the group. Simply put, his commands were not to be defied. Thus, the skilled driver Du Mingyu continued to navigate the route. During a brief respite, as they paused for water, Yu Shala patted Du Mingyu's shoulder in consolation. "Captain, this is a testament to your value. Only someone deemed indispensable is entrusted with such responsibility. We experienced the same when we first followed you." Du Mingyu, his face radiating pride, displayed a hint of bashfulness as he replied, "I am not weary. This is my duty." Yu Shala found Du Mingyu increasingly admirable. Yet his curiosity about the captain's demeanor began to stir within him. Nonetheless, he swiftly dismissed this intrigue, reasoning that they should conserve fuel. Lu Shiwan shook her head and leaned her head out the window. "Have you all noticed? This city has fallen silent?" On their journey, they had Bianbian gently furrowed her brow and remarked, "It's nothing. Just remain vigilant." "How much longer until we reach the Gene Xian community?" After a brief pause, she inquired again. Du Mingyu, the driver, swallowed hard, picked up the map beside him, and replied, "Captain, we should arrive in about half an hour." As they followed the route on the map, a palpable tension seemed to tighten in the air as they drew nearer to the Gene Xian community, as if an invisible string was being drawn taut. With one foot barely stepping into the realm of advanced zombies, Tang Ci rotated her arms, producing an unsettling cracking sound that hinted at excitement. Lu Shiwan interjected, "Be careful not to get slapped. A single blow could turn you into a mere pulp." To which Tang Ci retorted, "Then you shall become a widow." For the Yifeng team, this mission appeared deceptively simple. However, when the time came to engage, no one dared to underestimate the threat. "They are here. They have not left," Yu Shala stated. "I can feel it." The oppressive aura of the advanced zombies hung in the air, akin to countless invisible embroidery needles suspended above their skin, their tips poised to pierce. A constant reminder of the imminent danger they posed. "Stop the vehicle," Bianbian commanded, rising to exit. "Aren't we driving closer?" As Bianbian swung open the armored vehicle's door and leaped to the ground, she countered with a question, "How much did we invest in this armored vehicle?" Yu Shala promptly answered, 5 level 3 crystal stones." The last to disembark, Du Mingyu's eyebrows lifted with a sudden intensity, his breath quickening for a fleeting moment before returning to calm. The others were oblivious to his change in breath, but Bianbian's gaze subtly shifted towards his direction. Military armored vehicles were rare even before the apocalypse, reserved solely for the armed forces. After the world fell into chaos, Beiji expanded to become the largest secure base in the north, a feat made possible by its military origins. In the initial phase of the apocalypse, the majority of casualties were soldiers. While ordinary civilians could find refuge and await rescue, soldiers had nowhere to hide and no retreat. They were compelled to advance and seek out survivors. Consequently, many brave soldiers perished during their rescue missions, becoming part of a legion of the living dead. Later, Beiji faced several waves of undead, nearly succumbing to defeat. In a moment of dire crisis, a survivor awakened a lightning ability, using the power of thunder to repel the horde. Following this battle, he garnered the military's attention and was meticulously trained. He did not disappoint, rapidly ascending in strength to become the undisputed champion of Beiji. Although the secure base had largely reconstructed human civilization, it was irrevocably altered from the pre-apocalyptic era. The foremost change was in currency. It was no longer money, but rather crystal stones. Additionally, the extraction of many resources became exceedingly challenging, such as oil and ores, leading to a scarcity of numerous items. To exchange for these resources, one had to pay exorbitant prices. A military armored vehicle, for instance, was priced at 5 third-tier crystal stones. Though steep, it was deemed worthy of such a cost. Typically, however, no ability wielder would invest so many third-tier crystal stones in a vehicle unless they were excessively wealthy, possessing more crystals than they knew how to utilize. Who would compensate for a vehicle bought at such a high price if it were to be damaged? With that thought, he casually turned and continued along the street. Everyone suddenly realized, if they were to engage with the advanced zombies, a careless move could result in the armored vehicle being caught in the crossfire. Akin to a colossal stone plummeting from the sky to smash the front of a luxury car from the pre-apocalyptic era. The thought alone was enough to evoke a pang of sorrow. Ahead lay the Gene Xian community. The surroundings were so eerily quiet that the only sound was the dull thud of their shoes striking the ground. Yu Xiaola's palms grew clammy around his gun. Although the task seemed straightforward, for reasons unbeknownst to him, as they approached their destination and felt the oppressive aura of the advanced zombies. An increasing tension and a hint of unease settled in his heart. With the captain present, there was nothing to fear, he scolded himself inwardly. To alleviate the inexplicable emotions bubbling within, he whistled softly. Hey, do you think there are any survivors around here? Do they have a death wish? Lu Shiwan responded with a hint of irritation. Captain, why haven't the zombies appeared yet? With the 5 of us here. Can the advanced zombies not detect the scent of fresh flesh? They should have shown themselves by now. Suddenly, a gust of wind, laden with a mournful wail, swept down from the heavens, fiercely brushing against their bodies. It arrived as abruptly as it vanished. A chill ran through them. There. Tang Ci pointed towards the protective railing of a dilapidated building to their right. What on earth is that? Is that a zombie? Lu Shiwan rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is it wearing a hat? Or is that a metal bucket on its head? Forgive me, but it reminds me of a game I used to play. Yu Xiaodong chuckled. Oh, I played that too. Before them, a zombie squatted atop the protective railing. Its head adorned with a circle of iron, resembling a chef's hat. Though forged from metal, its apex sharp and reminiscent of the classic wizard's hat often depicted in films. The edge bore a small dent, as if a fragment had been nibbled away. This peculiar headgear, perched atop the zombie's cranium, imparted an oddly festive air at first glance. Diminu, what troubles you? Upon turning, Yu Xiaola noticed a peculiar expression on his companion's face, a complex amalgamation of excitement, surprise, and an anticipated delight. The rapid thumping of his heart bewildered Yu Xiaola. Inexplicably, Diminu's demeanor struck her as irksome. Diminu discreetly clenched his palm, instantaneously transforming his myriad emotions. His body trembled slightly. Eyes widened in astonishment, pupils constricting as if witnessing a scene both horrifying and unfathomable. Zhu Yuan. He stammered, his voice quaking as if tormented by an invisible force. Tears welling in his eyes. What? Yu Xiaola raised her voice. Zhu Yuan? Are you saying this zombie is Zhu Yuan, your dear friend? Diminu's pallid visage betrayed his anguish. His facial muscles twitching as he rasped. It is him. But why is he here? How could he? The team members, having heard Diminu's tales of his friend, glanced at the iron-capped zombie with a mix of sympathy and disbelief. Yu Xiaola quickly attributed Diminu's earlier peculiar demeanor to the shock of witnessing his friend transformed into a zombie. She gently patted his shoulder, saying, If you find it too difficult, you can leave it to us. I was aware that he might transform into a zombie, yet I never anticipated encountering him here. Domingue said, choking back tears, that he had evolved into a zombie, and I ought to feel happy for him. Hold on, everyone, remain vigilant, Biwen suddenly interjected. The target is not merely a pinnacle level 4. It has already surpassed into level 5. The emergence of the Iron Hat zombie captivated everyone's attention, but only Biwen squinted, surveying the surroundings. Since entering the Gene Xian community, an alarm had been ringing incessantly in his mind. This was exceedingly rare. Though Biwen possessed only the prowess of a peak B level, he was a rare dual-element ability user, his strength rivaling that of an A-level intermediate. Even if a level 4 zombie had advanced to level 5, he was not necessarily at a disadvantage. It was only upon his reminder that others recalled the existence of another zombie. Good heavens, level 5. Lu Shiwan gasped, cautiously observing alongside Tang Ci, trying to ascertain its whereabouts. Domingue slowly exhaled the pent-up breath from his chest, his head slightly bowed, his eyes shimmering with a glint of calculation as he gazed at the Iron Hat zombie. A low growl emanated from above, prompting everyone to look up, where they beheld a tall, elderly zombie nimbly leaping down from the third-floor window of one of the residential buildings. The ground seemed to tremble upon its landing. Biwen fixated on the elderly zombie, his brows furrowing, his focus unwavering despite the zombie's presence. Something was amiss. The source of his alarm was not this elderly zombie. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Luo Yeshing hesitated as to whether he should step forward to engage in conversation with the extraordinary individuals downstairs. He noticed a message written on the whiteboard. Ask Bianbian if those individuals should all vanish. Luo Yeshing's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively glanced at Bianbian, whose face was etched with concern. Half an hour prior, their father had mentioned that some formidable villains were coming to harm Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan, which had incensed Bianbian. Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan have done nothing wrong. Why must those villains seek to kill them? They are truly wicked. After Luo Yeshing conveyed Juxi's words to Bianbian, the young girl began to comprehend the implication of her father's statement. Previously, she might have been somewhat oblivious. But under the influence of the brain-enhancing formula, she gradually grasped the nuances of certain phrases. Biting her petal-like lips, Bianbian pondered for a moment before timidly asking, "Daddy, can you defeat those formidable villains?" The esteemed Juicy was taken aback by the child's inquiry. Chapter 54. Wait a moment. Keen as Luo Yeshin was, he recalled his previous dismal experience. Though he harbored doubts about the identities of the different versions of his father that appeared, such skepticism remained unverified. What if the individual deliberately presented a different demeanor? After all, the absence of a corporeal presence rendered everything mere conjecture. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Steeling himself, he declared, "I shall descend and converse with these individuals." The extraordinary beings, unaware of the specifics, would naturally target Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan, believing there to be advanced zombies present. It was untenable for every group of extraordinary individuals to come and eliminate them each time. Luo Yeshing sensed his father's gaze upon him. He understood that this was no mere illusion. He made an effort to relax, contemplating that if the conversation did not yield the desired outcome, they could resort to action later. In a peculiar way, he found himself forming a unique bond with the little creature named Bianbian, a character from a game. Gnome Juicy lacked experience in raising young ones. Yet the system's words served as a reminder that an individual's personality in adulthood is often shaped by their childhood experiences. For instance, a person raised in a harsh environment, forced to kill daily for survival, would likely grow into a cold-hearted machine of death, with the act of taking lives becoming an instinct for survival. Perhaps it is reasonable to discuss matters. Gnome Juicy relinquished his initial impulse to act and waved his hand, inviting Bianbian to accompany him to the rooftop. Luo Yeshing exhaled softly, realizing this was an implicit agreement with his suggestion. Naturally, Bianbian adhered to her father's words, obediently clutching her teddy bear while carrying a small notebook and pen, following Gnome Juicy to the rooftop. The rooftop offered a vast vista. To the southeast lay a flower bed, where one could recline against the railing and behold the scene below. Nearby stood a stone pillar, casting shadows that perfectly concealed Bianbian's petite form. Unless someone were to view from above, even those glancing upward would fail to notice her presence. Just as Bianbian settled in, a platter of nuts and a beautifully arranged selection of cut fruits appeared beside her, exuding elegance. "Daddy, eat," she urged. Bianbian delicately peeled a round nut, oblivious to its identity, yet aware of its delightful taste. Rather than indulging herself, she raised her small hand to offer the kernel to her father. Longjio joyfully accepted the child's generous sharing. Subsequently, Bianbian peeled another nut for Hui Hui, and only after sharing did she tend to her own hunger, crunching delightfully while casting curious glances towards the commotion below. The discarded shells were neatly placed on the other side of the plate. One must not carelessly litter. The tense atmosphere downstairs was alleviated when Luo Yeshing appeared. Just 2 minutes prior, the members of the Nightwind team had watched, wide-eyed, as a man emerged from the third-floor window, instructing them to wait, before hastily crossing over and positioning himself near a level 5 zombie, turning his back to it. This was an act tantamount to courting death. The audacity of his actions left the Nightwind team in stunned silence, not a word uttered among them. What astonished them further was that the level 5 zombie did not attack him. An eerie silence lingered for a full minute. "Goodness, there really is someone," Lu Shiwan murmured. Yu Xiaola's nose twitched. Unable to suppress a sneeze, he uttered a chilling observation. "Did you not notice that the level 5 zombie jumped down from the 3rd floor? That man just spoke to us from the same window." Indeed, they had noticed. But the notion that this extraordinary individual could coexist with a level 5 zombie in such proximity was hard to fathom. The group exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. Baowen stepped forward. "Sir, may I inquire?" As a formidable B-class powerhouse, Luo Yeshing immediately discerned that Baiwen was the leader of the group. He chuckled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may do as you please with the zombies elsewhere, but I regret to inform you that this area is off-limits." Curiosity piqued. Yu Xiaola inquired eagerly, "Why is that? Why aren't they attacking you? How have you managed this?" Luo Yeshing succinctly explained, "They are my family." It was then that the group noticed the iron-capped zombie on the barrier had also refrained from attacking them. It was astonishing to witness a zombie that could indeed abstain from devouring humans. Lu Shiwan lowered her weapon in awe, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've seen such a thing. What should we do, Captain?" One member asked. "They have a mission to complete, and failure would incur a penalty to the base, although they can afford it. However, they claim that the 2 zombies are family, and since they have not bitten nor attacked us, it would be unwise to provoke them without cause." "Not forever, just temporarily rest here," Luo Yeshing replied, shaking his head. "If I may be so bold, How did you come to know of the two advanced zombies in this area? We received information from the base. Biwan replied cryptically. It was said that there are two zombies here, one of level 4 and the other of level 3. 2 B-class upper-tier ability users attempted to eradicate these zombies, resulting in 1 death and 1 severe injury. The base subsequently issued a mission, which we accepted. The other members of the team were left in bewilderment. Luo Yexing's pupils constricted. It became clear why this squad of B-class ability users had set their sights on Grandpa and Zhu Yuan. The base was already aware of the circumstances here. As for how one might ascertain this, even a Toe could surmise that it must be a surviving member of the Dragon Clan who spoke. Luo Yexing sighed softly. Thank you, he said. The other party informed him of the circumstances, indicating that even if they refrained from engaging the two zombies, the mission would remain unfulfilled, and other teams would inevitably be dispatched to undertake the task. There would always be someone willing to act for the allure of crystal stones. A level 5 crystal, after all, would entice even A-grade powerhouses. Biwan squinted, scrutinizing the two zombies, and did not relax despite their lack of aggression. He subtly inquired, what do they typically consume? It is well known that zombies feast solely on human flesh and blood, disregarding even animal meat. Among the two zombies, aside from the elderly one appearing emaciated, the other did not seem malnourished. The other team members, discerning the captain's underlying implication, grew solemn. Was the reason the two high-level zombies had not attacked them due to this individual secretly feeding them human flesh? The previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Invisible strings of tension tightening in the air as Yushala and the others readied their weapons once more. The practice of feeding zombies with humans was not uncommon, and such actions were met with revulsion. What I consume, they consume as well, Luo Yexing stated matter-of-factly. There is no need for me to deceive you on this matter. You all understand that zombies do not experience satiety. If they truly desired to devour you, no matter their previous consumption, the moment they laid eyes on you, they would lunge forth. Upon hearing this, Biwan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, they have evolved their own consciousness? It appears to be drooling. The abilities of the supernatural beings have been significantly enhanced in all aspects. Consequently, Lu Shuan observed with clarity the suspicious liquid trickling from the mouth of the iron-capped zombie. Seeing is indeed believing. The interaction between the two zombies rendered any explanation from Luo Yexing unnecessary, as the Night Wind team once again redefined their understanding of the undead. It appeared that the third-tier zombie was lusting after them, yearning to consume them, yet was restrained by the fifth-tier zombie. Did the third-tier zombie then obediently refrain from its hunger? The previously tense atmosphere suddenly grew peculiar, and the gazes of the others towards Luo Yexing shifted. A strangely unsettling question arose in their minds. Who was truly in control here? The humans raising the zombies, or the zombies sustaining the humans? Silence lingered for half a minute, before Biwan nodded and said, let us go. Thus, he decisively abandoned the current mission. Naturally, the members of the Night Wind team, who were accustomed to following the captain's orders, voiced no dissent. As they departed, Yushala chuckled, brother, even though your zombie kin have evolved self-awareness and refrained from biting, they remain zombies at heart. Our captain adheres to principles, but that does not guarantee that others do. There are formidable teams within the base, all composed of A-tier members. If you wish to prevent your zombie family from being stripped of their crystal cores, it would be wise to take them and leave this place. Daddy, those big bad guys are gone, Bianbian exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with fruit and a succulent cherry in hand. Uncle Luo is so impressive. Bianbian sat atop a flower stand, while Nong Jusi adopted a far bolder posture, standing on the railing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing downwards with an expression that hinted at a degree of boredom. Reflecting upon the earlier doubt cast upon his abilities by the diminutive one, Lord Jusu maintained an expression of calm, yet a tempest brewed within his heart. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated reconstructing his image in the eyes of the little one. However, he merely twitched a finger, refraining from any further action. Suddenly, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his gaze as he raised an eyebrow, casting his eyes downward with newfound interest. A spectacle was about to unfold. He picked up a small notebook nearby and inscribed a few characters, thoughtfully annotating them with their pinyin. The characters were simple, and the pinyin equally so. It took little Bianbian a few seconds to decipher them. The earnest young girl, eager to learn, inquired, Father, what does good show mean? The small notebook, you are referring to Uncle Zhiyuan. Having already learned the characters for Uncle Zhiyuan, Bianbian hastily leaned over the railing, anxiously peering down at the iron-capped zombie. Below, the iron-capped zombie, displeased after receiving a reprimand from an elderly zombie, leaped over the safety railing, carefully cradling his helmet with both hands, fearful it might tumble from his head. His grayish-white eyes fixated on the night wind team, contemplating whether he could seize a bite without the elderly zombie noticing. Du Mingyu, bringing up the rear, remained oblivious to the previous conversations among the other members and Luo Yeshing, his focus steadfastly locked on the iron-capped zombie. From the moment he laid eyes on the task, he was convinced that the Wind Elemental Level 3 zombie was indeed Ji-Yuan. The alignment of its level, location, and abilities was too coincidental to be mere chance. And indeed, his deduction proved correct. Was he simply to depart like this? Domingue lowered his gaze and swallowed hard, then subtly gestured towards the iron-capped zombie with his right hand. It seemed that he recognized something through this subtle movement. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky. Chapter 55, Xiaojin's Unparalleled Anger. Mingled with a touch of grievance, his anger served as a reminder from the game, as he continued to feel that the game was insidiously targeting him. The grievance arose from a father's heartfelt effort to mend his precious daughter's beloved toy bear, only to be met with indifference. Why was it -50? Xiaojin vented his frustration at the game. Naturally, he could not blame his child. At least provide a reason, he exclaimed, instantly reducing me to -50. And you still have the audacity to feign ignorance? After a moment, the system prompted, why -50? You have no points? Xiaojin was left speechless. Was the system berating him? Indeed, it seemed to be. The seventh prince of the imperial family, the most favored, born into privilege and nurtured in a honeyed environment, had never faced reproach from anyone, not even the emperor. And now, he found himself chastised by a mere game system. Xiaojin intended to continue his dispute with the system, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a horn appearing above the head of a figure beside him. Ignoring the system, he quickly clicked on it, and his darling daughter's sweet, soft voice echoed, "Gray. I think there's someone in the house that I can't see." Startled at first, Xiaojin's heart swelled with joy. As expected of my precious daughter, so astute, he exclaimed with pride. She had quickly sensed the presence of an unseen individual. Knowing that his little one was aware of such a presence, he felt assured that she would not be frightened by whatever came next. Perfect. In a state of bliss. The seventh prince felt disinclined to engage further with the game system. He was eager to cultivate affection points. Once he reached the requisite threshold, he could indulge his darling child with an array of delectable treats. My dear, await your father's offerings, so I may nourish you into a plump and radiant little princess. However, in the next moment, he heard his precious daughter's anxious and trembling voice. Will he eat me? Xiaojin, am I truly that frightening? Yet, the little one uttered nothing more, remaining silent as she sat on the bed. Her head bowed, concealing her tiny face from view, leaving Xiaojin oblivious to her thoughts. What could he do to rectify the immense misunderstanding his dear daughter harbored towards him? The system, likely apprehensive of Xiaojin's potential mischief, reappeared with a warning. Bianbian is currently in a state of extreme fear. For her well-being, please refrain from any actions. The word "do not" was prominently displayed in bold red letters, a stark reminder. Xiaojin. Bianbian nervously fidgeted with her small hands, striving to quell her fear. After much contemplation, she concluded that there was an invisible person in the house. Bianbian was no mere infant. At 5 years old, she had developed her own unique way of thinking, and she had always been quite clever. That unseen presence had caught her when she fell, gifted her a large apple, and prevented her from visiting her grandfather. It had even mended her dusty little hands. Bianbian was frightened. She sensed that this person was watching her from within the confines of their home. Bianbian recalls an occasion when she and her grandfather encountered a peculiar, portly man on the road. He offered her delectable candies and attempted to embrace her, but her grandfather swiftly intervened, driving the man away. He warned her that this individual was not to be trusted, as some nefarious characters delight in luring children only to devour them. This rotund stranger was precisely such a villain. His gestures of kindness were merely a ruse to gain her trust. Consequently, Bianbian resolutely internalized this lesson. No stranger would bestow kindness without ulterior motives. If someone suddenly treated her with undue favor, it was surely a pretext for something sinister. Thus, Bianbian formulated in her mind the conclusion that this unseen figure harbored intentions of consuming her. Overwhelmed with trepidation, she dared not lift her gaze nor utter a word. Instead, she fixated on her hands, pondering the grim reality that if she were to be devoured, no one would deliver sustenance to her grandfather, leaving him to starve. She contemplated what actions she might take to evade such a fate. With great caution, She pinched her own hand, suddenly realizing the reason behind the man's offer of a large apple. Coupled with his insistence that she not allow her grandfather to partake of its skin, she surmised that her slender frame was his intention. He sought to fatten her up, making her a more palatable morsel. This was reminiscent of a chick she had once cared for. Fortuitously, last year, as the chill of winter set in, Liu had taken Bianbian southward, passing by a farm that had descended into chaos, littered with remnants of white bones. A clear indication that a struggle had once transpired there. Initially, I presumed nothing would be discovered. However, due to mere inquisitiveness, Bianbian ventured into a dog hole. This caused Lu Yu's back to be drenched in a cold sweat, fearing an accident might befall her. When Bianbian emerged from the dog hole, her fair face was smudged into a little floral pattern. She presented an egg from her small pocket like a treasure, and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa, egg." Liu detected a trace of life from this egg. Later, with Bianbian's daily meticulous care, and Lu Yu's subtle use of his abilities to sustain it, the chick broke out of its shell. Liu would cherish his granddaughter's innocence, striving to provide her with a complete childhood. However, he would also gradually impart basic survival knowledge to Bianbian in their daily life. For example, chickens are poultry and serve as food for humans, so the chick can be eaten when it grows up. Once the chick had grown, Lu Yu used half of it to make soup and braised the other half in soy sauce. The grandfather and granddaughter enjoyed the meal immensely. Grandpa also said that the chicken tasted so delicious because it was fed well and grew very plump. Bianbian picked up her teddy bear again. After Grandpa's departure, Hui Hui was her only friend, even though Hui Hui's hands were sewn very poorly by that person. Holding Hui Hui, Bianbian was not so scared. In the many days since Grandpa had left, she was very scared at first, but she gradually grew accustomed to it. Her little mind quickly reasoned that the person wanted to fatten her up before eating her, so they would not eat her right away. She could find a way to escape. Bianbian had experienced many escapes with her grandfather. Grandpa said that escaping was not shameful. It was about taking responsibility for one's life. Of course, these concepts were too profound, and Bianbian did not fully understand them yet. But she instinctively knew the meaning of escape. In the early days of the apocalypse, B-level abilities were regarded as formidable. However, as time progressed and abilities became ubiquitous, the value of B-level powers diminished significantly, especially considering that Lu Yu was an elderly ability user. His physical condition constrained the potency of his abilities. Furthermore, with a companion by his side, Lu Yu often opted for evasion rather than confrontation, making escape with his companion a commonplace occurrence. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon, the room abruptly plunged into darkness. Xiao, who had been silently observing, pondered the absence of light from his beloved daughter when the young girl, seated on the bed, suddenly sprang into action. She rolled off the bed, approached the bedside table, and picked up a small lotus-shaped bowl adorned with a slender needle at its center. Xiao was momentarily bewildered, unable to discern its purpose. It wasn't until his companion retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the bed, brimming with candles, that he grasped the function of the lotus bowl. It was a candle holder. With deftness, the companion inserted a candle into the holder and ignited it with a lighter, placing it carefully on the bedside table. The fluidity of the movements made Xiao eyes sting with emotion. To his dismay, there was no electricity. What a wretched game, tormenting my daughter. Subsequently, the companion drew all the curtains shut. The curtains, specially replaced by Lu Yu, were made of metallic steel plates that could be easily lowered with a switch. Once the curtains descended, not a single beam of light permeated the room. The switch was somewhat sluggish, requiring several attempts to operate, and with time running short, Liu had no opportunity to refine the mechanism, necessitating multiple pulls from the companion. Xiao felt an urge to assist his precious daughter in tearing down the curtains. Yet the system's warnings in the glaring -50 in the upper right corner served as reminders that remaining still was the wisest course of action at that moment. As darkness enveloped the room, she could no longer frighten her precious daughter. She had to endure. Finally, Bianbian drew the curtains, allowing only the faint glow of burning candles to illuminate the dim interior. The atmosphere was steeped in silence, a tranquility to which she had grown accustomed. Save for the presence of an unseen entity. Clutching her beloved teddy bear, Hui Hui, she drew strength from it, whispering encouragement to herself. With Hui Hui by her side, she felt fearless. Bianbian gingerly carried the candlestick to the bathroom, placing it carefully on the right shelf, alongside her teddy bear. Standing on a small stool, she began to wash her face and brush her teeth, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Even if an invisible villain lurked nearby, she would not forego her hygiene. Unbeknownst to her, She had instinctively transformed the notion of the unseen presence into that of a malevolent figure. As she continued her routine, Bianbian suddenly peed yet tonight. Bianbian tightened her grip on the teddy bear, refraining from extinguishing the candle. She nestled her small body beneath the covers, even shrouding her head within. In her heart, Bianbian devised a plan to escape to the supermarket she had visited earlier that day. Convinced that the villain would not find her there and would eventually depart, she pondered that the miscreant must have followed her home while she was out searching for food. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wave of worry washed over her. How could she ascertain that the villain had truly left if she could not see him? Amidst the turmoil of anxiety, fear, and a myriad of intertwining emotions, the innate drowsiness of childhood took precedence, and Bianbian reluctantly drifted into slumber. Observing her precious daughter fall asleep, Xiao began to reflect. Bianbian was still a child, and children perceive the world differently than adults. While adults can swiftly discern good from evil, children struggle with such distinctions. Hence, his intentions not only failed to bring joy to Bianbian but also instilled in her a sense of insecurity, leading to fear and misunderstanding of his actions. He needed to adopt a different approach. First and foremost, he had to assure his beloved daughter that he would never harm her. As Xiao contemplated, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to search for paper and a writing instrument in Bianbian's room. In his search, he discovered a drawing pen nestled in a corner, yet paper eluded him. Xiao, determined, sought to venture into the living room. However, upon reaching the threshold, he was thwarted by an invisible barrier. He could only interact with the space surrounding Bianbian if she was in the bedroom. He was limited to manipulating objects within that room, unable to access the living room. Conversely, if she was in the living room, he could only engage with that area, unable to reach the bedroom or elsewhere. Even when he could make contact, it felt as though he were encased in thick gloves, unable to perceive the true sensations of the world. Thus, he ended up sewing the bear in such an unappealing manner. The seventh prince adamantly refused to acknowledge his lack of skill. This was largely thanks to the third prince's advanced virtual projection device, which allowed for an immersive display of any object, far beyond mere ordinary projection. With this equipment, he was able to search within his beloved daughter's room. Otherwise, relying on a light brain would have limited him to executing only simple gestures. Well, lacking paper was one thing. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the white wall. Surely writing on the wall would suffice. Just as he was about to inscribe Bianbian, "I am your father," on the wall, he hesitated, feeling that it might not be appropriate. The little one might still be frightened upon waking tomorrow. He did not wish to encounter yet another notification about point deductions. "Bianbian, my dear, my name is Xiao, and I promise I won't eat you. This person beside me is me. I would like to be your friend. May I?" Carefully considering the tone suitable for a child, Xiao completed this message and proceeded to draw a portrait of himself on the adjacent white wall. After more than 10 minutes of effort, he was not entirely satisfied, necessitating further refinements for another 10 minutes. Finally, after half an hour, he completed the drawing. He scrutinized it closely, then disdainfully glanced at the pen, which was too inferior, barely capturing 5 points of his own handsomeness, a compromise he had to accept. With an introduction and his own image, surely his beloved daughter would not be frightened upon awakening. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system promptly chimed in. Bianbian cannot read. Xiao. Chapter 56. Thud thud thud. The earth, deeply fissured, was drawn together by an invisible force as if restored to its original state. Bianbian hastily retreated 3 steps, his right foot's toe striking the ground with considerable force. As he pivoted on his toe, the ground cracked beneath him, yet he managed to stabilize his retreat. A sensation rolled in his throat, as though he swallowed something, and for a fleeting moment, his complexion turned ashen before returning to normal. It appeared that in their confrontation, neither party had gained a significant advantage, one human and one corpse. Du Mingyu was, after all, a B-level superhuman. Bianbian coughed, recalling that he had not utilized his firearm during his clash with the elderly zombie. In this era, whether dealing with superhumans or advanced zombies, firearms were seldom employed. Typically, superhumans possess the agility to evade bullets, yet if one side were to suddenly open fire during combat, the chances of misfortune for the other side would markedly increase. Moreover, superpowers inevitably reach a point of depletion, making the presence of a firearm considerably safer. Thus, capable superhumans often carried firearms for protection. At that moment, Bianbian drew his gun, albeit perhaps it would prove futile, as he cast a vigilant gaze around him. The surroundings were as still as a stagnant pond, until suddenly, a ripple disturbed the surface. Du Mingyu's body convulsed as if electrified, emitting agonizing cries that echoed painfully, akin to countless hooks piercing the eardrums of the Night Wind members. Gripping their hearts with an iron fist. There are others. Bai Wen's words sent a chill down everyone's spines, making the air feel frigid. You shall. Disregarding the sharp pain in his ribs, gritted his teeth and stood up. There are others? It seems you have indeed resolved to hasten our demise. He glared furiously at Luo Yexing, recalling how just moments ago he had spit. Luo Yexing opened his mouth, speechless, unsure of the sudden assault by Zhu Yuan. One might conjecture that Du Mingyu was an adversary of Zhu Yuan, inciting him to madness. Yet, no one could substantiate this claim. The only one capable of doing so was Zhu Yuan himself, now transformed into a zombie, devoid of any means to prove his innocence. He had just engaged in a fierce battle against Liu and Tang, depleting considerable energy. Contemplating his next move, he prepared to speak. It was that villain. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a soft, youthful voice unexpectedly pierced through. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Then, Yuxiala's mouth widened in astonishment. Gradually gaping wide enough to accommodate an apple. What did he behold? A small figure had appeared on the railing of the rooftop, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. In the next moment, the little figure leaped down. No, not leaped. To be precise, she floated down, as if she were a feather, weightless and ethereal, drifting to the center of the battlefield. As she landed gracefully, the crowd finally discerned her appearance, a little girl clad in a pink cartoon tank top. Her chubby arms exposed, adorned with a short lace-trimmed skirt that barely concealed her knees. Her dainty shoes were crafted with evident finesse, their edges embellished with sequins that sparkled with every step she took, captivating the eye. Her soft, flowing hair cascaded down her back, while two long braids were neatly tied at the ends with colorful rubber bands. On either side of her head, butterfly clips secured the beginnings of her braids, fluttering gently as she walked, so lifelike they rivaled real butterflies. Such delightful embellishments could only have been crafted by the hands of her father, Jiusi. Gnome Jussi held a distinct disdain for the wardrobe that lay in disarray, while the section dedicated to attire within the mall remained shrouded in gray, rendering it impossible to procure any garments. Yet this posed no challenge for the esteemed Jussi. He instructed Gnome Tang to acquire an assortment of clothing and accessories suitable for young girls, which were subsequently deposited into the game. However, the two braids adorning Bianbian's head were crafted by the adept hands of Uncle Luo. In comparison to Bianbian's own hairstyling skills, Uncle Luo's artistry was remarkably superior. Bianbian, unfazed by the scornful gazes of the nefarious individuals around her, was utterly distressed upon witnessing Uncle Zhu Yuan being forcefully thrust into the wall by a villain. She strained to catch a glimpse of Uncle Zhu Yuan. Yet being on the rooftop rendered it impossible for her to discern the events transpiring within the confines of the wall. Suddenly, as if by some miraculous intervention from her father, she found herself able to witness the unfolding circumstances. She observed the villain uttering words to Uncle Zhu Yuan, who soon found himself threatened by a sharp stone, poised to be brought down upon his head. A surge of indignation surged through her as her small visage tightened in anger. She raised her tiny finger towards the convulsing Du Mingyu, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice quaking with emotion. That wicked villain is using a stone to harm Uncle Zhu Yuan. I saw it all. The members of Nightwind exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Lu Shuan managed to utter, "So, this was your doing?" Her implication was clear, that Du Mingyu's battered state was a result of Bianbian's actions. As they recalled the incident of the young girl descending from the rooftop, a shared thought echoed in their minds. In light of Du Mingyu's pitiful and defenseless appearance, could it be that this little girl was an A-level powerhouse? In the fleeting exchange of glances, an unspoken dialogue ensued. Yet this seems implausible. She is still so young. One cannot judge by appearances. What kind of extraordinary ability might she possess? The fact that even the captain failed to perceive her presence suggests she is exceptionally adept at concealment. Barely any fluctuations in her powers could be detected, yet she managed to inflict such harm upon Du Mingyu and descend from the rooftop with such grace. I cannot help but ponder a possibility. What could it be? Perhaps a mental affinity? The crowd's expressions momentarily dulled. Their clandestine communication abruptly ceased. You wicked villains! My grandfather and Uncle Zhu Yuan have done nothing wrong. How dare you assault them? Bianbian exclaimed fiercely, her large, innocent eyes brimming with indignation. So much so that the adults felt an uncomfortable heat radiating from her piercing gaze, prompting them to avert their eyes. How shall this end? The hand displayed by the young girl was comparable to that of the captain, perhaps even superior. Their adversary also boasted a fifth-tier zombie. And with two of their own now incapacitated, the odds had shifted dramatically. Initially, they had the upper hand, but the girl's appearance had completely nullified that advantage. Furthermore, it was that zombie. Your uncle was the one who struck first. Confronted by the girl's bright, unwavering eyes, Lu Shuan's once defiant rhetoric faltered. Since you have witnessed the events, you must understand that if it hadn't attacked my teammate first, none of this would have transpired. Should my teammates simply stand by and allow your uncle to bite them and turn them into a zombie? Little one, you cannot wield your youth as a shield. Just because the zombie is your uncle does not absolve him of reason. Lu Shuan's words flowed with increasing confidence. After all, they were in the right. As the final word escaped her lips, the young girl suddenly froze, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of terrifying danger. It felt as though she had ventured deep into an impenetrable jungle, devoid of human presence and a visible path ahead. Peril lurked all around her. Perhaps a ferocious tiger lay coiled at her feet, poised to pounce and sever her throat in an instant. Whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. She sensed a parching pain in her throat, as if an unseen force were constricting her neck. Unbeknownst to anyone else present, Lord Jiusi, with his long legs, gracefully circled around Lu Shuan, his demeanor serene, akin to a leisurely stroll. A faint azure glow flickered between his fingers. He then turned his gaze towards the little one, harboring a certain expectation for what she might do next. The descent from the platform was proposed by Bianbian herself. Daddy, I want to go down and help Uncle Zhu Yuan, the little girl declared, swinging her short legs as she prepared to rush forward. Finding the situation bothersome, Lord Jiusi effortlessly scooped her up and leaped down. To onlookers, it appeared as though Bianbian floated gracefully to the ground. It cannot be articulated this way. I have previously stated that there must be a misunderstanding, he interjected at a crucial moment. Let us remain calm and discuss why my family has spiraled out of control. As he spoke, he caught sight of Bianbian wiping her damp eyes with the back of her hand, crystalline tears clinging to her lashes. And his heart ached for her. He instinctively reached out to stroke her head but was repelled by an unseen force. Almost forgetting, he realized that Bianbian's descent from the platform was undoubtedly orchestrated by her father, who was present right there. Baiwen remained silent for nearly 10 seconds, lowering his weapon under Luo Yesheng's gaze. His expression was inscrutable. Even if he harbored thoughts, he would not reveal them. He then turned to Tang Ci and instructed, "Go check on Du Mingyu's condition." Tang Ci immediately complied and soon returned with the unconscious Du Mingyu in tow. Although Du Mingyu was gravely injured, his wounds were not fatal. He was still alive. The agony inflicted by his injuries was evidently overwhelming, rendering him unconscious, and his countenance appeared far from pleasant. Regardless of the reasons, the so-called non-carnivorous zombies you speak of have harmed 2 of my team members. Baiwen pointed towards Xiaolu and stated coolly, "I can overlook Du Mingyu's injuries, but you shall be accountable for the other members' wounds." "Captain." The others gasped in surprise. The captain's words seemed a concession. Even Luo Yeshen was taken aback, noting that this captain was unusually accommodating. "Uncle Zhu Yuan." Bianbian hurried over. The crowd gasped again, realizing that the 5th-level zombie had somehow entered the breach in the wall and was dragging out the pinned 3rd-level zombie. The 3rd-level zombie's right leg was contorted in several places, rendering it unable to stand, and its chest had caved insignificantly. Such injuries, if inflicted on a human, would surely prove fatal. Observing the 3rd-level zombie's current state, Bianbian sniffled, her long-suppressed tears falling once more in a cascade of indignation. The 5th-level zombie seemed to convey, "Do not cry, he will not perish." The 3rd-level zombie emitted a low, mournful sound, raising its relatively intact hand in an attempt to touch the young girl, only to be callously swatted away by the 5th-level zombie. Resigned, it sat on the ground, awkwardly attempting to reattach its severed leg. Uncle Zhu Yuan did not bite that wicked villain without reason, for that villain was indeed his nemesis. The young girl turned around, adopting a protective stance in front of the 2 zombies, and fiercely inquired of Bai, "What do you mean by nemesis?" She had discerned that this wicked villain was the leader of all villains. In this silent expanse, the soft yet powerful voice of the girl resonated. Yushala felt a sharp pain in his ribs, yet her words prompted an instinctive retort. "What nemesis? What are you talking about?" With reddened eyes, the girl pointed at the unconscious, simple-minded man on the ground and asked through her nasally voice, "This wicked villain is named Du Mingyu, isn't he?" "Indeed," Yu Xiaolu replied, his neck taut as he nodded, nearly forgetting he was conversing with a young girl. She accurately indicated her previous location, the balcony outside the kitchen on the 3rd floor. Then she scampered to the street. Raising her small hand and mimicking a gun gesture, that wicked villain was standing by the car. He shot Uncle Zhu Yuan and drove away. I distinctly heard Uncle Zhu Yuan express his anger and sorrow, saying, "Du Mingyu, may you not die a good death." I remember it clearly. I cannot be mistaken. I added, Uncle Zhu Yuan even dispatched 2 monsters before ascending. Grandfather said that when one has the ability to save, one must act, so I saved Uncle Zhu Yuan. Uncle Zhu Yuan prepared an abundance of delicious dishes for me. He is truly kind-hearted. However, he later transformed into a monster. Yet, Uncle Zhu Yuan has never harmed anyone. He would never bite anyone. This wicked individual is intentionally bullying Uncle Zhu Yuan, preventing him from speaking. He is exceedingly cruel, and so are you. Faced with the little girl's resolute accusations, the members of Nightwind felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Nevertheless, Lu Shiyuan, having successfully advanced thanks to the 3rd-tier wooden crystal gifted by Du Mingyu upon joining the team, promptly replied, "Little one." Du Mingyu informed us that he and Uncle Zhu are good friends who together defeated a 3rd-tier corpse beast, but unfortunately, Uncle Zhu was injured and perished. Du Mingyu is our teammate. We cannot simply take your word for it. In the little girl's understanding, her words were the absolute truth, and others should believe her. Although she comprehended Lu Shiyuan's statement, she found herself unable to refute it, her small face paling in anxiety. I did not lie. Earlier, the exchanged glances among the Nightwind team members hinted at the realization that this little girl was no ordinary individual. Luo Yexing noted this and, although he could not ascertain the specifics of their silent communication, he could make an educated guess. Since this group mistakenly regarded the little girl as a formidable ability user, he decided to play along to avoid revealing his father's existence. The group fell silent, each member's expression varying. According to the little girl's account, they were entirely in the wrong. Even the injured Yu Shaola should not be their responsibility. And the most prudent course of action would be to hand over Du Mingyu directly. However, Captain, perhaps we should wait until Du Mingyu awakens and then inquire further? Due to enduring pain, Yu Shaola's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Du Mingyu had always been perceived as honest and simple-minded in the hearts of his teammates. He was often the peacemaker during disputes. Now, learning of a different persona from a little girl made it challenging to reconcile the two images. I pondered that perhaps there was some misunderstanding. Ultimately, the very words dwindled into a whisper. Even he was unaware of the reason behind it. "There's no need to inquire further," Baiwen remarked coldly. When we departed, Du Mingyu gestured towards Zhu Yuan. "Huh?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. Baiwen pressed his fingers against his brow, his expression unusually grim. I had thought the gesture might have been Du Mingyu's attempt to jog Zhu Yuan's memory. After all, from what I learned from Luo Yexing, 2 advanced zombies have developed self-awareness. Therefore, awakening memories is indeed a possibility. Du Mingyu and Zhu Yuan are friends. Although Baiwen had consistently harbored skepticism towards Du Mingyu's claims, that was merely a subjective feeling devoid of evidence. Moreover, Du Mingyu was undeniably a member of the team. "We have been used as pawns," Baiwen concluded flatly, his tone betraying no emotion. The teammates opened their mouths, eager to refute, yet found themselves at a loss for counter-arguments, ultimately bowing their heads in dismay. Sometimes, once a matter has reached a conclusion, one may perceive discrepancies upon reflection, such as when they were ensnared by the 5th-level zombie, Luo Yexing. Du Mingyu not only refrained from assisting but instead fled into a hole in the wall. It could be said that he was merely concerned for his friend, who had transformed into a zombie and no longer recognized him. One might say that his intention in entering was to seize the opportunity to eliminate the 3rd-level zombie and acquire the crystal. Once the 3rd-level zombie is vanquished, judging by the reactions of Luo Yexing and the 5th-level zombie, they would undoubtedly pursue retribution, exerting every ounce of their strength. If not for the unexpected arrival of Bianbian, given the capabilities of the Nightwind team, the likelihood of successfully defeating the 5th-level zombie and Luo Yexing through mutual cooperation would be exceedingly high. Furthermore, they had promised Du Mingyu to procure a 3rd-level fire crystal. And if they had not found one along the way, they could exchange the 3rd-level wind crystal they possessed for a 3rd-level fire crystal. This thought was overwhelming, leading to an acute sense of foolishness. A sudden chill washed over me. Lu Shuan rubbed her arms, which were covered in goosebumps, murmuring softly. Tang Xiai opened his arms, playfully casting a flirtatious glance her way. "Wife, come warm yourself in my embrace." "Get lost." Tang Xiai, feeling quite regretful, turned to pat Yu Shaola's shoulder. As he typically shared a closer bond with Du Mingyu, Yu Shaola clutched his ribs, feeling rather gloomy. "However, we must take him with us," Baiwen stated evenly. his tone calm. The Nightwind team does not abandon severely injured members along the way, and I cannot truly push him towards your uncle for a bite. He gazed into Bianbian's clear eyes, slightly bending down to accommodate her height. His demeanor and tone did not regard Bianbian as an ordinary child, but rather placed her on equal footing with himself. Bianbian pressed her lips together. Sensing that this seemingly wicked leader was not as malevolent as he appeared, she glanced towards Luo Yeshing for assistance, who met her gaze with encouragement. Among those present, only Bianbian could truly be considered Zhu Yuan's family, and she alone was qualified to make decisions on his behalf. However, Du Mingyu's actions were unforgivable. According to the rules of the Nightwind team, I would strip him of his abilities, Biwen added. Bianbian did not comprehend the implications of revoking his powers, but from the expression on Uncle Luo's face, she deduced that the leader of this villainous group had imposed a grave punishment upon the wicked Du then. Let us proceed as you suggest, the young girl affirmed after a moment. Thank you, Biwen extended his calloused hand. Confused, Bianbian wondered what this villainous leader was thanking her for. She understood the gesture of a handshake, having observed her grandfather and other uncles greet one another with such a sign of camaraderie, but she had never experienced it herself. The large hand and the small one clasped together, though in truth, it was Bianbian's tiny hand grasping Biwen's index finger. I am Biwen, he declared. And in the next moment, he uttered a statement that left all present in stunned silence. Bianbian, I wish to challenge you. Captain, Yu Xiaolo exclaimed. Dumbfounded and at a loss for words, the gloom brought on by Du Mingyu's true nature dissipating in an instant. After all, that was a little girl. Lu Xiuan, Captain. This may not be appropriate. Teng Xi. Captain, perhaps we should withdraw? The three team members seemed taken aback, each attempting to dissuade Biwen from his inclination with their words. The challenge among those endowed with extraordinary abilities is a common means of honing one's skills. Those seasoned in the art understand that combat is the most expedient method to enhance one's prowess, unrivaled in its effectiveness. Many practitioners, in their quest for strength or to surmount their limitations, opt for the path of battle. As for the nature of these confrontations, they vary widely. Some, like Luo Yeshing, specifically seek out formidable zombies to engage in combat. If victorious, they reap crystal rewards, and if not, they retreat. Others, such as Biwen, extend invitations to fellow practitioners for duels, cloaked under the guise of friendly sparring, where both parties engage in a respectful exchange of skill. Despite his youth and dual abilities, Biwen aspires to elevate both powers to an equal level, acknowledging that such ambition demands commensurate diligence and sacrifice. He disregards the chatter of his companions, his unwavering gaze fixed intently on Bianbian, his expression imbued with earnestness. The challenge he proposes is sincere, devoid of jest. Luo Yeshing's eyelids twitched in disbelief as he discreetly pulled Bianbian behind him, remarking, Captain Bai, are you truly challenging a 5-year-old girl? Is that not a tad excessive? Biwen shook his head, asserting, though Bianbian is but a child, her strength is formidable. I suspect she is of her rank, and her abilities conveniently counteract mine. To let such a talent slip by would be a grave misfortune. Luo Yeshing retorted, are you blind? Our Bianbian hardly resembles a master. Moreover, where do you discern that her powers are effective against you? Yet, Bianbian remained oblivious to the concept of challenges. Big bad leader, are you going to fight me? She inquired with a look of confusion. The appellation of chief villain elicited a fleeting alteration in Biwen's countenance, so subtle as to be nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, the other members of Nightwind could scarcely suppress their mirth, their countenances contorted in a strenuous effort to maintain composure. Nay, Biwen demurred, as if only then acknowledging Bianbian's tender age of 5 and the divergence of her cognitive processes from those of an adult. He massaged his temples, seemingly deliberating on the most felicitous manner of elucidating the concept of a challenge to the young girl. Unbeknownst to all, Luo Yeshin's expression underwent a momentary rigidity. An infinitesimal force was inscribing upon his back. In a fleeting instant, he comprehended. Bianbian's father was communicating through tactile inscription. He had momentarily forgotten the presence of an invisible entity. The sensation was profoundly eerie, dissimilar to the touch of human digits upon his back. Moreover, the realization that Nong Jusi was in close proximity sent a palpable wave of unease through Luo Yeshing, causing the hairs on the nape of his neck to bristle. Nong Jusi. After an indeterminate interval, which seemed both protracted and ephemeral, Luo Yeshing discerned the message his father was conveying. Concede to him. What? Luo Yeshing's obsidian pupils reflected bewilderment, which rapidly dissipated as comprehension dawned. He apprehended his father's intent, to have Bianbian acquiesce to Baiwen's challenge. Swallowing with a parched throat, Luo Yexing managed a strained smile amidst a sheen of perspiration. Bianbian acceded to Captain Bai's request. Bianbian nibbled at her small finger. But she is no match for the chief villain. Chapter 58. The scene was rather ludicrous, or rather, if an observer were to quietly watch, they would undoubtedly be left in utter confusion. On the ground lay a bloodied figure, appearing as though it had 1 foot already in the grave, yet astonishingly, no one paid any heed, leaving it to its own devices. Not far off stood 2 zombies, silent and unaggressive, their demeanor almost endearing. In front of them stood a diminutive silhouette, currently being challenged by a powerful ability user of no less than mid-tier A rank. It was akin to an elephant confronting an ant. At this moment, the other members of the Nightwind team wished fervently that they could sprout additional arms to whisk their leader away. Even though the young girl was indeed an A-rank ability user, her size made it appear as if their captain were bullying a child. Yet, the flicker of shame rising within the team dissipated when the girl nodded in agreement to the challenge, prompting them to cover their faces in disbelief as they looked at Luo Yexing, their foreheads adorned with a row of question marks. Regardless of the nature of the relationship between Luo Yexing and Bianbian, his earlier reaction suggested he cared deeply for the girl. Strangely, he not only refrained from intervening, but even encouraged Bianbian to accept the challenge. What could be the reason for this? Was it confidence in her abilities? It is essential to recognize that combat prowess and actual fighting experience are 2 entirely different matters. Some individuals may possess formidable powers yet lack practical combat experience, leaving them vulnerable even against those weaker than themselves, often unaware of how they met their demise. It is akin to a giant possessing immense strength, with no one daring to confront him directly. However, with a slight application of wit, one could exploit the giant's weaknesses, making his defeat far from insurmountable. Translating and refining the provided text, if we were to draw a comparison, it is evident that if the little girl possesses formidable abilities but lacks substantial combat experience, she pales in comparison to Baiwen, who has survived through years of warfare. The disparity in their combat experience is unmistakable. How much can a child truly know of battle? It is impossible for anyone to flee with the captain. All must retreat, creating space for the challenge ahead. Even the elderly zombies drag the 3rd-level zombies backward, seemingly reassured that their most cherished possession will remain unharmed. The collective focus of the crowd is on Bianbian and Baiwen, leaving the 2 zombies unnoticed. With her large, innocent eyes fixed on the notorious leader of the villains, Bianbian tightens her grip on the little bear in her arms. Her lips press together at the thought of confronting him. Indeed, Bianbian's understanding of a challenge equates to fighting. Interestingly, she has engaged in combat before. It was when she was merely 3 years old, living in a small base with her grandfather for a fleeting month, before it succumbed to a horde of zombies. Among the survivors, Bianbian was the youngest, accompanied only by a boy of about 7, whose parents were both endowed with abilities, thus ensuring his survival. In that base, there were only 2 children. The boy, curious about the little girl, frequently sought her out. Even within the confines of the base, her grandfather always kept her close, never entrusting her to others. However, when the boy approached Bianbian for play, her grandfather did not object. Rather, he encouraged her to forge a friendship with the young lad. In the midst of a post-apocalyptic world, a 7-year-old boy, having endured 3 years of hardship alongside his parents, exhibits an air of maturity akin to that of a young adult. He is notably protective of his little sister, often sharing his saved snacks with her, coaxing her to affectionately refer to him as brother. Occasionally, when their grandfather is unaware, the young boy playfully leads his sister away, though it is more akin to a clandestine excursion to the courtyard below, where he skillfully scales trees to showcase his climbing prowess. Once perched atop the branches, he is met with his sister's adoring gaze and her sweet, childlike voice exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing." However, one day, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Within the base, a group of teenagers, emboldened by the respect afforded to them due to their grandfather's formidable reputation, sought to ingratiate themselves with the little girl. They saw an opportunity when the boy led his sister downstairs and swiftly approached, eager to invite her to play. Unfamiliar with them and having been taught by her grandfather that not everyone could be trusted, she firmly replied, "I already have a brother." The teenagers, sensing her reluctance, felt slighted, as if she viewed them as adversaries to be avoided. In a misguided attempt to assert themselves, one of the boys pushed the young brother aside with more force than intended, causing him to stumble and fall, striking his head in the process. Witnessing her brother's distress, The little girl puffed up her cheeks in indignation, shouting her disapproval of their bullying while charging towards the offending boy. The outcome did not result in the boy being knocked down. Rather, he stumbled and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, yet resolutely refraining from tears. However, tears were already welling in his eyes. The other boys were momentarily taken aback. Before even embarking on their playful escapades, he had already been reduced to tears. And should the adults catch wind of this, their protest would be in vain. Upon witnessing his friend fall, the young boy immediately assumed it was the fault of the others. Without a second thought, he scrambled to his feet, fist clenched, and lunged at the boys. In solidarity, the loyal friend quickly got up to join the fray, eager to assist his brother. Thus, a scuffle ensued. In the aftermath, neither the young boy nor his friend sustained any injuries. On the contrary, several of the other boys bore the marks of bites on their hands and legs courtesy of the loyal friend. Their grandfather earnestly admonished them, emphasizing that one should not engage in brawls indiscriminately. The friend nodded obediently, all the while secretly reasoning, this was not a fight, she was merely aiding her brother. 2 years later, faced with adversaries who were taller and stronger, the girl was at a loss for how to proceed. Were it not for the comforting presence of her teddy bear, which provided her with a modicum of courage, she might have wished to retreat behind her grandfather. She felt utterly outmatched. Why had Uncle Luo insisted she agree to this? The little girl was thoroughly distressed. Just then, she felt a hand clasping hers. In the next moment, her eyes transformed into delightful crescents as she realized she had forgotten about her father's presence. Bianbian, I'm about to begin, he announced. Confronted with a challenger no older than 5, her father approached with utmost seriousness, and without holding back, a swirling mass of water materialized, enveloping the petite figure of Bianbian. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yexing's eyelids fluttered, recalling the peril he had just encountered with the water mass. Once ensnared by that aquatic entity, one is subjected to an overwhelming hydrostatic pressure akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean, accompanied by a sense of suffocation. In such dire circumstances, the instinctual response is to seek oxygen, leaving little room for other thoughts. Though he was acutely aware that his father would not stand idly by while Bianbian was in danger, the sight of her enveloped by the water mass compelled Luo Yexing to involuntarily raise his hand. His apprehension, it seemed, was unfounded. With a gentle sound reminiscent of a balloon being punctured, the water mass dissipated into a cascade, drenching the ground beneath. When he turned to observe Bianbian, he noted that her demeanor remained unchanged. Her expression was still one of delight, her eyes crescent-shaped in a smile, and not a drop of water adorned her face. This indicated that the water mass had not touched her at all. The Nightwind team members gasped in astonishment as the ground beneath Bianbian began to tremble violently, splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm. Peering into the abyss, one could discern tumultuous, deep ocean waves churning within. As if an invisible maw lay in wait for its prey, Luo Yexing's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he realized, from this vantage point, that Biwen's formidable strength stemmed not solely from his water abilities, but also from his mastery of earth powers. He was, astonishingly, a dual elemental adept. It seemed that Bianbian was left with no option but to be thrust into the fissure, where she would be swallowed by the waves, vanishing without a trace. It remained uncertain whether Biwen's technique was a synthesis of both elemental powers, ingeniously intertwined with the terrain to create such a phenomenon. Had he employed this tactic against Grandpa earlier? Alas, no one witnessed the events that transpired. Biwen, the instigator of this maneuver, abruptly expectorated a mouthful of blood. His once erect posture wilted, as if enduring an insufferable agony. His exposed skin flushed crimson, the veins in his neck and temples bulged ominously. Finally, with a resounding thud, his right knee impacted the ground, fracturing the unyielding concrete slab. Across from him, Bianbian delicately shifted her petite leg to the side. The fissure that had rent the ground beneath her feet mended instantaneously, as if the preceding anomaly were a mere figment of collective imagination. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the ground had been forcibly sutured by an immense power. The Nightwind operatives exchanged bewildered glances, each mirroring the other's dumbfounded expression. Luo Yexing surreptitiously exhaled a sigh of relief. Biwen swayed momentarily, then, with a Herculean effort, straightened himself. His complexion was ashen, the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth a stark contrast. Yet, at that moment, his unwavering gaze ignited with an incandescent fervor. "Are you all right, Mr. Villain?" In the midst of the unsettling silence, the tender voice of a child sounded almost jarring. Of course, this was merely the perception of the Nightwind members, whose gazes towards the little girl had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Yushala even recoiled, clutching his ribs. Given the captain's prowess, he could contend with even an upper-tier A-level combatant. For the captain to be vanquished so swiftly, just how formidable is this little girl? I am unharmed. Bianwen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a swift motion, his gaze fixed intently on Bianbian. After a moment, he spoke with unwavering conviction. You are an S-class. Bianbian was bewildered. Although she had gleaned some knowledge of extraordinary abilities from her grandfather, she was not well versed in their classifications. From Bianwen's demeanor and expression, it was evident that this formidable leader was implying her exceptional prowess. Immersed in the chaos of battle, Bianbian remained oblivious to much of what transpired around her. The scenes she perceived were shrouded in a haze until her father led her a step forward, allowing her to refocus her vision, only to behold the nefarious leader kneeling on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. If the villain acknowledged her strength, it implied her father's prowess as well. Bianbian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded vigorously, her small face radiating a sense of pride and triumph. So, her father was indeed extraordinary. The members of the Nightwind team gasped in astonishment. An S-class extraordinary individual? There were only two in all of Northern G. Even if they were reluctant to accept that a young girl could possess such formidable powers, the evidence lay starkly before the Nightwind team. Especially as even the captain had conceded to this truth. The onlookers could only close their mouths, stealing glances at Bianbian with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Villain leader, I have defeated you. May I take my leave now? The weight of Bianbian's words now carried far more significance than before. After a while, Tang Xiai drove the car over, and Bianwen addressed Luo Yexing, saying, the challenge was initiated by me, and Bianbian accepted. I have lost. I possess some firearms and supplies. You may choose between weapons or resources. With that, he gestured for Tang Xiai to open the trunk. Luo Yexing could only exclaim, damn, this is extravagant. The rear compartment was filled with over a dozen boxes of food, ham sausages, canned meat, instant noodles, biscuits, and an assortment of beverages, including beer. Although the overall quantity was modest, the variety was quite impressive. When the other party offered to deliver goods, Luo Yexing did not hesitate. The weapons they brought were of little use. He pointed to one box of canned meat and simply requested, I'll take this one. Tang Xiai murmured, you really know how to pick the good stuff. He swiftly lifted a heavy box of canned meat down from the vehicle and glanced at Bianbian, who, due to her shorter stature, could not clearly see the interior of the compartment. Yet, unable to suppress her curiosity, she pretended to be indifferent while tiptoeing to peek inside. Her little demeanor was quite adorable. Tang Xiai couldn't help but smile, thinking that even the most formidable figures were merely 5 years old at heart. Taking the initiative, he also grabbed a can of fruit juice and handed it to Luo Yexing. The atmosphere between them was unusually harmonious. Some food processing plants at the base had already resumed operations. Bianwen seemed to discern something from Luo Yexing's expression. After a moment of contemplation, he said, with your and Bianbian's abilities, you will undoubtedly receive attention at the base. Luo Yexing mused that it was likely Bianbian's S-class abilities that would attract such focus. However, upon reaching the base, these two family members would not be able to accompany them, Bianwen added. Thank you, we will consider that. It was time to leave. And the group hurriedly got into the vehicle, lifting the unconscious Du Mingyu aboard as well. As they were about to depart, Bianwen pressed the window down. His gaze fixed on Bianbian, although his words were directed at Luo Yexing. Regarding Bianbian's ability level, no one else will know besides us. Was this an intention to keep it confidential? Luo Yexing raised an eyebrow, watching the armored vehicle disappear into the swirling dust. He instinctively glanced at Bianbian, who should be standing beside him. He had encouraged Bianbian to accept Bianwen's challenge, secretly hoping to lead the members of the Nightwind team to believe that Bianbian possessed terrifying S-level power. Wasn't it his intention for the Nightwind team to spread word of her abilities? If an S-level powerhouse were to take residence here, who, unless summoned by the base's leader, would dare to recklessly venture into this territory? However, Bianwen's earlier remarks seemed to intend to conceal Bianbian's existence, which would contradict his father's plan. Adults? After pondering this, Luo Yexing resolved to seek clarification on their true intentions. After all, he was merely a caretaker and should await the decree before taking further action. Uncle Luo, father has already left. Bianbian raised her small hand, recalling how her father had firmly squeezed her wrist, signaling his departure. Luo Yexing opened his mouth but decided against it. The senior had his own arrangements. He opened a can of juice for Bianbian, then glanced at the box of mixed meat cans, all dated recently. The largest base in the north certainly lived up to its reputation. Even the food alone was enough to entice him. Bianbian, It seems we truly must set off to the base, he said. Bianbian took a sip of the fizzy juice, her little face scrunching up in delight at the taste, before she remarked, "But what about Grandpa and Uncle Zhu Yuan? We can't just leave them behind." Her words were resolute. Luo Yexing couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed the greatest dilemma they faced in their journey to the base. In the armored vehicle, Yu Xiaola's ribs had been mended, and he leaned against his seat, while the barely conscious Du Mingyu lay in the middle of the cabin, his wounds having been superficially treated. "Captain, are we truly going to nullify Du Mingyu's abilities?" Lu Shiwan pondered with a heavy heart. If that were the case, he would likely not survive. Baiwen, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, inquired, "Aside from Bianbian and Luo Yexing, have you discovered anyone else?" The group paused momentarily before comprehending the captain's question. "There shouldn't be anyone else," Yu Xiaola strained his mind. "It's just the two of them alive." "Captain, do you suspect there were others present at that time?" Lu Shiwan recognized that the captain would not pose such a question without reason and delved deeper. "Captain, do you suspect that Bianbian is not the true S-class, and that the genuine S-class is someone else, lurking in the shadows and using Bianbian to accept your challenge?" "What?" Yu Xiaola and Tang Xi instinctively straightened their bodies. "Indeed," Baiwen nodded. "I always thought it impossible for a little girl to be S-class," Yu Xiaola murmured. "Even if she had awakened her abilities at birth, she could not have ascended to S-class in such a brief span." Tang Xi offered her perspective. "However, if another individual exists, a fully fledged S-class powerhouse, why do they not reveal themselves, instead opting to engage through Bianbian?" "Exactly, Captain. This matter is indeed perplexing," Lu Shiwan continued. "Furthermore, even if it is an S-class behemoth, how could they conceal their aura during the confrontation without us noticing, from beginning to end?" They believed that it was Bianbian who had taken action, completely unaware of the presence of another individual. The group widened their eyes as they gazed at Baiwen, while Tang Xi, driving the car, glanced back through the rearview mirror. "This is merely my conjecture," Baiwen mused, falling silent for a few seconds before furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. "During the confrontation, I sensed that the opponent was warning me, urging me to be more perceptive, though it could also be my misinterpretation." The others understood at last, finally grasping why the captain was so accommodating and why he chose to conceal the existence of an S-class ability user in Gene Xian community. Yu Xiaola slowly ventured, "Do you think it's possible that the S-class is a concealed zombie?" Upon uttering these words, he noticed the looks directed at him were akin to those reserved for a fool, prompting him to awkwardly clarify, "I was merely speculating." At that moment, a pained groan escaped Shanine, followed by a series of hoarse coughs. Du Mingyu, lying in the middle of the vehicle, began to convulse as he gradually opened his eyes. Having procured a box of canned meat, Luo Yexing prepared a large pot of meat porridge in the kitchen. Once the porridge was ready, Bianbian served a generous bowl, using Zhu Yuan's designated bowl, stating, "Uncle Zhu Yuan was injured today and has avenged himself. He needs to eat more." The third-level zombie clumsily held its bowl, awkwardly wielding a spoon, unfazed by the heat, devouring the porridge messily. In contrast to the third-level zombie's crude manner of eating, Grandfather displayed a more refined demeanor at the table, utilizing utensils with greater finesse than before. Bianbian distributed a bottle of canned beverage to each person. There are 6 cans in total. She had previously consumed one, leaving 5 remaining. During mealtime, she hesitated to drink again, so aside from the empty space before her, everyone else had a can in front of them. Soon, Grandfather extended his pale, slender fingers and pushed his can to the edge of the table, emitting a low murmur. Observing this, the third-level zombie mimicked the action, pushing its own can forward. Then, the 2 zombies simultaneously turned their heads, their ashen, cold eyes fixated on Luo Yexing. Just as he popped the tab and prepared to take a sip, Luo Yexing was interrupted. Chapter 60, "What are you doing? Just lie still." The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Mu Xingji in a pristine white coat, squinting at the furtive figure of Xiao Jin, who was attempting to conceal something upon his entrance. It seemed that His Highness, the 7th Prince, had recently encountered a streak of misfortune. First, there were issues in his business that required his personal attention, necessitating a departure from Capital Star. Consequently, he set out with a contingent of people, only to encounter a band of space pirates along the way, who immediately attacked without hesitation. Xiao Jin was aboard a small mech, chosen for its understated design and comfort, ideally suited for sightseeing. However, in the face of a professional and seasoned band of space pirates, this mech proved to be somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, despite its small size, It was constructed from the finest materials. The cost of the materials alone could have produced 2 military-grade battle suits. These factors contributed significantly to Xiao Jin's ability to escape unscathed. The space pirates likely did not anticipate that a small mech could withstand such punishment, nor that reinforcements would arrive so swiftly. Initially, there was nothing amiss. However, the calamity arose post-rescue when the mech, while safeguarding Xiao Jin, sustained damage and depleted its energy. Consequently, Xiao Jin was compelled to transfer to the rescue team's mech, only to be assassinated shortly thereafter. The assailants' movements were alarmingly swift. By the time Korf, who had been closely guarding Xiao Jin, discerned the threat, it was far too late. Even though the Blood Clan is renowned for their speed, they could barely manage to tackle Xiao Jin before the bullet struck him in a fatal area, penetrating through to his lower abdomen. Korf sensed something was amiss. The rescue team comprised royal guards, steadfastly loyal, so the sudden assassination was perplexing. It was imperative to apprehend the assassin for interrogation. However, the would-be killer, realizing the failure of the attack, resolutely chose to end their own life, having ingested a novel neurotoxin that rendered any chance of revival utterly impossible. Xiao Jin suffered grievously. As the bullet traversed his body, it unleashed the very neurotoxin that the assassin had consumed. While the penetrating wound could be swiftly repaired within the medical pod, the neurotoxin was beyond the healing capabilities of the mech's medical apparatus. Faced with the imminent peril to Xiao Jin's life, Korf suddenly recalled that Xiao Jin possessed a mermaid pearl, a rather rare and precious item. The merfolk change their scales every century, and in the process, they also exchange a pearl. This pearl is fiercely guarded by the merfolk, akin to a cherished personal belonging, never shared with others. Moreover, the pearl has the remarkable ability to counteract various toxins. When Xiao Jin and his brothers were born, Mu Xingji gifted each of them one. In his childhood, Xiao Jin, eager to test the pearl's capabilities, administered a sedative to himself, only to find the pearl utterly ineffective. This experience led him to dismiss the pearl's value, believing it to be a mere ruse concocted by Mu Xingji for amusement, and he continued to treat the pearl as nothing more than a plaything. Fortunately, although Xiao Jin treated the Jiaozhu as a mere marble, it was ultimately a gift from Mu Xingji. He later embedded the gem into a belt buckle that he particularly favored. On this journey, Xiao Jin happened to wear that very belt. With trembling hands, Ko'erfu unfastened Xiao Jin's belt, removed the Jiaozhu, and pressed it into Xiao Jin's wound, barely preserving his life. At that moment, Xiao Jin's heart had ceased to beat. Consequently, they hurriedly transported him to Mu Xingji at the utmost speed. The news of the attempted assassination of the 7th prince incensed the emperor, who commanded a thorough investigation to uncover who had sought to harm Xiao Jin. This incident stirred considerable commotion on the Star Network. However, even after a week of lying in the medical pod, Xiao Jin awoke without any leads on the identity of his assailant. The assassin, who had taken his own life, was a ghost, with no records on the Star Network, having infiltrated the rescue team. Upon awakening, Xiao Jin was placed in a hospital room at Mu Xingji's request, as he deemed it safer for Xiao Jin to reside there until he fully recovered. During his hospitalization, Mu Xingji confiscated all of Xiao Jin's electronic devices, including his light brain, citing that such equipment would stimulate his nervous system. Whether you can be discharged is at my discretion, Mu Xingji remarked, indifferent to Xiao Jin's futile struggles each day, extending his hand to take them away. What? Don't make me lift the mattress. The 7th prince silently cursed under his breath, extracted his light brain, and expressionlessly tossed it over. Mu Xingji caught it and gently tapped on the activator. This is an anonymous, new light brain, easily discernible as the clever handiwork of the intelligent caretaker who delivers nutritious meals punctually every day. Only artificial intelligence would dare such a feat. The light brain bore but a single icon, and upon a cursory glance, Mu Xingji noticed it was an image of a young girl. Her eyes crinkled in a cheerful smile. I was unaware that you held an interest in such trivial games. Mu Xingji cast a couple more glances, but amidst the palpable tension radiating from Xiao Jin, he refrained from engaging with the game. Instead, he deftly flipped the light brain into the pocket of his white coat. Confiscated. This marked the 5th light brain Mu Xingji had seized during Xiao Jin's prolonged hospital stay. On the previous 4 occasions, Xiao Jin had managed to delete the game icons in time. This time, he had not. With nothing but boredom to contend with, Mu Xingji opted to peruse a book. He opened the adjacent cabinet, filled to the brim with selections. I have other patients to attend to, Mu Xingji remarked, hands tucked into his pockets, a faint smile gracing his lips. The queen will visit you later. Shall I inform her? Very well. With that, Mu Xingji exited the ward, closing the door behind him. and addressed the regal woman standing at the threshold with a hint of resignation. "Your Majesty, you have heard Shao Qi's words. He is still recovering from his injuries and is rather temperamental at present. I hope you will not take offense." A genuine affection adorned the queen's exquisite features as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. "How could I ever bear to blame him? Poor Shao Qi has endured much this time. Please convey to him that his mother will visit again soon." After casting a lingering glance at the ward door, she departed the hospital, surrounded by a throng of attendants, her presence grand and commanding. In the hospital room, Xiao Jin turned over, and the icy expression on his face shifted. Stealthily, he got out of bed and approached the door, confirming that Mu Xingji had already departed. It felt as if a ghost lingered. He muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was referring to Mu Xingji or the Empress. The assassination attempt on the seventh prince had stirred considerable commotion, with numerous visitors arriving to offer their condolences, all of whom were deftly intercepted by Mu Xingji, who displayed a keen sense of awareness. Only the Empress came daily, showcasing a deep maternal affection. She had her own narrative to present to the Emperor. "I understand that the seventh prince harbors a dislike for me. Yet given the peril he faced this time, nearly losing his life, I cannot help but feel a profound sorrow. If sister were aware, she would certainly wish for me to substitute her in showering affection upon the seventh prince." Xiao Jin pressed a button on the bed, and with a series of clicks, it transformed, creating a depression in the center that concealed a storage compartment. The seventh prince deftly crawled inside and retrieved a new anonymous light brain. How absurd. Knowing full well that Mu Xingji would confiscate electronic devices, he had prudently prepared several. He had even instructed the intelligent steward to procure a box of anonymous light brains. Ample supply. This time, having sustained significant injuries, the electronic devices indeed affected his nerves. Prolonged gaming left him feeling unwell. Nevertheless, it was only through gaming that he could find relaxation, humming a little tune. The first action of Xiao Jin upon logging in was to poke at Luo Yexing a few times, then tug at him, causing the latter to stumble several times. Thus, he found the other party far more pleasing to the eye. From the screen of the light brain, Xiao Jin could not discern the wind chimes hanging on the wall. He had recently been perplexed, feeling that his rapport was increasing at a slower pace than before. Previously, the sudden surge in affection left him perplexed. Now, the growth was slow and still devoid of any discernible pattern. Inquiring with the system, he found it shifting the blame onto his precious daughter. Xiao Jin felt that the wretched system was deliberately targeting him. On the screen, his beloved daughter sat on the balcony, her head bowed, while Luo Yexing gently washed her hair. In the distance, two zombies were also engaged in the peculiar task of washing their heads, each with a bucket before them. Xiao Jin recalled that he had unlocked a new category of food today. Just as he was preparing to contemplate some culinary delights, he was interrupted by the arrival of Mu Xingji. He accessed the marketplace, surprised by the 4 icons that had been unveiled. Fruits and vegetables. Excellent farmers can cultivate them in a remarkably short time. Fertile soil. When paired with fruits and vegetables, the growth is quite promising. Fat piglet. Can weigh up to 300 pounds. Its meat is tender, but it requires a substantial amount of feed to fatten it up. Pig feed. The favorite of fat piglet. This time, the icons lacked the limitation of a single purchase per day. Yet the prices had increased several-fold compared to before. However, the seventh prince was left with little more than money, rendering this expenditure negligible in his eyes. Weighing the various factors, Xiao Jin decided to invest in 2 packs of seeds, several bags of soil, and 2 fat piglets, purchasing additional pig feed as well. After deducting the costs, the screen displayed 2 plump little piglets appearing in the living room. Uncle Luo, what's the matter?" The small figure with her head wrapped in a cloth heard nothing. Luo Yexing furrowed his brow, while the distant zombies continued their rhythmic washing, oblivious to the sounds within the house. A sound emanated from the house. Luo Yexing set aside the towel and cautiously approached the door while cradling the edge. In the next moment, a small, rosy creature dashed forward, prompting Luo Yexing to instinctively deliver a kick, sending the little being flying across the room. "Uncle Luo, what is that?" Bianbian inquired with curiosity. Luo Yexing's eyelids twitched violently. If he was not mistaken, that was a piglet. How could there be an additional piglet in the house? No, wait. The companion piglet, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, hurried from the living room, grunting as it made its way to the kitchen, incessantly nudging its fallen friend with its snout. Remarkably, the piglet that had been kicked was resilient. Not only had it survived the blow, but it also bore no injuries. After a few nudges from its companion, it sprang back to its feet, full of vigor. The 2 piglets engaged in playful nudging for a while before they trotted over, raising their glistening little eyes to gaze at Bianbian. Indeed, they focused solely on her, completely disregarding Luo Yexing. Luo Yexing was taken aback. Bianbian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly slid off Luo Yexing's lap. Aside from chickens, fish, and mice, she had never encountered other living, normal animals in her life. Crouching down, she cautiously poked the heads of the two piglets, which seemed to trigger a delightful response. They eagerly tumbled over her, displaying an exuberant warmth. Luo Yexing stepped over the trio of Bianbian and the piglets, making his way to the living room. Indeed, he found several large bags of pig feet scattered about. Moreover, he lifted 2 packets of seeds from the table, and upon closer inspection, his breath quickened. Surprisingly, it is the seeds of fruits and vegetables, accompanied by soil. Master, Luo Yexing inhaled deeply, placing down the seeds. Do you mean we need not venture to the base with Bianbian, and may continue to remain here? Otherwise, what purpose do the seeds and pigs serve? With the seeds, once they germinate, a source of sustenance will be established, along with meat. Indeed, there is no necessity for them to go to the base. Xiao Jin inquired with the system about the genders of the 2 pigs. The system replied, both are male. What? Looking again at the 2 pigs nuzzling against their precious daughter, Xiao Jin darkened his expression, changed their genders to female. System, you are insane. Chapter 61. An unexpected encounter unfolded as a group of survivors passed by, numbering around 20, with 3 vehicles in tow, appearing weary and worn from their prolonged journey. This city, it seems, is devoid of zombies. Among the convoy, a young boy peered through binoculars, subsequently expressing astonishment. It is common knowledge that cities are typically teeming with zombies. One could easily spot a few lurking in any corner, some even concealing themselves to ambush passersby. Yet, if there were zombies nearby, the sounds emanating from their convoy would have surely attracted them long ago. How peculiar. Strange occurrences often herald the presence of the extraordinary. The speaker was a woman with short hair, clad in a tank top and combat pants, her exposed muscles radiating a restrained strength. She was the sole female ability user within the convoy, known as Xia Luzhu. Among the team, there were only 3 ability users, the remainder were survivors. All rescued by her, while the other 2 ability users joined them subsequently. The destination of the group is Beiji. For those with abilities, reaching Beiji is not particularly arduous. However, escorting a multitude of ordinary individuals renders the journey far from effortless. Initially, their party comprised over 50 members, but now only 20 remain. Is it possible that there are advanced zombies? Through the walkie-talkie, the ability user Tian Shu from the second vehicle proposed, should we take a detour? The detour is too distant, replied Chun Xuanfei, another ability user in the remaining vehicle. Our diesel is insufficient for a detour. We must locate diesel within this city. Let us just take a look, said Xia Luzhu, taking a sip of water to replenish himself. I do not sense the presence of advanced zombies. Everyone, stay vigilant. The convoy proceeded cautiously, relying on their map to locate a gas station. However, after searching several stations in succession, it became evident that each one was devoid of fuel. Having wandered for over a month, the group was relieved to finally encounter a city, and with the absence of zombies. They unanimously agreed that it would be prudent to find a place to rest, preferably a bed. The survivors gazed longingly at the ability users. Observing the weary expressions of his companions, Xia Luzhu pondered briefly before suggesting, let us find a place to stay for the night. After a thorough search, they discovered a relatively clean inn. Leading the way, Xia Luzhu guided a few capable men among the ordinary folk into the inn to investigate. To their surprise, aside from the solidified black bloodstains on the floor and walls indicating that something had transpired there, not a single zombie was present. Sister Xia, there is water. None of the 3 ability users in the convoy possessed water-related powers, signifying a severe scarcity of water for the group, as the cities they had previously traversed were nearly devoid of water sources. To everyone's astonishment, water flowed from the taps in the city, a discovery that sent them leaping with joy. After confirming safety, they hurried into the hotel in groups, eager to bathe. Xia Luzhu instructed Tian and Qin to stay behind and watch over the survivors. I will take a stroll around and see if I can encounter any more survivors. I'll accompany you, Qin Xuanfei offered. There's no need, Xia Luzhu replied with a smile. It's more convenient for me to go alone. This was indeed the truth. Xia Luzhu was a B-class upper-tier ability user, while Qin Xuanfei and Tian Shu were both C-class. In fact, if it weren't for Xia Luzhu's B-class prowess, safeguarding so many survivors on their journey to the northern base would have been a formidable challenge. Xia Luzhu drove away, a rare user of spatial abilities. As the name suggests, those awakened with spatial powers possess a unique realm within them, which varies in capacity according to the strength of their abilities. allowing them to store numerous items. In the post-apocalyptic world, if abilities were categorized by their worth, spatial abilities would undoubtedly be the most coveted. However, they came with a significant vulnerability. Beyond the capacity to store resources, they lacked offensive capabilities. This rendered spatial users as mere repositories, often coveted yet stripped of their rights. Furthermore, they frequently became prime targets for elimination. If a spatial ability user were killed, all the stored resources would burst forth upon the owner's demise, akin to how valuable materials drop when a boss is defeated in a game. Xia Luzhu is distinct from others of her kind. She harbors a profound dissatisfaction with her ability, which has thus far only permitted her to store objects. Exhausting every effort to enhance her powers, she eventually ascended to level B, where she finally discovered an alternative development for her spatial abilities, allowing her to execute brief, instantaneous relocations and unleash elusive spatial blades that could catch any adversary off guard. These two formidable skills empower her to evade perilous situations with relative ease. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a residual glow reminiscent of an aging maiden adorned in vibrant makeup, striving to radiate her most resplendent aura, Xia Luzhu wiped the perspiration from her brow. The oppressive heat would only relent once the sun vanished completely, leaving no trace of its brilliance. Besides searching for survivors, she sought to explore her surroundings. Xia Luzhu did not make a concerted effort to conceal her movements. However, as she traversed the area, she encountered not a single zombie or corpse beast, where had the undead and monstrosities of an entire city vanished. Passing by a shopping mall, Xia Luzhu decided to park and venture inside. The top floor housed a supermarket, and she intended to scour it for any remaining supplies. Upon reaching the uppermost level, she had taken but a few steps when she abruptly halted, her gaze sharpening with vigilance. Before her stood another person. The entrance to the supermarket was in disarray. A faux tree leaning in a corner, adorned with an assortment of trinkets and toys. On the ground lay a sign that read, "Please do not touch." The individual stood before the faux tree, clad in clean, long garments, their posture tall and elegant. Surprised to encounter a survivor so soon, Xia Luzhu steadied her nerves and greeted, "Hello." As if oblivious to her voice, the figure disregarded her, instead lifting his gaze toward the top of the artificial tree, where a doll hung, shrouded in dust. He appeared to contemplate retrieving the items suspended from the faux foliage, yet found himself at a loss, struggling to determine which to select. After a considerable pause, he resolved to go for the doll perched at the very apex. The tree stood over 2 meters tall, and even with an extended reach, he could not grasp it. With a resounding thud, frustration overcame him, and he kicked the tree down before stiffly bending to retrieve the doll. Xia Luzhu halted in her tracks, her eyelids fluttering nervously as she fixated on the figure, replaying his recent actions in her mind in an agonizingly slow manner. At last, he secured the doll and slowly turned his head, a grin spread across his face, seemingly one of satisfaction, yet his sharp, mutated teeth, a consequence of infection, rendered the expression menacing. The visage was unmistakably that of a zombie, with its pale, lifeless skin and devoid of emotion, its cold, gray eyes fixated on her, sending a shiver down Xia Luzhu's spine in the sweltering heat. Do zombies now aspire to mimic humans? Dressed so impeccably, the zombie bellowed at her before turning away, resuming its circuit around the fallen tree. In addition to the doll, it now coveted a sky-blue teddy bear. Xia Luzhu stood frozen in place, a blade of energy forming in her palm, yet she restrained herself from unleashing it. What was happening? The zombie had not attacked her. Her heart raced, now devoid of concern for scavenging supplies, as she remained transfixed on the creature. After the zombie picked up the teddy bear and held it in one hand while clutching a doll in the other, it appeared to have found what it desired. Content. It turned and ambled down the stairs. For reasons unknown, before Xia Luzhu could untangle her chaotic thoughts, she instinctively lifted her foot and followed. Exiting the shopping mall, the zombie walked in the opposite direction from whence she had come. Xia Luzhu retrieved her walkie-talkie, intending to alert her teammates, but the distance rendered it inoperable. On the third-floor balcony, what once could be called a balcony had transformed into a veritable farm. The expansive space had been partitioned into several areas, each teeming with rich soil and flourishing with an array of vegetables and fruits, including pumpkins, winter melons, cucumbers, green beans, eggplants, corn, strawberries, and tomatoes, all bearing abundant fruit. Remarkably, this harvest had already been reaped 3 times. The transformation of the balcony was entirely due to the seeds and soil purchased with great expense by Xiao Jink. Every seed on the balcony had been planted by Bianbian herself, while Luo Yixing merely orchestrated the layout. The seeds and soil bestowed by her father were remarkably peculiar, none of the seeds planted by Luo Yexing germinated. In contrast, those sown by Bianbian grew as if under the influence of a growth stimulant, maturing within a mere 3 days. Towards the street side, Luo Yexing had specifically instructed Bianbian to plant 2 cherry trees. These trees, nurtured by Bianbian's own hands, soared to over 10 meters in height within just 5 days. Whether a normal cherry tree could achieve such height was beyond Luo Yexing's contemplation. After all, given the extraordinary nature of the gifts from her father, nothing could surprise him any longer. The towering cherry trees often caused Luo Yexing great concern. He regretted planting them on the balcony, fearing that if their roots failed to anchor securely, they might topple and bring the balcony down with them. However, both the cherry trees and the balcony remained steadfast. Relieved, Luo Yexing fashioned a swing from ropes and suspended it between the 2 cherry trees, allowing his little girl, Bianbian, to swing joyfully. To ensure her safety and prevent her from being flung off, he reinforced the swing with a secure harness, allowing the young girl to swing as high as her heart desired without fear. Her grandfather stood behind the swing, responsible for giving her gentle pushes. Luo Yexing, wearing an apron and carrying an iron bucket after feeding the pigs upstairs, prepared to gather some vegetables for another feeding. Upon seeing Bianbian soaring on the swing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandpa, don't push her too high." Uncle Luo, along with Uncle Zhuan, was approached by a lady. "Auntie?" Luo Yexing hurried to the edge of the balcony to take a look. Since the encounter with the zombies within the confines of Gene Xian community, Xia Luzhu had sensed the oppressive presence of advanced zombies. From her perception, if there were indeed advanced zombies, they would be at most level 5. Even if she could not defeat them, she could escape using her teleportation abilities. She was curious to discover what circumstances had led the zombies to refrain from attacking her. Upon hearing the sweet, clear voice of a child, Xia Luzhu's initial reaction was disbelief, until she looked up and saw 2 trees sprouting from the balcony of the 3rd floor. Her attention wholly captured by the swing. There, seated upon it, was a little girl. The voice emanated from her. She swallowed hard, her throat parched. The zombie, resembling a 3rd-level creature, excitedly waved an object in its hand towards the edge. Then, Luo Yexing's head emerged from the balcony, his gaze locking with Xia Luzhu's. "Luo Yexing," Xia Luzhu exclaimed in disbelief. As the swing swayed, Bianbian's voice floated up. "Uncle Luo, do you know that lady?" "I do not." "Luo Yexing, get the hell out here." In the next moment, the woman's roar sent a tremor through Bianbian's small frame. "This lady is quite fierce." Chapter 62. As previously mentioned, after losing his family, Luo Yexing awakened his supernatural abilities along with a peculiar power, only to be betrayed by a friend who coveted that very gift. Consequently, he became a wanderer, forsaking life in the base to survive in the outside world. However, one cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Although Luo Yexing never actively sought out others, he was often targeted by those who noticed him struggling alone. The target of his misplaced vengeance turned out to be Xia Luzhu, leading to an unfortunate entanglement that yielded neither a pleasant process nor outcome. Ultimately, Luo Yexing quietly slipped away, leaving behind supplies as an apology. Little did he expect to encounter Xia Luzhu here, caught off guard. Luo Yexing briefly explained to Bianbian the nature of his acquaintance with the fierce lady, to which Bianbian astutely remarked, "So, Uncle Luo, did you bully that lady?" "Of course not." Luo Yexing sprang up suddenly, his expression transforming into something rather peculiar, a blend of embarrassment and frustration. It was as if he wished he had never encountered Xia Luzhu. However, Bianbian, perplexed, secretly felt that Uncle Luo was being rather evasive, a phrase she had recently learned. "Is the fierce auntie a villain?" Bianbian inquired again. Luo Yexing, devoid of much emotion, replied, "Not exactly." He then added, amidst Bianbian's puzzled expression, "She was a police officer before, someone who enjoyed protecting the vulnerable. In short, she is not a bad person." For Bianbian, since the fierce auntie was not a villain and was acquainted with Uncle Luo, she cheerfully suggested, "Then let's invite the auntie to our home." This marked Bianbian's first time inviting a guest over, and she barely waited for Uncle Luo to agree before calling for her grandfather to lift her down. Perhaps due to frequently consuming the lavish meals provided by her father, which included fruits and vegetables grown from seeds, her grandfather had gradually progressed from initially resisting close proximity to Bianbian to now being able to carefully hold her. Nevertheless, he still seemed fearful of inadvertently harming her. Unless Bianbian specifically requested a hug, he maintained a cautious distance. As she was set down from the swing, little Bianbian waved to the aunt downstairs, exclaiming, "Auntie, please wait a moment." Xia Luzhu was abruptly pulled from an indescribable surge of anger upon encountering Luo Yexing. a reaction not typical of an ordinary person. She swiftly regained her composure. The level 3 zombie had not departed. It stood still, its body now oriented towards Xia Luzhu, watching her every move. It is monitoring my actions, Xia Luzhu thought warily. She lifted her gaze to the balcony on the 3rd floor of the 5-story residential building. Only the 3rd floor boasted a protruding balcony, which made the 2 trees growing there particularly striking. Earlier, her attention had been diverted, nearly causing her to overlook other pressing matters. As she focused on the 2 trees, her pupils constricted sharply. The branches were laden with vibrant red fruits. Initially, she pondered why such tall trees had sprouted on the 3rd floor balcony. Was it a deliberate effort by real estate developers before the apocalypse? However, upon realizing that the fruits bore an uncanny resemblance to cherries, she could no longer contain her intrigue. With her keen eyesight, she peered through the balcony and noticed what appeared to be other plants growing inside. The crystalline cherries captivated Xia Luzhu entirely. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and she found herself impervious to the heat as her nostrils instinctively filtered out all other scents in the air, leaving only the sweet fragrance of the cherries. In Xia Luzhu's possession was a considerable stockpile of supplies, meticulously gathered during the early days of the apocalypse. However, the fruits she had stored during that period had long since been consumed. Occasionally wandering through the remote mountains and ancient forests, one might stumble upon a few fruits nestled amidst the thickets. However, most of the trees have withered in the bizarre climate of the apocalypse. Even when one encounters a few resilient fruit trees, the wild fruits they bear are often meager and diminutive, yielding a dry and bitter taste. Such clusters of vibrant red cherries, laden with fruit, were something Xia Luzhu had only witnessed before the world fell into chaos. She did not wait long. Within a few minutes, she spotted a little girl swinging, trailed by. Every hair on Xia Luzhu's arm stood on end. It was also a zombie. All the oppressive aura emanated from it. She had previously surmised that a 5th-level zombie lurked in the vicinity, as only the presence of such a creature could instill a sense of threat within her. Yet, she never anticipated that a 5th-level zombie would quietly follow a small girl. Recalling the movements of a 3rd-level zombie, she pondered whether the seemingly humanized behavior of these 2 advanced zombies, abstaining from attacking humans, was entirely due to the presence of the girl. As for Luo Yexing, who followed behind, Xia Luzhu swiftly dismissed him from her thoughts. If he could command the obedience of 2 advanced zombies, then pigs would surely fly. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Luzhu's focus shifted from Luo Yexing to the little girl. As the girl and the 5th-level zombie drew nearer, she instinctively held her breath. "Auntie," the girl said, "don't be afraid. Grandpa and Uncle Zhuan want tea bite." Xia Luzhu thought, so her fear was so evident? "Here," the girl said, as she dashed over, retrieving something from her small bag slung across her shoulder. Logically, Xia Luzhu should have retreated, yet for reasons unknown, her feet seemed rooted to the ground. Under the clear and bright gaze of the little girl, she extended her hand. 3 plump, rosy cherries rested in her rough palm, looking adorably endearing. "These are the cherries I grew. They are quite sweet. Auntie, do try some." The little girl, Bianbian, was filled with joy, her small bag bulging, clearly brimming with cherries. The cherry tree bore an abundance of fruit, dropping many onto the balcony or downstairs each day, often resulting in them being bruised, which pained the little girl as heart. She felt it was a waste of nature's bounty. Recently, she had learned several idioms from her father. Meanwhile, a voice within Xia Luzhu cautioned her she should not eat them. Who knew if they were poisonous? Yet, under the expectant gaze of the little girl, she popped a cherry into her mouth. Goodness, it was extraordinarily sweet. At that moment, Xia Luzhu heard the soft as the conversation grew increasingly heated. The words tumbled out. But upon catching sight of the curious and bewildered little face of Bianbian, it abruptly halted. Not only was Bianbian filled with curiosity and confusion, in the distance, a level 3 zombie stealthily approached, standing side by side with a level 5 zombie behind Bianbian. The 2 impeccably attired advanced zombies observed the bickering man and woman with keen interest, particularly the level 3 zombie, whose ash-gray eyes incessantly darted about, brimming with an insatiable desire for gossip. "Continue, don't stop." At last, it was Bianbian who shattered the silence, pointing to the pocket of Xia Luzhu's combat pants. "Auntie, something is talking in there." Xia Luzhu hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie from her pocket, which crackled with static and intermittent voices. Where? It was her teammates attempting to reach her, barely managing to penetrate the frequency of the walkie-talkie. She quickly informed Bianbian, "I have brought a group of survivors to the base, little sister. I cannot accept your belongings without offering something in return. How about we trade?" Bianbian turned to look at Luo Yexing, who nodded in agreement. Xiao Liuju's team moved with remarkable speed, and within half a minute, the clear voice of Chun Xuanfei resonated through the walkie-talkie. "Luzhu, where are you?" Luo Yexing cast a glance at her, but Xiao Luzhu refrained from directing her team to search for her. "We encountered a level 3 zombie beast." Amidst the crackling static, Xiao Luzhu discerned that something was amiss in Chun Xuanfei's tone. Tian Shu was missing. Listening closely, she could also hear faint, helpless sobs in the background. "What did you say?" Xiao Liuju's mind buzzed with confusion, leaving no room for her to contemplate trading supplies for cherries. "When I departed, I had meticulously checked and found nothing." Chun Xuanfei rasped. "It was hiding in the ventilation ducts, likely in a state of dormancy, which is why you did not detect it. We must have startled it awake." Xiao Luzhu cursed vehemently. "I led the remaining group in the direction you had taken, with Tian Shu bringing up the rear. After a while, it pursued us, having initially refrained from doing so. This was due to our entry into the territory of level 5 zombies, which naturally deterred the level 3 corpse beasts from following. Andy, please allow them to come here." The gentle words of Bianbian soothed Xiao Liuju's reddened eyes. With Grandpa present, those monsters would not dare approach, rendering the place safe. The level 3 corpse beast instantly reminded Bianbian of that terrifying encounter with the giant ant. She recalled how, with the assistance of Uncle Zhu Yuan and her father, they had managed to vanquish the creature. Moreover, Chen Xuanfei's words indicated that someone had been devoured by the monster. This brought to mind Grandpa's admonition: when one has the ability to save another, one should do so. The abundance of vegetables in their home, along with the 2 pigs they raised, created a seemingly idyllic existence that Luo Yexing preferred to keep from too many people. The wisdom of the innocent suffer for possessing treasures is understood by adults, yet Bianbian remained unaware of it. However, Luo Yexing cast another glance at Grandpa. Given Grandpa's restored mental clarity, had he disagreed with Bianbian's decision, he would have long since voiced his objection. Besides, there was the ultimate powerhouse to consider. Luo Yexing chuckled self-deprecatingly and said to Bianbian, "You are indeed correct. Please have your team come over here." "Thank you," Xiao Luzhu replied softly, quickly departing to gather her team. At that moment, the elder zombie suddenly roared twice at the 3rd-level zombie, seemingly conveying some instructions. Upon hearing this, the 3rd-level zombie vigorously shook its head, resolutely rejecting the request. Roar. The elder zombie's low growl escalated into a furious roar. The 3rd-level zombie, irritated, shoved the doll and teddy bear into Bianbian's hands before turning to flee in frustration. The elder zombie had tasked him with capturing that 3rd-level beast. Why should he be the one to do it? Why not the elder himself? All he did was issue commands. If he had the capability, he should fight for himself. Each time he became enraged, he would forget the fact that he was no match for his kind. Humph. The 3rd-level zombie turned its head, emitting a sound that rippled with an intangible resonance, hardly displaying any sign of anger. Luo Yexing observed this familiar scene, and although he did not comprehend the exchange between the 2 zombies, even a fool could discern that the irate 3rd-level zombie had been placated by Bianbian. Unbeknownst to Bianbian, after admonishing the 3rd-level zombie, she turned to the elder zombie, adopting a mature demeanor as she said, "Grandpa, please don't bully Uncle Zhuanyuan. He is being a bit foolish right now." The elder zombie took the doll and teddy bear from her arms, his expression stoic and silent. Chapter 63. Despite the 3rd-level zombie's typically rigid gait and clumsy movements, when it utilized its powers, one could hardly discern its exposed green skin from behind, making it difficult to associate it with its zombie identity. The 3rd and 4th-level zombies correspond to B-class human ability users. Logically, zombies are incapable of consuming human food. Even if ingested, they cannot absorb its energy and can only feed on flesh and blood. For instance, when Grandfather was confined within the metallic walls, a month's time rendered him emaciated. However, 2 zombies remained by Bianbian's side, feasting on the food she provided. Miraculously, their bodies were akin to humans, able to extract energy from this ordinary sustenance. This phenomenon can likely be attributed to the nourishment supplied by Father Xiao. Nevertheless, the zombies lack the comprehension of such intricacies. They simply eat what Bianbian offers. One of them has developed a fondness for that little human, although it often ponders that she must be delectable. And since it cherishes her, it should consume her to remain united eternally, it hesitates. It yearns to hide her away, preventing anyone from snatching her. Yet it is unable to contend with the rival of its kind. The 3rd-level zombie is truly tormented by these thoughts. While it sprints rapidly, its mind is filled with these peculiar musings. It is uncertain where the 3rd-level corpse beast lies. But as long as it follows the direction of that human from earlier, having caught the scent of fresh flesh and blood, it can ascertain the approximate vicinity of the third-level corpse beast. Finding it later will surely be much easier. Xia Lu Zhu is preoccupied with her convoy, utilizing teleportation for swift movement, thus entirely unaware of the third-level zombie trailing behind her. However, the third-level zombie is not slow either, and shortly after Xia Lu Zhu reunites with her convoy, it catches up. The members of the convoy, still in a state of shock, could not contain their screams upon witnessing the scene before them. They were merely ordinary survivors, initially led northward by Xia Lu Zhu towards a safe base. Having endured numerous crises, their courage had been forged through experience. However, after narrowly escaping the jaws of a monstrous creature and finally reuniting with Xia Lu Zhu, they were met with the sudden emergence of a fearsome zombie, distinctly formidable in appearance. It was akin to a flock of sheep inadvertently wandering from the jaws of a wolf straight into the den of a tiger. How could they not be terrified? Xia Lu Zhu exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing the tension in his back to ease, as he guided the remaining survivors towards the Gene Xian community, along with Tian Shu. 5 had perished. As they progressed in silence, Qin Xuanfei informed Xia Lu Zhu of their circumstances. With you and me included, only 19 remained. Xia Lu Zhu clenched his jaw tightly. Qin Xuanfei, his eyes reddened and body marked with wounds, spoke hoarsely. If I had stayed back, perhaps Tian Shu and I could have managed. It seemed as though the creature possessed a degree of self-awareness, understanding that eliminating those with abilities first would allow it to enjoy a bountiful feast in peace thereafter. The hotel, after thorough inspection, was deemed safe, and with no sign of zombies in the vicinity, the remaining 2 enhanced individuals also relaxed their guard. However, in an ambush by a third-tier corpse beast, which was equivalent to a B-class ability user, Tian Shu, a C-class upper tier, was gravely injured, his body pierced by the creature. Such a wound, even if it did not result in immediate death, would surely lead to infection and mutation. Consequently, Tian Shu fought desperately to provide the convoy with a chance to escape. You did nothing wrong. Serene, Xia Lu Zhu spoke with composure. Your presence here would only lead to demise. Her face was taut, a line of resolute determination, as if she had swallowed all her emotions into an abyss. Slowly, she articulated, ensure everyone is settled, and I shall personally slaughter that beast. Having spoken, the youthful woman turned towards a vehicle filled with anxious survivors, desperately seeking escape. They crowded onto the largest bus in the convoy. These individuals were all survivors whom Xia Lu Zhu had rescued along the way, initially numbering over 50. Their ranks had dwindled as they journeyed, with fewer survivors encountered and the convoy's numbers diminishing. Aside from herself and Qin Xuanfei, only 17 remained. Despite the lingering terror and fear in their eyes, a sense of trust and reassurance unconsciously surfaced when they beheld Xia Lu Zhu. Her presence seemed to offer a sense of stability, alleviating their fears, even if the road ahead remained arduous. When I departed, I encountered 2 survivors, one of whom is a high-level ability user I knew from before, possessing formidable strength. We are now heading to their location for a temporary respite. The place is secure, Xia Lu Zhu stated. Henceforth, heed my words carefully and commit them to memory. We are arriving as guests. Conduct yourselves accordingly. Be mindful of what is permissible and what is not. Should I discover anyone harboring malicious intent, I shall show no mercy. Rest assured, Sister Xia, the survivors replied, nodding emphatically. Many wryly mused that if even Sister Xia acknowledged their strength, why would they, in their right minds, provoke such formidable figures? Subconsciously, she felt that the fewer people who knew about this, the better, not for any other reason, but for that young girl who took the initiative to invite her to lead the convoy in pursuit as they departed from the oppressive range of 5th-level zombies. Traces of 3rd-level corpse beasts soon became apparent. On the ground lay a viscous, white substance. Upon stepping on it, he discovered that he could not lift his foot. Ultimately, he had to activate his abilities to free himself, causing the gooey mass to stretch into slender white threads. What could this substance be? The 3rd-level zombie cast a disdainful glance, exerting force to sever the threads, thus liberating his foot. With a thunderous roar, he issued a provocative challenge. Being of the same 3rd level, the opposing entity could only respond with fury, never retreating. Had it been a 5th-level zombie, it would have sensed the presence from afar and avoided confrontation. Along this street, a few dilapidated vehicles coated in yellow dust were haphazardly parked on either side, while the building on the right appeared to have once been a gym, rising only 2 stories high. At that moment, a creaking sound, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, pierced the air, followed by a shadow darting across the foggy glass. The third-level zombie fixated on the glass of the gym, and upon seeing the shadow, he abruptly turned his head. With a resounding crash, the shadow fell behind him, crushing a scrap vehicle and sending a cloud of blinding dust into the air, provoking an unexpected itch in the zombie's nose. Who knows why a zombie's nose could still itch? Before him loomed a colossal spider, its body at least the size of 2 automobiles. If it were a level 3 zombie, or a human, one might recall Chun Xuanfei's words over the walkie-talkie, stating that level 3 corpse beasts slumber within the ventilation ducts. Thus, Xia Luzhu had remained oblivious to its presence. Yet, once Xia Luzhu departed, the members of the convoy awoke the creature nestled within the duct. How spacious could such a duct be? However, the spider corpse beast before him, given its immense size, could hardly have confined itself to the narrow confines of a ventilation shaft. What could have prompted such rapid growth? Or had the level 3 zombie simply miscalculated? Regardless of the reason, gazing at the fearsome creature, with its 8 hairy legs poised menacingly, the level 3 zombie instinctively sensed its own inadequacy in combat. It was akin to facing a level 5 zombie. He possessed a clear self-awareness. Defeating an opponent was straightforward. One either could or could not. So what was to be done? If it were a human, the immediate course of action for the level 3 zombie would be to find a way to conceal itself, and then seize the opportunity to flee. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Yet, typically, he would provoke even level 5 zombies at home. Fully aware of the futility, yet still choosing to engage. Now, confronted by an insurmountable giant spider, he, of course, chose to continue his provocation. Thus, the fearless level 3 zombie roared, launching itself at the creature with a fervor that belied its trepidation. In Chapter 64, Luo Yexing observed from the rooftop of the community with his binoculars. Noting that Xia Luzhu had directed the convoy to veer off and halt at another community to the south of Jinxin community, rather than directly stopping at Jinxin itself, it appeared that there was no intention to engage with that group of people. Thoughtful indeed, Luo Yexing set down the telescope, as Bianbian stood beside him, inquiring, "Is Andy not coming?" The young girl naively believed that the group accompanying Xia Luzhu would settle within the Jin Xian community. Although the residence was somewhat dilapidated, it was sufficient for their needs. "We are not familiar with them, Bianbian. Do you remember what I taught you?" Bianbian recalled. One must not easily trust those whom they do not know well, and should remain vigilant. She nodded, yet still harbored uncertainty. "But you said Andy is not a bad person. Xia Luzhu is not malevolent. However, the individuals she brought along are numerous, and it is uncertain whether any among them may harbor ill intentions. Maintaining our distance is the wisest course of action," Luo Yexing explained patiently. Bianbian, partially comprehending, gazed toward the distant figures and hesitated before asking, "Can I go and find them?" Luo Yexing noticed the expression on Bianbian's small face and suddenly understood. He recognized the importance of allowing Bianbian the opportunity to interact with others. A person deprived of social interaction for an extended period inevitably becomes reclusive and lonely. Since Luo Yexing took on the role of caregiver, Bianbian finally had someone with whom to communicate. Prior to this, her only companion had been Hui Hui, leading her to often talk to herself. With Luo Yexing, she could also communicate with her father, although he was not always present. While Luo Yexing attended to her daily needs, a gap in understanding persisted between them due to their age difference, resulting in occasional miscommunication. For Bianbian, the mere presence of someone to converse with was enough. Nevertheless, Luo Yexing also required time for personal growth and could not be by her side at all times. Ultimately, the majority of Bianbian's day is spent in solitude, with her grandfather ever present, yet unable to speak. Recently, under the guidance of Luo Yexing, she has begun to learn to read and write, discovering a newfound fascination. However, it is the innate curiosity and desire for exploration that compels her to reach out when she sees a group of people, reassured that they are not the malevolent beings intent on harming her grandfather or Uncle Zhu Yuan. Knowing she is no longer alone fills her with instinctual eagerness to connect with her fellow beings. Yet, reflecting on the recent events, she realizes that this group has just escaped the clutches of monstrous creatures, and it would be unwise to frighten them with her grandfather's presence. Not everyone perceives the undead as benevolent simply because they refrain from consuming humans. Thus, she instinctively understands the necessity of caution. Turning to the silent, elderly zombie, she gazes up with her large, grape-like eyes and assures him that she will always be by his side. Her grandfather, with gloved hands, gently caresses her soft hair, emitting faint, tender sounds that seem to express a desire to smile. However, his rigid muscles hinder such a gesture, and as he raises the corners of his mouth, his mutated teeth become visible, casting an unsettling impression. Were the survivors downstairs to witness this, they would likely be terrified. Bianbian insists that her grandfather can accompany her. Grasping his fingers, she believes that if he wears a mask, they will not recognize him as a creature of horror. The little girl is unwilling to leave her grandfather alone in the desolation of their home. Suddenly, Luo Yixing recalled that a couple of days prior, his father had appeared, and a cardboard box had materialized on the table, containing medical supplies alongside several masks and gloves. Without any prompting, the elderly zombie had picked up a pair of gloves and donned them. Before this moment, it had never crossed Luo Yixing's mind to have a zombie wear gloves. Well, in a moment of insistence from Bianbian, Luo Yixing conceded. Bianbian had amicably prepared a selection of cherries, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other ready-to-eat fruits and vegetables, filling a large crate that Luo Yixing was now carrying. As he exited the community's gate, he happened upon Xiao Luzhu, who was approaching from that direction. Upon their second encounter, their eyes met, and Xiao Luzhu let out a hum before turning to Bianbian, a smile gracing her face, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the masked fifth-level zombie. Dressed in a mask and hat that obscured most of its face, the towering figure revealed little skin, resembling a silent bodyguard standing behind Bianbian. If not for having previously witnessed the true visage of the fifth-level zombie, it would have been nearly impossible to believe that this being was indeed a genuine zombie. Luo Yixing passed the wooden crate over, filled with vibrant, fresh fruits and vegetables that tantalized him, especially since he had been subsisting on potatoes nearly every day, feeling as though he was becoming one himself. The offerings were free from toxins and pollutants, embodying health and vitality. Xiao Luzhu accepted the crate without any pretense of politeness. Yet she did not accept the gift without reason. I shall trade supplies. This crate is complimentary. Luo Yixing, stepping in for Bianbian, assumed the role of diplomat. This was Bianbian's gift as the host, with an emphasis on the word host. Xiao Luzhu quickly understood the situation, having previously not had the chance to explain the composition of the convoy. In a few succinct words, she clarified, aside from myself, there is one other ability user. The rest are ordinary individuals, all of whom are journeying northward towards the base. Luo Yixing expressed his astonishment. With so many people, only 2 ability users? 3. Xiao Luzhu replied, her expression unchanged. One perished not long ago. Luo Yixing recalled the transmission from the walkie-talkie. Tian Shu is gone. Xiao Luzhu felt a tug on her pants and hurriedly looked down to see Bianbian, who held a round piece of chocolate in her hand, her large doll-like eyes radiating a childlike innocence and concern. To Bianbian, Xiao Luzhu was still a stranger. Suddenly being lifted by an unfamiliar person elicited an instinctive struggle, but sensing no malice, she hesitated and allowed herself to be cradled by Xiao Luzhu. However, Xiao Luzhu soon set Bianbian down, for as she lifted her, an abrupt chill enveloped her senses, revealing a level 5 zombie in a mask staring intently at her. Its cold, grayish-white eyes beneath the brim of its head exuded an immense pressure, as if silently warning her not to attempt another embrace. As a cautious ability user, Xiao Luzhu swiftly assessed the implications of her actions. They had chosen a neighborhood called Happiness Garden, where half of the entrance had collapsed, leading into an open space where a bus was parked. The shadows of the previous hotel lingered heavily. Even though Xiao Luzhu assured them that this place was safe, the survivors unanimously decided against entering the residential building. They chose instead to set up tents and lay down their bedding in an open area, believing it wiser to remain together. As Luo Yixing walked alongside Bian, he noticed the pallor on the faces of the group, with several young women already covering their mouths and weeping. "Who are you?" a vigilant voice inquired upon spotting them. Sensing something different about Luo Yixing, he recalled Sister Xia mentioning a formidable survivor among those she encountered. Was it them? What had transpired? Surrounded by a throng, Xiao Luzhu was obscured from Luo Yixing's view. The person beside her wore a tense expression, shaking his head as if to speak. When suddenly Xiao Luzhu's authoritative voice rang out, "Step aside." A youth was being dragged away amidst cries and struggles. The crowd parted, revealing Xiao Luzhu half kneeling on the ground, where a middle-aged man lay, his body trembling unnaturally, his complexion an alarming shade of ashen white, cold sweat cascading down his brow, lips a purplish hue. Luo Yixing's pupils constricted. This was a sign of infection and mutation. Hold on. You might not necessarily become a zombie. There is also the possibility of awakening your abilities. Endure. Xiao Luzhu shouted. The ordinary person's pathway to acquiring extraordinary powers is not instantaneous. It occurs after being infected by the virus, followed by days of feverish delirium. If they do not succumb to zombification upon awakening, they may discover their latent abilities. Everyone understood this principle, yet, judging by the middle-aged man's complexion, it was evident that he had not been fortunate enough to awaken his powers, but was instead succumbing rapidly to zombification. The transformation from viral infection to zombification occurs swiftly, ranging from a few minutes to, at most, 24 hours. "Father!" The distraught youth shrieked as he was forcibly restrained. Startled by the sound, Bianbian shuddered, her view obstructed by her grandfather, who had moved in front of her. "Uncle Luo, is someone turning into a monster?" she inquired softly. Luo Yeshing affirmed with a hum, his composure unshaken by the familiar scene. "Xia." The middle-aged man's dark eyes rolled incessantly, tinged with a faint gray. Gripping the ground convulsively, he gasped for air, desperately fighting the excruciating pain racking his body. "Kill me. Kill me. I don't want to become that kind of monster." Xia Luzhu, gritting her teeth, held him down, repeating mechanically, "Hold on. Let me go. Let me through." The youth's piercing voice cut through the air. With great effort, the middle-aged man turned his head slightly towards his son, his eyes, already partially zombified, filled with boundless concern. What would become of his son without him? The youth emitted a whimper, like a wounded animal, and ceased his struggles, coughing violently. The father spewed a torrent of black blood. In his final moments, he offered no words of entrustment to Xia Luzhu, only a plea, "Kill me." A gunshot rang out. The man's convulsing body stilled, his expression frozen in a semblance of release. An oppressive silence spread through the crowd. The youth, having broken free, stumbled towards his motionless father, uttering not a word. It seems that the little girl is enveloped in confusion, prompting Luo Yeshing to elucidate. These individuals share a profound bond, having spent countless days together. When a comrade transforms into a monster, it would deeply sadden them to take action against someone they once knew. To me, an outsider, it is merely the act of slaying a creature, which might alleviate their sorrow somewhat. The girl nods her tiny head in understanding. Xiao Zhu takes a deep breath, approaches Luo Yeshing, and swiftly expresses her gratitude. "Thank you." It is at this moment that the others notice the unexpected presence of 3 additional individuals in the makeshift camp. Unfazed by the adult's conversation, the little girl, known as Bianbian, remains undeterred. After Luo Yeshing shoots the infected middle-aged man, her grandfather moves aside, allowing her an unobstructed view. Bianbian is not afraid of witnessing death. Her grandfather is evidently aware of this. His prior actions were merely to shield her from witnessing the transformation of a human into a zombie. "Brother, here, have some sweet candy. It will ease your discomfort." Bianbian produces candy from her pocket and offers it to the boy who kneels beside his father's lifeless body, weeping. The boy is taken aback, his eyes reddened and swollen, as he stiffly turns his head to gaze at the little girl who has quietly squatted beside him. In her small palm rests a piece of chocolate. These beautifully crafted confections were undoubted. Luo Yeshing willingly took on the role of the cremator, swiftly attending to the remains of the middle-aged man in mere minutes, while the members of the convoy busied themselves with preparations for dinner. Sister Xia mentioned that the vegetables and fruits were gifted by a young girl named Bianbian. "Isn't that girl Mr. Luo's daughter?" "No, Mr. Luo just stated that he was employed as a caretaker by Bianbian's grandfather. It is Bianbian and her grandfather who are the true proprietors of this area. I noticed that the grandfather also seems to possess remarkable abilities. No wonder he has raised the little girl to be so plump and healthy. How wonderful it would be if I had supernatural powers as well, for then I could have protected my beloved daughter." Unbeknownst to Bianbian, she had inadvertently reminded a mother, who was preparing meals in the background, of her deceased daughter. She was conversing with a boy whose emotions had entirely settled. The boy's name was Ayun, and he was already 11 years old. He was the youngest in the convoy. Despite the considerable age difference with Bianbian, he could still be considered her peer when compared to the adults. "This is for you," Ayun said, pulling out a slingshot from his pocket. "Thank you for the candy." Bianbian accepted the slingshot and retrieved some candy from her bag. Ayun shook his head. "I don't want it. You should keep it for yourself. I have plenty." "Even if you have plenty, you shouldn't just give it to anyone you meet." "Oh." Ayun turned to look at her, and the little girl curiously fiddled with the slingshot, having never seen such an object before nor knowing how to use it. Ayun took the slingshot back, picked up a small stone from the ground, and demonstrated, like this. He aimed at a spot, pulled back the slingshot, and with a swift motion, released it, sending a slightly larger stone several meters away with a satisfying thud. "What purpose does this serve?" Bianbian inquired. Children in a post-apocalyptic world are inevitably different from those who lived before the catastrophe. In the days of yore, an 11-year-old child would still be in elementary school, carefree and innocent. Yet now, this boy, who has just lost his only kin, has swiftly taken on the demeanor of an adult. He can strike zombies from a distance. If I exert a little more strength, he said, I could pierce the skull of an ordinary zombie. Bianbian responded, I understand. It's akin to using a gun. Isn't it? Indeed, Ayun nodded. Within the convoy, firearms are scarce, and he cannot access one. In encounters with zombies, he has always been the one in need of protection. However, with his father, who once shielded him, now gone, he must learn to fend for himself. The older brother before her did not weep as he had before, yet he appeared even more sorrowful. The little girl pondered earnestly before extending an invitation. Brother, would you like to come play at my house? Bianbian felt a pang of regret. The sight of this brother reminded her of the time when her grandfather had just departed from her life. When her grandfather left, she had been overwhelmed with sorrow, yearning to find him, yet she remembered his admonition that no matter what sound she may hear, she must not venture outside. She thought to herself that since this brother's father had left him, he too must be feeling immense sadness and fear. If she conversed with him more, perhaps he would not feel so desolate. Not far away, Luo Yeshing occasionally cast glances in their direction. The two children appeared to be getting along quite well. So, you have no plans to head to the base? Xia Luzhu briefly communicated with him. Frowning, are you certain you wish to remain here with Bianbian? Xia Luzhu spoke mercilessly, as a grown man. Do you truly understand how to nurture and educate a child? Luo Yeshing replied. Even if you manage to be self-sufficient here for a short while, can you impart the knowledge that Bianbian needs as she grows up? Can a person like you, who is illiterate, teach her anything? Xia Luzhu took a sip of water, reflecting on the nascent order of civilization that had begun to establish itself in Beiji. She had heard that compulsory education had also resumed. Given your capabilities, entering the base to secure an educational opportunity for Bianbian should not prove difficult. You ought to take her to the base. Illiterate. Luo Yeshing's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. I graduated from a prestigious university. Xia Luzhu scoffed mockingly. Suddenly, Xia Liuzhu's expression shifted as her ears perked up, and she abruptly looked up. For a fleeting moment, she felt a cold wind sweep past her, and an instinctual alarm blared in her mind, warning her of an impending peril. The hair on Xia Liuzhu's body stood on end, her muscles tensed, and her abilities activated. Then she noticed that Luo Yeshing's expression had turned quite peculiar. It's nothing, Luo Yeshing quickly replied. This sensation felt all too familiar. Father is here. Thus far, Luo Yeshing had come to the realization that he had 3 fathers. He mentally assigned them numbers based on his assumptions. One was a childish fool, another a narcissist, and the last he referred to as the ultimate overlord, whom he dared not provoke. Based on the familiar tremor he had just experienced, akin to the chilling dread of plunging into an abyss, it could only be the ultimate overlord. Did that mean he would have to assume the role of a caretaker for 2 children? Under the meticulous guidance of Ayun, Bianbian has mastered the use of a slingshot, but as he draws back the bow, he finds himself uncertain of his aim. Suddenly, he hears Luo Yeshing's words, and in a moment of distraction, his grip loosens, sending the projectile soaring. The bullet travels a meter before abruptly halting midair. After a prolonged absence, the magician is greeted by the bullet's unexpected return. Chapter 65. The universe is boundless, enveloped in the most profound darkness, as if devoid of any path forward. It is uncertain how long it may take to fortuitously encounter a planet, unless one adheres to a navigational route toward other life-bearing systems. Yet, the trajectory of the mech's journey appears aimless, drifting through the cosmos, having completely detached from the Imperial Star. The magician reclines in the cockpit, having discarded his disguise, revealing a face as pale as death, devoid of color. His lips mirror his ashen complexion. Squinting, he is caught in the juxtaposition of cold light and shadow within the mech, making it seem as though the man seated at the controls is not a living being but rather a frigid automaton. Upon hearing the artificial intelligence's words, a faint, sardonic smile graces his pale lips. The renowned weapon of the nation is personally tracking me, and they maintain a cordial rapport with the dragon. Should I stay and await incarceration? The artificial intelligence, seemingly lacking in comprehension, responded with bewilderment. My lord, do you mean to say that if General Xiao enlists the help of that esteemed dragon lord, their combined efforts would render your escape impossible? The magician tilted his head, casting a chilling glare at the robot. In this instance, the artificial intelligence seemed to sense a lurking danger, decisively sealing its lips and retreating 2 steps. ready to adopt the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. After a while, estimating that its master had calmed down, the artificial intelligence approached once more, thoughtfully opting for the path of responsibility over the risk of annihilation. Master, your wound requires treatment. Otherwise, there is a peril of infection. Subsequently, it is unclear how Xiaoyan managed to repeatedly locate the magician's coordinates. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Xiaoyan fixating on the magician but finding every attempt to capture him futile. Only upon confronting the magician directly did he grasp the formidable challenge posed by this enigmatic figure, perpetually masked and cloaked in mystery. However, under the relentless pressure of the nation's formidable weaponry, even a magician, despite his adeptness, was not impervious to injury, leaving him too drained to indulge in any frivolous pursuits. The game that should have been a simple cat-and-mouse chase morphed into a strategic contest of equals, leading Xiaoyan to develop a sense of admiration for the magician's talents. Thus, Xiaoyan entertained the thought of seeking assistance from Nong Jiusi. The magician, not one to overestimate his capabilities, would certainly refrain from any reckless endeavors. With swift decisiveness, he activated his mech, eluding his pursuers and venturing into the vastness of the cosmos. Whenever he wished, he could. After a moment's contemplation, the magician raised his hand. Bring it here. The artificial intelligence promptly delivered the prepared medical supplies. The magician harbors a disdain for medical pots, only deigning to enter them in instances of severe injury, rendering him immobile. Otherwise, he tends to his wounds independently, resorting to artificial intelligence only for those inaccessible areas. It is a pity that the artificial intelligence must occasionally assume the role of a professional physician. He bears a wound to his abdomen, inflicted by a beam of light. In this era of advanced technology, fragile humanity not only extends its lifespan, but also enhances its prowess. High lethality weaponry often surpasses the extraordinary abilities wielded by non-human entities. No matter how swiftly the avian tribe may soar, can they outpace a mech? The shark tribe reigns as the monarch of the seas, however. Against the ceaseless tide of underwater weaponry developed by humans, how long can they withstand? This elucidates why the four noble clans must bow to the supremacy of humanity. Since time immemorial, human creativity and reproductive capacity have perched atop the pinnacle of existence. They may appear exceedingly fragile, yet are undeniably indomitable. The wound spans the entirety of his abdomen, allowing a glimpse of his pulsating organs through the gaping tear. Curiously, not a single drop of blood has escaped. An ordinary person with such an injury would likely have succumbed by now, yet the magician's visage betrays no sign of distress. Regardless of his injury, his complexion remains an unusual pallor. With deft hands, he skillfully sutures the gaping wound and applies a potion to expedite the healing process, completing the treatment of this considerable injury in mere minutes. The mechanical eyes of the artificial intelligence occasionally shift towards its master's wrist, drawn by the faint red thread that, though almost imperceptible, casts an extraordinary hue within the cold confines of the mech. It seemed that one day, after finishing a game, the master suddenly found a red string around his wrist, adorned with a wooden tag inscribed with the word Bian. After tending to his wounds, the magician rose from the driver's seat, transferring the control of the mech to the artificial intelligence. He proceeded to the bathroom to take a shower and change into clean attire. Upon logging in, he was greeted not by the familiar living room, but by an entirely different place, where his nominal daughter eagerly presented him with a stone bullet. Except for Yun, who was the instructor teaching Bian to use the slingshot. Naturally, he would closely monitor the first bullet fired by a student. To his astonishment, the bullet hovered in midair for a few seconds before continuing its trajectory, ultimately dissipating its force and gently landing on the ground. The bullet's momentary suspension seemed like an illusion. However, the young boy, who had recently lost his father and was acutely sensitive to his surroundings, was convinced he had not misperceived anything. Yun bit his lip, lowering his head in silence. He could not nod. An inexplicable intuition arose, preventing him from making the gesture. Much like animals sensing impending danger and fleeing in advance, the boy had an abrupt feeling that if he nodded, something undesirable might transpire. Father? Bian's attention swiftly shifted from the slingshot, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, Father, where are you? The magician gazed at the little girl, a faint smile playing on his lips. After such a long absence, you still remember me. Bian's reaction seemed to delight the mercurial magician, and in a rare moment of tenderness, he gently pressed his hand, adorned with the red string, atop Bian's head. Father. The corners of her eyes curved like crescent moons, and unexpectedly, before the magician could withdraw, she deftly grasped his finger. No one noticed the magician's hand frozen in place. From Luo Yexing's perspective, it appeared as if Bianbian had seized something. He was even tempted to reach out and see if indeed there was a person standing there. Fortunately, his aspirations for the future deterred him from this reckless impulse. "Father, your hand is so cold." This was Bianbian's first time holding the magician's hand. Previously, she had only held Nong Jiao CS. As for Xiao Jin, her fellow, lacking projection equipment, he could at most poke his precious daughter through a screen. The possibility of holding or embracing her was simply unattainable. Moreover, Bianbian had begun to sense that her father seemed different, yet she could not precisely discern how. She could only vaguely deduce which father was present based on her interactions with them. However, at times, the little girl found herself confused and instinctively chose not to dwell on it. After all, for her, as long as her father was there, she felt immense joy. Which father it was, and what differences existed, were inconsequential. Perhaps it was the heightened sensitivity of children. Previously, holding her father's hand filled her with a warm sense of security. Yet at this moment, grasping his hand felt distinctly cold, a discomforting chill. "Father, are you unwell?" Bianbian tilted her small face upward, although she could not see her father. She understood through the fingers she held that he was right before her. The magician's eyebrows arched slightly, his elongated eyes reflecting a depth of thought hidden within their profound pupils, which exuded an icy demeanor devoid of warmth. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of emotion thawed within his gaze, stirred by the innocuous words of a little girl. It was as if a barrier had been breached, allowing a glimpse of something within him before he closed his eyes, sealing away all sentiment once more upon reopening them. Fortunately, at that instant, Luo Yexing cleverly retrieved a small notebook and pen from his pocket, prepared for any eventuality, should the father appear, providing a means for communication. As a caretaker, Luo Yexing approached his duties with utmost seriousness. In his observation, he noted a peculiar detail. The magician took the notebook and succinctly penned 2 characters, "No." These characters required no translation for Luo Yexing, as Bianbian recognized them instantly, allowing her to relax and eagerly recount the day's events. He then turned his gaze to Luo Yexing, easily deducing that the scene on the balcony was crafted by him. Quite astute, he understood the importance of self-sufficiency, enhancing Bianbian's life. Liu had certainly chosen wisely in selecting him. "Sir, I shall prepare the meal now," Luo Yexing remarked thoughtfully, donning an apron as he entered the kitchen. In the presence of the ultimate authority, he rationally opted for minimal interaction. "Daddy, look, this is what I wrote," Bianbian exclaimed, unveiling her practice books, over 10 in total, filled with her neatly and beautifully penned characters, astonishing for a child of merely 5 years. In her studies, Bianbian had already demonstrated the potential of a prodigy. The magician sat languidly on the sofa, as the layout of the living room had undergone a slight transformation. The coffee table had been repositioned, and a writing desk had been added nearby, allowing the little one, Bianbian, to sit there and practice her writing. Perched on her study chair, she eagerly showcased her homework to her father, yearning for his feedback. The magician, however, exhibited no interest in reviewing his daughter's work. His head reclined against the cushion, his mind finally at ease, and his expression gradually softened. Suddenly meeting Bianbian's gaze, he hesitated for a moment before glancing at the pile of exercise books. Ultimately, despite a hint of disdain in his eyes, he casually pulled one from the stack. Note: Zhu Yuan has encountered an unexpected peril. Will you embark on a rescue mission? Considering that Zhu Yuan is regarded as family by Bianbian, it is advisable for the father to undertake the rescue. Upon successful rescue, additional intimacy points with Bianbian can be gained. At that moment, the system could no longer contain itself. It had intended to remain silent while the magician was active, aspiring to be nothing more than a silent observer. Yet, silence was not an option. It could discreetly inform Bianbian of the situation, which would undoubtedly prompt her to enlist her grandfather and Luo Yexing for assistance. However, such deceit carried its own risks. Since the magician was now present, it seemed more prudent to inform him directly. The decision rested solely on whether he would be inclined to respond. To bolster its bargaining power, the system added a note about enhancing intimacy points. Surely he would acquiesce, it thought with little hope. Indeed, the magician disregarded the 2 lines of bold red text that had appeared before him, his gaze lazily sweeping over the exercise books. This exercise book is the first of its kind for Bianbian, composed during her initial foray into literacy. The first page features the word grandfather, while the second displays father. As the magician gazes upon the neatly pinned father, he lingers for an extended moment, his expression remaining unchanged. He then turns the page, encountering the words Uncle Zhu Yuan on the third. At this point, the impassive magician finally furrows his brow. He subsequently shifts his gaze to the two lines of text hovering stubbornly in the air, and the system observes his expression, a hint of intrigue. Bianbian, in her nascent writing journey, instinctively inscribes the names of those dear to her in her workbook, with Uncle Zhu Yuan occupying the third page, signifying his significance in her heart. Noticing her father pausing at the third page, she promptly inquires, "Father, did I make a mistake?" The intimacy level is notably high. Bianbian has begun to sense her father's distinct demeanor, leading to occasional miscalculations in intimacy points, which sometimes erroneously align with Rongjing. This indicates that the intimacy points between the magician and Rongjiosi have increased from 0. As for Rongjiosi, the intimacy points he has accrued are discreetly deducted by the system. Rongjiosi employs his strength to forcefully insert items, causing disruptions within the system each time. Rather than spending in the marketplace, he utilizes this method, which can be considered a different form of expenditure, resulting in a natural equilibrium between gains and losses. Consequently, Rongjiossi's intimacy points remain modest. The magician has logged in several times. Aside from gifting Bianbian a cartoonish little camisole woven from shark silk, he has neither spent money in the mall nor forcefully presented her with items. Consequently, he finds no reason for the intimacy points he has accumulated to be deducted, resulting in his intimacy level being the highest. The magician remains oblivious to this fact. However, the 330 intimacy points seem to evoke a memory. He softly inquires, "How many points are needed for unobstructed communication with her? And how much does saving Zhu Yuan contribute to my intimacy points?" System rewards you 50 points. Though it may seem modest, Bianbian will increase her intimacy points due to your act of saving Zhu Yuan, which is the significant gain. The magician responds, "Are you implying that Zhu Yuan holds greater importance in her heart than I do?" System, how could it be unaware of such implications? From the kitchen comes the crisp sound of chopping. Luo Yeshing skillfully wields a knife to slice potatoes into thin shreds. Bianbian has a fondness for stir-fried potato shreds, and the housekeeper Luo prepares them every other day. After soaking the uniformly cut potato shreds in a basin of water, Luo Yeshing pricks up his ears, noticing an unusual silence in the living room. He could previously hear Bianbian's voice. After a moment of hesitation, he approaches the kitchen doorway and peers outside, only to be taken aback. Where have they gone? Both Bianbian and her grandfather, who should be in the living room, have vanished. "Bianbian?" Luo Yeshing calls out, brandishing the kitchen knife. "Grandpa?" Though he is puzzled by the sudden disappearance of his grandfather and Bianbian without a sound, a moment's thought reveals it to be the work of the ultimate boss. Realizing that there is no grandmaster in the living room, Luo Yeshing's tensed muscles finally relax. It would have been courteous to at least say something before leaving. The nanny, with a soft huff, returned to the kitchen and popped a few cherries into her mouth. Alas, as soon as father arrived, uncle was rendered powerless. It is indeed a curious coincidence that the location where Zhu Yuan encountered peril happened to exist within the confines of the system's database. This area was an unlockable scene in the game. Once unlocked, one could seamlessly transition to this region through scene switching. The magician autonomously unlocked this area, and upon shifting scenes, he found himself devoid of Bianbian and the elderly zombie. They remained in the living room. This time, success was achieved. This must be a form of spatial folding technology. For a game to accomplish such a feat, something seemed to flicker in the depths of the magician's obsidian eyes. The system, if he possessed a human form, he would surely experience the chilling sensation of dread. Transitioning abruptly from the living room to another location, Bianbian was not alarmed. Rather, she was filled with wonder. Peering around in curiosity, feeling a sense of familiarity as if she had been here before. Roar! The elderly zombie released Bianbian and sprinted a few steps. Howling at the heavens, the oppressive aura of a level 5 zombie spreading like a dark cloud. The setting sun cast a dim light, and from a bird's eye view, one could observe first and second level zombies and corpse beasts scurrying out in a state of panic from every nook and cranny, fleeing as if pursued by specters. Though their numbers were few, had they the capacity for thought, they would undoubtedly berate the level 5 zombie in their minds. Why venture here instead of remaining in their own lair? Just as Bianbian was about to inquire about her grandfather's condition, she looked up to see an enormous web materializing between two buildings, with a mass ensnared in its threads. Upon hearing the growl of a level 5 zombie, the mass began to writhe. The web trembled, and swiftly, a fearsome black spider emerged from below, its speed astonishing as it approached the entangled entity in the blink of an eye. Then, as if sensing something, the spider's 8 blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Bianbian. Meanwhile, the magician, still pondering the intricacies of game space technology, suddenly glanced down and noticed a small girl, barely reaching his thigh, timidly trying to hide behind him. Her tiny frame trembled with fear. Bianbian was utterly terrified by the 8 glaring eyes. Chapter 66. The enthusiasm of Xiao Jin as a father repeatedly thwarted. Xiao Jin felt a twinge of discouragement. Just then, the intelligent steward outside the door interjected, reminding, "Your Highness, you are to meet the Emperor tomorrow. It is time to rest." Following this interruption, Xiao Jin glanced at the time, realizing he had been engrossed in the game for hours. Understood. While nurturing a daughter is indeed a significant responsibility, meeting his father tomorrow holds equal importance. A flicker of cold determination sparked in Xiao Jin's eyes. He must present himself in optimal condition for the palace visit. He raised a hand to touch his face, feeling a slight dryness. As he requested the intelligent steward to prepare a rejuvenating face mask, he began rearranging his precious daughter's wardrobe to conceal his writings and drawings. The precious daughter, unable to recognize characters, would awaken to find a series of symbols and drawings adorning the walls. The consequences of this realization weighed heavily on Xiao Jin, especially considering the -50 intimacy points he had accumulated. He dared not take the risk. As for whether Bianbian would notice the slight movement of the wardrobe, Xiao Jin scrutinized the scene, observing that his writing was located right beside it, and the wardrobe had only been shifted a mere few dozen centimeters. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Jin closed the game and commenced his evening skincare routine. With the dawn of a new day, Bianbian awoke to a gentle vibration, a signal that daylight had arrived. For several consecutive mornings, she had experienced this peculiar tremor, leaving her puzzled about its origin. Fearful of the unknown, she refrained from pulling back the curtains during the quaking, choosing instead to wait until it ceased, only then to welcome the new day. "Good morning, Hui Hui." The little girl first tended to the cut on her finger from the previous day, carefully applying a fresh bandage, before cautiously surveying her surroundings. In that moment, Bianbian stumbled upon a delightful realization. The villain seemed to have departed. Given the circumstances, she concluded that the antagonist had indeed vacated the premises. While the reasons for the villain's exit remained a mystery, Bianbian felt a surge of joy, for it signified that she would not be consumed. Was it due to the dream she had? Bianbian pondered, nibbling on her pinky. She recalled a dream in which she encountered the villain, alongside her grandfather. They managed to chase the fiend away, but the details faded from her memory. Remembering her grandfather, the little girl dashed to the living room, only to find the apple peel she had placed in a bag